But he also promised the security department that when he goes out, someone will follow him to ensure his safety. The things that happened to him are still under investigation, and he has reinvested in research and development. He spent the next day in the workshop, continuing his research on electric vehicles, and at night, he stayed in the laboratory, analyzing the recent flight data of Suzuka 9. Of course, the most important thing is to study the project of controlling multiple aircraft from the same cockpit. His life returned to his daily life at home. He was very happy here, but something else was happening somewhere he didn't know. At this moment, on the way to Shenzhen, there was not a single empty seat left in a Wuling 7-seater MPV. The 7 people in the car were chatting. The language these people spoke was obviously different from Kyushu. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Burmese. The skin color of the 7 people is indeed darker, which is very consistent with the skin color of Myanmar. Damn it, why did we back it up so little this time? If you ask me, the boss shouldn't have taken the order this time. One of them slapped himself on the leg and complained to the people next to him. Shut up, the boss has his own plans. Among the 7 people, the one who was obviously the leader stopped and yelled, then softened his tone and continued talking. Don't blame the boss for what happened this time, there were also last resort reasons. You also know that since Gao Sali's incident, Captain Xiaoliu of the spinach team was also dug out. Most of our Henry Consortium's income has been cut off directly, and the regular army is also eyeing us. And our military expenditure has been increasing recently, so the boss wants to buy a batch of military equipment. It was at this time that someone approached the boss, so in order to keep the remaining money, we followed up on this transaction. The leader was explaining the reason to a few people, and then he thought of something and slapped it on the armrest of the seat. Damn it, I must tell my boss when I get back. The goal this time is really extraordinary. Who would have thought that such an old classic Santana would be converted into a bulletproof car? Only someone with a bright mind would do this, really. This man's complaint also aroused the resonance of others, and they jointly attacked the bulletproof version of Busan. But at this moment, the driver spoke. Brother Pang, we are just at the Shenzhen station, everyone, please pay attention. At the driver's reminder, everyone gradually shut their mouths, and then the leader confirmed something again. Everyone, when I put away the gun before, no one was hiding it secretly, right? You must know that we are in Kyushu, not our place. We can take weapons at will. Don't wait until then, because the weapons will be exposed. Everyone should be careful. We must always remember that this is Kyushu, not ours. The leader emphasized again, but the people around him didn't respond very strongly, and they all responded in a perfunctory manner. He didn't take this seriously at all, as if this person was a little too nervous. At this moment in beeping, Xiao Daqian was packing his luggage, and he was still mumbling something. It's over, it's really over this time, maybe I have to squat in. I have to run quickly. Before Kyushu can react, I will still live in Los Angeles. I hope the CIA will not break its promise this time. As he spoke, he put his passport of the bad country in his pocket, picked up a gift box, and walked towards the door. Before he could reach the door, he heard someone else ringing the doorbell. Who is coming to me at this time? Isn't it causing trouble for me? With that said, he pushed the salute to the door, took a few deep breaths, and then opened the door. But the moment the door opened and he saw the person outside, he felt something bad was wrong. Calming his mind, he asked several people. Who are they? Do you have anything to do with me? One of the people at the door did not answer his question, but looked at him carefully. It was this look that made Xiao Daqian tense up, but he still tried his best to stay calm. Master Short is going out? I've already packed up my salutes. When he heard this person asking, Xiao Daqian still comforted himself. It's okay. Oh, don't I plan to go back to China? I haven't been back for a long time, and I plan to go back to the country to stay for a few days. It seems that he is very calm on the face, but you can hear the difference in his words, because he means returning to the country, returning to the bad country. From here, he inadvertently revealed what was in his subconscious. Oh, are you planning to return to China? Are you going back to bad country? It seems that you also know that something bad will happen. You are so smart. As he spoke, the man took out a folded A4 paper from his pocket, unfolded it and continued talking to Xiao Daqian. Master, this trip is going to be interrupted. This is the issued by our bureau. Take a look at it and ask Master to come with us. Looking at the piece of paper opposite, Xiao Daqian had no luck at all. It seemed that it was really over this time, but he still wanted to struggle one last time. Which bureau are you from? Let me tell you, I know Mr. I will call them right now to verify your authenticity. I think you are fake police officers. The faces of the people standing at the door immediately burst into smiles. Okay, Master Xiao, stop acting. We are from the Jushu Security Bureau. I don't need to introduce what we are responsible for. The Public Safety Bureau is fundamentally different from what we are responsible for. Just follow us honestly. Finally, I want to tell you a piece of news. Maybe you gave me a car this time, and the people in the car have now been controlled by my colleagues. This person stopped smiling when he came, and immediately became serious and said, "Take it away." The short and tight man who was ready wanted to run away, but he really couldn't run away this time. As soon as the MPV in Shenzhen got off the highway, the people in the car saw a team of armed police outside inspecting passing vehicles. The leader confirmed again that these people had nothing hidden, and then gradually calmed down and continued to follow the car in front and approach the checkpoint. Just when it was their car's turn, a man in a traffic police uniform walked over first. "Hello, I am a traffic policeman in Shenzhen City. Now Shenzhen City is under construction, so the inspection of passing vehicles is a little stricter. Please forgive me. This is my police officer ID. Please stop the car and turn off the engine. Everyone, get out of the car and accept our inspection. We will just make a quick note." The 7 people in the car looked at the armed police with live ammunition, and their thoughts of breaking through the car disappeared. Although their faces were calm, their hearts were pounding, and they got out of the car. 7 people came down, and a group of policemen came up and took this person to sit for 100 years to record. The next one will be like this, and the next one will be like this. When the 7 people were completely separated, the leader also realized that something was wrong. He just wanted to resist and snatched the 79 microcharge from the armed policeman next to him. Before he could take action, he was pushed to the ground by the surrounding armed police. One of the hands cuffed behind his back had a plastic tie on his thumb, and then a pair of board cuffs for reinforcement, and then he was pulled up from the ground. At this time, these 7 people were also treated in the same way, and they were all handcuffed behind their backs. This was a police dog brought by the armed police, but it rushed up with one leg lame, sniffing something around the 7 people. Just when it smelled the 4th person, its curled front legs pointed at the person's shoes and barked a few times. "Back off, bad done, back off." The handler's command had no effect, and the police dog was still barking. At this time, everyone realized that there must be something else on this person. After a body search, a large piece of white flour was found in the man's shoes and clothes, weighing 2 kilograms. But in the eyes of the leader, his heart was filled with despair at this moment. By neon, his subordinates actually hid by neon. His previous warnings were all in vain, but he didn't want to think about it. Now that he was arrested, what's the point of having a white face but not a white face? The Public Security Bureau and the Jushu Security Bureau made a handover and handed over all 7 people to the Security Bureau. The Security Bureau also started interrogating overnight, and while they were interrogating, Lee Jianhua was making prototypes of electric vehicles in the workshop. He made the entire vehicle part by part. Even the structural parts of the interior were designed by himself and then 3D printed. It has been some time since he returned safely. During these days, he had really become like a lady who never left the door or took a step forward, always working hard towards the car. Moreover, with his concentration on building the prototype, the progress was very fast. The first thing to be completed was the chassis of the car. When designing a load-bearing body, the first thing to do is the body shell. And because we are manufacturing a prototype car, everything is based on the premise of subsequent mass production. And for such a car, no special materials are used for the body. It just uses slightly better steel than what's on the market, with a thickness of 0.75 millimeters, which is comparable to the standard German steel. After the car shell is manufactured, the next step is to work on the battery pack of the car. Like other electric cars, this is designed on the chassis. For a chassis of the same size, the capacity is incredible. Then the front and rear suspension of the car adopt a multi-link independent suspension system. This choice can be said to be full of sincerity. Later, most of the electronic systems on the car were developed by myself. Of course, not all the codes were typed by myself. Instead, as an architect, he worked out the overall architecture of the software and handed it over to the department in charge of Li Yun. Of course, the electronic control system of the car was all typed out code by him, and was not borrowed from anyone else. He made the cars himself if he could, and sent the drawings of the spare parts that needed to be purchased to the suppliers. The smallest parts are all made in this way. Not to mention other things, he designed 18 of the speakers on the car alone. Stereo surround sound is no less effective than listening to a top concert. Innovations have also been made on the speakers. A small amount of graphene is used for the vibration paper and winding. Although the cost has increased again, the effect is excellent. The car was taking shape day by day, and after he drove the Busan back, he parked it in the workshop and never drove it out again. During this time, he was also studying drones at night. After thousands of experiments, he finally solved this problem. The final result was that one cockpit can control up to 5 aircraft. However, human energy is limited, so in actual flight, he can only control 3 aircraft at the same time with his energy. As for how to implement it, everything is solved programmatically, that is, an artificial intelligence program that can understand specific instructions. A very retarded intelligent program, the technical level of which is the same as that of the first generation Siri. On this day, he was improving the charger in the workshop, which can also be said to be the charging pile that will be mass-produced in the future. He is thinking about how many volts and how many amps of current to use so that the car charging time will not be too short and the waiting time will not be too long. In the end, he chose 10 kV high voltage, which is also the voltage at which picture tubes of old TV sets work. 0.96 kA current, which is 960 A current. The theoretical charging time is 5 minutes. Of course, the actual charging time may be 30 to 50 seconds slower, and the actual charging time will not exceed 6 minutes. In fact, he can still increase the voltage again, but the voltage of 10 kV is already high voltage. No matter how high it is, he is afraid that it will be dangerous due to improper operation during use. For a 6-minute charging time and a driving range of 3,500 to 4,000 kilometers, it is already very abnormal. There is not much need to strengthen it further. Even now, he is still considering whether to reduce the capacity of the battery pack. If the driving range is controlled to about 1,000 kilometers, the battery pack will be reduced by 3/4, the cost will also decrease, and of course the charging time will also be reduced. That way it is really the same as the fuel vehicles on the market. The driving range is almost the same, and the charging and refueling time are also similar. Maybe we will make such a choice when mass production begins in the future. After determining the voltage and charging current, the manufacturing of the charging pile is simple. The only difficult thing is the appearance design. How to make it look good and more in line with the sense of technology has become the first problem. Moreover, the size of the charging pile is not small, occupying a 1-meter square cube. But then he thought of something and stopped working on the appearance. Because in his imagination, this thing is completely unsuitable for ordinary families to have. The heat dissipation of the charging pile alone is a problem. During the charging process, the charger generates a large amount of heat due to internal resistance problems. The heat generated requires the use of a cooling system. If there is less cooling water, it will not be of much use. Then this needs to be left to the state to handle. Just like building gas stations, special charging stations should be established. After considering it comprehensively, I don't care about the appearance. It can be made into the appearance of a gas tanker. While he was making the charging pile, a sound suddenly came from the intercom system in the workshop. "Mr. Lee, someone is looking for you at the door. His name is Wang Buxiang, and he said he came here on Wang Yueshan's order." Hearing what the guard said, although he didn't know who Wang Buxiang was, he knew Wang Yuesheng. He was the leader of the equipment development department. "I'll go out right now, just let him wait for a while." He took off his gloves, put on his overalls, and walked towards the door. On the way, he was still wondering, why did Minister Wang's people come to him? He has been very honest recently, he has not gone out, and he has not acquired any unparalleled military equipment. The other party should not look for him. With this thought in mind, he slowly came to the gate and saw a container truck parked outside the entrance of the aircraft manufacturing factory. When he walked into the gate, he saw a man in a suit waiting for him. The man saw him coming in and saw that there was no one else around but the two of them. The man went straight to the point and spoke to him. "Hello, Mr. Lee, I am here to take you to Quanqing on the order of Minister Wang. He heard that you had made a bulletproof car and had not tested it yet, so he asked you to take the car to test it this time." It turns out that the other party came because of this matter. After thinking about my arrangements for today, it seemed that there was nothing else important, and he also called Wang Yuesheng. After confirming that he was indeed his person, then he nodded to this person and said to the person opposite, "Then you wait here for a while. There is a car outside that is coming with you. Let him wait for a while outside. I will go and get the car out right away." Returning to the workshop, he drove out his Pusan, which had not been moved since he opened it and was still a battle-damaged version. After opening the factory door, the door of the container truck outside the door also opened, and an iron plate for loading the truck protruded from the inside. He drove in, but he didn't get out of the car. He agreed with the person who came to pick him up that he would stay in the car and not get out of the car. Anyway, it was not too far from Quan City, and his safety in his own car was guaranteed. Just like that, the door of the container truck was closed, but the lights inside the container were not turned off. This container was not a particularly airtight type, which he had confirmed from the beginning, otherwise he would not have stayed in the car without getting out. Feeling the stops and starts along the way in the car, I slowly became confused. In this daze, I felt the car stop, and after looking at the time, I knew I had arrived. Sure enough, the container door was opened, the iron plate was pulled out again, and then he drove the car out. The car returned to the ground again, and he also observed the surrounding environment. He saw that the surrounding environment was a standard shooting range. There were several armored vehicles and tanks next to him, and right next to the tanks Won Yusun was walking towards him. Looking at the leader walking over, he also got out of the car and tidied up his clothes. Only then did he realize that he had come out wearing a blue overalls and did not change clothes. He didn't know any of the people who accompanied Won Yusun. He could only tell from their military uniforms that they were from the army. Many leaders came to the car. Won Yusun was the first to talk to him with a smile. "Xiaoli, you are really not idle, you are really capable of tossing." In such a short period of time, another bulletproof vehicle was built. "I really want to take you to the Kyushu Academy of Sciences and have those biology students do a biopsy on you." Won Yusun teased and joked with him, but the joke frightened him. They wouldn't really arrest him and slice him into slices. This would be really scary. Won Yusun looked at the sudden change in the other person's expression and knew that the joke just now probably scared the little guy. He patted Li Zhenhua on the shoulder, smiled and said to him, "Just kidding, I'll scare you. You are a baby now, okay, put your heart in your belly, this kind of thing won't happen." He smiled hard at Won Yusun and stood there without saying anything. Afterwards, the two of them never mentioned the embarrassing joke just now, and started to exert force on today's protagonist. Accompanied by him, Won Yusun and others walked around Busan several times, and he was also introducing the situation of the car to them. "Minister Wang, my car is now a 3-no product. Let me introduce it briefly. Although this car looks like Busan on the outside, the inside has nothing to do with Busan. Even the power system is different. This is an electric car, while the original car is a fuel car. There is a fundamental difference here. Let's talk about this armor. This is a new type of composite armor developed by me. It has a titanium alloy shell, carbon fiber and aramid fiber layers, ceramic bulletproof plate layers, and non-Newtonian fluid bulletproof materials filled in the middle of each layer. Although I don't know the specific bulletproof level, judging from the last performance, it can still defend against rifle bullets." He introduced the main information about the car. Although the people around him didn't understand it very well, some of the nouns that appeared in the middle were familiar. For example, the ceramic inserts and aramid fibers used in bulletproof vests. I just don't know what the final effect will be. I generally understand it. If this car is damaged by you today, it will be fine. It's okay, all the production technology is in my head. Li Zhenhua knocked on his head and said to him with a smile, "Well, okay, then I'm relieved. Let's start with the smallest weapon." Then the bulletproof performance test of the car began. The first thing arranged was to shoot from a distance of 10 meters, using 9mm 124 grain pistol bullets. The firearm used was QSZ-92. This level is also an international default standard for distinguishing bulletproof levels. As long as it can withstand such bullets, the bulletproof level of such a car will reach the B4 level. Of course, this kind of bullet was nothing in front of this car, and it was easily blocked. A total of 8 bullets hit a door of the car, leaving only a small shallow crater on it. It did not even break through the armor of the car's outer shell, but only sunk inward. Then the test was in full swing. What about .44 caliber? What about 81-1? What about class 95? And finally took out the anti-material gun. Of course, these firearms are all protected by his car, even anti-material semi-automatic sniper rifles are no exception. Of course, not all areas can withstand anti-equipment attacks, but only the crew compartment can withstand the attack, and the front canopy cannot withstand the attack. After being inspected by firearms, this vehicle truly became a battle-damaged vehicle. Seeing the performance of this car, even Won Yusun who was watching could not help feeling a little emotional. This performance has already reached the B6 level. It is really great. The test is still continuing, and the next players to take the field are the 82-2 grenade, the 72 anti-tank mine, and of course the 40 fire. Anyway, looking at this posture, this test will not stop until the car is blown to pieces. The grenade used first was hung 1 meter above the roof of the car and detonated. Then the grenade fragments and the impact force attacked the car. However, this grenade did not achieve much success. It only formed some craters on the outside of the roof but did not penetrate it. Next up is the 40 fire bomb. The bombs used at the beginning were not armor-piercing incendiary bombs, but ordinary anti-personnel bombs. This kind of bomb, like grenades, has little effect. Then armor-piercing incendiary bombs came on the scene. This time, it finally came to fruition. When the bullet hit the car door armor, the warhead sprayed out high-temperature flames, and soon the armor was burned, leaving only a layer of skin. But it still couldn't be burned through. That thin layer of skin was the last sign of the car's stubbornness. At this point, it has far exceeded Won Yueshin's expectations. He originally thought that it would be great to reach the B6 level, but he did not expect that this was a B7 level bulletproof vehicle. Finally, the 72 anti-tank mine was placed under the vehicle, the wire was drawn out, and the engineer pressed the detonator. Then there was an explosion, and a puff of smoke appeared where the car was. This time the car no longer stayed motionless in place, but moved slightly to one side. The car didn't respond at first, but just when Won Yusing was overjoyed and thought it could even defend against anti-tank mines. I saw black smoke starting to rise from the bottom of the car, and the smoke was getting bigger and bigger, but the car was only smoking, but there was no explosion. He looked at Li Jianhua beside him with some confusion, his eyes full of doubts. "Leader, this is the battery pack installed at the bottom of the car that was damaged. It should be that the battery core inside was punctured, and the battery pack was damaged by one battery cell. Don't worry, my battery is safe and will not explode, and the cells and battery packs have pressure relief valves." His explanation also reminded Won Yusing that this car was still an electric car. The level can reach B7, but there is a problem with anti-tank mines. It is really incredible that such a powerful bulletproof vehicle can be an electric vehicle. At this stage of the mine, the test is considered complete. When the car does not emit black smoke at all and under the condition of ensuring safety, Won Yusing led many leaders closer to the car that was already riddled with holes. The first thing he walked over and opened was the car door. The car door actually moved. After suffering such a huge blow, it was really impressive that the car door could be opened, even though it took a lot of force to open the door. The car door was pulled open with difficulty. The first thing Won Yusing looked at was whether there was anything wrong with the floor of the car. After a series of tests, the car floor finally withstood the damage of anti-tank mines. It should be said that it was thanks to the battery pack blocking it, otherwise it would have been blown through. But the battery pack is also a part of the car, right? Although the car lost power after the battery pack was damaged, it did not cause any harm to the occupants inside the car. Because at the beginning, the pig that was stuffed into the car was still alive and well, but it was frightened by various explosions and became incontinent. Such a performance is nothing short of amazing. He is so handsome and cool that it is beyond description. Won Yusing is also extremely excited about such a bulletproof vehicle. The reason is the upcoming celebration of the 80th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. In this test, Li Jianhua also saw the car's shortcomings. The biggest shortcoming is that after the anti-tank mine hits the chassis battery pack, the entire vehicle will lose power, without even a trace of power. The battery part in the trunk that has just been confirmed to be undamaged does not play any role here. In the future, the battery pack in the trunk can be used as a backup battery pack to improve the car's survivability and mobility. In addition, the protection of the battery pack should also be strengthened. Generally speaking, the power is still somewhat insufficient, and an electric motor should be installed. Of course, if you add another motor, the corresponding armor will be thicker. By the time the test was completed, it was already dark, and the pig that was driven out of the car failed to escape death. This pig suffered no damage from various explosions, and even the shock wave did not affect it. Afterwards, it was alive and kicking for an hour, but it still couldn't resist the kitchen leader's knife. In the open space next to the shooting range, the cooking team made many dishes using this pig. Won Yusing and other leaders were at the shooting range, surrounded by a bonfire, eating dishes made by the hero pig. Li Jianhua also ate the crispy barbecue meat brought by the cooking class. The smell was really amazing. No wonder everyone said that anyone with the ability would be handed over to the state. This test was extremely important to both him and Won Yusing, letting him know the car's shortcomings and areas for improvement. Won Yueshin's idea of recommending him to build a military parade car became even more determined. Although he had no say in whether it would succeed or not, he still had to recommend good talents. After having dinner at the shooting range, we were arranged to stay at the military area guest house for one night. As for the car that was already riddled with holes and dilapidated, it was pushed again into the container truck in which it came. After sleeping one night, early the next morning, there was a low-end version of the Warrior off-road vehicle waiting for him at the door. This vehicle was responsible for taking him back, and the truck containing his Pusan will also follow this car and send it back together. Sitting in the car returning to the city, he couldn't help but think of his conversation with Won Yusing last night. "The performance of your car this time is quite amazing, it even surprised me. Also, you should prepare yourself. I will report the results of your bulletproof vehicle this time. Someone should contact you later, so I'll set up a line and you can talk about the rest yourself. Wang Yueshan's words kept replaying in his mind, as well as what the other party said. If done well, it is possible that the car he built will be used for a tour with the Great Elder on Chang'an Avenue on the 80th anniversary. After getting the news, he had been feeling excited, and he also had something to think about. If you want to do it, why only make the car that will be unveiled on that day? Don't the Great Elders and other elders need to travel by car in daily life? Since you want to travel, there must be a car as a means of travel. Then why don't he make a car for all the elders, and he doesn't have to be limited to cars. It can be completely turned into a bulletproof bus, and the inside can be decorated so that the elders can have a good resting space on the road. And since the bus is so big, there must be a lot of room for him to perform. Self-defense counterattack weapons can also be installed on the vehicle, which not only contributes on the defensive end, but also can carry out force defense. The more I thought about it on the road, the more excited I became, and the more I thought about it, the more I felt that something was wrong. Thinking about these things, I looked up at the roof of this warrior car, and on the roof of the car, he actually found a large circular reservation. Somewhat confused, he asked the driver, "Why do I see such a big circle above my head? Is this reserved for something?" The driver was concentrating on driving, but when he heard his question, the driver inadvertently turned his head and looked at where he was talking. "Oh, that's where you're talking about. Because our car is a military version, of course there will be some functional reservations in some places. For example, the reservation above the head is reserved for high-end versions." With this explanation, he also understood what this place was about. That was the reserved machine gun position. The speed of the car was not very fast, but it was not too slow either. After 2 hours, Zei returned home from Quanqing. This time the container truck drove directly into the factory area and came to his own workshop. He called a few workers and pushed Pusan into the workshop again. The prototype car he built in the workshop was also shown to outsiders for the first time. On the side of the car, there is an ugly square box. I don't know what it is used for, and from the looks of it, it must not have been completed yet. Pusan was pushed directly to the lift, and next to the lift there was a very crude charging pile-like thing. The military personnel sent him back safely and then left, but he did not continue to manufacture charging piles in the workshop. I simply tidied myself up, changed out of the work clothes I wore yesterday, put on a pair of sportswear, and went to find Li Yun. The department Li Yun currently manages is called the Software Engineering Department, which is responsible for the research and development of all electronic systems in the company. Their first priority now is to develop all the vehicle machine systems of the prototype car. It also includes the task of integrating electronic control systems into it. Now that his car has almost been manufactured, he is now waiting for the car machine system, so the next thing he wants to supervise is the research and development of the car machine system. When it comes to the department managed by Li Yun, it can be said that the entire department has the most even ratio of men to women in the company, almost half and half. This is also because Li Yun is the supervisor, so they recruited a group of female programmers. Although it feels like entering a land of women when you walk inside, compared with other departments in the company, it can be said that it is already insignificant. After finding Li Yun, the entire department gathered together, and he learned about the overall progress of the vehicle and machine system. After some understanding, the overall progress is quite satisfactory, and everyone is working hard on it. And some female programmers are also complaining that hair loss has been quite serious recently. As a boss, of course he couldn't help but express his feelings. At this time, his money-making ability came into play. When Li Yun came out, he made an appointment to go out for dinner at night, and then he got into the workshop again. The main part of the charger has been roughly manufactured, but the cooling system on it seems a bit bloated. Such a bloated cooling system will undoubtedly increase the cost of establishing charging stations and will also have a certain impact on the popularity of charging stations. It can't be that the gas station has underground oil storage barrels, and his power station also needs a large cooling pool, so the next thing he needs to optimize is the cooling system. Optimization continues, but it is a pity that the heat generated by charging is wasted like this. Isn't this heat energy an energy source? Of course this heat is an energy source. So why not recycle such a large amount of heat energy? As long as a steam boiler is installed in the charging station and a generator is installed, won't the heat energy be recovered again? Moreover, after charging stations and electric vehicles become popular, it is estimated that people will come to charge throughout the day. Then the heat energy recovery system in the charging station eliminates the need to worry about idle time. Originally, he had optimized the cooling system and reduced it a lot, so the area increased again, but the increase in floor space was worth it. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. The optimization plan for charging piles is still in progress, and he has also worked out the construction plan for charging stations. What he wants to do, and what he is doing now, is to make electric vehicles popular and even completely replace fuel vehicles. So not only did he have to manufacture the car, but the supporting facilities of the car also had to keep up. Otherwise, the car is sold, but the owner is inconvenient to use the car, and everything will become nothing but duckweed without a foundation. When he was considering supporting facilities, the motorcycle business, which he had not paid attention to for a long time, received a project from a government tender. This business also made Guishigi, who went to learn about the situation, a little excited, because this project was nothing else. It was a bidding process for motorcycle companies across Kyushu that the Kyoban guards wanted to update a batch of new vehicles. When Guishigi was in a meeting at that time, he had the idea that he was bound to win, if for no other reason than because he had a particularly troublesome master in his family. Such a small project can be mastered in minutes, so he was particularly active at the meeting. After he finished his meeting in Peeping, he rushed back in a hurry. After coming back, he handed these materials directly into Li Jianhua's hands, as if giving an order, but he must win this project. Originally, Li Jianhua felt that he had enough tasks, but now, Guishigi has added more tasks to him. He really didn't want to tinker with motorcycles anymore, but it was too late to refuse, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet. He spent one night in the virtual laboratory to come up with the design idea for the concierge motorcycle. After a week of unremitting drawing, he finally completed the frame of the motorcycle, and then handed it over to the company's motorcycle design department, and he stopped caring about it. Unknowingly, his prototype car was almost ready, but in the sky at this time, there was a Veyron fighter with 5 Suzuka 9s, training new tactics. And there are not only these planes in the sky, but also a big fat girl to provide support for these planes flying in formation. In a series of recent uses, the performance of the Suzuka 9 is amazing. Apart from short legs and small stature, there are almost no other faults, and it can be used as a ground attack aircraft and can conduct air combat. We also conducted an exercise at sea with the aircraft mother who came back for repairs. The final result was that with the Veyron, an air superiority aircraft, after gaining air superiority in battle, the Falcon carries the Suzuka 9, which can pose a threat to the aircraft carrier with a large number of Falcon missiles. And after the number of Suzuka 9 increased, the entire fleet was not enough to defeat the Falcon and Suzuka 9. Of course, the consumption of the aircraft will not be small, and in this simulation exercise, Suzuka 9 can also use its excellent performance to provide support for Veyron. With these results, not only did the Air Force's expectations for the Suzuka 9 rise again, but the Naval Air Force also learned that the Falcon's charging tactics with a bunch of subordinates could really wipe out an entire fleet. These matters were fed back to the Ministry of Defense, and the matter of Suzuka 9 was later discussed at the meeting. Finally, the Zuk 9 was given an official name, J-36, nicknamed Zuk, and a resolution was passed. Adjust the proportion of carrier-based aircraft on the 003 aircraft carrier so that the Falcon and J-36 complement each other and board the ship together. After the resolution was passed, the matter was reported on the Jushu News that night. And this news also let all countries in the world know that Kyushu is not the only country that has 2 stealth fighters at the same time. Rather, it is a country that has 5th-generation stealth fighters, high, middle and low, one of which, strictly speaking, can be regarded as a 5th-and-a-half-generation fighter. And again, for the pictures accompanying the news, Yanma did not use the mosaic camera that was inferior to the action movies in the early days. The photos this time were specially taken in high resolution, and even the sea-based version of the Falcon, which is still under development, was taken out. The Veyron acts as an arrow at the front, followed by 2 Falcons, 3 Suzuka 9s behind it, and 2 Suzuka 9s at the end. The 8 aircraft were in an elephant walking formation, moving forward on the runway, and the formation looked like a triangular kite from the sky. Such a big picture not only made military fans enjoy watching it, but also shocked several big countries in the world. What is the situation? Even the fighter aircraft of the United States is only composed of 2 5th-generation aircraft to form a high-low match. Why is there another concept? What is the combination of high, middle and low? How can people play with it? Among them, the most injured ones are Bang's KFX and Sanga's Glory. Before they even understand this aircraft, their neighbors have become powerful again. In the future, their fighters will not only face the Dragon Falcon, but also the newly promoted younger brother Suzuka. They feel that it is really difficult. Among them, the one I find most unacceptable is Xinjiang, because conceptually they have fallen behind. After all, the rabbit crossed the river by touching the hawk. In the end, the hawk became bald, not even a hair was left, and he carried it forward. The official debut of Suzuka 9 has had a huge impact. The most obvious one is that Nanako on the island instantly became honest. For Lee Genhua, the impact on him was also huge, because he received a big order. That's right, it's the Suzuka 9 order, with a total of 240 aircraft. These aircraft orders alone can keep their company busy for 2 or 3 years. These orders did not stipulate a delivery time for him, but only stipulated a condition for him to not delay the launch of aircraft mother number 003. With this batch of orders, his company's military business has really taken off, and it will no longer be what it was before. Now he belongs to the regular army, and it is not the size of the county brigade or district squad before. Moreover, his aircraft manufacturing factory also sent military representatives stationed at the factory. Except that it is a private enterprise in terms of attributes, everything else is similar to the treatment of state-owned enterprises. After having military representatives, some weapons and equipment in manufacturing have also been guaranteed. After obtaining the official model, his company's security was also upgraded, and a new group of soldiers were added to the factory security department. He didn't pay too much attention to these things, because all his mind was devoted to the production of prototype cars. Next to the prototype car in the workshop, he was looking at the computer in front of him intently. At this moment, a data cable extends from the computer, and the other end leads to the center armrest box of the car. There is a progress bar on the computer. It shows that the progress has reached 89% and it will be finished soon. After waiting patiently, the progress bar finally reached 100%, and the word complete appeared on the screen. After exhaling a breath, he got into the car and unplugged the data cable and put it away. Once again, it's time for testing. The first thing to do is to check whether charging and other things are displayed normally on the car system. Connect a charging cable as thick as a child's arm to the charging gun. When his charging gun comes close to the charging port cover will automatically open. Then he took it and inserted it into the high-voltage fast charging port of the electric vehicle. After plugging in the power, the car's computer immediately gave feedback and showed that the car was supercharging, and the percentage displayed on the car was growing crazily. In less than 2 minutes, the battery was charged from less than 12% to over 80%. Then the charging efficiency dropped. Compared with the 68% charge in the previous 2 minutes, the remaining 20% of the charge also took 2 minutes. Finally, the display on the car showed that the battery level reached 100%, and the charging time only took less than 5 minutes. Even including the time for plugging in the charging gun, the entire charging process will not take more than 6 or 7 minutes. After the car is fully charged, pull out the charging gun and the cover on the charging port will close automatically. Even the charging operation seemed so technological. Except for plugging and unplugging the charging gun, he had never operated anything on the car. They were all so smart. Put the charging gun back into place, and as soon as I walked outside the driver's seat of the car, the door opened automatically without pressing any button. The car door opens, the welcome pedal is automatically lowered, and you step on the pedal to get in the car. Sitting in the driver's seat, feeling the softness of the seat under his butt, a comfortable feeling came over him. This seat he uses is a pneumatic and electronically controlled seat. Even if the car cannot filter out the bumps on the road, this seat can filter it out for him. Pressing a finger on the large central control screen, the car took 3 seconds to complete the vehicle self-inspection, and then displayed that the fingerprint was matched, the power battery was started, and everything was functioning normally and was ready. Looking at the words "everything is normal," I then pushed the electronic gear lever with my hand, which was shaped like an airplane throttle lever. When the switch is pressed, the motor makes a slight sound and the car immediately moves forward. Driving this car, we came directly to the airstrip in the factory. Stopping at the starting line, he stepped on the switch and the car immediately moved and sped out. The speed is very fast. It only takes 1.98 seconds to accelerate from 0 to 100 km per hour. Such a result can be directly claimed to be the first in the world. The acceleration of electric vehicles is unmatched by fuel vehicles. This is also the first time that a mass-produced car has reached a speed of less than 2 seconds. The fastest car before was just the S model that couldn't stop. The difference between the two cars was only 0.02 seconds, but fast is fast. At this point in the test, he was really satisfied. Even if other performance data were not mentioned, just mentioning 0 to 100 acceleration would make this car famous when it was launched. As for how fast the car can run, due to the limited space, he did not test it, but he has actually tested it in the virtual laboratory. The result is that it can reach a maximum speed of 426 km per hour. If you add small wings to this car, it can fly. After actually testing each project, he was quite satisfied with the data obtained. So far, the car has been manufactured, and the rest is to consider how to put it on the market. This is a difficult problem, and there are still a series of car birth certificates to apply for. These are still minor. The most important thing is that the technological content of this car is too high, and whether it will have a huge impact on the market after it is launched into the market is a question. Not to mention anything else, as soon as his car is launched, the market value of all fuel vehicle companies on the market will be immediately affected by him. Of course, 2 barrels of oil will not be spared in the end. I didn't think so much about it when I was building the car. Now that the car has been built, it's time to consider these issues. When the car was launched, the impact was too wide, and it was not something he could handle with his current size. And he seems to have deliberately ignored the issue of graphene battery capacity. This thing alone is not something he can make a decision on. It's not something else, but because the capacity of such a battery is so incredible that in actual use, the energy density is directly increased by 10 times. Batteries like this are of great use in some military equipment. Not to mention anything else, if it is just a conventionally powered Blackfish, if it is replaced with a battery like this, its underwater diving ability can rise linearly and multiply. For example, the conventionally powered Blackfish usually submerses for 4 to 7 days, but what if its graphene battery is used? The same volume, but the energy density inside is 10 times that of before. So what can this amount of electricity do? It can do a lot more and can increase the submarine's underwater submersion time by at least 3 times. The time of full-speed submersible will also increase exponentially. It may have only lasted for tens of minutes in the past, but now it may be able to reach hundreds of minutes of full-speed submersible. Of course, this is the time calculated after taking into account all power-hungry functions such as electrolyzing water underwater and obtaining oxygen. This is just an underwater device. What if it is used on a spacecraft? For example, on an integrated surveillance drone, this is a battery that can double the battery life. This will undoubtedly spawn a large number of military equipment developed around this battery. If you rush to introduce such a battery to the market, it will not only have an immeasurable impact on the market, but may also affect the entire national defense strategy. Thinking of these, his head couldn't help but start to have a headache. It wasn't that he didn't understand these before, but that he had been deliberately ignoring them. At this point, he finally could no longer ignore the problem. Who should I turn to solve this problem? It seems that I can look for it in any department. For battery power, I can look for it at the Kyushu Energy Bureau. The cars he designed are industrial products, so it's fair to go to the Juzhou Ministry of Industry and Information Technology to find them. And are these things he did considered technological innovations? Forget it, then you can still report it to the Juzhou Science and Technology Department. As mentioned before, these inventions can be directly applied to military equipment, so why not contact the Kyushu National Defense Department? He went through these departments in his mind and found that he could go to any department, but if he was asked to report like this, would anyone know who he was? In the end, after much thought, it seemed that he had to go the military route, because now the military was the one he had the most contact with. In this case, it is better to report to the superiors from the military side. Anyway, his previous results were all sent through the military. After thinking about this, I stopped worrying and put the car away, planning to report to the old man Wang Yuzheng tomorrow. In the workshop at this moment, in a place that is not a corner, there is a large pit 2 meters by 2 meters, with a lot of newly dug soil around it. What's going on here? All this has to start from the last time I was chased. Since he came back that day, he has been worried about his safety, and the road from home to work is exposed to the outside. So he came up with a way, which was to dig a tunnel. Since it was easy for people to find loopholes on the way home on the ground, he might as well go underground. Since he had this idea, he felt more and more feasible, and he did so. If you want to do something first, you must first sharpen your tools. With a brain like his in a virtual laboratory, he will certainly not be stumped by the tools. Under this premise, he built a small shield machine. As for the size of the tunnel that can be dug, it is only 2 meters in diameter. Once he had the machinery, he became a gopher in the workshop, spending a little time digging his tunnels every day. The tunnel is now 20 meters underground, and it is dug at this depth toward his blacksmith shop. After he completed today's progress, he climbed up from below, turned off the oxygen supply equipment and other things, took a shower and found Li Yun refreshed and went home. In the evening, after paying the public rations honestly, we entered the sage time. There was nothing to say all night, and in the blink of an eye the next day came, when he came back to the workshop. Calculating the time, the other party should be at work, so he took out his phone and called Wang Yuzheng. This time the call was quickly picked up by Wang Yuzheng himself, because the call he made was not a work number, but a personal number given to him by Wang Yuzheng. That's why we can contact him so quickly. Of course, when doing business, the other party will hand over the phone to his civil servant for safekeeping. Hello, Mr. Lee, what's the matter with calling me so early? As long as it's within my power, don't worry, I'll do it for you. Wang Yuzheng knew that something was wrong when he called, so he expressed his position directly. Now this kid is a treasure. As long as he can help without violating his principles, he will help. This is what he is thinking now. Hearing what the other party said, he was not polite. Minister Wang, I would like to invite you to come to our company. I have a product here that has a huge impact. I am hesitant about whether and how to bring this thing to the market. I really can't decide to pay attention. I really don't know how to deal with it. So after much deliberation, I decided to give you a call and ask for your help. After he finished speaking, Wang Yuzheng across from him was stunned. What do you mean? What is it? I'm afraid it will have too much impact. Then he was a little confused and asked on the phone. What do you mean? Why can't I understand what you said? It's not that I don't understand what you mean. I just don't understand what kind of thing it is that makes you so cautious. When I saw you building airplanes before, you didn't make them what they are now. What the hell is it? Wang Yuzheng asked him despite his curiosity. Minister Wang, this thing I came up with this time can cut off the stocks of fuel vehicle companies. This is just one of the influences, I won't tell you the rest. I think we'll chat after you arrive. Oh, I can also give you a hint. I remember when I tested Busan before. I once said that the car was an electric car, and that has something to do with it. Since the matter is really too big, it cannot be explained clearly in just 1 or 2 sentences on the phone. He didn't explain it thoroughly to Wang Yuzheng, he just reminded him and stopped. After saying this, Wang Yuzheng thought a lot. After thinking about it, he recalled the scene during the test that day. Then I thought of the introduction to the car before the start, and the scene at the end when it withstood an anti-tank mine and the car emitted black smoke. The black smoke was caused by the puncture of the battery pack. Then Minister Wang focused on the battery based on the tips he gave. Was it the battery? Thinking about this, Wang Yuzheng remembered what he had just said, which could cut off the stocks of fuel vehicle companies. Then he speculated that battery technology should have made great progress in Li Jianhua's hands. Let this technology truly have the possibility to replace fuel vehicles. Only in this way can we say this to him so solemnly. Thinking of these speculations, although I don't know if they are correct or not, they are definitely not smaller than this guess. It seems that he really has to go there. After a long silence, the two of them had not spoken on the phone for a long time. Wang Yuzheng, who had made the decision, also returned to Li Jianhua. It seems I really have to go there, just wait for me. I'm going to see what you guys are up to. If I feel like this trip isn't worth it, then just wait and eat melons. I will definitely give you a big punishment. After Wang Yuzheng said this, he hung up the phone, and Li Jianhua, who called, also let go of his uneasiness. Okay, let's just wait for someone to come. Anyway, as long as I explain things clearly. The pressure is not on me, the pressure generated by this thing is really great. He muttered to himself and threw the phone aside. The real matter was finally explained. Not wanting to continue digging, he glanced around the workshop. Gradually, he locked his eyes on the Busan that was riddled with holes. He hasn't touched this Busan since it was brought back from the test day. Looking at the shabby appearance of this car, I knew it was time to take action on this car. He couldn't just forget about the last test, right? After the last test, he knew that the car's bulletproof performance could still be improved. With this idea, Busan's dismantling was also put on the agenda. Then he started to dismantle the Busan. The car was a bit difficult to manufacture, not technically, but the various parts of the car shell were really too heavy. Even when the various parts were intact before, it was difficult to disassemble, let alone now. Although it withstood the ravages of gunfire and withstood these explosions, the outer shell of the car still inevitably deformed. It was these deformations that caused huge difficulties in his work of dismantling the car. It still needs to be dismantled, but it is too laborious to dismantle it in reality. With this thought in mind, he didn't stop and went straight to the bathroom and the workshop to clean up the oil stains on his body. After cleaning up, he walked to the restroom, lay down on the bed, pulled a thin blanket over him and closed his eyes. The work of dismantling the car continues in the virtual laboratory. Although it is still so difficult here, time is saved. After difficult dismantling, all the external bulletproof parts of the entire bulletproof vehicle were removed. Looking at the large and small craters caused by each component, I began to analyze the damage caused by various firearms to each component. At the same time, Wang Yueshen's work schedule in Peeping was disrupted. I asked my civil servant for a day's schedule, then looked at these arrangements and sketched them a few times, and then explained the subsequent arrangements to the civil servant. After explaining, he got up and walked towards the chief minister's office. there were some things that he still had to report to the leader. In an office, Wang Yuzheng and a leader wearing olive-green military uniforms were sitting at the desk chatting. "Old Wang, when you go over this time, you must be careful about this little guy. And based on the speculation you just described, I feel that we still don't pay enough attention to this little guy. If the speculation you just told me is true, then the impact it can have is really huge. It is likely that all industries in our country will be upgraded again, and some previous constraints on batteries may be broken. This is really a rare national treasure. Why don't you take Lu Qian with you this time? He is an expert in conventional submarines. If it is true, the new conventional Blackfish currently being designed by their research institute can also use new technologies." Listening to the minister's words, Wang Yuzheng also nodded. Although he was going to find out what happened now and the content was not allowed to be leaked, Lu Qian's research institute was highly confidential, so he could still take it with him. "Okay, Lao Li, I'll go in a minute, and I'll take Lu Qian with me this time. If it's true as I guess, then our next generation of Blackfish won't be able to use it, but the next generation will definitely be able to use it. This project alone can greatly increase our military strength. No one will believe that a conventionally powered electric Blackfish can stay underwater for 40 to 70 days. Now the only factor that affects the diving time is the quality of the soldiers." The leaders chatted about this topic for a while before Wang Yuzheng said goodbye. After that, he arranged the affairs of the department and then boarded the train to Dongshan. Li Zhenhua, who was lying in the restroom of the workshop, opened his eyes on the bed and looked at the ceiling above his head. After being in a daze for a while, he got up from his clothes. "I glanced at the clock on the wall and saw that it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon before I knew it. Since hanging up the phone with Wang Yuzheng, he has been spending time in the virtual laboratory. I went in at 10 in the morning and came out at 5 in the afternoon. This was a total of 7 hours. When converted, it was 3.5 years. During these times, he completely understood the data of the previous bulletproof vehicle after the bulletproof test. And he not only understood the test data, but also continued to research and upgrade bulletproof vehicles. If he builds such a bulletproof vehicle according to the upgrade plan he has researched, then it will definitely be higher than the current head of state bulletproof vehicle. The compared model is no longer bulletproof. Even if you want to compare with armored vehicles, you will not be at a disadvantage. In his opinion, the bulletproof performance is comparable to that of a tank. To put it bluntly, the bulletproof performance is already excessive. Why? Because the head of state of any country will not use a car with such bulletproof performance. If he does, it means that his country will not be peaceful. Unless he is facing the same situation as some presidents, he will use a car with such performance to escape when his country is ruined. Then again, if that moment really comes, wouldn't riding in a tank be safer than riding in this car? But even if this kind of bulletproof performance is already greatly exceeded, if it is really available, it will definitely become the first choice of the elders when traveling. And in his mind, if the bulletproof car is built, it will not bear his own brand in the end. The most likely situation will be that their company will cooperate with Ya, known as Kyushu's eldest son, to jointly develop this car, and the brand will eventually raise a red flag. So his focus was not on cars, but on buses, to be precise, luxury bulletproof buses. As for the reason, it's all hard to say. You may lose some of your honor by doing this, but who can imagine the real benefits gained from it? All of this only exists in his mind. Who can explain everything that follows? Thinking back on the plan he had worked out in the virtual laboratory, he went to the bathroom to drain the water. It was also when he was draining the water that his cell phone beside the bed rang. He had been holding it in for a day and it was obviously not easy for him to hold it back at this time. I can only continue to play it, and the ringtone of my mobile phone that was ringing this time is no longer ringing. After washing his hands and returning to the bed, he just picked up his phone when the ring rang again. Looking at the number on it, he quickly picked up the phone. "Hey, what? Chief, you said you're here now? It's right in front of our company. Okay, I'll go out to pick you up right now. Just wait for me." After hanging up the phone, he quickly opened the workshop door, stepped on a balance car and rushed towards the door. This balancing car was a byproduct when he was making electric car prototypes. The main reason was that the factory was a bit too big and it was a waste of time for him to walk everywhere. Therefore, one of these was born, and he also built 2 of them. He and Li Yun used them for commuting to and from get-off work every day. Wang Yuzheng was sitting in the car at the door waiting for Li Zhenhua to pick him up. Since he was not going to a military unit this time, but to a place, most of the people he brought with him were security guards. Sitting in the car, looking at the factory gate and looking inside, Li Zhenhua's figure soon appeared in his eyes. Moreover, the figure moved obviously very quickly, and then his attention was locked on the 2 small wheels at the feet of the figure. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face, and said with a smile to the people around him, "Lao Lu, did you see that one that is moving so fast is the target of our trip? This little guy is really trendy. I thought he would run out sweating profusely." Next to Wang Yuzheng sat an old man with silver hair. The old man listened to Wang Yueshen's words with a smile on his face. "Haha, young people are much more active in their thinking than us. Besides, this kind of thing is not high-tech. Haha, my little grandson has this thing. When I take him to the park to play, he steps on it. His milk and I had a hard time chasing after him." While the two were talking, Li Jianhua had already arrived at the gate, said a few words to the guard at the gate, and the electric door opened. Then he got off the balance car, walked out of the door and came to a car with a Luya license plate outside the door. As he came over, Wang Yuzheng also lowered the car window. Watching the car window lowered, Wang Yueshen's face was revealed. "Chief, you came so quickly. I thought you would have to come tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Unexpectedly, I called you in the morning and you arrived in the evening." After hearing Li Jianhua's words, Wang Yuzheng smiled and returned to him. "Ha, you kid, what you told me this morning was so important. I also felt that the matter was a bit big, so I rushed here." Li Jianhua smiled sheepishly, then realized what he was saying and spoke to him again. He, Chief, let's not talk here anymore, come with me to the company, let's sit down and talk. The thing I got out this time is really big, I really don't know what to do. Ask the driver to follow me and drive the car in." Wang Yuzheng nodded, walked into the gate and stepped onto the balance car again, heading towards the factory with the 3 cars behind him. Parked at the door of his own workshop, 6 people got out of the car that followed, and then Wang Yuzheng got out of the car with an old man. Their company can be regarded as more or less a military-industrial enterprise, and the military also contributes to the company's security. The work of these 6 security guards is also much easier at this time. Li Jianhua looked at an old man who got out of the car with Wang Yuzheng, with a look of confusion on his face, but he didn't ask immediately. He took Wang Yuzheng into his own workshop, which can also be said to be a private laboratory. The 6 guards they brought were waiting at the door. The 3 of them approached the workshop together and passed through a passage. There is a huge window on one side of the passage, and the window is divided into many areas. He did not take Wang Yuzheng directly to the sample car, but first took him to his rest area in the workshop, arranged the 2 old men in the rest area and served them a cup of tea respectively. He also sat down at this time. After Wang Yuzheng saw him sitting down, he didn't say anything else. Instead, he first introduced the old man he had brought. "Boy Li, are you curious about who this old man next to me is? Let me introduce you first. After the introduction is over, you can talk about your business. If I don't introduce you, I believe you won't be able to talk about your business in peace." He pointed at the old man and introduced him with a smile. This is a famous expert in fluid mechanics in Kyushu, the chief designer of Big Black Fish and Ite Black Fish, and academician Lu Qian of the Kyushu Academy of Sciences. Just these few names made Li Jianhua awe-inspiring. This was a national treasure-level figure and the cornerstone of Zhuzu's ability to stand in the world. He quickly stood up and greeted Lu Qian respectfully. "Hello, General Master Lu. I didn't expect you to come back to my small place. It's really disrespectful." Seeing his reaction, Wang Yuzheng was very happy. He was very pleased that the boy opposite him did not become arrogant because of his achievements. "Haha, Shaoli, sit down, don't be so polite, Lao Lu, this little guy is the guy I told you about on the way here. He is also the designer of the J36, a young man with great vision. Now he is also an associate researcher at your Kyushu Academy of Sciences. Speaking of which, you two are still colleagues." Wang Yueshen's words clearly eliminated the sense of distance between the old and the young, and also laid the foundation for the subsequent conversation. After the introductions between the 2 parties, Wang Yuzheng felt that it was time to get down to business. "Tell me, what is it that can make you so serious? The influence you mentioned is too wide, please introduce it to us." With Wang Yueshen's start, he would have an easy start. "Boss and Chief Lu, let me briefly explain what I have created. Just as Minister Wang guessed, otherwise you wouldn't have brought Chief Lu here. I just created a battery and a charging system that matches the battery. This is the most important thing. As for other things, there are some practical devices based on batteries. That's all in brief, to give you both a general idea." After he finished speaking, he stopped talking. He paused for less than a minute to give the 2 of them time to digest, and then continued to speak to them. Because Wang Yuzheng had already guessed, he accepted it quickly, and then nodded towards him. "Well, you continue, I have accepted the information you just said." Lu Qian next to him also nodded, indicating that he understood the meaning. Looking at the 2 people, he did not immediately continue the introduction. Boss, Chief Engineer Lu, in the automotive laboratory we just passed, there are actual objects I made. How about we move over and introduce it while looking at the real thing, so that it can be more intuitive? The two nodded happily, and then he immediately stood up, picked up 3 bottles of mineral water on the side, and led the two of them towards the automotive laboratory. The automotive laboratory is not very clean, so no air shower or other clean systems are installed. Entering the laboratory, the first thing they saw was the half-dismantled bulletproof Pusan. Wang Yuzheng knew what was going on, so there was nothing to make a fuss about, but this was Lu Qian's first time seeing him. He was still surprised that there was no damage to the car that was obviously beaten into a hornet's nest on such a day when he looked at the interior. Lu Qian's gaze stayed on the Mafengwo car for half a minute, and then he observed the entire laboratory. Then his eyes were drawn to the second most eye-catching car in the workshop. At this time, Minister Wang had already walked towards the prototype car, looked at this obviously brand new car, and then looked at Li Jin who was standing next to it. Wang Yuzheng pointed to the car and asked him, "Is this your protagonist this time? Come on and introduce us too. Also open my eyes and let me know what it is that makes you so cautious." While nodding, he picked up an 18,650 model battery from the workbench next to the car. He came to Wang Yuzheng and Lu Qian with the battery, stretched out his palm, and the battery in his palm was also revealed in front of their eyes. He did not immediately answer Wang Yueshen's question, but stretched his palm forward. "Do you two know what this is in my hand?" Both of them obviously knew about this issue, but their level of understanding was different. "Isn't this just a battery? My wife's radio uses this thing as energy." This was Wang Yueshen's answer. "This is an 18,650 battery. Unstoppable electric vehicles and most lithium battery new energy vehicles on the market use this battery as the battery core." The answer that can call out the battery model is obviously Lu Qian. Li Zhenhua nodded when he heard the two people's answers, and then asked another question. "So how much Ma do you think the battery in my hand is?" Regarding this question, Wang Yuzheng seemed a little overwhelmed. He really didn't know how to answer it, and he was in a blind spot of knowledge. But for Lu Qian, he really knows, because the project he is currently responsible for, the conventionally powered Blackfish, will use this thing. When he was specifically learning about lithium batteries, he had seen an introduction to this type of battery. Generally speaking, the capacity of this 18,650 battery can reach 2500-3600 mAh. If it were any higher, it would be gone. Of course, that would be without a technological breakthrough. I have learned about this kind of battery before, and there are some such batteries sold on a certain website. The 4,800 or 9,800 or even tens of thousands of mAh listed above are all false standards. And now that you're asking this, I'm sure the one you have is using your new technology. Then I will take a wild guess and make a bold guess that the battery in your hand has a capacity of 9,800 mAh. After listening to Lu Qian's words, a proud smile appeared on his face, and he shook his head while laughing. "Haha, Chief Master Lu, you guessed wrong. Why don't you be bolder? 15,000 milliamps, that's my wildest guess." He was still shaking his head in denial. At this time, Wang Yuzheng let him know the data of ordinary batteries after Lu Qian's few words of popular science. He is now eager to know the data of the battery in Li Zhenhua's hand. "Oh, Shaoli, stop beating us around in circles and tell us directly. If you don't tell us. But don't blame me for punishing you to go to Quanqing military region to participate in military training. Don't forget that you still have the position of an on-the-job technical officer." Hearing Wang Yueshen's threat like an old child, he stopped trying to keep it secret, and he could no longer put himself in military training. "Hey, let me tell you the truth, the energy density of this battery is 10 times that of ordinary batteries on the market. The battery in my hand has a capacity of 30,000 mAh in actual measurements." When such battery capacity data was revealed, the two people opposite him opened their mouths at the same time. What is the concept of 10 times the energy density? This reminded them of Manhwa's advertising slogan at the same time: "One section is better than 6 sections." But what they are facing now is that one section can hold up to 10 sections. The same size can exert 10 times the effect. This is not a small improvement. With such performance data, it can be applied to a wide range of fields. At this time, Wang Yuzheng also understood why what he said on the phone before had such a large impact. This kind of battery capacity can increase the cruising range of new energy pure electric vehicles on the market by 10 times. Take the smallest Wolling Old Man Happy Box as an example. The cruising range of that car is 120 kilometers or 170 kilometers. If you replace the battery pack with this kind of battery, the cruising range will directly exceed 1,000 kilometers. It can run 1,000 kilometers on a single charge, but it can directly condemn a fuel vehicle to death. At this moment, Wang Yuzheng thought a lot, not only about electric vehicles, but also about the impact on all walks of life. There are also various types of military equipment that use electricity, which can pop up in large quantities like bamboo shoots after a rain. Lu Qian, who heard this capacity on the sidelines, really didn't think that much. He only thought about the new Ike Blackfish that is currently being designed. Somewhat unable to control the excitement in my heart, I stepped towards him. She took the battery from his hand and grabbed his shoulder with her other hand, staring directly at him. Are you telling the truth? Is this battery stable? Can it really do what you say? After asking the question eagerly, the old man's face turned a little red due to excessive excitement. Seeing Chief Master Lu's mood swing so violently, he was really afraid that the other party would suddenly get excited, so he quickly began to calm down the other party's emotions. General Master Lu, take a deep breath, I will tell you now. The battery I have developed so far is pretty good in terms of stability. I tried this before and did a puncture experiment. The battery did not explode, it just reacted at a high speed. During the reaction, a large amount of heat will be generated, and black smoke will emit from the battery's pressure relief valve. Minister Wang can testify in this regard. The last time it was hit by an anti-tank mine, a lot of black smoke was emitted, and the entire battery pack did not explode or catch fire. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qian's mood that he had just wanted to calm down became high again. His hand loosened its grip on Li Jianhua's arm, but he was still in a highly excited mood and slowly walked aside to think about his own affairs. Looking at Lu Qian, who was shocked by the data on his battery, when he looked at Wang Yuzheng, Minister Wang was worthy of having experienced strong winds and waves, and he quickly adjusted his emotions. The look in Li Jianhua's eyes was one of great relief, and he was particularly happy for him. Chief, I haven't finished the introduction yet. Why don't I continue? Wang Yuzheng nodded, and then he continued. First of all, what I just mentioned is only the data on the capacity of the battery. Let me continue. My battery also supports supercharging and discharging. I have designed a charging pile with a charging voltage of 10 kV and a charging current of 960 amps. The theoretical time for a full charge of an 800 kWh battery pack I designed is 5 minutes. This is a supercharging rate, and it can also super discharge, but for my current project, I don't have any use for this, so I haven't tested it. This is the basic data of this battery. Even if Wang Yuzheng didn't understand after hearing this, he would still understand the concept of charging an 800 kWh battery pack in 5 minutes. At this moment, he really wanted to send the head of the kid opposite him to the Kyushu Academy of Sciences for study. How could there be such a genius in the world? Although he was thinking this way, he felt that the national treasure attributes of the boy opposite him were getting stronger and stronger. While he was still thinking about the application direction of such a battery, Li Jianhua on the opposite side pulled him to the side of the prototype car. Chief, I just told you about the battery. Now let me tell you about some applications I have made for this battery. You see, this somewhat ugly thing that looks like a gas pump is the supercharging pile I designed. I just introduced it to you, so I won't go into that. You are looking at where I am pointing. This is a new energy pure electric vehicle I designed. Let me not talk about the performance of the car first. Let me first introduce to you the electric motor I designed. I think this is more important than the overall car. I designed a total of 2 electric motors this time, both of which are used in cars, so they are not very large in size. The power of one model is 320 kilowatts, and the other model is 480 kilowatts. When converted into horsepower, they are 435 horsepower and 652 horsepower respectively. The 2 electric motors I used on the prototype car have a power layout of 435 HP in the front motor and 652 HP in the rear motor. The total power value is 1087 horsepower. Using the 800 kWh battery pack I designed, this car can run 3,500 kilometers. As I kept talking, I started talking about the whole car. Actually I didn't use this plan at the beginning. I originally planned to get a motor layout with 1 in front and 2 in back. This design is not that difficult in terms of difficulty, but the final power is too scary, 1,120 kilowatts, with a total horsepower of 1,522 horses. It can be compared with the 99 main station, so I reduced the design plan to 1,087 horsepower. Listening to what Li Jianhua said, Wang Yuzheng also had a headache and looked at him like an alien. When did the 99 main website become a unit of measurement? This is too much, right? The car we made was just 1. The heaviest car was less than 3 tons, and its power reached more than 1,000 horsepower. What's this? This is simply a performance monster. It seems that he still has to talk to the guy opposite him. There is no need to make it so powerful in terms of horsepower. Doing it this way also increases the cost. No matter how powerful the horsepower is, there is still no place for it to be used in China. At this moment, Li Zhenhua on the opposite side started talking again. Since we just talked about cars, let me continue. In fact, I now have doubts about the car's battery pack. I feel that this battery pack is a bit too big. I plan to adjust the capacity of the battery pack later. I plan to change the original 800 kWh battery pack into a 200 or 300 kWh one. It would be enough for the officially released cars to have a higher mileage than the current fuel cars, and it would be enough to reach 800 to 1000 kilometers. If the data is piled up too high at once, it will be difficult to price this car. After saying that, he started laughing, with a smile that made Wang Yuzheng look like he deserved a beating. Haha, you know you are a little ahead of your time. If your car is released, see if the car companies in the world will give you trouble. Moreover, the power of the prototype car you made is still too large. I think you can reduce the motor to 1, just use a 320 kilowatts one. This kind of horsepower is not small, it has 435 horsepower. Do you know how much horsepower a Land Cruiser has? 310 horsepower. You definitely can't sell a car like this with the current data. It's too much, the performance is too good, it's not good. Okay, let's not talk about your car. Is there anything else you haven't told me? After Wang Yuzheng made some comparisons, he realized that the prototype car he was designing seemed to be really out of touch with the masses. If it were launched on the market like this, the price would definitely not be lower. It seemed that he still had to reduce the performance of the car. Then he heard Wang Yueshen's question and he regained his seriousness. Because the most important thing has not been said yet, what I have said before is also developed based on this most basic thing. I really can't hide anything from you. I really have the most important thing that I haven't said yet. Wang Yuzheng knew that the other party had something for the finale, so he glared at him. Say it. The most important and basic thing I focused on this time was graphene. This is the one that has the biggest impact. I heard such a term that is not very unfamiliar. It has become very popular in the past 2 years. He looked towards Li Zhenhua and motioned for him to continue. Hey, that's right, it's graphene. What I have now, batteries, superchargers, motors. This is the basis of everything. Everything is developed on the basis of graphene. While he was talking, Wang Yuzheng opposite him kept nodding. I still know a little bit about graphene, the basic material. This concept has become very popular in the past 2 years. Please tell me in detail. He did not immediately answer this question. Chief, come with me. I will take you to see the real thing. After seeing the real thing, I will explain it to you in detail. As he said that, he took Wang Yuzheng and Lu Qian, who had regained consciousness, and walked to the shelf against the wall of the laboratory. The black-looking roll on the shelf is the graphene he prepared. Pointing to the items on the shelf, he spoke again. Chief, look at this rolled object, which is graphene. This is the multi-layer graphene I prepared. The application prospects of graphene are very broad, and the direction I choose now is just one of the applications. There are many directions that I know so far. I will tell you in detail. First of all, this material can be made into chemical sensors, especially when used in medicine. It is an ideal electrochemical biosensor. Secondly, I think this material is still a material that can achieve overtaking in corners in semiconductors. It can completely replace silicon, a traditional material for manufacturing transistors. Relatively speaking, the raw material of graphene is also an easily available substance. It is just an upgraded material prepared from graphite. In essence, graphene is actually carbon. Moreover, the performance of transistors made of it is even better than that of silicon. However, transistors made of silicon. In my research, when you reach 10 nanometers, you lose stability, and graphene is different. And one of the most important characteristics of graphene is that electrons respond extremely quickly to external fields. Therefore, this allows transistors made from graphene to reach extremely high operating frequencies and exceed transistors of the same size. After talking about these applications, he paused. He knew that the other party would have questions to ask him. Are you saying that transistors made of graphene can enable us to overtake us in semiconductors? Sure enough, just as he thought, Wang Yuzheng immediately grasped the key points of what he just said. He nodded to Wang Yuzheng with a smug look on his face, and then explained to him in detail. Well, although our current photolithography machines are not that high in accuracy, we can start from another direction. Since we can't make transistors smaller, we can definitely increase the operating frequency of a single transistor to the highest level. In this way, we can also get the same result. The purpose is to improve the computing speed and achieve the same goal through different paths. After his explanation, Wang Yuzheng also learned about the important role of this material in semiconductors. Li Jianhua finished speaking and then continued speaking. In fact, it's not just these application directions. There is also great development in manufacturing flexible screens. Although this flexible screen is not of much use in increasing national strength, the application of this concept screen, being able to squeeze the share of foreign screens, can play a big role in the economy. I have already made a new energy battery, as I have just said, and it can also be used in biological batteries, which will be of great help to the medical field. Graphene can also effectively desalinate seawater. I think if this technology makes great progress, in terms of overall strategy, it can make our relationship with coastal desert countries closer. It can also be used on photosensitive components, which is also an important part of the camera. It can also play a major role in the aerospace field and manufacturing of materials. He gave Wang Yuzheng a clear explanation of what he knew about the application directions of graphene, and this was only what he knew. Wang Yuzheng only had a concept of this material before, but now for him, the impact this material can have is simply too huge. In the past, because the preparation of graphene was not easy, there were not many actual products in this area. And now I have been able to prepare high-quality graphene materials in large quantities. Whether it is a single layer or a double layer, a few layers or multiple layers, I can prepare it in large quantities. Excellent quality and large quantity. After saying this, he couldn't help but fall into the memories of the graphene preparation equipment. There are many methods for preparing graphene, including mechanical exfoliation, redox, silicon carbide epitaxy. There are many methods with their own advantages and disadvantages, and the method he chose is the orientation epiphysis method. The mechanical stripping method still uses physical means. It is a method that uses extremely advanced differential centrifugation technology to finally obtain graphene. However, the production efficiency of this method was too low to achieve mass production, so this method was abandoned. As for the redox method, although it can produce high-quality graphene, the cost will remain high. Various electrode solutions are used, and during the redox process, a large amount of nitric acid and sulfuric acid will be produced, which poses huge safety risks and can easily cause pollution. After various methods were eliminated, the final choice was the oriented epiphysis method. This is a kind of graphene grown using the atomic structure of the growth matrix. This method can prepare graphene in large quantities. However, the graphene prepared in this way is in the form of thin sheets, but often has different thicknesses, and it will bond with the matrix, thus hardening the properties of the carbon layer. So after he solved these bad things, he also produced the equipment. Various high-temperature and high-pressure equipment form a complete set of preparation equipment. After hearing what he said, Wang Yuzheng became a little excited. This material can be prepared in large quantities, just like what Li Jianhua just introduced, and it will have a huge impact on some industries. After he finished speaking, several people present fell silent at the same time, especially Wang Yuzheng. For him, this trip was indeed not in vain. The guy opposite has really great /U0026D capabilities, and it seems like some difficult problems can't be difficult for him at all. And this guy also knows how to report to his superiors. If he rushes to market it, who knows what big trouble it will cause. Looking at him who had finished speaking and was standing aside, Wang Yuzheng looked at him with an indescribable expression. Very good, Comrade Li Jianhua, good job. I understand everything you said. I will report it immediately after I return. As for what to do next, let's wait until the higher-ups make up their minds before making a decision. Li Jianhua's purpose is also very simple. It is to find someone who can directly access Tianting and report what he has found. It was impossible to get an answer or a promise on the spot, so everything was as he expected. After chatting about all the serious matters, Wang Yuzheng also began to look at the automotive laboratory. Everything was normal, but when he was looking around, a corner of the laboratory caught his attention. In fact, it was difficult not to attract attention. Before, because I had serious things to talk about, I didn't pay too much attention. However, in the relatively tidy workshop, a mound of soil suddenly piled up in the corner, and no one would be able to attract their attention. Out of curiosity, Wang Yuzheng walked towards the mound, and Li Jianhua saw that the half-dug tunnel in the corner was discovered, and felt a little panicked for no reason. When he got closer to the mound, he discovered that it was not just a mound, but a deep circular pit with a diameter of 2 meters in the middle of the mound. The surrounding soil formed a crater-like appearance around the pit. Looking into the pit, he could not see the bottom due to light problems. Looking at the pit and then at Li Jianhua standing beside it, Wang Yuzheng was a little confused. Lu Qian, who had followed, finished looking at the pit, turned to Li Jianhua, and said something in a joking tone. "What are you doing?" Are you planning to dig to the center of the earth to see if there is an inner earth world in the center of the earth? Have you read too many Verne novels? After Wang Yuzheng finished speaking to Lu Qian, he also asked him doubtfully, what are you? Li Zhenhua looked at the two people who were asking him questions at the same time, scratched his head in embarrassment, and smiled sheepishly. Hey, this, okay, I'm telling you, don't laugh at me when I say it. In fact, this is not a research project, and I don't want to dig to the center of the earth. This is because after I experienced the gangster incident last time, I wanted to protect myself. This is an underground tunnel I dug, and the other end leads directly to my house. My thinking was, since I'd be a target if I walked up there, why not go underground? So after I had the idea, I started digging the tunnel. After listening to his words, the two people who listened fell into self-doubt at the same time. Is this world abnormal? The boy opposite is not normal. Who in the right mind would think so cunningly and dig a tunnel directly to work? Isn't this typical of someone who is full of food and has nothing to do? For a moment, neither of them knew what to say. In silence, Wang Yuzheng looked from Dekang to Li Zhenhua without saying a word. At this moment, he saw Wang Yuzheng being very curious about the big hole he had dug, and for a time he thought that the other person wanted to go down and have a look. Chief, are you admiring my fantastic ideas? Are you curious about the tunnel I dug below? Just wait, I'll take you down to have a look. As he said this, before Wang Yuzheng could react, the switch beside the runway wall was closed. Then the equipment that pumped air into the tunnel started to operate, and the deep pit that had been dark just now and couldn't see anything started to light up. It was also at this time that Wang Yuzheng discovered that the walls of the deep pit were not original soil, but a treated wall. At this time, Li Zhenhua came over with a remote control in his hand, pressed it, and soon a round plate lowered from above his head, suspended by 4 wire ropes. When the plate is lowered into the circular pit, except for the vertical ladder on the wall on one side of the circular pit, the 2-meter diameter pit is perfectly covered. He walked up, not forgetting to ask the 2 old men to come up with him. The 2 old men were both skilled and brave, so they stepped onto the simple lift. Then the elevator took the 3 people down. The height of 20 meters was converted into a floor of 6 or 7 floors. It took just over 20 seconds to reach the bottom. A horizontal tunnel was revealed in front of them. Wang Yuzheng did not walk into the tunnel, but was very interested in the walls of the tunnel. With a trace of curiosity, he stretched his hand towards the wall and touched the hardened wall, but it still looked like dirt on the outside. What's wrong with your wall? It looks like dirt to me, but it feels almost like stone. Wang Yuzheng asked him curiously, but Li Zhenhua didn't take it seriously and returned casually. Oh, the wall you are talking about is an application of graphene, right? I invented a gel-like adhesive based on graphene, and through the automated equipment on the shield machine. The excavated soil is subjected to high-frequency vibration, extrusion, and compression, and graphene binder is added. In the end, you can get what this kind of wall looks like. Don't underestimate this thing. In some properties, this thing is no worse than high-grade cement, and it is also waterproof and moisture-proof. He had tricked him again. This was the most real thought in Wang Yueshen's heart at present. He didn't want to get entangled with this thing that deserved a beating anymore. He finished speaking to Wang Yuzheng, but there was no exclamation from the other party, which made him feel a sense of loss. Somewhat dejectedly, he led the 2 of them into the horizontal tunnel. After walking forward for hundreds or thousands of meters in the tunnel, the 3 of them finally reached the end. This tunnel also gave the old man Wang Yuzheng a sense of powerlessness. The source of this feeling was the Li Zhenhua who led him down carelessly. Looking at the cylindrical machine with a diameter of 2 meters and an unknown length at the end of the tunnel, it should be the shield machine that Li Zhenhua just mentioned. Xiao Li, this tunnel has come to an end. I'll listen to your explanation first, and then I'll tell you something. You go first. Wang Yueshen's words really confused him and he didn't know what they meant. But the other party asked him to introduce it, and he still explained it to him. Oh, okay, Chief. Look at the orange-red equipment at the end of the front. This is the electric shield machine I made. A total of 4 480 kilowatts motors are used as power, with a diameter of 2 meters, a length of 3.5 meters, and a total weight of 4 tons. High-frequency vibrations can be generated during excavation. These vibrations will harden the soil excavated during the excavation and the graphene adhesive into a hardened wall. Completely automatic and integrated operation. During work, in addition to paying attention to whether the adhesive is sufficient, you must also pay attention to whether the cable is long enough. We can dig forward about 10 to 50 meters every day, depending on the soil structure encountered. Now we have dug a total of 1,500 meters, and the construction period is more than a month. This is how I dig the tunnel, how about it? Advanced, as long as this shield machine passes through, this kind of finished tunnel will be formed. And not much useless soil will be produced. The soil on the ground is the soil that has not been used during the excavation of the 1,500-meter tunnel. The equipment he got out and the things used in the operation of the equipment were all explained to the two of them one by one, and they were explained in great detail. After listening to this, Wang Yuzheng had to say that the boy in front of him was really a genius. But sometimes, this kid will show off some foolishness. I feel that this may be related to the fact that the other party devotes all his brainpower to research and development. After Li Zhenhua finished speaking, the smile on Wang Yueshen's face disappeared and became serious. Comrade Li Zhenhua, first of all, I admit that you are very smart, extremely smart. But what I want to say is not your clever brain. What I want to say this time is that when you dig this tunnel, you have already violated the law. Because the tunnel you are digging now is making use of underground resources, and underground resources belong to the state, and it can also be regarded as illegal mining. This is one of them, but the most important point is not this. Do you know the nature of the factory we are in now? Without Wang Yuzheng, he really would not have thought about this aspect. He always thought that this was just a private behavior and would not violate any laws. Then the other party asked him about the nature of the factory. He knew this without even thinking about it. It already produced J36S, so what kind of nature could it be? Chief, I really don't know if it is illegal for me to dig this tunnel. Is this serious? In addition, our factory is now a private military enterprise and can produce military and civilian equipment. After saying this, he also knew that something was wrong, and then he said nothing more. You also know that your factory is a factory that produces J36S. The factory's security work is very strict. But after your operation, the loophole has appeared, and loopholes are being plugged in other places. As for you, you dug a loophole manually. If you hadn't developed the J36, this tunnel alone would have charged you with espionage. The serious expression on Wang Yueshen's face, combined with the tone of his words, gave him an indescribable feeling. Chief, I really don't know. I didn't think about it that much before. Of course I know you haven't thought that much. You need to think more about some things in the future, and think about them from many aspects. Whatever you can't think of is what you think, and you should think twice before you act. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. You'd better block this tunnel when you have time. At this moment, after Wang Yuzheng finished speaking, he became a little downcast, as his plan, which had not yet been formed, was aborted. But just backfilling it like this, Li Zhenhua was still a little unwilling. His mind started to work quickly, and after thinking of something, he looked at Wang Yuzheng uncertainly. Chief, tell me, I only backfilled the 1,500-meter horizontal tunnel. Can I keep the 20-meter deep shaft? I plan to dig an underground laboratory in the space under my workshop. He looked at Wang Yuzheng with hope, but the other party did not disappoint him. I think it's possible, but you have to go to the relevant department to make a record. I don't know anything about this. Anyway, you can just handle it yourself. After receiving such a reply, I suddenly felt that it was not so bad. Getting this ambiguous answer from Wang Yuzheng is a good result. And when he had the idea of digging an underground laboratory, he immediately thought of the Beehive, the Red Queen, and Jill Valentine. As for Mila Jovovich's square face, he didn't appear. The important thing is not the beauty, but the overall hive laboratory. The underground three-dimensional layout looks very technological. These thoughts only flashed through his mind, and then he didn't dwell on them anymore. He glanced at the two old men who were still standing aside. Chief, let's go up. Tomorrow I will buy soil and backfill the 1,500-meter tunnel. After he finished speaking, the two old men walked back along the way they came. Li Zhenhua was following behind, but he was in two different moods now and when he came down. The length of 1,500 meters is neither long nor short. The two old men in front walked slowly to the shaft as if they were taking a walk. Along the way, Lu Qian kept talking to Wang Yuzheng. Old Wang, you must keep a close eye on this national treasure. For my new Ipe Blackfish, I have decided now that this battery will be used as the energy core. You must supply my project as soon as possible during mass production. Wang Yuzheng looked at Lu Qian, who was chattering beside him, with a headache, and suddenly regretted bringing this old man here. Lao Lu, I promise you, as long as mass production is launched here, I will notify you as soon as possible. Okay, stop talking, Mr. Li, get us up there. Li Zhenhua, who turned into a tool man, was very obedient. After the two of them stood firm on the platform, he pressed the remote control in his hand, and the simple elevator carried the three of them towards the ground. After returning to the ground, even one of the three people had a smile on their face, and it looked like they had received a lot of goods, but only Li Zhenhua felt like he wanted to cry without tears. Who would have thought that he just wanted to show off and show off, so he buried the tunnel he had dug for a month. With a gloomy mood, I looked at the time, and before I knew it, it had already reached 9 o'clock in the evening. 4 hours passed so quickly, and it was already dark outside. Thinking about it, it was already close to 5 o'clock when the two came. Walking up to the two of them, they were still discussing excitedly about graphene batteries. "Chief, Commander Lu, you see it's already getting late. Let me take you out for a bite to eat. I'm already touching my chest with my back." But Wang Yuzheng was waving his hands towards him, and General Master Lu was doing the same. The two old men's movements were exactly the same. "Boy, we won't eat at your place this time, because things here are really urgent. I have just discussed it with Lao Lu. We will return to Peeping overnight, and he will continue to catch his snakehead fish. I also have to write down the new technology you produced here overnight so that I can report it to the superiors tomorrow. Strive to use your technology where it is needed as soon as possible. This is what we want to do. As for the meal, we don't miss this meal. Next time I come again, prepare wine and food." Listening to Wang Yueshen's words and looking at his white hair that couldn't even be covered by his big-brimmed hat, a feeling of shame emerged in his heart. In the country of Kyushu, there is always a group of people who are silent devotees behind the scenes and are also working hard for the great rejuvenation of this country. There are no quiet years, it's just that someone is carrying the burden for you. The two old men in front of them are the ones who are carrying the burden for the general public. Even though they are not young, they still put the national interests first. Understanding what the two people opposite were thinking, he was in awe of them and did not try to persuade them to stay. Instead, he said something to them. "Chief, since I'm leaving right away, I can't let you just leave hungry. Just wait 10 minutes and I'll arrange for someone to bring you some food for the road right away." Before the two of them agreed, he took out his cell phone and called Lu Xiaodong. "Hey, fatty, listen to me. Go to Pan's house right away and get 20 rolls of meat. Don't ask anything. I'll explain it to you later. I'll be waiting for you at the gate of the aircraft factory in a moment. Remember to hurry." After explaining to the fat man, he hung up the phone and smiled at the two of them. Hey, in 10 minutes, I'll ask Fa Xiao to get some food. You can take it with you to eat later. Donkey meat pancakes are very good at resisting hunger. Once you come to our place, we have to let you eat some specialties, right?" The two of them looked at the young man opposite and made arrangements. "Okay, you're welcome, but we have your donkey meat specialty, and I want to bring something else," Wang Yuzheng said, raising his hand and pointing towards the roll of graphene he had just seen. "Bring me your roll of graphene and the high energy density battery you are making now. In comparison, this is your specialty here." When Li Zhenhua heard what he said, he immediately slapped his forehead, as if the other person said that this battery is his specialty here, because it is the only thing in the world that can only be found in his place. Immediately beside the roll of graphene on the runway, he found a cardboard box to wrap the graphene. Then he grabbed more than 10 batteries from the tool table next to the car and stuffed them into the cardboard box. After he finished packing, he smiled at the two people beside him. "Chief, I have already packed it. You can take these specialties with you." Wang Yuzheng nodded with satisfaction, turned and walked towards the door of the workshop. "Let's go, send the two of us out. The earlier these things are sent to the top, the earlier the decision will be made. It can also add fuel to the fire of our resurgent country." At nearly 9:30, Wang Yuzheng, Lu Qian and Li Zhenhua walked out of the workshop. Li Zhenhua, who was rushing behind, was holding a cardboard box in his arms. The three of them came out, and the 6 security guards brought by Wang Yuzheng came over immediately. "Bring me the box that Comrade Li Zhenhua is holding. This is a specialty given to me by Comrade Li Zhenhua. You must protect this box." The security personnel dressed in military uniforms immediately saluted Wang Yuzheng with a military salute. "Please rest assured, Chief, and promise to complete the mission. Even if I die, nothing will happen to the box." After speaking, two of them walked up to Li Zhenhua, took the box in his hand, and guarded the box in the middle very vigilantly. The boxes were arranged in the car, and Wang Yuzheng and others also got into their respective cars. The balance car, which was put to use again, led the 3 cars towards the gate. When I arrived at the gate, I saw a Shelby GT500 parked outside, and Lu Xiaodong was waiting at the door with 2 plastic bags in his hands. When they came to the door, Li Zhenhua took the things in Lu Xiaodong's hands and walked to Wang Yueshen's car. Wang Yuzheng lowered the window and handed the things in. "Chief, please give your stomach some rest on the road. It's not good to be hungry for a long time. I'll be waiting for your good news here." Holding the food that was handed in his left hand, he stretched out his right hand and nodded at him with a smile. The car window was raised, his things were put in, and Wang Yuzheng led people towards Peeping. Looking at the car taillights that were no longer visible in the distance, I felt a sense of emotion in my heart, and Lu Xiaodong standing next to him also became excited. Damn it, did you see that old man just now? Did you see the military rank on his shoulder? Golden wheat ears and gold stars. Alas, this is a sacred compound. What kind of god is it? While talking, he leaned his shoulder on Li Jinhua's shoulder. Don't make trouble. You will know when it's time for you to know. I don't dare to say it now. Seeing that the fat man had understood something, he turned around and left without elaborating. I returned to the workshop, packed my things, and then walked back towards home. This night was really tiring. I didn't eat anything seriously all night. When he got home, he ate some food that Li Yun had packed for him, washed briefly and then went to bed. He handed over all his things and was able to sleep peacefully, but Wang Yuzheng, who was rushing towards peeping with his things, couldn't sleep. Everyone was on tenterhooks along the way. Even if the carton looked like that, there was something inside that could affect the fate of the country. At the Quanqing high-speed railway station, the first-class cabin closest to the train driver was reserved by them, and 6 security guards stood in their respective positions to protect everything in the box. In less than 2 hours, they had already returned to peeping from Quanqing. Several of them found the car in which they came. The first thing to go back to was not somewhere else, but straight to the Kyushu National Defense Department. After all, we had to keep things safe first. After Wang Yuzheng returned to his workplace, the box was placed in his office, and he took a brand new manuscript paper on the table and started writing on it. He was put into work, and Lu Qian, who came back with him, was also sent back. Wang Yuzheng stood up from his seat, stretched his waist, looked at the brightened office, and looked at the clock on the wall. The night passed like this, but the elderly man did not feel how tired he was, and was still as excited as yesterday. Looking down at the manuscript he wrote last night, the smile on his face did not break. He shouted towards the office door, "Is there anyone outside? Come in." A second lieutenant came in from outside and saluted him and reported, "Xiaoyi, go get a copy machine and bring it over. I have some things to copy, and the documents cannot be out of my sight. Go quickly." Then the civil servant brought back a photocopier, and 20 copies of the manuscript he wrote were copied by the photocopier. After the copying was completed, his civil servant was not even asked to organize the documents, so he kicked out the second lieutenant's civil servant. While Wang Yuzheng was sorting out the documents, he looked at the cardboard box beside him, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. After sorting out a document, he stamped it with his own hand stamp. After all the documents were sorted out, it was time for each department to go to work. "Someone is coming." His shout once again called the second lieutenant in, and he looked at his civil servant and said, "Xiaoyi, you hold the cardboard box over there and walk towards the minister's office. I will follow you. The box cannot leave my sight." After giving the order, his civil servant picked up the box next to him and carried out his order. As he walked towards the office of the Minister of Equipment Development in the Kyushu National Defense Ministry, Wang Yuzheng followed behind, not taking his eyes off the cardboard box all the way. Walking into the minister's office, the minister had just arrived at the unit and was looking at an internal reference in his hand. Then he was startled by Wang Yuzheng, who came in, not because of anything else but because his eyes were bloodshot and the dark circles were very heavy. "Ha, Lao Wang, didn't you go to Dongshan yesterday? Did you come back overnight? You're working too hard. Why don't you take a night's rest in Dongshan? You are no longer a young and strong boy, you must learn to take care of your body." Wang Yuzheng did not answer his question, but continued walking towards the office with his civil servant, and did not stop until he reached the desk. Pointing to the table in front of him, he ordered to his civil servant, "Put the box on the table, you can go out." When the box was placed on the minister's desk, the civil servant also left. At this time, Wang Yuzheng also placed the pile of documents he was holding on his desk, took one out and placed it in front of the minister. "Do you have a knife here? I will unpack this box first. You can read the report I wrote first. After reading it, you will know what happened to me." Minister Li Jun was a little confused and looked down at the documents on the table, while Wang Yuzheng was opening the box with a knife. Li Jun was looking at the document, and from time to time he looked up at Wang Yuzheng, whose expression clearly told him to continue reading. It's not that he doesn't want to read it, but the things written in the document are really shocking. Even if one of the above research results is true, it is still a big result, let alone what is written in the document now. The big achievements came together to form this document that he couldn't accept. After reading the document carefully, he exhaled a breath, closed the document, and raised his head to look at Wang Yuzheng. "Old Wang, is everything written on this true?" Wang Yuzheng nodded his head and said to Li Jun, "How about it, you're scared, leader? I guarantee that everything written on this document is true." After speaking, he patted the cardboard box on the table, and then added another sentence. "Did you see this box? There is a roll of graphene in no less than 20 high-energy density graphene lithium batteries. Old Wang, it's not that I don't believe you, but the things you wrote are really too. Oops, I don't even know what to say. I finally understand. How did you do it before you left? You came back this morning, and you took this cardboard box so seriously. Minister Li looked at the red eyes and dark circles of the old man opposite him and understood what he was doing. He patted the documents on the table and asked Wang Yuzheng, Old Wang, please give me an idea. What should I do? Wang Yuzheng was smiling brightly at this moment and ignored Minister Li's question at all. Ha ha ha, I don't care. I've been on tenterhooks all night anyway. My old bones can't stand the torment. The rest will be left to you, the big boss. I don't care anyway. I'm tired. I have to go back to catch up on my sleep. Otherwise, I don't know how much life will be consumed by staying up all night. After speaking, Wang Yuzheng sat up from his seat and walked leisurely towards the door. The pressure was transferred at this moment, and Wang Yuzheng felt relaxed all over. He was relaxed, and all the pressure of the customer was transferred to Minister Li. Looking at Wang Yuzheng walking out of his office, and then looking down at the table, the smile on his face suddenly turned helpless. Really? Okay, who asked me to take you in this position? After talking to himself, he sat on the chair and started to stare blankly, actually thinking about something. What do you want me to do with this thing? My authority is not enough. It seems that I have to continue to report the trouble. Well, it seems that there is really no other way besides going to the second elder, but before that I have to drag the Minister of Defense along with me. Thinking of this, Li Jun immediately greeted people, and his current behavior was exactly the same as that of Wang Yuzheng just now, which was exactly the same. It's a mess here, and there's a lot of pressure, but the protagonist who caused all this, Nephrite, is enjoying something in her arms at the moment. He had no idea how big a disturbance these gadgets he created would cause, and how long the upper-level leaders would convene multiple departments to hold meetings. None of that has anything to do with him. He just wants the final result, and he can't control anything more. Thinking of these things, Byron in his arms had long since broken free, and he also climbed up from the bed. He had to get up because he still had things to do today, the main ones being the backfilling of the tunnel and the application to the land department for the construction of an underground laboratory. When I came to the company, I didn't go anywhere else. I went straight to Liu Xiaodong's office and told him to buy some masonry construction waste as raw materials for backfilling. Fortunately, the two major shareholders of the company were previously engaged in real estate, otherwise it would be really difficult to find the raw materials for this backfill. He also told Liu Xiaodong about the underground laboratory. Liu Xiaodong was also very interested in the beehive laboratory mentioned by Li Zhenhua. I agreed directly to him and went to help him with the procedures. Handing over what he was doing again, he rushed back to the automotive laboratory, first ran underground, and pulled out the shield machine he had built from the tunnel. Then the automotive laboratory was tidied up and all highly confidential items were moved to other rooms. In the next period of time, the automotive laboratory will definitely be in a mess. Truckloads of masonry and construction waste will arrive here to be used as backfill materials. The entire automotive laboratory was left empty by him, which also facilitated the backfilling of raw materials. Although it was very convenient when driving the tunnel, the backfilling work was troublesome. The entire tunnel is 1,500 meters long, so such a long tunnel requires a lot of backfill materials. Under this premise, Liu Xiaodong collected masonry construction waste at various construction sites across the county. It was useless and difficult to dispose of. However, it was extremely difficult to fill the space inside just from that small opening, so he built a simple cart to transport things inside. With this thing, the backfilling speed is not much faster, because there are still many gaps between the backfilled materials. This would require using the shield machine again to press down the gaps between these materials, so the time would not go any faster. While he was dealing with the underground tunnel, the material written by Wang Yuzheng had already been placed on the desk of the second elder in the Peking Government Affairs Council. What was written in this material was so sensational that all the leaders could not believe it at all. But with physical evidence, I have to admit that this is true. Such huge results also made the leaders extremely excited. In order to ensure that everything was done in one step, the leader called together all the heads of departments he thought could be involved. All the competent departments that could be involved were gathered together. This meeting lasted for 3 days in a row. During the meeting, the heads of the public institutions under each department were called over. Finally, the great elder also participated. During the meeting, no one except these leaders knew what was said or what resolutions were reached. However, the expressions of the leaders attending the meeting varied. Some were excited, some were solemn, and some were lonely. The technologies developed by Li Zhenhua have had the greatest impact on some departments. After the meeting, they adjusted their strategies for those areas. For example, the Kyushu Ministry of Energy, after convening a meeting of the Government Affairs Council, immediately called over the 2 barrels of oil and major oil companies under their jurisdiction. Of course, the power sector was also the first to bear the brunt. In less than half a month, a top-down strategic adjustment regarding the energy structure began. This is only the Ministry of Energy, but also the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, the Ministry of Science and Technology, and other departments, all of which have begun adjustments. And all these operations of Kyushu have also made other countries in the world not understand. Especially the country that controls most of the world's oil resources has no idea what Kyushu is doing. All in all, it will take until the moment when Lee Jae-hwa's technologies are revealed that other countries in the world will understand what changes are taking place in Kyushu. After more than a month of backfilling, his underground tunnel was finally filled. In the end, only the 20-meter deep shaft was left, and Liu Xiaodong also obtained the approval document for digging the underground laboratory. The development scope was limited to the bottom of their factory, with a depth of less than 100 meters. But at this time, he had no time to take care of the underground laboratory, because yesterday he received an invitation from the Kyushu Standardization Committee. He was asked to go to Peking to participate in the formulation of new graphene battery standards. The companies participating in the meeting were all domestic leaders in this industry. For example, battery factories pretending to be car companies, as well as Ningde, the largest battery manufacturer in the country, and other companies have arrived to participate in this great change in the industry. When he got this invitation, he had to wait until he had time to do the idea of digging the laboratory himself. After sorting out all the technical information about graphene batteries, he packed himself up and went directly to the runway of his factory. A brand new Fiashu private business jet is parked on the runway, waiting for him to arrive and take off at any time. Speaking of this aircraft, it was a personal gift given to him by Prince Ahmed after he returned from the Xiangshan County Air Show last time. It's magical to say the least. This flying boat can be considered one of our company's products. Sitting on a large and comfortable airplane seat, the pilot's superb skills did not cause much turbulence in this small plane. After its launch, the Fiashu aircraft has withstood the test of the market and can compete with Chujiao Lu in terms of safety performance. There is a saying that once described the 6th grade of beginner's education: if you can't fly, just let me go with the joystick and I will fly by myself. And the flying boat he was riding was no less impressive than Chujiao Lu. The straight line distance from the departure point to Peeping is less than 400 kilometers. It took less than an hour to land at Peeping Airport in the flying boat. After coming out of the airport, the organizer's pickup car was already waiting outside the airport. He was driven to the Peking hotel by car. After registering, he discovered that he was the first one to arrive. Oh, it seems that this flying boat really saves time. It's such a convenient way to travel. While putting his luggage away, he fell towards the bed, still mumbling something. As soon as he got up from the bed and walked to the window to look at the street scene in Peeping, his cell phone rang. When he picked up the phone, he saw that it was none other than the biggest and most familiar official he knew so far, Wang Yuzheng. After picking up the phone, Wang Yueshen's words came out. "We've arrived in Peking already. I know the meeting won't be held until tomorrow. Come over to my side. I have something to explain to you first, as well as convey some of the resolutions above, which are all closely related to you. The person who picks you up will be here soon. Please wait downstairs for a while." Before he could speak, Wang Yuzheng told him everything, letting him know what he was looking for. "Okay, I'll go down right away. We'll see you later, Chief." After the two of them finished talking, they hung up the phone, and he washed his face in the bathroom and left the room. Not long after waiting in the lobby on the first floor, an officer walked in and walked straight towards him. He followed the officer to the office where Wang Yuzheng worked. The other person was waiting for him to be brought to him. "Xiaoyi, go get a glass of water." As he spoke, he greeted him and sat down on the sofa in the reception area. Neither of them spoke. After a while, Wang Yueshen's civil servant brought in a cup of tea. When the civil servants went out again, Wang Yuzheng started talking about business in a very formal tone. "Comrade Lee Jae-hwa, I asked you to come here this time because there are some strategic matters that require your cooperation. This may have some impact on your plans, but I still hope that your side can be consistent with Kyushu's overall strategy." Lee Jae-hwa listened to the other party's serious way of speaking, and knew that what he wanted to say was important, and he took it seriously. "Chief, tell me, I'll listen." Wang Yuzheng nodded happily and started talking to him. "First of all, let me talk about the national strategic arrangement of graphene as a material. For the production and preparation of graphene, we have two options. One is that you form this technology into technical data, apply for an invention patent, and authorize it to be produced by other manufacturers. Another option is to keep the graphene preparation technology strictly confidential, and to a certain extent, your company will form a monopoly. You are the only manufacturer on the market that can provide this material. Our opinions above are more in favor of you choosing the second option, although the first option can quickly spread this technology. But the disadvantages are also obvious, which will allow other countries to master graphene production technology. As for choosing the second option, the advantage of this option is that it is easier to keep confidential, and it is also more advantageous for your personal interests. But the only bad thing is that it may be difficult for you to go abroad in the future, and it will become a thorn in the side of some people. The choice is all up to you. There are two plans, one is public and the other is confidential. He did not expect that the above could give such two completely opposite directions. And what he couldn't believe the most was that the superiors actually preferred him to choose the second option. But on second thought, it makes perfect sense. Just like the formula of Fiazai Happy Water, it has been kept secret for more than 130 years. Moreover, Wang Yuzheng also explained these two plans clearly. As long as he chooses the latter one, it will not be an easy matter to go abroad in the future. But he really doesn't care about this aspect. What if he doesn't go abroad? Why go abroad? We haven't finished visiting the great rivers and mountains of Kyushu yet, so why go abroad? Besides, for him, going out for a walk is not as interesting as staying at home and doing his research. Chief, I choose the second option. I think this method is the most beneficial option for our country. Don't foreigners impose an embargo on us? In fact, we can also impose an embargo on them. If they are allowed to do the first grade of junior high school, we can be allowed to do the 15th grade. And if they make great progress in graphene in the future, then I believe that my technology can be more advanced and I can still hold down the opponent in terms of cost. No matter how you look at the second option, it is a perfect choice. At this time, Wang Yuzheng looked at him with appreciative eyes and asked again with a formal expression, "You have to think carefully. If you really do this, you will have some restrictions in certain aspects in the future. Of course not to spy on you, but to protect you." Li Zhenhua nodded his head firmly without any hesitation. "Of course I know what you said, and I also know the consequences of doing so. But I still firmly choose the second option, because it is not only the best option for my personal interests, but also takes into account Kyushu. And I am a homebody. Who would go abroad unless I have something to do? Let's talk about tourism. Isn't the entire Kyushu enough for me to visit? Hey, that's it, Chief." Looking at the other party's firm eyes, Wang Yuzheng looked at him with more and more admiration. "Okay, then I'll reply like this to the boss. Since you have chosen this direction, some of the planning above can tell you. It was decided at a meeting above that you will be assigned a security team. These are all active soldiers. After this, the soldiers will temporarily retire from active service, and their wages will be borne by you. I believe you will not be short of this money. After they complete your protection work, they will return to the army, and the missing people will be resent by the military to make up for it. That is to say, we will update the personnel regularly. Let's go back to graphene. In this regard, we will provide you with the greatest help and allow you to establish a very large-scale graphene production enterprise." After telling him some of the arrangements for the second option, he also felt that the country was really grand in these matters, showing the demeanor of a great country. The general arrangement of graphene was told to him through Wang Yuzheng, and he also knew what to do after he returned. After Wang Yuzheng finished talking about the basic raw material graphene, he went on to talk about other things. That's it for graphene. Let's talk about some follow-up arrangements. The first is the graphene battery you have developed. What do you think about this? Hearing Wang Yuzheng ask this, he fell into deep thought, because with the determination of the raw material processing plan for graphene, his previous ideas were completely inappropriate for the current situation. He thought carefully, and Wang Yuzheng was not in a hurry, waiting patiently for his reply. As he thought, his eyes closed. Anyone who looked at him could see that he was just closing his eyes and meditating, but who could know that he had already escaped into the virtual laboratory. With a lot of time here, he also seriously considered what to do. Wang Yuzheng looked at him. After a short time, his eyes opened again. "I have thought about it. Regarding graphene batteries, I will apply for various patents on graphene batteries. Patent barriers are formed from all aspects, and I will license this battery to Kyushu and the world. And I don't know how to mass-produce this kind of battery, as long as it's enough for my own use. This is how I think about it. Anyway, I have exclusive control of the upstream industry, so in the downstream, I will not be alone." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yuzheng opposite him had already clapped his hands and applauded. "Okay, your kid's situation is quite big. I'm relieved that you can consider it this way. Haha, your idea really coincides with the idea above. Great. In response to Wang Yueshan's applause, he smiled sheepishly. Since you think so, the National Standard Seminar on Graphene Batteries held tomorrow will all depend on you. This standard is up to you. Remember to speak enthusiastically at the meeting tomorrow. Wang Yueshan's words also let him know why there was a seminar on the establishment of graphene battery standards. Since the higher-ups were deliberately favoring him, he couldn't help but appreciate it. Later, with Wang Yuesheng, we had many and wide-ranging conversations, and of course they were all closely related to the technology he developed this time. All kinds of information are very messy, which is of course very beneficial to him. He did not return to the hotel at noon, but went to the canteen of the Ministry of Defense under the leadership of Wang Yuesheng. After dinner, they continued chatting until evening, before Li Zhenhua left. And when he left, he didn't leave empty-handed. He left with a portfolio, which contained nothing else but the production license plate of a new energy vehicle. With this thing, Zhuzhou Divine Beast can say that they are an automobile manufacturer in the future, and at this moment they have officially expanded their business again. Returning to the Peking hotel, I ordered a set of roast duck and 2 side dishes from the catering department. After eating, I was waiting for the standard setting seminar to be held the next day. There are many companies with different moods from him. For example, the person in charge of Ningde is a little confused. Not for anything else, but because graphene batteries are really just a conceptual thing on their side, and there is no feasible manufacturing solution at all. Even they are like this, let alone other battery manufacturers. Everyone is in confusion, and they are all guessing which company this time has produced such huge research results on graphene batteries and can actually promote the formulation of standards at the national level. You guessed it was me, I guessed it was you. No one would have thought that it would be a Zhuzhou Divine Beast company that produces fuel motorcycles and has unique features in internal combustion engines. While these companies were puzzled, the next day's seminar was held as scheduled in the largest conference room of the Peking Hotel. In the huge conference room, many places have their own nameplates. Li Zhenhua's position is in the first row under the stage, and on his left is BID and on his right is Ningde. The positions in the first row belong to one of the most important battery companies in the country. There are not many of them, only about a dozen. But it's even more difficult to go further back. There are more than 200 positions arranged in the entire conference room. It can be said that these companies have all the companies in the entire battery circle in the country. It was not very early when he arrived, and there were already people sitting and waiting in the venue. He quickly found his place, right in the front row, and his neighbor had already arrived. Not only the 2 companies sitting next to him were curious, but all the companies sitting in the first row were curious about where this Kyushu mythical beast suddenly appeared from. Everyone sat down, and after the person in charge of the competent unit who presided over the meeting arrived, the meeting was officially held. The leader in charge was the first to speak, setting a tone for the meeting, and then gave a speech. Next came the speeches of other relevant leaders. These speeches were not long and were all concise. After that, we officially entered the topic, regarding the formulation of standards for graphene batteries. Just when everyone didn't know where to start, the host on the stage talked about it. Now I would like to invite the chairman of Zhuzhou Divine Beast to come on stage and explain graphene battery technology to all of us. After speaking, the host took the lead in applauding, and the leaders on the stage also clapped their hands, but not many people from the many companies in the audience responded. They were all wondering what was going on with this company, so much so that they even ignored clapping. The smart manufacturers were already looking down at the seating chart. And this sparse applause gradually spread to everyone's ears, and it was only then that they realized that they should applaud, otherwise the leaders would lose their face. The applause gradually became louder, and the leader who had just looked serious now regained his smile. Li Zhenhua was also stunned when he heard that he was called to the stage. He thought he would have to wait until the afternoon or tomorrow before he would really get down to business. Unexpectedly, after just over half an hour of leadership speech, we immediately got down to business. He stood up from his seat and walked towards the stage. And as he stood up and walked up, the doubts of everyone in the audience became more and more intense, and they all looked at him curiously at such a young man. P.S. The time for double monthly votes is very close. Everyone is welcome to vote. I would like to thank you here. Orts. Looking at the young man walking up to the podium step by step, his face was so green, like a newly graduated college student. And these people also remembered what kind of company Zhuzhou Divine Beast was. It had caused a sensation 2 years ago. The young man rubbing the motorcycle gradually overlapped with the man on the podium now. Among these more than 200 people, some are even owners of Beihu motorcycles. Some people are military fans and think of the Suzaku series of fighter jets that caused heated discussion at the air show some time ago. Under everyone's gaze, he had already walked to the podium. When he came over, the leader of the standards committee stood up from his seat. Of course he stopped when he saw the leader standing up. The leader patted his shoulder and encouraged him with a smile. "Young man, good job, come on. Don't be nervous, follow your rhythm, you are the only protagonist today." He smiled and nodded at the leader's encouragement. After meeting with the leader, he walked to the podium. "Everyone, good morning. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Lee Jianhua. I am currently an honorary associate researcher at the Kyushu Academy of Sciences, chairman of the Kyushu Divine Beast Group, and special technical advisor to Hyundai Aircraft Manufacturing Factory in Kwanching Air Force Base." As soon as these names were spoken, everyone present looked at him like they were looking at monsters. Even those who didn't understand the first title, after hearing that he was a special technical advisor to the military, swallowed up their contempt. When he spoke, among the more than 200 people in the audience, no one was more eye-catching than him. Some of these are my identity, and some of them invited me there because of my uniqueness. But these have nothing to do with the purpose of our gathering here today. The main purpose of my coming here today is to show you some of the results I have achieved so far. Then, under the guidance of the Standardization Management Committee, a new national standard for graphene lithium batteries will be formed. When these people below heard this, they only had one thought: arrogance. But then I thought about the meeting held by the relevant departments, and gradually put away my dissatisfaction just now, intending to listen to the speech of the person above and make an assessment later. But at this time, the bosses of Ningd and BID were shocked, as were the dozens of companies in the first row. It turns out that graphene lithium batteries really made breakthrough progress when other manufacturers were unknown, otherwise there would be no such direct speech. And at the same time, there is also an idea that the future battery market will be decided by the Kyushu beasts, and the era of manufacturers like them has passed. After seeing the reactions of everyone in the audience, Lee Jianhua spoke again. "You may think what I said is too arrogant, but look at my age. Are you very young? Haha, you have to be energetic when you are young, otherwise you are still called a young man." The reason why I dare to say this so fully is not the courage given by my youth, but the confidence given by the graphene lithium-ion battery I invented. And I am currently the only manufacturer in Kyushu and even the world that can mass-produce graphene. This is my confidence. The leaders on the stage were very happy because there was no situation where young people could not hold their own, and there was no situation where they were forced to hold their own. But everyone in the audience was not calm. The previous words were important, but the most important thing was the exciting news that graphene could be mass-produced. Everyone in the battery industry knows very well what it means to be able to mass-produce graphene. That would mean that if they wanted to take a piece of this new cake later, they would have to look at this young man's face. Being a completely exclusive upstream material supplier, everyone immediately classified it as someone not to be messed with. I believe everyone has a preliminary understanding of me. Then we will officially start today's topic. As his voice fell, he also gave a general explanation of the graphene battery technology currently developed. Everyone present listened very carefully, for fear of missing any important information. The staff of the Standards Management Committee are also recording things carefully, and they will also try to compile the standards according to their own ideas based on the things they have recorded. He was speaking from above, and the people below were listening attentively, just like primary school students in class. This schedule lasted for 3 days before he finished speaking, and many participants from battery companies also witnessed the birth of a prototype of a national standard. Yes, the prototype has been sorted out by the staff of the Standards Management Committee, and it was translated and written exactly according to Lee Jianhua's narration. After the prototype of the standard came out, everyone present received a copy, and then these staff members started discussions with everyone, of course mainly with Lee Jianhua. After more than a week of discussion, clauses were revised one by one, and 2 national standards applicable to graphene batteries were finally formed. They are GB/T10078-2022, classification, model naming and basic characteristics of graphene lithium-ion batteries. GB/T18291-2022, general specification for graphene lithium-ion batteries and battery packs. The birth of these 2 national standards also established Lee Jianhua's authority in the industry. It is said that fourth-rate companies build enterprises, third-rate companies build products, second-rate companies build brands, and first-rate companies build standards. Before, they had been building brands for Jushu Divine Beast, White Tiger, and Suzaku, but now they have obviously become a first-class enterprise. After the 2 standards were formulated, his trip to Peking was successfully concluded. The formulation of standards this time is just the beginning for him. There will definitely be such battles in the future. Not to mention, as far as chargers are concerned, a new high-voltage and high-current charger standard will be formed. The formulation of this standard can be regarded as the first shot in the battery industry in Kyushu, and it is also the first shot in the application of graphene materials. After the establishment of the standards, he did not return to Dongshan immediately. Instead, he was taken by an acquaintance, Lu Qian, to the Kyushu Academy of Sciences, which he had not been to since he became an associate researcher. This place is the gathering place for the best minds in the entire Kyushu, and it is also the cornerstone of the entire Kyushu in the world. His coming here this time has a lot to do with him, because he once again received a letter of appointment, appointing him as a researcher at the Kyushu Academy of Sciences. This time he came to get the appointment letter, and of course to meet with the leaders of the Academy of Sciences. Under the leadership of Lu Qian, he went directly to the dean's office. The current dean was a very young man, only in his 40s. When the two met, Lu Qian acted as a bridge, introduced them to each other, and then went out. Haha, Comrade Li Zhenhua, you are so young and promising. What you did this time is really beautiful. Ha ha ha, I've heard it all. You are someone who can directly influence the strategic layout of Kyushu. Hearing the words of the dean opposite, he felt a little embarrassed. Although he had achieved such results all by himself. But the actual time spent in the process, as well as the cheating through the analytical eye, made him a little embarrassed. After laughing a few times, the dean couldn't help but reply. That's ridiculous. Dean, isn't he very young? You are 40. After saying that, the two looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Haha, you little guy, I'm not 40, I'm over 60. I can't compare to a young guy like you. Think about it, when I was your age, I was still an educated youth in the countryside. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Let me hand you your researcher appointment certificate first. After saying that, he stood up, took out a red-covered letter of appointment from his desk, and handed it to Li Zhenhua. Looking at the appointment letter in front of him, he took it with both hands. Haha, Comrade Li Zhenhua, from now on, you will be an appointed researcher of our Chinese Academy of Sciences. You can also let people call you Professor Li from now on. This is a veritable professorial rank. After he took it, the dean said to him jokingly. Li Zhenhua is also very happy at the moment. He is now a researcher at the Kyushu Academy of Sciences. He is no longer a person who has not graduated from university. Just as he was thinking this, the dean opposite spoke again. Don't be happy yet, I have some good news here. You know the Kyushu Science and Technology Progress Award? This is an award that is awarded by the Grand Elder. I understand that the J-36 fighter jet you made previously has been selected as a first prize candidate for the Kyushu Science and Technology Progress Award. And according to my sources, your chances of winning are super high. Now you have fiddled with the basic material graphene, but it is too late to report the results, so you can only wait until next year. With these two major achievements, it can be said that it is a certainty that you will add academicians. The last good news is that our chemistry department of Kyushu Academy of Sciences recommends you as an additional academician. Congratulations! After the dean said this, he was immediately dumbfounded. What's going on? He can't even ride a rocket so fast, right? So he's adding academicians? This is an academician, one who enjoys state subsidies and has a lifelong tenure. Even if you are 70 or 80 years old, you will still be given the title of senior academician at that time. This reputation is not something that just any university can possess. Think about it, it seems that Hujian University of Science and Technology has not had an academician in charge for more than 10 years. But he is now an additional academician, or an alternate academician to be precise. Looking at his confused and uncertain expression, the dean finally saw the behavior of the other person for his age. Haha, what do you think? The youngest candidate academician in Kyushu. Li Zhenhua didn't react until he heard the words of the dean opposite. Oh, Dean, please stop teasing me. I really didn't expect that I could do this. Seeing his panic, the dean stopped teasing him and said to him solemnly, Comrade Li Zhenhua, don't be panicked, you deserve all this. This is also a decision made by the superiors, and it can be regarded as a way to solve your social status. Is it recognition and reward for you, or a kind of protection for you? Then the two chatted about other things, and then Li Zhenhua stood up and left. At this point, his trip was completely completed. With the letter of appointment as a researcher and the idea of becoming an academician candidate, he boarded the flying boat back. The plane landed at the company. When he took off, he was only an associate researcher with the rank of associate professor. But when he set foot in the land of Kyushu mythical beasts again, he had become a researcher with the rank of professor, and could also be said to be an associate academician, although there was no such title. That night, he and Li Yun played a role-playing game. Li Yun acted as a female student, and he was a real professor, and they played a role-playing game in which the female student seduced the professor. And when he rushed back from peeping, the technologies he developed had already aroused reactions from relevant institutions in society. For example, without people understanding, Liangbo Oil and major petroleum institutions began to rectify their gas stations. The power sector has also focused their main attention on the construction of new power plants, among which nuclear power, wind power, tidal power, solar power, etc. are the focus of future development. Major car companies affiliated with the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology have successively established projects for new pure electric vehicles. On the third day after he returned from peeping, leaders from the Kyushu Ministry of Energy arrived at their company and began an inspection. And during this trip, the leaders of the Ministry of Energy obtained the overall construction plan of high-voltage charging stations and the technical authorization of high-voltage charging piles. And they also promised that the technical standards for such charging piles in the future will still be formulated in accordance with their standards. Invisibly, the number of standards he participated in formulating has increased. His technology affects all aspects, and these are also being upgraded quietly. Just before that day, when he was holding his seminar, a system standard engineer he knew called him. "Mr. Lee, I have good news for you. The 2 standards formulated will be published on Juzhu News tonight. Remember, don't forget to watch the news at night." The two of them hung up the phone without saying a word, and Lee Jianhua also felt happy for no reason. Although this Juzhu News is not his first time, it is the first time that it affects the national level. The previous 2 times were all because of products. Now that I know the news is going to be on the news, I made a temporary announcement and asked everyone in the company to watch Juzhu News on time in the evening. Lee Jianhua also waited in front of the TV early, and the news officially started. The leaders were very busy in the first 10 minutes, the people of Juzhu were happy in the middle 10 minutes, and the foreigners lived in dire straits in the last 10 minutes. And he appeared in the middle of the first 10 minutes and the middle 10 minutes. The scene of his speech served as the background, and the host read the draft. A few days ago, in our capital, Peeping, the Juzhu Standards Management Committee hosted the formulation of relevant national standards for graphene batteries. Among them, major battery manufacturers were invited to participate. The main editor is Mr. Hongdu Lee Jianhua, researcher and candidate academician of Juzhu Academy of Sciences and chairman of Juzhu Divine Beast Technology Company, Limited. Under Mr. Lee's compilation, my country's standardization road has once again taken a solid step. And thanks to the efforts of Mr. Lee Jianhua, the graphene preparation technology developed by him and the practical application of graphene have made our country at the top of the world in the field of graphene. Please see the next newsletter next. He felt a little embarrassed to hear these drafts, but these were real good results. After this news was broadcast, all the previous operations of Juzhu became clear to those who were interested. I finally understood what Kyushu has been doing in the past 1 or 2 months. It turns out that the other party has quietly come so far in the field of graphene. Juzhu was already well known in the lithium battery industry, and now it has made great progress in the field of new lithium batteries. The hope of some foreign battery manufacturers to catch up is getting slimmer. After reading the news, people around Lee Jianhua also realized at this time that he had made such a big noise recently. Liu Xiaodong ran to him first, hugged his neck, and restrained him under his own weight. "Damn it, you are getting bigger and bigger as you play. Why are you suddenly playing with batteries? Oh, don't tell me that all of this developed from when Bushigi and I came to find you." Being pinched by the fat man under his arm, he stretched out his hand and nodded at the fat man. The fat man has to say, "Are you really smart?" After receiving such a response, Liu Xiaodong was completely speechless. His original idea was not to let him play such a big role. He just wanted to build an electric motorcycle and expand his product line, but he never thought about making it an industry benchmark. You really need to keep a closer eye on this mythical beast from now on. Maybe one day this child will suddenly become interested in atomic energy. Don't let him pull out another Big Ivan, it will really kill you. If it exploded, he probably wouldn't even be able to vaporize and turn directly into nothingness. This is Liu Xiaodong's truest thought when he sees this matter after having experienced the Suzaku incident. Li Ning once said that everything is possible, and the same applies to Lee Jianhua. After this news, things are going smoothly. Founder will just do everything in line with the national strategy. Lee Jianhua also returned to his normal life again and no longer had to run around. Returning to the workshop, I looked at the empty automotive laboratory. The ground had been worn out by various masonry materials. It seems that his laboratory is going to have to be resurfaced, and he is currently planning the automotive laboratory in his mind. This laboratory is facing renovation, and Lee Jianhua is also thinking about what he should play in the future. Because the moment he came up with the graphene battery, he had a lot of interesting things around the graphene battery in his mind, but he never implemented them. And now that he has finished all the previous work, the thoughts in his mind have risen again. After much thought, I can't make up my mind. What should I do? Now he has two goals in his mind. One is the development of Las Lada, and the other is also his dream, an idea that flashed up when he was playing the game. The origin of another idea is actually very simple. It came about while playing the game Red Alert 3. What is the most impressive weapon in Red Alert 3? Of course, there are all kinds of vehicles and equipment with unique shapes. Various weapons, apocalypse tanks, magnetic energy tanks, bullfrog vehicles, double-blade helicopters, bandicoot transport aircraft, phantom tanks, etc., and of course Tanya. But among these vehicles, the one that aroused his interest the first time they appeared was Sue's double-edged helicopter. If nothing else, just because there are two sets of blades on the top of this helicopter's head. When he saw this design, he was dumbfounded. With his knowledge at the time, he couldn't understand how it was implemented. I once thought this was an effect that could only be achieved in games, but out of curiosity, I searched on Kandu. There is indeed a prototype of the double-blade helicopter in reality, and it is not something imagined out of thin air. In reality, this thing is Lao Mo's masterpiece, but in the game, this helicopter belongs to Sue. Why did you target this helicopter? It's not impossible to build something else. In fact, it's not impossible, it's just very difficult. When Lee Jianhua sees good things, he wants to build them himself. When he played Red Alert, he wanted to build apocalypse tanks and double-blade helicopters. When playing Halo, of course it's the power armor that Master Chief wears, as well as the Warthog transport vehicle and other equipment. When watching Marvel movies, the Iron Suit was of course his first choice. In fact, the suits that fit his aesthetic best were not the big shit suits. On the contrary, Iron Overlord is what he dreams of. Of course, the Hulkbuster armor also counts, but the appearance is really not flattering. Of course, what he ultimately wants to get is the Archangel from the Tenjin camp in Mobile Suit Gundam 00. But among these complicated thoughts, there are only a few that he can achieve with his current technical level. Double-blade helicopters, Warthog vehicles, and others cannot be solved in terms of energy alone. If he can solve the energy problem in the future, he will definitely rub the Gundam with his hands, as people say. As for why he targeted the double-blade helicopter, the reason is also very simple. He was tired of messing with things on the ground. He just got a pure electric car. This time he flew into the sky and didn't want to run on the ground. So with this idea, the previous manufacturing ideas of Ashreda were also lagging behind. A double-blade helicopter is called a parallel twin-rotor off-axis sculls helicopter, more accurately called alternating sculls or crossed sculls. The way the propellers of this type of helicopter rotate is that they rotate synchronously. The axes of the two rotors are above the fuselage and are very close to each other, and they are tilted toward the outside of the collective together. In order to prevent the two from colliding during work, coordination was considered at the beginning of the design. Although this is a different axis sculls design, the rotation principle is basically the same as that of a coaxial sculls. As for why this design using heteroaxial sculls appears, it is because helicopters with heteroaxial sculls are more stable and have a larger load capacity than coaxial sculls. Moreover, it also improves stability while taking into account the load capacity, and can make maneuvers more flexibly in the air. This alternating sculls helicopter can, in principle, be regarded as a variant of the coaxial sculls. This type of machine has intersections in its motion trajectories, but as long as it is controlled synchronously and the time is calculated, there will be no mutual interference. The engine axis is V-shaped and rotates in opposite directions at the same time. When one blade points east-west, the other blade points north-south. This design also offsets the reaction force caused by the rotor. The design advantages of alternating sculls are obvious. Its arrangement is easier than that of tandem, parallel, and coaxial sculls. The arrangement of the reducer is also simple, and the deadlock control unit is also centralized. Helicopters of this design have many advantages, especially in terms of load capacity and flexibility. Moreover, he did not want to use a fuel engine as power this time, but aimed at an electric motor, so it would not have any impact on the plateau. Slowly, various information about the double-blade helicopter passed through his mind, and combined with his unique technology, he added his application scenarios for this aircraft. Armed helicopters and civilian transport aircraft are the two application directions he is considering. He was very reluctant to give up specializing in one direction. Then he thought, since I have a virtual laboratory to give me a foundation in design, then I will do it in both directions. Who is not crazy? When? But after the design is finalized, it depends on the situation whether the armed helicopter plan should be developed or not. Now that the research direction has been decided, the only thing left is how to do it. Thinking about an electric-powered helicopter makes me excited. The renovation of the automotive laboratory has begun, and the renovation of the laboratory is bound to produce noise. These sounds also have an impact on him, so he no longer stays in the company. Just hold it in your own home. Anyway, everything can be achieved in the virtual laboratory. Just when he was entering the virtual laboratory, the security team assigned to him by the superiors was in place. There were 6 people in total, which was exactly a combat team. Their arrival also ensured Li Jianhua's safety. When they arrived, the 6 of them were dressed very formally, looking particularly heroic in their decent military uniforms. Just after they met, the 6 people handed their information into his hands, and then in front of him, they took off the military ranks on their uniforms. It was also at the moment when they stepped down from their military ranks that they were considered to have temporarily retired from active service. From now on, they would only be the security guards of the Kyushu divine beasts. Everything they had done in the army before had become a thing of the past. Of course, if they leave with Li Jianhua, they can still return to the army and resume active duty. He held the files of the 6 people opposite him in his hand and looked at the 6 people in front of him. I will keep your files for you first. When you need to use them, just ask me for them. At the same time, everyone is welcome to join the 9 provinces divine beast. Then you will be responsible for my future safety issues. I don't know what your work requirements are. If you have anything to ask, I will try my best to satisfy you. Since the 6 people on the opposite side were sent by the above to protect his safety, he must provide these things to the other side appropriately within his own capabilities. After asking, the leader of the 6 people actually spoke to him. Boss, you really got the idea right away. We just came here and we don't understand the situation yet. After we understand your terrain and environment, we will provide you with what you need. At this stage, that's what we've seen. There is a lack of special security vehicles for travel, so it is necessary to purchase a bulletproof car and 2 off-road vehicles. And when we came, the superiors provided us with pistol licenses. All 6 of us legally own pistols, so you can rest assured about safety. Pistol license? In this way, the higher-ups really value him. You must know that Kyushu is a country that bans guns. Being able to issue 6 gun licenses at once shows that the higher-ups attach great importance to him. When he heard that he needed to buy a work vehicle, he had only one thought. Wouldn't it be a shame if he bought another brand of bulletproof vehicle and work vehicle? Your name is Ningwei, right? I think you are older than me, so I will call you Brother Ning. You said you need a work car, leave it to me. I can build a bulletproof car myself. And the bulletproof car I built has reached the B7 level. Recently, I can't go out and just stay at home. Your work will definitely be very easy recently. So you just need to familiarize yourself with the surrounding environment first. I am also stepping up the production of bulletproof vehicles, which will definitely be useful for us when traveling. If you need to purchase anything, just go to the finance department and buy some from them first. Since you have been assigned by the superiors to be responsible for my security, you have also told me before that I will be responsible for the salary. So I've set your salary at 15,000 yuan per month. You'll pay all 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. You can report your daily expenses to me at any time. I met with the security personnel arranged by the above, temporarily placed them in place, and then went to the workshop to check on the progress of the decoration, and then turned into a homebody. I locked myself at home and did not go to the company. I closed the door in the study room at home, lay down on a comfortable bed, closed my eyes and entered the virtual laboratory again. So far, he has a lot of things to do, and there are also things that others urgently need. He made arrangements for the subsequent research sequence. The first thing to be found was the 3 vehicles the security guards mentioned, 1 sedan and 2 off-road vehicles. Now that he has already made a bulletproof car, it is better to come up with the previous idea of making a car for the elders at once, so that he can have another car suitable for the elders, and a bulletproof bus of his own idea. Once these are done, the one that runs on land is almost ready. As for Superislita, which is purely for fun, we won't do it anymore. This can be put at the end. After finishing the bulletproof bus, he can start research on the double-blade helicopter. In fact, this belongs to the same category as Ashreda, and they are both for fun to kill time. But in terms of practicality, he feels that the double-edged helicopter is more capable. These things are only his recent arrangements for himself. As for the long-term goal, it is none other than Gundam. With the plan in place, he officially started the research and development of bulletproof vehicles. First of all, he had studied the bulletproof Pusan he had made before, but although it was low-key in appearance, if he could travel later, it would definitely be a convoy. That is to say, the low-key attribute cannot be used. In that case, it is better to design the car in a high-profile direction, and this is also in line with his young personality. The first thing to determine is the shape of the car. In the laboratory, like a god, he waved his hand and saw many models in front of him. These were all models he had designed before. He wanted to find out if there was anything suitable among them. If there was one, he wouldn't have to worry anymore. Among the many car shapes, he selected the one that best suited his liking. Then, based on this car, he started the research and development of his own bulletproof car. The first thing is to fix the loopholes of the last Busan in terms of bulletproof performance, and then upgrade the external armor. The outermost shell used last time was made of ultra-strong and ultralight titanium alloy. This time we still use this material and then thicken it. Looking further inside, this is inspired by the reactive armor on tanks. Why can't he use reactive armor on bulletproof vehicles? After the first layer of shell is broken, what you will face is reactive armor. The main thing this layer faces is rockets. The reactive armor will blow away the rockets, artillery shells and other things that attack the body in the directional explosion. After the second layer is designed, the subsequent layers are the ceramic bulletproof layer, the new graphene bulletproof layer, and the non-Newtonian fluid layer filled between each layer. After this enhancement, such a bulletproof vehicle is definitely more powerful than the head-of-state bulletproof vehicle in terms of safety. The shape has been determined, it is a coupe type that is particularly aerodynamic. The manufacturing process of the bulletproof armor has also been determined, and the next step is to determine the thickness of the car shell for each part of the car in combination with the car shell. This time he chose the existing 480 kilowatts engine for the electric motor. The power layout uses 2 in the front and 2 in the rear. That is, 1 wheel and 1 motor, a true 4-wheel drive car that is more 4-wheel drive than any other 4-wheel drive car. The total power is 1,920 kilowatts, and the total horsepower of 2,610 horses is simply awesome. It has more than 1,000 horses more than the 99 main battle in terms of horsepower. With this kind of horsepower, when you encounter danger, you can just run away, and the enemy can be thrown away so that you can't even see your own taillights. Since 4 motors have been used, if the battery pack is small, it will not be useful at all. This time, we did not choose to use an integrated battery pack for energy. Instead, we chose the design concept of inserting pins wherever possible. Install batteries in all usable places on the car body, and choose a design that can be disconnected at any time for the connections of these batteries. As long as there is a problem with the battery, immediately disconnect it from the entire vehicle, and the battery's protective shell will ensure that the faulty cell will not affect other batteries. Under such a design, the chassis is covered with batteries where batteries are traditionally installed. Moreover, the space where the internal combustion engine was previously installed is now free. The 2 electric motors do not occupy much space, and the remaining space is also occupied by the battery. The same is true for places such as car roofs. As long as there is space, it is covered with batteries. Half of the traditional trunk space is also occupied by the battery, and the remaining space in the trunk is very small, which can only accommodate a large suitcase. Under this design concept, the battery capacity reaches an astonishing 4,000 kilowatt-hour. Moreover, the entire vehicle is almost designed to be solid, and its weight has reached an astonishing 9 tons. Even if it is said to be a light tank, some people believe it. It weighs 9 tons and is driven by 2,610 horsepower. It is still not weak in terms of speed. It's just that the pressure of the 4 tires is greater. At this time, the advantages of solid rubber tires are reflected. With such a heavy weight, pneumatic tires simply cannot afford such ultra-high intensity use. And he actually built the car according to this shooting in the virtual laboratory. The actual vehicle speed measured here can reach 378 kilometers, and the acceleration performance is also very fast, with 0 to 100 kilometers per hour acceleration in 3.2 seconds. Don't think that it's rubbish if you don't break 3. If you talk about speed regardless of weight, that's just being a hooligan. In terms of interiors, since there is no need for camouflage, there is no need for Busan-like interiors. Anyway, now I just use whatever is high-end and whatever is comfortable. With the overall length of the car reaching 6.2 meters, there is still a lot of space inside. The car was built according to his design, and the data of the whole car was simply abnormal. Vehicle length, 6,236 millimeters, vehicle width, 2,100 millimeters, height, 1,630 millimeters, wheelbase, 3,900 millimeters, curb weight, 9 tons, power, 1,920 kilowatts, 2,610 horsepower, battery pack, 4,000 kilowatt-hour. The driving mileage obtained in the final test was between 1,300 kilometers and 1,600 kilometers, depending on the specific situation. In terms of bulletproof level, it has reached B7, which is currently the highest among sedans. This is not because the bulletproof performance is just like this, but because there is no higher bulletproof level that can describe it. If such a car comes out, it is estimated that not many will be sold in a year, but this is not a mass-produced model. In the future, this car can be sold as a non-bulletproof version. The overall design plan of the bulletproof car was worked out, and behind it was the bulletproof off-road vehicle that Ning Wei and the others needed. He has not made any reduction in bulletproof performance, everything is the same as his car. In terms of power, we also chose the layout of 2 in the front and 2 in the rear, but it is not as long as a sedan. The only difference is that this full-size off-road vehicle does not have a load-bearing body, but chooses a non-load-bearing design. And he chose the simplest shape, which is square and square. After the off-road vehicle was designed, the more Li Jianhua looked at it, the more it looked like a Unimog. Since then, he has designed all the cars he wants to use for work. In fact, there is nothing special about them. They are just more powerful, faster, and more resistant to beatings. All 3 vehicles were realized in the laboratory, and the vehicles were arranged in a convoy, with the car in the center and the 2 off-road vehicles in the front and rear formation. Looking at such a car, he felt as if he was watching a Colombian drug lord travel. Oops. As far as the protection of my current car is concerned, I don't think anyone in China can break my shell. Then when my vehicle for traveling is ready in the automotive laboratory, I will go and build this car. Well, next, I will try to design the elder's car. I don't know if the information that Minister Wang told me is accurate. No matter, I just want to come up with the design plan anyway. If anyone comes looking for it, then I will also propose it. With this thought in mind, Li Jianhua continued to invest in the design of a special bulletproof car. While he was doing research in the virtual laboratory, some gas stations in Liangbo oil had been transformed into charging stations. Moreover, the documents from above indicate that the county where Li Jianhua is located has once again allocated a large piece of land to Juzhu Divine Beast near their factory, and a factory is also being built on it. These lands under construction are the sites where graphene will be produced in the future. The above support for the production and preparation of graphene is very strong, and a large piece of land has been allocated for this alone. According to Li Jianhua's calculations, if all this land is built into a factory for producing graphene, then the final annual productivity will be able to fully meet the market's annual demand for graphene in the next 10 years. Everything was moving forward in an orderly manner, and he also received a call from Wang Yuzheng again some time ago. After that, he also understood that his side should focus on pure electric vehicles. This new type of pure electric vehicles will be the first shot in the large-scale use of graphene batteries in Kyushu. And he also reduced the configuration of the previous prototype car, from 3 electric motors at the beginning to 2, and now to 1. The 320 kilowatts electric motor serves as the power for the entire vehicle, and since there is only one power source, the 4-wheel drive version is relatively new. The floor of the rear row has been slightly changed, and a bulge has been added. Moreover, the battery pack has also been reduced to a size of 200 kilowatt-hour. After such comprehensive reduction, the final mileage of the car will still be 800 to 1000 kilometers. In this environment, he also arranged for Liu Xiaodong to hold a new car launch conference. Everything in this area has been explained, and he is designing a special bulletproof car while waiting for the new car launch conference to be held. Then the news that their Kyushu Divine Beast was about to release a new car also spread, which aroused heated discussions in all walks of life, but everyone was speculating because they didn't know what Kyushu Divine Beast was going to release. In particular, the riders of Beihou motorcycles are the most talked about. These people have always been paying attention to the dynamics of the Kyushu mythical beast. This is entirely because the quality of the White Tiger series motorcycles they purchased is really good. Although there are inevitably some minor problems during use, they are inevitable during use and will occur with any motorcycle. However, Beihou motorcycle has never let these owners down in other aspects. Especially among riders who often travel on motorcycles, the reputation is not generally good. Not motorcycle Xiaokaibai is a typical negative example. These riders often hang out in the Juzhu Divine Beast forum and the Beihou motorcycle section, and they speculate on new cars to be released. I guess Divine Beast will release a new motorcycle this time. Do you think there will be a leader-class motorcycle soon? The guess above is very reasonable, but based on my understanding of the mythical beasts of Kyushu, it shouldn't be that simple this time. Lucky car owner and watch winner. The cousin above is right, so I guess that Juzhu Divine Beast is going to release a 4-wheeled vehicle. Do you think it is an all-terrain vehicle? I don't think so, but don't forget that Kyushu Divine Beast is not just a motorcycle manufacturer. Don't forget their most proud product. Do you know the J36? This is their most valuable product, so I think what they released should be a drone. The person above said it wrong. They have clearly stated that they are going to release a new model. Please note it is a car. These are all speculations by Beihou enthusiasts, but some companies know what models they are going to release. This includes various battery companies that have participated in standards seminars before, as well as those companies that the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology notified of the meeting. They all understand what it means for Jushu Divine Beast to release a new model at this time. This means that Kyushu will soon enter the era of electric vehicles, and fuel vehicles will face large-scale elimination. Moreover, the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology has made calculations at previous meetings, predicting that fuel vehicles will be completely eliminated within 5 years. The release of their models this time is being closely watched by some companies who know the news. However, the general public does not know what impact Kyushu Divine Beast's upcoming models will have. All of this will also reveal the mystery behind the curtain when the new Kyushu Divine Beast car is launched. During this waiting period, he also designed the overall plan for the special bulletproof vehicle. These include a convertible version that will be used in parades on Chang'an Avenue, as well as a version suitable for daily use. The technologies used in these two models are all technologies that are already in his own car. He just reintegrated these technologies into this new model. The exterior design of this car still continues the special temperament of the models that have participated in military parades before. Just looking at the appearance, you will know that this car is not something ordinary people can own. Of course, some improvements have been made to the appearance, so that people can tell at a glance how extraordinary this car is. After the design of this car was completed, he has been drawing detailed design drawings of this car in reality. Finally, the date for the new car launch is coming, and the car with reduced configurations has also been modified based on the prototype. As for this press conference, all the media who got the news rushed to this small inland county, waiting for the press conference to be held. In a blink of an eye, the day of the press conference came. The venue was not indoors, but next to their company's internal test flight track. A stage was set up on the runway, and the people who came to attend the press conference, whether they were media reporters, lucky writers, or people who specially bought tickets, strict routes were planned for them, and anyone who did not comply would be expelled and face investigation. Just on the test track, a huge 5-stage system was set up. Since the site was open air, the number of speakers was also increased a lot. Participants arrived one after another and sat down in their assigned seats, but the cameras carried by these reporters were not idle. After receiving permission to shoot, they immediately turned on the equipment. Jushu TV, which came to attend the press conference, also conducted an authorized live broadcast on Kwaeshu. As the camera moved, the live scene was revealed to the public, and the popularity of the live broadcast room was rising. It's not because I was forced, it's just because Jushu TV's camera scanned the hangar next to the runway. As the camera zoomed in, the aircraft in the hangar was broadcast through the live broadcast room. The popularity of the live broadcast room directly overshadowed all the anchors. Those who chatted, played games, carried goods, and danced around were no match. At this time, the most active people in the live broadcast room are the entire Jushu military fans, and these military fans are often angry youths. After seeing such a scene, military fans who were not short of money floated countless luxurious gifts in the live broadcast room. Faced with so many gifts, the management of Jushu TV quickly turned off the reward function. After the tipping function was turned off, the live broadcast room instantly became clear, and the picture in the camera also became clear. I saw the planes lined up in an orderly manner in the hangar. The two planes, the Suzuka 3 and the Suzuka 8, were displayed so generously in front of the camera. Between these two planes, there were two more, all covered with black cloth. Fighter plane. Although it is covered with cloth, many military fans know that it is the third fifth-generation aircraft owned by Kyushu, the J-36. At this moment, it seemed that everyone had forgotten what the purpose of coming here was, and all their attention was attracted by the plane. But the thing covered with black cloth on the stage was forgotten in the corner. The time for the official meeting was gradually approaching. As the host Liu Xiaodong came on stage, many media cameras also moved to the stage. Everyone is welcome to take advantage of your busy schedule to attend our Jushu Divine Beast's new car launch conference. I believe that everyone has already understood our company before. To be honest, what you know is one-sided. As the company's production executive, I, Liu Xiaodong, don't even understand our company. Don't think I'm joking. I really don't know where our company's upper limit is. Because the upper limit of all this depends on what our boss is interested in next. As long as our boss is eyeing something, there is nothing that cannot be done to the extreme. As everyone knows, when we were founded, we started with the boss rubbing motorcycles by hand. At that time, the boss only wanted to make money, so we found a new way on motorcycles and used a radial engine in motorcycles. We did take this path. Later, our boss also made a wristwatch, but the precision was too high and not suitable for mass production, so not many Candle Dragon watches were released on the market. Later, we started playing with model aircraft and completed them into drones. This also made us a private military enterprise. Our most successful model is the J-36. It was also at this time that I wasn't afraid of everyone's jokes. I was really afraid that one day my boss would be interested in atomic energy. So I worked with Mr. Guo of the company to set a development direction for him and asked him to use his brain on civilian products. That is, the protagonist of our press conference was brought out by him in a short period of time. Next, we will ask my boss to come up and tell you about the new car. The words of Liu Xiaodong, a fat man, introduced their company from its inception to its development through ridicule, and also gave everyone a deeper impression of the Kyushu mythical beast. After his introduction, Li Zhenhua slowly walked to the stage and kicked Liu Xiaodong when he passed by. Liu Xiaodong nimbly dodged this kick. It seemed that having a woman with extremely high martial arts would be useful. Don't believe what this fat man says. How could I be interested in nuclear weapons? I haven't lived enough yet. There was a burst of joyful laughter in the audience, and the appearance of the 9 provinces divine beast was also displayed in front of everyone through the 2 young leaders. This is a young company and an active company. Li Zhenhua also walked to the center of the stage at this time, dressed in casual clothes. He was not wearing a particularly formal suit because this was a press conference. Don't gossip, just show off. After he said these few words, the effect was very good, and everyone's eyes were attracted to him. Haha, I was just joking. I can also read a few words in Dongshan Kuishu. Welcome everyone to the Kyushu Divine Beast press conference. It has been a long time since the last press conference. The last press conference was when the White Tiger motorcycle was launched. Today, we will bring you our company's new models. Please look at the big screen. After saying that, an outline of a car appeared on the big screen, and a line of words appeared around the car. The rest were question marks waiting to be revealed. 5 minutes of charging, 1,000 kilometers of battery life. There was no prompt at all, just this sentence. If everyone present had not seen that the battery life was kilometers, they would have thought they had entered the wrong set, and thought it was a mobile phone with 2 hours of talk time. And among the people who were confused, some people also figured out what this sentence meant. Since it can be charged, it means that the model released is an electric vehicle, and with a range of 1,000 kilometers, it is a plug-in hybrid model. I believe everyone is confused after reading this. Let me first answer the biggest selling point of our car. Short charging time, high cruising range. Don't think that our cars are plug-in hybrids. Our cars are pure electric cars without any fuel engines. His words did not answer everyone's questions at all, but instead piqued their curiosity. Everyone is wondering what kind of electric vehicle can last up to 1,000 kilometers. How big should the battery pack be? Is the selling point the short charging time? Has Jushu Divine Beast achieved any results in charging? This is the main selling point. There are probably a lot of questions in everyone's mind, so we might as well keep this question in mind and continue to listen to me. Nothing on the screen moved as he spoke, only the line of words moved. Super motor, super power, super horsepower. The motor of our car is independently designed by me. It is an asynchronous AC motor. The power reaches 320 kilowatts, with a super horsepower of 435 horses. It can allow my car to reach a speed of nearly 400 kilometers per hour. Of course, we will limit this speed to 220 kilometers when it is sold. These words not only confused everyone present, but also the more than 30 million viewers in the Jushu TV live broadcast room. Damn it, if I were there, I would have to go on stage and beat up this pretender on stage. It's so irritating. I just don't get to the point. Always walk by the river. And you often walk by the river. You should just stay there and don't really get your shoes wet. If you can beat this guy, I admire your whole family. This is the designer of the J36. You yourself want to go. Level 8 strong wind, looking upside down. I agree with the big one upstairs, but when it comes to this car, I think I am bragging. These data are obviously not available in the world, and they also appear on a car at the same time. I just bought a 4-wheel well, don't make me regret it. On the river map during the Qingming festival, there was constant discussion in the live broadcast room, and the atmosphere at the scene was indeed unusually quiet. I saw Li Zhenhua holding the remote control in his hand and pressing it, and the PPT on the screen changed again. The font was not changed this time, the outline of the car disappeared, and a gas station appeared instead. Everyone is still confused after seeing this. Don't be confused. I will tell you now. I believe everyone is familiar with gas stations. Have you seen these signs under the gas stations? I just want to show you. This is Jushu Petrochemical, this is Jushu Petroleum, this is Jushu Power Grid, this is Jushu Nook, this is. He introduced the logos of many petroleum-related public institutions one by one. What I want to tell you is that if you buy my car in the future, you can drive it in and charge it as I just introduced, all over the country. In my small county, there are already at least 4 charging stations converted from gas stations, so you don't have to worry about charging. After his explanation, everyone was shocked and their expressions changed. How much energy was required to make so many companies obedient and even renovate their own gas stations? People were not stupid, and they immediately thought that the state must have taken action, otherwise no one would be able to do such a thing. Moreover, when Kyushu was unknown, some technology that could affect these units had emerged. Some people thought of the 2 standards for graphene batteries that were in the news some time ago. Those standards seemed to be promoted by this person on the stage. Is it true that any big technology has been invented in graphene batteries? Everyone had different ideas, but they all watched with rapt attention as the man on the stage continued to speak. I just noticed the faces of my friends below. Some of them had expressions of sudden realization. It seems that everyone has guessed it. So let me not talk about the car this time, but talk about the battery. Of course, this is also a part of the car. Everyone's guess is correct. Unprecedented results have been achieved in graphene lithium-ion batteries. At the same time, I am here to announce that our Jushu Divine Beast company has successfully developed a graphene battery, which has increased the energy density of the battery by as much as 10 times. This battery is also a technology we will use in new models. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene was like an explosion, and at the same time, all those present felt that they had arrived. Such breaking news can be heard at the scene, and these people also understand what the tenfold increase in battery energy density means. That will mean that the battery life of mobile phones in the future will return to the Nokia era, and the driving range of electric vehicles can be increased by at least 10 times. The impact on society in all aspects will be huge. It's no wonder that these domestic oil companies would take such actions. Before the car was launched, they had already adjusted their gas stations. The netizen who had just spoken in the live broadcast room called Qingming Shanghichu was really dumbfounded at this moment, because he has already seen that the price of the 4 circles he just bought will immediately drop after today. Although the brand is here to support it, the price will still drop. Who told this to be a fuel vehicle? I also secretly made up my mind to see what the price of this model at this conference is. If the selling price would not exceed his expectations too much, he would sell 4 laps and replace them with this car. After Lee Jianhua finished speaking, he waited for everyone at the scene to become quiet again. Under the attention of everyone, he pressed the remote control in his hand. The picture on the screen changed again, and this time there was some useful information, with various data of the car displayed on it. It was these data that once made people look crazy. The various data of the car were displayed on the screen. It was these data that made the people at the scene feel as if they had arrived in another dimension. Length * width * height 4985 * 1976 * 1500. Body type medium to large SUV. Vehicle power 320 kilowatts, 435 horsepower. Body structure 5-door, 5-seater hatchback. Vehicle mass 2103 kilograms. Battery type graphene lithium-ion battery. Actual measured pure electric cruising range 989 kilometers. Battery energy 200 kilowatt-hour. Fast charging time super high voltage charging 2 to 5 minutes. Slow charging time 24 hours. As soon as such detailed data came out, everyone became uneasy, although they did not see the selling price. However, with such cruising range and charging time, coupled with the supporting facilities established by many oil companies at the national level, this is completely thorough and will achieve the rhythm of phasing out all fuel vehicles in Kyushu. But many netizens in the live broadcast room, especially those who had just changed their cars, were wailing in their hearts. Because the new car they just got has not been used for a long time, it cannot keep up with the times. It may not even be able to survive the 6 years without inspection, and it will be eliminated. Lee Jianhua stood on the stage and tapped the microphone in his hand. Are you excited when you see such data? Do you have any thoughts? Anyway, when I developed this car, I was very excited because the world would change because of me. Congratulations to everyone present, you have witnessed the birth of an epoch-making product. I have said before that Steve Jobs redefined mobile phones, but let me be a bit arrogant today. I, Lee Jianhua, am redefining cars today. Please remember today. The pretentious criminal has started to show off again. Everyone, please retreat. Smaller because of shrinkage. I admit that he tricked me and I really want to hit him. What should I do? Eat soft-footed shrimp with stinging sea cucumber. Don't digress, let's get back to the car. The pretentious person is telling the truth. As long as this car is taller than the S-type car that can't brake, I will consider buying one. There are so many prostitutes that it's not too hard for me. Why do you think that a car that cannot stop can be compared with this car? You are simply insulting. When you've had enough sex, you'll be dead. Everyone in the audience had a speechless expression. It was not just a pretense, it was a show off to everyone. A lot of data is displayed on the screen, although the shape of the car has not been revealed and the price has not been announced. With data like this, you can attract people to buy one. It's like someone on the bed is ready and waiting for you with their big eyes open. Zhuzhou TV's official live broadcast room is becoming more and more popular, and the news that comes out has also attracted people from major technology circles, car reviewers, and even major digital companies to come and watch. Various technology forums have opened a section specifically about this car. Since the name of the car has not yet been announced, the section names are all kinds of things. These things did not affect Lee Jianhua on the stage at all. He was still telling everyone at his own pace. Okay, that's it for the data. Everyone just needs to remember the key concepts: fast charging, long battery life, high horsepower, and the ability to run at high speeds. That's it, other things are not important. So next, let us see the true face of the car. I believe everyone should be anxiously waiting for it. He put the remote control in his pocket and walked towards the rotating booth on the stage. The purple velvet fabric looks very noble, but this fabric is an eyesore in the eyes of everyone. What they really want to see is the car covered under the fabric. As the cloth was lifted bit by bit, the true face of the car in Lushan was finally revealed to everyone. The overall tough appearance, with a hint of roundness in the toughness, looks like a tender and tough guy standing there before his girlfriend gets off work. Who wouldn't like this kind of car? It not only takes into account men's ideas, but also caters to their preferences. It vividly demonstrates women's desire to drive a big car. The appearance can be said to be unisex, and no one will reject a car with such an appearance. You can tell by everyone's expressions that they are very satisfied with the appearance of our car. Having said that, I have to introduce it to you. Although this car looks so tough in appearance, here comes the key point. Remember this, everyone. Don't forget that our company also has the ability to manufacture aircraft, so we are professional in aerodynamics. You don't have to worry about the drag coefficient of this car. We are unique in this aspect. You won't understand even if I say it too much. Just remember that the car has been tested in the wind tunnel. These people always feel like they are being criticized again, but they can't say anything to refute, because they really don't understand what they say. In terms of appearance, I believe no one can fault it. Anyway, I'm quite satisfied. Next, I will introduce the configuration inside. The first is the full LCD instrument. I would also like to thank Bo for its strong technical support, allowing our car to have a graphene flexible screen. I did research before the car was manufactured and found that everyone now likes to have multiple large screens in the car, so we also arranged it. First of all, the instruments are all electronic instruments, and on the dials, we have created a dial market on the official website, which allows car owners to have freedom in instrument styles. Moreover, there are multiple large screens on the entire center console. These are not the selling points of our car. The main selling point is actually the head-up display. We received technical support from the Hongdu factory to commercialize and upgrade the head-up display. The entire front glass is the largest screen, and we also thoughtfully set up the screen projection function, which can be used as a home theater. Another big selling point, it just came out of his mouth, and the entire front windshield was covered with a screen. Can it also be used as a home theater? How cool would it be to watch a movie with your girlfriend in there? No one rules that porn movies can't be shown, right? These high-tech things are actually accessories, not really important functions, so I won't go into details. Let's wait for our car owners to discover these by themselves in the future. Hearing this, everyone looked at the man on the stage. Is this what a person should do? All the interests were aroused, and then I just introduced a small function on the screen, and then stopped. It was originally a good press conference, but it actually created suspense for everyone. This technique is really like what only graduates of Kidian Zhangjiang Academy can do. Just when everyone looked unhappy, they saw Li Jianhua walking back to the center of the stage from the car, holding the remote control in his hand again. Haha, I believe that some students will do well in this assignment assigned to you. Also, I think pure electricity, fast charging, long battery life, etc., are the selling points of this car. The engine and other things inside the car are all accessories of the car. The car itself is already attractive enough, so I won't talk about these accessories. If the car is really too popular, we will also be under pressure in production. I hope everyone can understand. The last thing we need to do next is to announce the model and price of this car. Please look at the big screen. After saying this, the movements on his hands immediately followed, and the big screen changed again. Model, Beihai 202, price, 890,000. White Tiger 200-4, priced at 990,000. Everyone knows that our company is called Jushu Divine Beast. Our products generally use the name of the mythical beast as the model name. In the past, the motorcycle was called Behu, the airplane was called Zuk, the snowmobile was called Tengliu, and the aircraft engine was called Kuainyo. There is also a watch that is not widely circulated in the market called Zilong, so our car this time is also on land and is still called White Tiger. The 200 at the back represents the size of our battery pack, and the -2/-4 at the back represents the two-wheel drive or four-wheel drive version. Now that the name issue has been explained clearly, I won't say too much about the selling price. He told everyone the origin of his name, but no one here thought about the name he said. None of this is important now. The most important thing is the price, 890,000 and 990,000, which are close to 1 million. Such prices are not beyond everyone's expectations. After all, so many high-tech technologies are used. If the price is too low, it will not comply with the market rules at all. Although the price is high, it is the first car in the world to use graphene batteries, and it is not weak in terms of horsepower. As the first car to eat crabs, such a car is still acceptable. In the live broadcast room, this price also aroused discussion among the masses. As expected, I was not disappointed. It's still so expensive. Isn't this a toy for the rich? Fong Fong loves to write a diary. Don't be upset upstairs, you don't understand why it's expensive? This is the latest technology. It allows cars that can't stop to sell for more than 1 million, but our Kyushu cars can't do that? Burning the sacred toilet of Licking Kingdom. According to investigation, Li Zhenhua's Appa ancestors are from Goguryeo. Please return the Appa to us. The Han-Ning Kingdom at the center of the universe. The people of Hades are shameless, the people of Hades are shameless, the people of Hades are shameless. 3 important points. Although the price is high, it is within our acceptance range. High technology requires a high price. And I guess, based on the past Kyushu mythical beast's aggressiveness, the price of exported cars will be 30% to 50% higher. Please refer to White Tiger Motorcycle for details. There is precedent. In my small days, teachers are world famous. Except for some people with questionable ingredients who expressed their disapproval of the selling price, most people did not question the selling price. Everyone has seen the price. Don't say we are bad, because our positioning from the beginning is here, and there are so many new technology bonuses. Therefore, such a selling price is in line with market rules. Graphene battery cars will definitely become popular in our future. So don't panic, the price will definitely come down in the future. Let's leave this part of the work to our friends, the National God Car Old Man Happy Box and others. The car has been released, and my work is over. Next, let us invite Guishigi, General Manager of Jushu Divine Beast Sales, to take the stage. The rest of the work belongs to him, and I won't take it away. While applauding, he walked towards the audience. Guishigi was wearing a suit and leather shoes. One look at his appearance showed that he was in sales. After getting off the stage, Lu Xiaodong handed him a bottle of water. He unscrewed the cap and drank it. After talking so much, he was really thirsty. How is it, fatty? My performance is not bad. A thumbs up was given to him, and then Lu Xiaodong's words came over. It's great, and it has completely aroused everyone's curiosity. By the way, many car dealers want our supercharging technology recently. Do you think we can authorize this technology? Flatten the mineral water bottle, close the cap, and throw it into the trash. Of course it's licensed. Why don't you make any money? Moreover, this technology must be licensed. Otherwise, it will be contrary to the above plan, and we cannot be unclear. Also, the first batch of authorized car manufacturers must be domestic manufacturers, and joint ventures will be placed in the second or third batch. If foreign investors want to apply for authorization, just put it at the end. Now our technology is unique to Scorpion, and my car probably won't be able to reach the bad country this time. In a few words, foreign investment was blocked at the starting line. If you really think about it, they didn't even get through the stadium gate. While the two were talking, Guishigi on the stage did not hesitate and continued to host the press conference. Hello everyone, I am Guishigi, one of the 3 shareholders of Jushu Divine Beast. I am currently single. Everyone is welcome to flirt. Coming back to the car, I actually don't particularly welcome the launch of this car. Mr. Lu and I initially just wanted to make something similar. But I love and hate the car that our boss made for me. What I love is that the car is really awesome, and what I hate is the same. From now on, I, the sales manager, will be busy again. I have to thank him for letting me drive it again. Get busy. Currently, our Behe 200 production line is still under construction. This press conference can also be said to be a pre-sale event. I will introduce the rest of the pre-sale process. First of all, let us congratulate the owners of White Tiger motorcycles. Because of your support, White Tiger motorcycle owners can enjoy a 10% discount on car purchases, only within Kyushu, not abroad for the time being. Gwashigi was talking about pre-sales on the stage. After he finished talking about it, the press conference gradually came to an end. After that, the three of them stood on the stage together and bowed to everyone. The press conference was considered a successful conclusion. Because there was no question and answer session for reporters, the reporters were itching like a cat scratching their hearts. However, due to the sensitive nature of their location, no one dared to act rashly. The reporters also exited in an orderly manner under the arrangements of security personnel. After the press conference, the live broadcast room of Jushu TV station also darkened, but there were still many people chatting in the live broadcast room without pictures. The topics discussed were all related to the White Tiger 200, such as guessing what high-tech technology is used in the car, whether the cruising range is a false standard, whether the horsepower can be achieved, the status of the construction of charging stations, etc. Moreover, the discussion became more and more popular, and the live broadcast room of Jushu TV set a record, with the largest number of people online when the screen was black and there was no live broadcast. For a week, people all over Kyushu were talking about White Tiger 200, and some people were questioning whether it was really that awesome. However, these questioning voices were not echoed by many people at all, and they were just drowned in the numerous comments. On the second day after the new car launch conference, Shazi, Lee Jianhua, Lu Xiaodong, Guoshigi, and Jushu Divine Beast appeared on Jushu News at the same time, and the length of this news reached 1.5 minutes. After that day, the Great Elder also gave a speech on a series of things caused by graphene, conveying some decisions at the Kyushu level that had extremely wide impacts. On this day, Kyushu's upper and lower calibers were unified, and there was no noise in Kyushu. However, it was different internationally. Countries continued to discuss the changes that had taken place in Kyushu, especially the oil tycoons in the bad country. What Lee Jianhua caused caught them off guard. It took them more than half a century of fighting before they gained the right to speak about oil in the world. For this power, they wiped out some countries that were jumping for joy. Now suddenly someone told him that the petroleum energy they had worked hard for until now would not be so important in the future. This was something that no one could accept. And this technology is not held in his hands, but in the hands of his mortal enemy. An evenly matched opponent has severely outperformed itself in terms of energy. How can the world's policeman, the United Kingdom, deal with itself? They were beaten badly this time, and in terms of international crude oil, because Jushu had known the news for a long time, they did not lose much in futures and stocks. The international situation is changing rapidly. Not only small countries cannot understand it, but also other prominent countries. The resource of oil has become a pot of paste in terms of situation. Ma Xiong, who maintains a new era comprehensive strategic partnership with Kyushu, has been slightly affected. As a major energy exporting country, they were originally affected the most. But after reaching some consensus with Kyushu, the impact of this incident was minimized. Although it was caused by Lee Jianhua, it had nothing to do with him. At this moment, he is in the newly renovated automotive laboratory, familiar with the new environment. The laboratory has been renovated and still maintains the previous cleanliness level. In automobile manufacturing, there is no need to pursue such a cleanliness level. After the laboratory was in place, he also put the manufacturing of vehicles for his own safety on the agenda. As for the new car, he has fully handed over the responsibility to Lu Xiaodong and Guoshigi. It is still the previous division of labor, one is in charge of production and the other is in charge of sales. The production line of the new model was built after he drew the design drawings and handed them over to the aircraft manufacturer. In the end, he only made fine adjustments for accuracy. As for the preparation of graphene, which is the basis of everything, with the backing of the country, it can be said that what is needed is given, and what is lacking is given. A highly confidential factory was quickly built, and production equipment was also manufactured by Lee Jianhua. Even the first batch of finished graphene has been shipped to Ningdan Bid. After obtaining the raw materials, all manufacturers authorized by Jushu to obtain graphene batteries are working to understand these technologies as quickly as possible and realize the production of graphene batteries as soon as possible. With the participation of these battery manufacturers, I believe that graphene lithium-ion batteries will soon fill the domestic market. Not only car manufacturers, but other companies are also looking forward to the mass production of graphene batteries, because as long as graphene batteries can be mass-produced, they can replace existing products with graphene batteries and continue to shine and heat. Everything is moving forward step by step, and Lee Jianhua is also working hard for his own safety. There are a total of 3 safety and bulletproof vehicles to be manufactured. This task is not without complexity. But for him, hand-rolling bulletproof cars is really his interest. As long as it is handmade work, he is interested. But while he was working on bulletproof vehicles, designing bulletproof buses for elders was also part of his plan. During the day, he worked hard in the newly renovated automotive laboratory, and at night, he spent time in the virtual laboratory to continue his research and development plans. For the new bulletproof vehicle, we already have a complete plan in the laboratory, so we are very proficient in the process of manufacturing bulletproof vehicles. Because these manufacturing processes were completely experimented by him while manufacturing them over and over again in the laboratory. What's more advantageous is that the two motors he designed have already been handed over to the factory, so a lot of time is saved on the motors. There are many other parts in the same situation as the electric motor, so some parts can be used off the shelf, and there is no need to make them from scratch. These ready-made parts are of course high-quality parts specially selected by his fiery eyes, and some parts have to be hand-polished by him before they can be used. As for the bulletproof materials, he had to use the materials he had built before in the laboratory. Of course, he didn't have to bother with the materials he handed over when making the bulletproof Pusan. After all the materials were in place and there was no shortage of spare parts, the manufacturing of the bulletproof vehicle began. To say what is the most difficult thing to manufacture in this bulletproof vehicle, of course it has to be the bulletproof armor. The manufacturing time of just these bulletproof armors took more than a month. During this period of more than a month, in order to be able to move the shell, which often weighed more than 100 kilograms, he also made a special transport device. With these equipment, the construction period of his handmade bulletproof vehicle was shortened again, and his 6 bodyguards are always on standby by his side, so when he is rubbing the bulletproof car, these 6 people are also there. Seeing the 6 laborers lying idle on the side, he felt that it was a waste. These 6 security guards had become the tools in his hands. With the help of others, he was able to hand over some tasks that did not require precise assembly. He and 6 people worked hard to manufacture travel tools. At this time, battery companies of all sizes in Kyushu launched their own graphene lithium-ion batteries. The entire set of technologies is provided by Lee Genhua, so the performance of these batteries is not very different. They all reach 30,000 mAh. It's just that each company has this difference in cost due to the advanced level of their manufacturing processes. In terms of selling price, many battery manufacturers have also combined their respective costs and set the price of batteries at 25 yuan a piece. To form a 200 kilowatt battery pack, the number of batteries required is 1,800, and based on the price of 25 per battery, a single battery costs 45,000 yuan. The moment these battery manufacturers manufacture graphene batteries, whether they are automobile manufacturers, mobile phone or digital product manufacturers, anyone who uses batteries is rushing to grab the first batch of batteries on the market. All manufacturers in Kyushu that can produce graphene batteries have had a taste of this trend. There are about 200 battery companies in Kyushu, large and small, and the batteries they produce cannot be kept overnight. And it is precisely the circulation of this batch of batteries in the market that has led to the emergence of a number of monsters on the market that charge extremely slowly but have extremely long battery life. The slow charging is not because of the battery, but because the models and chargers equipped with these batteries simply do not support charging with such high power. Take the mobile phones that people use every day as an example. Many mobile phone manufacturers have launched battery replacement services or released battery replacement tutorials. It can be replaced by the official one, or you can buy the battery and replace it yourself. The hottest business in this business is Hwakiangbei, where tens of thousands of fast graphene batteries are replaced with older models every day. However, such a popular phenomenon has not appeared in mobile phones. It is not that battery manufacturers do not want to make this money, but that mobile phones do not authorize graphene batteries at all. Even the method of transplanting the battery data chip has been blocked by fruit machines. Of course, if you don't pay attention to battery health and can take over the CPU frequency reduction, you can still replace it. This also means that other mobile phones can be replaced with graphene batteries that are measured in tens of thousands, but the fruit phone still remains at the size of several thousand milliamps. The emergence of graphene batteries has a huge impact on all walks of life, and mobile phone batteries are just a microcosm of these industries. In an unknown corner, the major military industrial companies in Kyushu are the ones that got the first batch of batteries. After getting it, we started to verify the graphene battery. In military equipment, not every new technology can be used as soon as it comes out, but it can only be used after a long period of verification of reliability. It can't be used at the moment, but that doesn't mean that research can't be done. As long as these graphene batteries that are already on the market are verified, they will be available for use in military equipment soon. Among them, electricity-powered military equipment, Blackfish and electric drones, are in urgent need of battery upgrades. Lu Qian, who is responsible for the design of the new IPEO, has been designing around graphene batteries as early as the beginning. The impact of graphene batteries is also gradually emerging over time. In Zhuzhou Divine Beast Company's Summer Town factory, the vacant part of the 500 acres of land is also occupied by electric vehicle production lines. After the electric vehicle project was launched, the first batch of 500 acres of land were all used, and no workshop was idle. Zhuzhou Divine Beast currently has more than 10,000 employees, and Summer Town, which was originally economically backward, has gradually prospered because of these 10,000 employees. There are more than 20 newly opened hotels in the town, all of which are used to accommodate people who come to discuss things with Kyushu Divine Beasts. With a scale of 10,000 employees, it can affect at least 7,000 households, and factories that make supporting equipment for Kyushu mythical beasts are also springing up like mushrooms after a rain in the county. Nowadays, Zhuzhou Divine Beast has gradually become a pillar industry in the county, and as the business grows bigger, this trend becomes more and more obvious. In the White Tiger 200 manufacturing workshop, he, Li Yun, Lu Xiaodong, and Guishigi were standing at the end of the assembly line, waiting for the first White Tiger 200 to roll off the assembly line. At this moment, everyone present was extremely excited. These people thought that since they entered the 9 provinces Divine Beast, this company has been cheating. From a motorcycle company with only a few hundred people, it has rapidly expanded to its current scale, which is almost like cheating. From the start of the production line to the time the car is driven off the production line by workers, the production time only takes 5 minutes. In other words, a White Tiger 200 will be driven off the production line every 5 minutes. Under non-stop operation 24 hours a day, 288 units can theoretically be produced. This is the time measured based on the White Tiger 200 to 4. The production time of the White Tiger 200 to 2 will be faster. At least 8,000 cars can be produced in a month, which is a million-level car. 8,000 cars a month, 90,000 cars a year. After getting such data, Li Zhenhua felt very excited in his heart. With such a high output and a high price, he didn't know how many units he could sell in a month. Don't let this car end up being ignored, which would be a big loss. These concerns in his mind are exactly what Guishigi is considering, and he is also beating a drum in his heart. If the sales volume is wrongly estimated, the amount of money spent on it is not a small amount. Looking at the production efficiency of one car driving down every 5 minutes, Li Zhenhua turned to look at Lu Xiaodong and Guishigi next to him. I have an idea. How about we maintain the production at 96 units per day? Let the workers work the day shift? How about we release our productivity as appropriate when our first month's sales figures come out? His 2 words directly hit Guishigi's lungs. The other person quickly raised his hands and gave him a thumbs up. I agree, and I also think it should be like this. We should let the market determine the output of our cars. This approach is the safest. What do you think, fat man? Lu Xiaodong didn't listen to what the two were talking about at this moment. All his attention was on the newly rolled off the production line. It's up to you to decide. I only care about production and not sales. The car that rolled off the assembly line on the first day belongs to me. I will take the certificate to the vehicle management office later to get it registered. The fat man's scoundrel look left the two of them speechless. They looked at each other and nodded. The message from their eyes was that they agreed to reduce production. The good car is yours, but remember, your task for the next month is to make 96 cars a day, and you won't produce any more than 1. Lu Xiaodong nodded at this request, but Guishigi suddenly thought of something and patted his forehead. I forgot an important thing. Didn't we do a pre-sale when we launched the press conference? I forgot about these pre-sale orders. During this period, we received a total of 989 pre-sales for cars. We have to produce these cars first. Fat man, from now on we will produce 33 more units every day. After knowing what Guishigi expressed, Li Zhenhua immediately reassigned production tasks to Lu Xiaodong. Seeing the new cars rolling off the assembly line one after another, Li Zhenhua had nothing to do here and went straight back to the automotive laboratory to continue working on the cars. As the White Tiger 200 came off the assembly line, Guishigi, the sales general manager, became busy with his job. He became a trapeze artist, flying all over the country. Li Zhenhua's idle flying boat has become Guishigi's means of transportation. The cars that come off the production line every day will not stay in the factory for long. Large trucks are used to pull cars, and a large number of new cars are transported out of the factory in an endless stream every day and rushed to the Four Sons stores in all regions of Kyushu. 10 days passed, and all the pre-sale orders were completed. These pre-sold test cars have also been transported and are waiting for car owners to go to the Fourth Sun store to complete the procedures. You must know that this is a full pre-sale. In 10 days, the turnover of this car has reached nearly 1 billion, with an average of a small target every day. Tian-e, a native of Yuwu, is a typical post-90s generation. Since he took over his father's small hardware factory, the small hardware factory has grown bigger and bigger in his hands. It also allowed him to achieve a certain degree of financial freedom at the age of 30, and he was not yet married, so he was still a big boy who loved to play. His playful nature made him take aim at the Beihis 7-700JX when it first came out. It was also during the time when he was riding a motorcycle that he became a loyal fan of the mythical beasts of Kyushu, and he still has a piece of the candle dragon he won as a prize. And at the Jushu Divine Beast launch conference, the moment the White Tiger 200 electric car appeared, as a loyal fan, how could I not support it? On the day of the press conference, Tian-e made a full reservation. I ordered a 4-wheel drive version of the car. After the press conference, he has been waiting for the car to arrive, and has been paying attention to the official website of Jushu Divine Beast. That day he was in the office, looking at the new nail clippers designed by the design department, when his cell phone rang. He opened it and saw that it was a text message sent to him by the Fourth Sun store in Kyushu Divine Beast Ham City. The content of the text message made him particularly excited after reading it. Dear White Tiger 7 motorcycle owner, the White Tiger 200-4 electric vehicle you ordered has now arrived in our store. Please bring your valid documents and come to our store to drive your car away in the near future. Ham City Saizibe, his specialty store. The moment he saw the news, Tian-e jumped up from his seat. This is really an ordeal. After waiting for so long, the car finally arrived. Whether it was a new design of nail clippers or factory management, he just called his dad and asked him to come out and take care of it. Tian-e went out to Chongqing by himself and took a taxi to the ham market. When I came to the Fourth Sun store, I looked at the many White Tiger motorcycles in the showroom. The only one, the White Tiger 200, stood out from the crowd. He fell in love with it at first sight, and he felt in his heart that this car belonged to him. At this moment, there were many people surrounding the car, covering the windows and looking into the car. These people all own White Tiger motorcycles or are interested in becoming White Tiger motorcycle owners. They are all customers of the Fourth Sun shop. When he approached the store manager here saw him and hurriedly came over to greet him. Mr. Tian, you are here. Since your car arrived at our shop, we have not allowed anyone to enter the car except for inspection and confirmation. Please come with me and I will take you to see the real car. Tian-e followed the store manager towards the White Tiger 200, his eyes never leaving the car for even a second along the way. When he was led over by the store manager, many people around him knew that the real owner was coming and made way for him. The store manager took the car key, walked to the car, pressed the key, and the car unlocked immediately. At this time, people who were paying attention to the store manager's actions were all shocked. It's so expensive, but this high-end car doesn't have a keyless entry system? Is this Kyushu mythical beast trying to steal our wool and treat us car owners as leaks? Not only the car owners around him had this idea, but even Tian-e had the same idea, but everyone drove this idea out of their minds after the store manager explained it. Mr. Tian, I know from your expression just now that you must have misunderstood. This car has a keyless entry system, but it requires owner certification to take effect. Because you are the car owner and you have not completed the certification. So this also leads to the fact that I now need to use the key to unlock the car. As soon as the store manager finished explaining, Tian-e understood in his heart. It turned out to be like this. After the store manager opened the driver's door and asked Tian-e to get in, the store manager also moved to the other side of the car and sat in the passenger seat. Xiao Tian, hurry up and demonstrate what functions this car has. I've been curious since the day of the launch. If it is really worth the price, I will place an order and get one of these cars to play with. The person who spoke to Tian-e was very familiar with him. They had previously ridden a White Tiger motorcycle together on a motorcycle tour in Tibet. He was 10 years older than him. Lao Jin, don't worry, you have to wait for me to get familiar with it gradually. I have never been exposed to it before. The arrogant chairman of Kyushu Mythical Beast is always telling the truth. I don't know anything about this car except the concepts and screens he mentioned. Tian-e's answer immediately gained support from everyone present, who all started to denounce Li Zhenhua. The store manager sitting in the passenger seat also had an embarrassed look on his face. Don't stop it, these people are scolding their big boss, but stop it, because he can't say anything, because he also thinks that the big boss deserves to be scolded. This is all because as a salesperson, he didn't know anything about the car before the actual car arrived. What he knows now is based on the surprise manual. Everyone, please stop for a moment. Let's see how Mr. Tian operates. His restraint had an effect. Many White Tiger motorcycle owners all looked at Tian to see what he would do next. Manager Tong, what should I do next? Oh, please wait a moment. I know the step and I will guide you through it. The store manager quickly took out the car's remote control, opened the center armrest box, and pressed hard on the bottom of the box. A damped cover automatically popped open, revealing a hole just below the cover that could be used to insert the entire remote control. The key was inserted into the hole, and there were changes inside the car. First, a running White Tiger Beast appeared on the front windshield, and all the screens on the central control were also linked to the front windshield. When the White Tiger Beast ran past, everything returned to normal. The instruments in front of the steering wheel also lit up, and the head-up display function on the windshield in front of the driver's seat also came into play. This opening scene stunned everyone present. Mr. Tian, this is the car startup animation. It's quite nice. Haha. If you don't want this kind of animation in the future, you can always find the car settings on the large control screen, where there is an option to turn off the startup animation. Tian nodded blankly after hearing the store manager's explanation. The scene just now was really shocking. The startup animation was also very realistic. The most important thing is that the front windshield is so awesome. The way the boot animation appeared made everyone sigh, it was so technological. The cool animation, coupled with this form of expression, vividly displays the epic-making feeling. Mr. Tian, it is said that this method did not want to use two-dimensional display at the beginning. The most suitable one should be naked eye 3D. However, due to the immaturity of the technology, this is just a compromise now. Tian was still shocked by the big screen and turned back to him. Very good, this is already very good, it gives me great senses. I will study this later when I go back. Please continue. My expectations are already full now. I want to drive this car on the road as soon as possible to actually feel it. At his urging, the store manager continued to guide him to certify the vehicle. Okay, let's continue. Please remember what I'm doing. The store manager started the operation on the large central control screen and clicked on a gear-shaped icon in the upper right corner of the screen. Please see here is the setting interface of the car. Next we will enter your fingerprint, voiceprint, and face. These will serve as a certification of ownership of this car. We start with the fingerprint entry, and please press your right index finger on the one-touch start button. As he spoke, he pointed with his finger to the one-button start button located in the same position as an ordinary car. Under his guidance, Tian placed his right index finger on the one-button start button and pressed it hard as usual for cars. But he immediately noticed something was wrong, because he didn't feel the button being pressed at all. Is it broken? Why can't this button be pressed? The store manager pulled his hand that was still exerting force and said hurriedly, "Be gentle, you are doing this wrong. This one-click startup is to verify your fingerprint. This is not a physical button. Now we will enter your fingerprint. After it is completed, the White Tiger 200 will have your fingerprint record. When you put your finger on the one-touch start button again, the car's power battery will also start. This is the correct way to use this idea to start." It turned out to be such a design that he couldn't even press the button with all his strength. In other words, his fingerprint can be used as a key in the future. This design made him think that he was unlocking his mobile phone. Please follow the process of entering fingerprints on your mobile phone and enter your fingerprints. If you want to add fingerprints in the future, prompts will also appear on the screen, just follow them. Under the guidance of the store manager, his right index finger fingerprint was entered into the car system. After completing the fingerprint entry, he immediately placed his index finger on the one-button start. Then a voice that sounded like a smart voice assistant came from the car's stereo. "The vehicle has started, I wish you a pleasant ride." Then I heard a faint sound from the car. Apart from this change, there were no other changes. Have I successfully started it? I glanced at the instrument to confirm the status, and then turned back to him. Yes, the power battery has been started now. As long as you shift into forward gear, the car will run forward immediately. There is also the prompt sound of the car just now. If you don't want to have this prompt, you can turn it off just like the startup animation. Now that the fingerprint has been entered, let's enter your face and voice print. This is a function that can verify the identity of the car owner in multiple ways. If your fingerprint information is accidentally lost in the future and the car is driven away, the facial recognition on the car will also automatically park the car at a safe location on the roadside when the car has traveled 3 kilometers. And it will also send alarm information to your mobile phone, and of course the real-time positioning of the car. If you want to call the police, just send an alarm command to the car, and the car will automatically contact the Public Safety Bureau. This automatic alarm function has been integrated into the alarm system, which is a truly thoughtful design. During his store manager's explanation, Tiani felt nothing else at the moment, but the alarm function alone made him feel really safe. He looked at the tiny camera pointed at the store manager's finger and completed the facial recording under guidance. There are a total of 8 hidden cameras in the front and rear of the car. These cameras are turned off at ordinary times and will only function when there is an alarm. You don't have to worry about your privacy, you can rest assured. Next, you need to record your voice print. This needs to be done in a quiet environment. So I will wait for you under the car first. After the input is completed, I will come up again. The sound insulation effect of the car is very good. As he spoke, he opened the voice print recording program and got out of the car. Xiaobai is the best. Tiani completed the recording of his voice print under the guidance, and many riders under the car watched the store manager coming down, and all the windows of the car were closed, and they all surrounded him. Store manager, if I place an order now, I don't know how long it will take for the car to arrive. I really regret waiting and waiting. Yes, I want to place an order for one too. With this triple certification, the car is really safe. Many riders were chatting away, all saying they wanted to place orders now. The surrounded store manager also had a smile on his face at this moment. These orders were all money, and he was entitled to a commission. Everyone, listen to me. We might as well complete the delivery of the car to Mr. Tian first. During this period, everyone will have a comprehensive understanding of the car. If you can't wait now, I will ask the clerk to go through the car ordering procedures for you immediately. After hearing his words, everyone calmed down. Yes, it is better to understand the overall situation of the car now. The ordering of the car can wait, but there is no chance to watch the car delivery ceremony in the near future. Although the store manager calmed down everyone's emotions and no one said anything about ordering cars, he knew that as long as Tianyi's delivery of the car was completed, he would not be able to escape these customers who were interested in ordering cars. The car's window was lowered, and Tianyi stretched his head out of the car. Store manager, come on, what are we going to do next? Damn it, it was so quiet in the car, you could hear a pin drop. Did you just talk? Is it loud? I didn't hear any outside noise inside. Hearing his shout, many riders thought at the same time. Okay, another advantage, the soundproofing of the car is absolutely amazing. The store manager got on the car again and began to introduce the details of the car to Tianyi. Then let me continue. All the operations just now are just the beginning of using the car. The store manager continued, but he really didn't know much about the functions of the car, so he turned out the manual of the Beha 200. Go on. The car system has a mentally retarded voice assistant that allows you to control some functions of the car through your voice. But don't expect too much from him, because this is a mentally retarded voice assistant. This was not what the store manager meant, it was just what he read from the instruction manual. After he finished speaking, he slapped himself on the forehead. Boss, you must have a grudge against money. How could you add such a sentence to the instruction manual? He grabbed his hair and smiled awkwardly at Tianyi. Ha, what I just said was not my intention. It was the original words of the manual. Don't blame me. You see, that's what it said. The store manager immediately handed over the instruction manual in his hand, pointing to the sentence just now. Official complaints are the most deadly. After seeing this, Tianyi was speechless. What an honest company this must be to say this. What's outrageous is that it was even put in the instructions. Other companies even want to change their shortcomings and redefine them as advantages. Is your boss afraid of selling the car? He's so arrogant. Tianyi's complaints, the store manager's embarrassment, and the laughter of the surrounding riders were all staged in the exhibition hall. After laughing, making trouble, and complaining, the store manager continued. First of all, I want to apologize to you, Mr. Tian, I'm sorry. Why am I apologizing to you? It's because I was unprofessional and made a joke. But this was not my original intention, because after the car was delivered, we salesmen also received detailed instructions. Before this, our understanding of the White Tiger 200 was the same as everyone else's, and our understanding was limited to what was revealed at the press conference. Otherwise, I wouldn't have read the instruction manual to you just now. As soon as he finished speaking, seeing his aggrieved look, many riders present immediately burst out laughing, including Tianyi. Tianyi stretched out his hand and patted the store manager to tell him not to care. Oh, it's hard for you too. A fellow rider under the car also spoke. Let me tell you, your boss really doesn't do anything that has anything to do with people. The store manager could only respond with an awkward smile. Then he put the manual aside and explained the car with his own understanding. Let's go on to say that there are a total of 18 large and small speakers in the car, including treble, mid-range and bass. Moreover, these high-quality speakers are all graphene-added speakers independently developed by our company. They work well with the large screen to give you an absolutely great audio-visual experience. In addition to these 18 speakers, there are also 4 hidden onomatopoeic speakers that can simulate the sound of a V8 engine. This is a function developed to satisfy some special car enthusiasts. You can choose to turn it on or off in the system. There are a total of 16 airbags and air curtains in the entire vehicle, and non-Newtonian fluid technology has been added to the main structural parts. These designs can ensure the safety of people on board to the greatest extent. Let's talk about the instrument again. The dial on it can be replaced. As long as you install Behu Care on your mobile phone, you can find the dial market in it. Various dials can be switched as you wish. Your 4-wheel drive version also has functions such as tank U-turn, automatic escape, and off-car remote control. The remote control program is also in Behu Care. There is also an automatic adaptation program for rear-wheel assisted turning, which allows your car to complete U-turns or other operations in some narrow places. As for the more common functions such as seat ventilation and seat heating, I will not go into details. These things are all things that the store manager summarized by himself after reading through the instructions. As for him to say more, it would be embarrassing for him. Tian-E held the steering wheel and listened quietly to the explanation. At this moment, his heart could not wait to drive away. Just listening to the introduction, you will know that this car is not just a car, but a very playable car. This does not mean that it is suitable for modification, but that the manufacturer officially gives you a lot of playability. Function. Thanks to the store manager for explaining it to me. So has my certification been completed now? Does it mean that as long as I go to the vehicle management office and put the license plate on, I can go on the road normally? The store manager nodded to Tian-E and didn't say anything. He said that the words just made him tired, not physically, but mentally. This boss is really difficult to lead, and he breaks things down from time to time. Tian-E received confirmation and took the complete set of car purchase procedures. The store manager also arranged a sales meeting and asked him to follow Tian-E to the vehicle management office to list the car. Many car enthusiasts in the shop here watched Tian-E drive the car out of the showroom of the Fourth Sun shop, with the taillights getting further and further away. Then he turned around and surrounded the store manager. More than 10 people surrounded him in the middle, talking to him about placing an order. The store manager immediately arranged for all sales in the store to go into battle, and then the situation was stabilized. Within one day, the first Behu 200 in the market was delivered, and on this day, their store received a full order for 16 vehicles. Tian-E, who already knew the basic controls, drove the brand new Behu 200 towards the vehicle management office with the salesperson of Behu Fourth Sun store. After he drove the car out of the vehicle management office, he thought of something and asked the salesman next to him, "Brother, should we go to the charging station and charge up first?" The little brother was obviously stunned. According to normal thinking, after driving out of the Fourth Sun of a fuel vehicle, the first thing to do is to refuel. But his car was not a fuel car, it was an electric car. After realizing it, he leaned his head over and took a look at the remaining battery capacity. 21%. If this amount of electricity is placed on a regular electric vehicle, it will definitely need to be charged at the station. But for those with a total mileage of 1,000 kilometers, 21% can also run more than 200 kilometers, which makes the salesperson not sure how to answer. Brother Tian, I don't understand either. How about we stop on the side of the road and read the instructions? The salesman weakly said in the smallest voice that he really failed in sales. Not only did he fail, but his store manager also failed. Everything was the fault of the big boss, which was very harmful. Tian-E really listened to the salesman, turned the car onto the service road, and stopped on the road with parking spaces painted on it. Turn out the manual and find the introduction to charging inside. The battery used in this product is a new type of graphene lithium-ion battery. Due to the characteristics of the battery, the product does not have battery memory effect. Therefore, the battery can be charged at will, and there is no need to pay special attention to it. Everything is up to the car owner, even if it is used up to 1% and then recharged, it is up to the car owner's preference. Ever since he was a child, Tian-E had never seen such an unprofessional explanation, especially the subtle and offensive meaning in it. Brother, why didn't I realize that the big boss of your company is so evil before? The manual of the White Tiger motorcycle was very normal. The salesman could only smile awkwardly. What did he say? Although I was secretly criticized, I also understood the charging method. It can be used in any way. It can be charged 80% of the time or 1% of the time. He still has 21% of the battery left, so it's perfectly fine not to charge it, but when meeting his car for the first time, it's obviously not good to let the car starve. The car restarted and drove towards a Jushu petrochemical charging station that had been renovated. The driving experience of the car is indeed very pleasant. When the switch is pressed, the power comes immediately, without any lag when driving a fuel car. As for the power, it is always on call, and the speed is also super fast. It has reached a speed of 60 km per hour before I even feel it. The salesman sitting in the passenger seat quickly reminded him, "Oh brother, slow down, you're going to be speeding soon." Looking at the speed displayed on the front bumper, Tiani immediately lifted his right foot. At this moment, he really liked the feeling of driving like this. It picked up speed quickly and drove steadily. It was really a good car. As he drove, he quickly arrived at the charging station. This charging station was converted from an old gas station. During the renovation, an energy recovery device was installed in the underground oil storage tank. This charging station is relatively large, with a total of 8 chargers, and each charger has 2 charging guns. Theoretically, it can complete the charging process of more than 3,000 vehicles in 24 hours. This charging efficiency is completely comparable to the flow of a large gas station. In actual use, the initial advantage of fuel is also being equalized by electricity. Tiani drove the car into the station and parked it casually next to a charger. After waiting in the car for a long time, no one came out to charge him. Looking at the empty charging station, Tiani waited for a while before honking the horn. The horn rang throughout the charging station, and at this time, a staff member wearing Jushu petrochemical work clothes ran out. When Tiani saw the person coming, he also got out of the car. The staff came over and said to Tiani, "Hello, we are a charging station here and we no longer provide refueling services. If you want to refuel, please go to our petrochemical company's gas station 3 kilometers away." Tiani looked at the staff a little funny and stretched out his hand to point to the car. "Brother, look, this is an electric car, not a fuel car." But the staff took a look and didn't see that it was a white Tiger 200. "Sorry, our charger can only charge specific models, and it is a car with high voltage charging function. So far, there is only one kind of car. What is it called?" "White Tiger 200. "Ah, yes, that's the car." Tiani pulled the gasman to the butt of the car, pointed at the words on the butt and winked at the gasman. The gasman looked at the words and read them in a low voice. "White Tiger 200. After reading, he immediately raised his head and looked at Tiani. "Oh, this is Beha 200. This gas station of mine has been idle for more than 2 months. This is your first car that meets the conditions. It's really not easy. Wait. I'll refuel you now. Oh no, I'll charge you now, haha." The refueling attendant walked to the charger with a smile. The charger looked exactly the same as a refueling machine. Pulling out a charging gun from the charger, the car's charging cover opened automatically as soon as the refueler walked to the car. "Oh, this car is really high-end. The cover on the charging port actually opens automatically. Technology has really advanced. In my more than 40 years of life, this is the first time I have seen it." As he spoke, he inserted the charging gun into the car. Then the charger made a faint sound, and the battery cooling system in the car also started to operate. The buzzing fan of the car was spinning crazily, and although the sound of the charger was very weak, the sound of water flowing could still be heard. Tiani just looked at the panel of the charger, but before he could see enough, the refueler pulled out the charging gun from the car. "Hey, why did you pull it out so quickly? Is there something wrong?" The refueler put away the charging gun and looked towards the charger panel. "It's fully charged. The total charging time is 2 minutes and 14 seconds. A total of 158 kilowatt-hour has been charged into the car. The unit price of each kilowatt-hour of electricity is 0.7 yuan, and you need to pay a total of 110.6 yuan this time." After hearing the gas attendant's words, Tiani was stunned for a few seconds before he took out his mobile phone, opened the payment software and started to pay. "When I drove a fuel car before, the price of 95 yuan per liter of gasoline had risen to 9.26 yuan, and if a 50L fuel tank was filled up, it would cost 463 yuan. A tank of oil can only run more than 600 kilometers at most, and now even if the car is fully charged, it only consumes 200 kilowatt-hour, which is 200 kilowatt-hours of electricity, and only costs 140 yuan. However, these batteries can drive a mileage of 1,000 kilometers. In comparison, Tiani feels that he is really saving money. Electricity consumption is only 14 cents per kilometer, while oil consumption is more than 70 cents per kilometer. This is a 5-fold difference. Now Tiani feels that after doing this calculation, he really saves money on the cost of using the car. Tiani, who drove his car out of the charging station and experienced charging for the first time on the road, now wants to post on moments. Showing off in his circle of friends, the charging speed and the cheap car cost made him eager to find someone to talk to. Brother, have you seen that with this charging time? I feel there is not much difference from the refueling speed of a fuel vehicle. Technology has really changed our lives. Who would have thought that we would be able to drive electric cars today, and the charging time would be so short? As Tian drove toward the DMV, he and the salesman next to him had a particularly lively conversation. Come to the vehicle management office, line up, inspect the vehicle, hand in the documents, get the big green book, the driving license, get the temporary license plate, and leave the mailing address of the license plate. After these processes were completed, the sky became dark. This was also thanks to the salesman from the Fourth Sun store who helped me run through the process, otherwise it would have been difficult to obtain the license plate. And after he received the license plate, holding the big green book and driving license in his hand, looking at these things, the ownership of the White Tiger 200 truly belonged to him at this moment. After finishing these things, he sent the salesman back to the store, and Tian went directly onto the highway back to the city. The distance between Ham City and Commodity County is only less than 60 kilometers. Tian has traveled this highway countless times. Wherever there are speed tests and cameras, he is menking. So on his way home, he was like a wild horse running wild, having fun on the highway. After just slowing down the car and dodging a speed measuring device, Tian pushed his switch to the bottom. The car did not live up to his expectations, and immediately accelerated the car with maximum horsepower. The speed of the car suddenly accelerated, just like Chow Chow, who was extremely fast. It originally had a speed of 100 km per hour, but in just over 10 seconds, it reached 180 km per hour, which was far away from the official speed limit of 220 km per hour. Of course, this is a speed limit, otherwise, the car would still be going fast. And when it reached a speed of 180 km per hour, the switch under his feet was released. Tian suddenly became afraid at this moment and did not dare to play like this anymore. If he was not careful, this would be the speed at which the car would be destroyed and people would be killed. And when he was accelerating like crazy, the sign in front said that he had arrived in the territory of Commodity County. Do you think this is ridiculous? It took him only 20 minutes to pick up a new car from a distance of 60 kilometers. At such a speed, even if he had never driven a fuel vehicle before, when he got off the Shao Commodity County Expressway, he had a new understanding of several important concepts that Li Jianhua said at the press conference. Tian was not the only one who picked up the car on this day. After the pre-sale orders were completed, Zhu Divine Beast began to be shipped to the Four Sons store where each customer was located. When all the cars were in place, these car owners also received text messages to pick up their cars at the same time. In one day, the shipment volume of Beihai 200 in the Zhu passenger car market has increased from 0 to 989 units. Such sales data directly landed in the top 20 of the car sales rankings. Crazy? Not crazy, this is a previous pre-sale order. But what's even crazier is what's behind all the White Tiger stores in Kyushu, big and small. There are 413 in total. On this day, almost every store has orders for the White Tiger 200 uploaded to the Zhu Divine Beast headquarters. In Guoshigi's office, it was already 8:30 p.m., and he was still waiting for statistics. 10 minutes later, a beautiful female secretary walked in with a folder. Guoshigi couldn't wait to open the file. He didn't even look at the data in the front and turned directly to the back. 3,717, this number is the final statistics. On average, each store in Kyushu has orders for 9 vehicles. And this is only the number of orders in one day. Even if the number will decrease every day in the future, the number of orders in a month is estimated to be 10,000 units. This is still a conservative estimate. Excited, Guoshigi immediately grabbed the phone on the table, found Lu Xiaodong's phone number and called him. Fat man, where are you? What's already lying on the bed? Then get up right away, don't lie down, come to the company quickly, it's time for you, the production supervisor, to contribute. My daily order volume has been calculated and is close to 4,000. Come to the company to organize workers and release our remaining productivity as quickly as possible. As long as we run at full capacity, I feel that even if this is the case, there will still be a gap of 1,000 units of our cars in the market. Guoshigi's mouth was like an assault rifle, firing at Lu Xiaodong nonstop. Lu Xiaodong, who was naked at the moment, immediately jumped up from the bed. Wang Mei, who was taking a shower in the bathroom, thought the bed outside was about to collapse. Damn, what you said is true, damn, I was so shocked, I couldn't believe my ears. Just wait, I'll get dressed right away, I'll go to the company now. This is all money, our company is going to distribute it again. After saying that, he threw the phone aside, dressed randomly, and ran towards the door. Mei, there's something going on at the company. I'm going back to the company. I'll have to wait until I finish making the little people. Wang Mei, who was taking a shower in the bathroom, exposed her head from the bathroom when she heard these words and looked at the door that had just been closed. You little trash, come back here. You don't mean what you say. These are all excuses, you fat man. Lu Xiaodong, who had already run away from home, did not hear Wang Mei's words. At this moment, he was only focused on the company's affairs and immediately organized the production of By 200. After Guoshigi notified him, he also called Li Zhenhua. Chairman Li, could you please come to my place? Listening to Guoshigi's teasing voice, his thoughts about the bulletproof bus were interrupted by him. Get out of here, hurry up if you fart, don't amuse me. I'm just thinking about how to solve the problem, hurry up. Why are you so amused? I have good news for you. Today I received 3,717 orders for the White Tiger 200. It is estimated that there will be 10,000 orders a month. You're going to get rich again, boss. After speaking, Guoshigi hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Li Zhenhua was suddenly stunned. What did Kuwaba say just now? With an order of 10,000 units a month, how much money does it cost? Thinking of these, his eyes seemed to glow with golden light. 10,000 units, 1 unit is 890,000, that's 890 million yuan, tens of millions equals 100 million, 8.9 billion? Does this car perform so well in the market? Thinking of this, Li Zhenhua also walked from home to the company, and his 6 security guards followed immediately. Li Yun went back to her parents' home because she hadn't gone back for a long time. He hurried to the company and pushed open the door of Guoshigi's office. Inside, he saw Lu Xiaodong making a call with a mobile phone. Listening to what he said, it sounded like the two parties were shaking people off before the movie started. In fact, they were just gathering employees to come back and release all the remaining productivity. Is there really so much? It's not fake news. Guoshigi rolled his eyes at him and threw the document in his hand to him. Looking through the documents in my hand, I saw that the order quantity was really real. It couldn't be more real. My mood also became excited, thinking about the last time I was in such a mood. It seems that it was still the time when White Tiger motorcycles were on sale and sales were booming, and now we have experienced it again. If we want to say who was the busiest at this time, it must be Lu Xiaodong, who was responsible for managing production matters. After receiving so many predicted orders, the three of them, as leaders, couldn't sleep that night. Everyone got involved and helped Lu Xiaodong coordinate some production issues. In the dead of night, the White Tiger 200 assembly line finally started moving, and Li Xiaodong also adjusted the previous all-day shift to a 3-shift model. All their productivity is slowly being released. As long as workers become familiar with this model, output will increase. Li Zhenhua was lying on Guoshigi's sofa at the moment, and the other two were also paralyzed from exhaustion, just like him. The three of them fell asleep on the sofa with their clothes on. When Li Zhenhua opened his eyes again, he looked at the clock on the wall and saw that it was already past 3 in the morning. He shouted to the two people who were sleeping in various sexy positions on the sofa and told them to go home and sleep, and then he left. Li Zhenhua did not go home. Instead, he was very excited. Even if he went back, he couldn't sleep, so he simply came to the automotive laboratory. He planned to continue driving the car, trying to get his own security as soon as possible, and save the 6 security guards from being on tenterhooks every time he came out of his home to the factory. The manual masturbation continues, and there are many people who are still sober like him, but not many can have anything to do with him. Tianyi from Commodity County had a relationship with Li Zhenhua because of White Tiger 200, so he didn't go to sleep at the moment. Because he had folded the front row of the car down so that it formed a flat surface with the seats in the back row. The inflatable bed that comes with the car is also filled with air under the work of the air pump, and is just laid in the White Tiger 200 car. He was lying in the car watching a movie, leaning against the backrest of the seat. The super large front windshield has now transformed into a cinema screen, and the car's 18 built-in speakers gave him a high level of audio-visual enjoyment. Although the movie is exciting, this is not the reason why he doesn't sleep. The reason is that he is familiar with every function on the car. And he also has an idea that when he is familiar with all the functions, he will make a video of playing with the car and post it on the internet to let more people know about the White Tiger 200. Generally speaking, the theme is to show off. When he came back, he also got the news on the official website. A superpower with a total area of 9.6 million square kilometers and a total population of 1.4 billion has only 989 White Tiger 200 units in circulation on the market. This is an extremely small number, so small that it is a bit pitiful, so he wanted to make a video to introduce the number of Beta 200 to everyone. Anyway, it is a caretaker who brings his own dry food. The movie he was playing was a human body appreciation movie from his childhood. No matter how loud the sound was in the car, nothing could be heard outside the car. Tian Yi's father happened to get up to go to the bathroom near dawn. He saw that there was still light emitting from his son's newly bought car. Curiously, he leaned over and leaned on the car window to look inside. Then the old man's blood pressure rose. He was seeing his son watching a movie and playing with his mobile phone inside, and a human body appreciation movie was playing on the front fender, and his anger level was maxed out. Little bastard, why don't you find a girlfriend in your 30s? You've been stuck here all day long. No wonder you can't find her. I don't think you can't find her, but you don't want to find her. Originally paying attention to Behuker on his mobile phone, he was selecting a cool dial, but suddenly his father's voice was mixed in between the lines of awe. He suddenly felt a bit creepy and looked towards the windshield with some suspicion. His old father was not in the picture either. After thinking about it carefully, the words his father just said seemed to be scolding him, so he quickly sat up from the inflatable bed and looked at the surrounding windows. When he looked around, his father's hand was already on the rear door handle, and he gently opened the door. And the lines of Aaku in the car were immediately heard from the car. The sound resounded throughout the yard, and the old man's face turned red with embarrassment. But Tiani immediately hurriedly turned off the screen projection on his mobile phone, and the sound disappeared immediately. But even so, he has also changed in the eyes of the old man. It is a pure social life scene. Fortunately, Tiani did not go to play with the golden cudgel, otherwise that would be the true nature of social life. The old man was so angry that he even forgot to pee. He picked up a broom in the corner and hit Tiani. I'll beat you to death, you little brat, and this is how you solve your personal problems? You can't find me a daughter-in-law, you're really going to piss me off. As the old man chased, Tiani ran in front. His mother, who was soon woken up by also walked downstairs and looked at the father and son who were chasing and escaping. The old lady pulled the old man back and comforted him. Old man, if you have anything to do, we'll talk about it tomorrow. It's not good for anyone to make noise in the middle of the night. The old man was persuaded to go back, and Tiani was no longer in the mood to continue studying the car. He just wanted to go back to sleep now. But just now he could hear his father's voice in the car, which was quite curious. Then he turned off the power to the car and held the White Tiger 200 instruction manual in his hand. He cautiously returned to his room, fearing that someone would overhear him. After he returned to his room and locked the door, he took off his clothes and read the instructions. Inside, he wondered why the car was so well insulated that he could hear his father's voice. After searching for a while, I finally found the answer in the onomatopoeia module. It turns out that the onomatopoeia speakers on this car are not just used to simulate engine sounds. Another function of it is to convey some important information from the outside world, some sounds that the driver should hear. This sound is automatically collected by the car and transmitted from the onomatopoeic speakers to the interior of the car after noise reduction sound processing. Damn, there are so many things to do. Oh, my brain, how can I face the old man tomorrow? As Tiani spoke, he recorded the knowledge points he had just learned on his mobile phone notepad. The notepad records the functions that Tiani thinks are important. When he releases a video in the future, this will be the outline for introduction. After Tiani understood this function, he looked at the gradually brightening sky outside and made a decision in his heart. Now while the old man is not up, he has to run away quickly. Anyway, he has money and has not traveled for a long time. Why not take advantage of this opportunity of not being able to stay at home anymore, go out for a trip, and see on the road what problems the White Tiger 200 has on the car? It would be even better if you could catch a young lady on the road using a car that is currently only 1 in 989 in the world. In any case, this can be regarded as a million-level luxury car. Although it is not suitable for top luxury cars, it is definitely sufficient in terms of technology. As soon as I had the idea, I took action. I took a travel bag, put some of my clothes in it, put the bag on my back and quietly walked to the car from the second floor. He packed the things in the car carefully, for fear of making any noise. After finishing, he opened the door of his house and drove away without looking back. This is how his chic self-driving trip began. This was his travel trip, and it was also a trip for him to collect his experience of using the car. He did not forget about the video of the vehicle evaluation. Tiani just drove the White Tiger 200 and set off, leaving only a piece of paper for the old man at home. The sky was getting brighter and brighter. He had no target and didn't know where to go. He finally stopped on the national highway west of his home. After thinking about it for a while, I decided to go for a walk in the snow area, look at the blue sky, white clouds, and green grass, and relax myself. When I traveled by motorcycle before, I took the southern Sichuan Tibet route. This time I will choose the northern Sichuan Tibet route. After making this decision, Tianyi's first destination was Rongqing. The next moment he was in trouble. How should he find the charging station along the way? Although it could last 1,000 kilometers, who knew where the car would run out of power? This was something no one could have predicted. If the problem at the charging station was not solved, he would not be able to set off. Moreover, the navigation map may not have the time to update the locations of these charging stations in a hurry. Under such doubts, I took out my mobile phone and called the Fourth Sun store. The person who answered the phone was the store manager. His question also stumped the store manager. After the store manager agreed to ask the question from above, he called back just 5 minutes later. Mr. Tian, don't worry about your concerns at all. I just contacted the headquarters. The other party told me that because the charging station technology is provided by Juzhu Divine Beast, we have negotiated with many charging station companies from the beginning. The location of the charging station will be updated in real time on our car navigation. As long as you open the car navigation and click on it to view the charging station, you will be able to get the locations of all charging stations across Kyushu, and there will also be a charging cable in your trunk. This is a household battery with slow charging. It is estimated that it will take 70 hours to fully charge the entire car. Moreover, our car also supports current fast charging, which takes 3 hours to fully charge, so you don't have to worry about using your car at all. After hanging up the phone with the Fourth Sun store manager, Tianyi quickly turned on the car navigation on the large central control screen. When the program opens, a charging gun icon appears at the bottom. At the top point, several small red dots will appear on the map. Click on one of them, which is connected to the distance line. At this time, he was really relieved and drove towards the first stop, Chengdu. Not to mention the journey of Tianyi, the owner of the White Tiger 200, in the automotive laboratory of Juzhu Divine Beast Li Zhenhua. He finally completed the 3 bulletproof vehicles for his own use. With the help of 6 bodyguards, the last part was installed in place, and the car was finally ready for use. During the manufacturing process, the bulletproof materials used in their car were sent to military shooting ranges for many experiments, and the results were remarkable. This time with increased thickness and some newly developed materials, it finally withstood the bombardment of anti-tank mines. His performance data were also sent to the Parade Coordination and Planning Department by the military, and the leaders above also watched the actual video data. A urging document was also sent to the red flag manufacturer. The wording in the document sent this time was very harsh. As long as the other party makes no further moves, the vehicles used in this military parade will really miss them. Against this background, the eldest son of the Republic finally realized the seriousness of the matter. The reply given is that he will definitely get in touch with Juzhu Divine Beast Company in the near future and will not take these things seriously again. In the automobile laboratory, a 3-day bright black car was placed in the middle, making everyone present look at the car with excitement. Among them, the security captain Ningwei was a little impatient to take the car out for a test drive. The other team members were particularly interested in the 2 off-road vehicles. Although there was not much difference between the 3 vehicles in terms of manufacturing technology, to some extent, there is a gap between the off-road vehicle and the car, but from the appearance point of view, they still like the 2-day off-road bulletproof vehicle. Although these 3 bulletproof vehicles all look like civilian vehicles, they know that in terms of performance, they are already comparable to some domestic wheeled armored vehicles. Under this premise, 3 cars were officially driven out of the automotive laboratory. And in terms of car procedures, Li Zhenhua had already submitted the information to the superiors. The higher authorities provided great support to their company, and all the procedures for the 2 cars were approved with the green light. It was approved in accordance with the procedures for new energy vehicles. No one can see anything wrong with the procedures alone. It's just that some data on the car's certificate can surprise knowledgeable people. In the next 3 days, the car was taken to the vehicle management office by Ningwei's people, who took all the procedures to apply for a license plate. These have nothing to do with their manufacturer. The task he has set for himself next is a bit arduous, because he still has 10 bulletproof buses to manufacture. These buses that he planned to hand over to many elders were not something he said he could accept after being manufactured, nor could they be used with confidence after accepting them. There are still many things in between, and the relationships that need to be opened are very complicated. After thinking about this, he also had an idea and planned to set off for Peeping immediately after his 3 cars had registered license plates. When the 3 cars arrived at the vehicle management office, Li Zhenhua had no intention of finding anyone to stop them or communicating with the leaders of the vehicle management office. He would not even think about privileges. Just follow the normal listing procedures and queue up a trolley. The bulletproof car at the head and the 2 off-road vehicles at the back simply stood out from the crowd and were very conspicuous. The many car owners listed here all cast curious glances at the obviously high-end car. Everyone is also asking what model of car this is, but they have never seen it before. Some people also curiously circled around the car. Looking at the model number on the back of the car, these people guessed that this should be the car that Juzhu Divine Beast will be launched in the future. On the rear butt of the car, the words Kyushu Divine Beast are written on the left side, but the right side of the car is not the model of the White Tiger. But what is written above is Huanglong FD1. Huanglong can easily understand that this is the central mythical beast, and its attribute is Earth. In Kyushu mythology, the mythical beasts that guard the 5 directions are Qinglong, Suanryu, White Tiger, and Suzaku. These 4 sacred beasts correspond to the northeast and southwest respectively, and the central mythical beast is the Yellow Dragon, collectively known as the 5 beasts. From here, we can see that Li Zhenhua has high expectations for bulletproof vehicles. He is the mythical beast guarding the center. All of this is understandable, but the 2 letters FD at the end make it difficult for people who don't know the inside story to guess what it means. In fact, it is the initials of bulletproof, and the 2 behind it represents the second bulletproof vehicle designed by Li Zhenhua. The one in front was given to Pusan, who was beaten into a hornet's nest. The models of the 2 off-road vehicles at the back are not Behu, but chosen to be called Kirin. Kirin FD is the model of the 2 off-road vehicles. These 2 mythical beasts are 2 legendary beasts that guard the center, so they are both occupied by Li Zhenhua here. It was finally Huanglong FD2's turn in the vehicle management office. When the car drove to the vehicle inspection position, all the staff in the vehicle management office put down their work and came out of their workstations to see something strange. And many car owners queuing up to list their cars have no objections to the staff at the vehicle management office. They were all watching Huanglong FD2's vehicle inspection procedures with curiosity. Peng Yuxing got out of the car and handed the certificate and some car procedures to the person inspecting the vehicle. The car inspection staff took all the information and looked at the car's certificate of conformity curiously. There is all the information about the car on it, but the person who inspected the car was immediately dumbfounded after seeing the basic information. Looking at Peng Yuxing with shocked eyes, this person simply did not believe that what was written on the certificate was true. If true, this is a shocking statistic. Brother, are you sure you gave me the correct certificate? Did you hide the real certificate? You gave it to me as a joke, didn't you? Stop joking. When Peng Yuxing heard the staff's words, he naturally returned to him. Haha, I'm not kidding. This certificate belongs to this car and is not adulterated at all. Why don't you check it in the system? Seeing Peng Yuxing looking so serious, the car inspection staff couldn't make up their mind. Then he took the certificate to a computer and started checking in the car registration system. Enter the specific model of the vehicle into the computer, and soon the vehicle data will be displayed on the screen. Huanglong FD2, Manufacturer, Juzhu Divine Beast Group Divine Beast Passenger Vehicle Manufacturing Company, Limited. Level, Large Bulletproof Car, Energy Type, Pure Electric. Vehicle Length, 6,236 mm, Vehicle Width, 2,100 mm, Height, 1,630 mm. Layout, 5 doors and 4 seats, Curb weight, 9 tons. Power, 1,920 kilowatts, 2,160 horsepower. Battery pack, 4,000 kilowatt-hour. After comparing the data one by one, it was finally confirmed that the data on the certificate was true and not adulterated at all. Returning to the car again with the certificate in hand, facing such outrageous data, I still looked at Peng Yuxing in disbelief. Is this car really 9 tons? Is it really that heavy? How did you make it? Facing the question, Peng Yuxing approached the man and pointed to a place on the certificate. The staff also followed his guidance and looked at the certificate. Large bulletproof car. The staff who didn't react at first reacted immediately after seeing the 2 words in the middle. I also completely understood how it achieved this weight. It turned out to be a bulletproof vehicle, so everything can be explained clearly. After solving the doubts in my heart, I started to verify the car's data with the procedures. It was also at this time that the charm of this car was truly revealed to everyone. The front hood, trunk, and driver's door were all opened under Peng Yuxing's control. After these parts were opened, everyone present secretly took a breath of cold air, squirted lightly. Because the moment the car door was opened and the thickness of the door was revealed, everyone was stunned. The thickest part of the door reaches 15 centimeters, and even the thinnest glass part of the entire door reaches 8 centimeters by visual inspection. The staff inspecting the car first got into the driver's seat, took a photo and uploaded the chassis number under the seat, and then took a photo of the chassis number on the front fender. When he finally came to the front, he was given a hard time. Because there is no engine at all in front, there is only a front trunk, and nothing can be seen. Peng Yuxing looked at the motionless staff, came to the front trunk, and operated a quick-release buckle. Soon, a small front trunk that could only hold a small bag was removed. The structure inside the car was exposed. When the staff looked inside, it was pitch black and nothing could be seen. It was impossible to see the ground under the car through the gap, so he turned to look at Peng Yuxing again. Get a flashlight. The entire car is enclosed. It has a special drainage system and has no contact with the outside world. That was all I could do. I soon found 2 electric motors inside and took a photo facing the motor number. After nearly an hour of vehicle inspection, the vehicle inspection procedure of Huanglong FD2 was completed. At this time, the production cost and license plate production fee could finally be paid. When Peng Yuxing got all the procedures in his hands, and after the staff asked him to wait for a while, the car's license plate was loosened just 5 minutes later. The car's license plate was randomly generated by Peng Yuxing after determining 2 letters, Lu PFD 2007. In Peng Yuxing's eyes, such a license plate is really suitable for this car. FD2 represents the car model, and the 007 at the back seems to indicate that the car is most suitable for the job of an agent. After having the vehicle inspection procedure for this car, the 2 Kirin FDS at the back also became faster during the vehicle inspection. After the 3 cars drove out of the vehicle management office, many people who witnessed the registration of these 3 cars immediately posted what they saw and heard to the White Tiger 200 section of the official forum of Zhu Divine Beast. The blogger who posted the information was also shabby at first. He only posted a text description without any pictures at all. After this post was published, it immediately aroused attacks from all netizens, and the post became lively. Some said that the blogger was bragging, and some chose to believe it based on the text description, but the vast majority of people felt that it was a satellite release and that such a car did not exist at all. In such a lively environment, this post successfully broke out of the circle and completely emerged in the White Tiger 200 section of the Kyushu Mythical Beast forum. The people who pay the most attention are the future car owners who have placed orders for the White Tiger 200. They are paying attention to all the news about the Kyushu Mythical Beast online. Just when the 2 sides were debating whether there was such a car, the blogger who posted the post finally posted the picture. These pictures are not specially taken high-definition large pictures, but at a glance, you can tell that they are real pictures of the scene taken with a mobile phone, which are the pictures of the car when it was listed. From the queue at the beginning, to the vehicle inspection at the end, and finally the 3 cars driving out of the vehicle management office together, the whole set of pictures was posted in the post. There was a relatively clear picture among them, which really made everyone believe what the blogger said. That is a picture of the door of Huanglong FD2 being driven open. The thickness of the entire door looks particularly thick when compared with the reference object. The half-lowered car window glass is also telling people about its function. There was no surprise. On that day, everyone knew that Zhu Divine Beast had 2 bulletproof vehicles, which were quietly circulated in the market. But what puzzles the general public is why Zhu Divine Beast has no information about these 2 cars. If someone hadn't posted about the listing, others might never have known that Zhu Divine Beast had created these 2 cars. Some nefarious people directly dialed the customer service hotline of Zhu Divine Beast. The customer service staff, who were somewhat speechless when asked, were also filled with complaints. The caller: I don't know where I got the wild news, but I actually called the official for confirmation. At this moment, many netizens have not gotten any official answer from Kyushu Divine Beast. After receiving hundreds of such calls a day, customer service also reported problems that could not be solved. When Guoshigi, who was in charge of sales, saw the problems reported by customer service, he felt helpless and secretly complained about Li Zhenhua, who told him not to communicate with him and Lu Xiaodong from the beginning. If he knew this in advance, wouldn't he be able to fight for it and really bring this car to the market? Although he still hasn't given up convincing Li Zhenhua, under the current situation, it will be difficult to put these 2 cars on the market. Because when he called to ask, Li Zhenhua had clearly told him that the car would not be on the market at the moment, but it might be on the market in the future. Everything has to wait for a big thing he has to do. After the dust settles, he can decide whether to reduce the allocation or revise the listing before listing. Moreover, Guoshigi felt that Li Zhenhua was a little crazy. Why would he have such an idea? But his determination also made Guoshigi choose to respect him. After thinking about this, Guoshigi wrote an announcement about 2 bulletproof vehicles. In fact, there is only one content. The 2 bulletproof vehicles will not be put into the market at this stage. Many car enthusiasts are also looking forward to the follow-up. With such an announcement, there was a commotion on the internet, but regarding Huanglong FD2 and Kirin FD, the popularity of these 2 cars has indeed never disappeared. Lee Jianhua was packing his 1 or 2 changes of clothes and was waiting to leave for Peeping the next day. When he came back, he planned to go to Haikan and pick up Li Yun. The idea of going to Peking had already been told to Ningwei. The 6 of Ningwei packed up their equipment and put it in their own work car. After they were all ready, the convoy of 3 bulletproof vehicles set off on the road. Tianyi also had a deeper understanding of the White Tiger II on his way to Chengdu these days. The various functions of the car are so considerate. As far as charging is concerned, there is a distance of 1,800 kilometers from Shaokomodity County to Chengdu. He only recharged the battery twice along the way. When he set off, the battery was almost full. He had to drive 800 kilometers before charging for the first time. It was also at this time that Tianyi learned that the car had a smart charging reminder function. The car will calculate your existing power based on the mileage and the distance to the next charging station to see if it is enough for you to reach the charging station. The voice assistant in the car will give you suggestions on where to charge based on calculations. The 2 times he charged the battery on the road, he only charged it after being reminded. At other times, he just had to relax and don't worry about anything. With the function of automatically prompting for charging, he is relieved that he does not have to think about when and where to charge. And because the car has a 200 kilowatt-hour battery pack, he bought many small appliances on the road after setting off, the most important of which was a small electric kettle, which allowed him to drink a cup of hot tea when he stopped on the road. At least with such a big battery pack, you don't have to worry about running out of power. And along the way, the air seat and unique suspension system allow him to pass comfortably no matter how bumpy the road is. The driving experience is so great that I don't even know how to describe it. And there are some sections along the way that cannot be passed by fuel vehicles, which are not too difficult for the White Tiger 200. Based on Tianyi's current car experience, he found that he has truly fallen in love with this car. It is really convenient everywhere, and the design is specially designed with the car owner in mind, and some small details are handled quite well. In addition, he also has some feelings about the car's kinetic energy recovery. It's not like he has never driven a car before and couldn't stop it. The single pedal mode on it is amazing, but compared with his White Tiger 200, the feeling is completely different. The kinetic energy recovery that is more intelligent than that car really allows you to experience what smart braking is. Of course, you will be a little uncomfortable at the beginning, but you will get used to it after a long time. And this mode doesn't really have only one pedal. There is still a brake pedal, but except in emergencies, Tianyi has not touched it. During this journey, he received curious looks from many people, and he also educated these people on the benefits of White Tiger 200. And just today, less than 50 kilometers away from Chengdu, he picked up a beautiful backpacker hitchhiking on the side of the national road. After the other party got in the car, this beauty showed a kind of curiosity about the car. It was this curiosity that gave them many common topics. And that night, Tianyi rushed to Rongshan with the beautiful woman. When they were parting, he secretly invited the beautiful woman to watch a movie. Unexpectedly, it was these words that made the other party actually accept his invitation. Later in the evening, Tianyi took the beautiful woman to dinner and went outside the cinema together. Just when he was booking tickets online, the beauty suddenly spoke. I've heard before that the White Tiger 200 is equivalent to a mobile home theater, and the audio-visual experience is absolutely top-notch. I'm really curious, is it really that curious? Why don't you let me feel it? I don't know if you can meet this request. As soon as the beauty finished speaking, for Tianyi, this was like a door-to-door comparison. Is there really pure friendship between men and women? No, although it's not absolute, it really doesn't happen. Generally speaking, it's a pure friendship. He's just waiting for you to wake up and realize that there's a little bit of love beside you. Not to mention this kind of moment, a man and a woman alone are watching a movie in a car, as if everything is so logical. Tianyi's White Tiger 200 was found in a remote corner in Chengdu. Cinema mode was enabled, and in the meantime, he also turned on the hiding function of the car windows. That is, after it is turned on, the situation inside the car cannot be seen at all from the outside, but the inside of the car can see the outside of the car. This function was also discovered by Tianyi in the manual when he was bored on the road recently. With this function, as long as the car does nothing, no one will know whether there is anyone inside. While watching the movie, there was originally a long distance between the two, but as the plot of the movie progressed, the two hugged each other. The moment he finished watching the movie, Tianyi uploaded a movie on his mobile phone. This is a movie my brother sent me. He said the plot is heart-wrenching and very tactful. Let's watch it together. In fact, there are no brothers. This movie was not given to him by any brother. It was downloaded from his mobile phone. What I said just now is just an excuse, and I also want to test the other party through this film. Really? Let's take a look. Now that you say that, I'm also curious. Spring is here, and all the animals on the grassland are in estrus. A male lion is smelling the butt of a female lion. However, the female lion was also letting out a suppressed roar, as if she was cooperating with the male lion's movements. Inside Tianyi's White Tiger 200, the air was filled with a strange smell, but the two people inside felt nothing. After everything was done, Tianyi asked the beautiful woman next to him in surprise, "Why did you act so inexperienced just now? It's like you don't have much experience." After hearing his question, the beauty became bold and replied generously without any shyness, "It's an advantage for you, uncle, you are not the second man in my life. My ex-boyfriend was the first one, and this time it was because of the breakup that I went on a trip. We have done this a few times before." Tianyi didn't feel uncomfortable at all because the other party called him uncle, but because the other party's words felt really good. At this time, the human body appreciation film on the big screen was still continuing, and the melodious sound surrounded their ears. "Oh, no wonder, you see this is a rare opportunity, let me, an uncle, teach you. Just think of it as practicing your skills." The two laughed, and the animal world was happening again. Then the two of them seemed to be in company, heading towards the snowy area together. On the way to Peeping, Li Jianhua was sitting in the back seat of the car. This time for his trip, a security team of 6 people was dispatched. A Kirin FD was in front to lead the way, and there was a Kirin breaker in the back. His Huanglong was in the middle of the 2 cars, and a convoy of 3 cars headed towards Beeping. It was very safe along the way, and at the same time, this convoy of only 3 cars made the surrounding cars look strange. Less than 400 kilometers away, under the skilled driving of 6 people, we soon arrived at the Beijing checkpoint. All cars will park here and undergo inspection by the armed police. Ning Wei and the others had 6 pistols on their bodies. It was okay for bodyguards to carry guns elsewhere, but it was inappropriate in Peeping. Soon it was the turn of Li Jianhua and his 3 cars. Before the armed police could inspect them, Ningwei handed over the gun licenses of his 6 people to the armed police. The armed police officer responsible for the inspection has never seen 6 gun licenses handed over at once, and it is not something he can solve at the moment. Then he called his boss over, and it was obvious that the person in charge came over. As a result, I checked the gun license in the internal system and found that it was indeed genuine. However, no information about the 6 gun license holders could be found, and the confidentiality level was not suitable for him to have access to. Later, after Ramaui and Ningwei met, after a conversation, they found that only 2 pistols were left among the 6 of them, while the other 4 were temporarily kept by the checkpoint here. After passing the checkpoint, I officially entered Beijing. When I found my accommodation, it was noon. With his current status, it is not a problem to enter the Kyushu Defense Department. After settling into his accommodation, he called his old acquaintance. "Chief, I am Li Jianhua. I have come to Peking and I would like to report to you about my future work. And please see if I can do this. If you can do it, I still have to ask you to contact me." Wang Yuzheng felt a headache after receiving his call. The boy who called him was really good at troubles. I still remember that the last time I called myself, I told myself that I had something to tell me and asked me to come over. And it was that trip that caused a series of strategic changes in the entire Kyushu. This time he didn't say let him go, but the feeling it gave him was not that good, as if this time things were bigger. Suddenly, Wang Yuzheng had an unusual headache, but he couldn't stop talking. "Then you come to me tomorrow morning. I have something to do today. I hope you will give me less of a shock tomorrow." Wang Yuzheng said so, and Li Jianhua also felt a little embarrassed. He, Chief, how can it be a shock? It should be a surprise. In fact, I am here to give you a gift. Okay, what about giving gifts or not? Let's meet and talk tomorrow. The two hung up the phone. Li Jianhua threw the phone aside and lay down in his clothes to rest. Outsiders looked like he was resting, but he got into the virtual laboratory and the overall design idea of the bulletproof bus was finalized. However, there are still areas that can be improved in terms of details, and now he is dealing with these areas. Although this bulletproof bus is called a bulletproof bus in his mouth, it is actually not big. If divided according to the rules, only temporary passengers can be counted, and the total number of passengers should be 27. But in Zonk, which is running like a bus, any bus can fit 40 or 50 people. Of course, the design this time is not like this, but is designed completely according to the cabin layout of a private jet. It can also be said to be a multifunctional RV. That kind of official multifunctional RV has a meeting place that can accommodate 10 people in the interior layout design, and there are 12 aviation seats in the whole car. The office facilities in the car are complete, and it is designed with reserved positions for satellite receiving antennas, large signal transmitting devices, and other communication means. And a bathroom is designed in the car, which can satisfy both defecation and urination. There is also a washroom separate from the bathroom to provide washing and other functions. There is also a restroom at the rear of the car, and the internal space can accommodate a bed. The decoration plan also tends to be simple and elegant, and more Chinese style, but it does not lose comfort. The design of the single bed was also borrowed from the Beijing Winter Olympics, making the bed a functional bed. Since the height is enough, it doesn't make people feel depressed. Inside the room, Li Zhenhua also used sound insulation technology to give the elders a quiet space to rest. The reason why I chose Zong for this car was because I was considering getting it on a plane. There was no way to transport it. If you can't follow the plane everywhere, all your efforts will be in vain. Therefore, in terms of size, it is not built to be the largest bus. The purpose of everything is to provide convenience to many elders on your way. And when designing the interior space, the front, rear, left, and right center of gravity of the car was also taken into consideration, so the car can drive very smoothly on the center of gravity. After talking about the interior design, we have to talk about the design of the car itself. First of all, the car is 10 meters in length, 2.8 meters in height, and 3.4 meters in width. It is fully capable of driving in the 3.5 meter standard lane in the city, and there is no such thing as being too wide. The car chooses a non-load-bearing chassis with a total of 4 axles at the front and rear. The 2 front axles are used as steering axes. The first axle is designed with a single tire, while the 3 axles at the rear are all designed with dual tires. 2 steering axles increase directional safety. Even if a tire bursts, it can ensure the safety of the vehicle's driving direction to the greatest extent. It is a medium-sized bus, but it has 4 axles. With such an appearance, it does not look like a normal bus. And in his design, the car has an 8*8 drive mode, which means that all the wheels on the car are power wheels. As for the driving power, 6 480 kilowatts electric motors are used, with 2 in the front and 4 in the rear. The 2 front steering axles share the power of 2 electric motors, and the 2 rear axles have 4 sets of wheels as power wheels, with 1 motor for each set of tires. The total power is 2,880 kilowatts and 3,915 horsepower. What is a performance monster? This is a performance monster, and there is a serious surplus of new features like this. Therefore, during normal use, Li Zhenhua placed restrictions on the motors of the 2 sets of tires on the 3rd axle. Unless it is an emergency, these 2 sets of motors will not work. Under such a design, for electric motors are working in terms of power, and the other 2 can be turned on under the driver's control. And with such strong power, in terms of battery energy, more electricity is needed. There is more space, and the battery pack is easier to install. Therefore, the internal energy of the battery pack in the car has reached 8,000 kilowatt-hour, which is twice that of his own car. In order to shorten the charging time, he also divided the battery pack into 2, which also resulted in the car having 2 high-voltage charging ports, 1 in the front and 1 in the back. This design can complete the charging of the entire vehicle more quickly. The charging time can be saved in half, but how long is the battery life of a bus with such a huge battery pack? What Li Zhenhua tested in the laboratory was 6,000 kilometers, and it was in high-power mode with all electric motors working, running at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. That means you don't feel sleepy, tired or annoyed in the laboratory, otherwise no one would be able to drive for 30 hours. 6 electric motors, an 8,000 kilowatt-hour battery pack, and thick body armor ultimately make the bus curb weight reach an astonishing 14 tons. There is really an iron bump running on the road. This is because the roads in Kyushu are now thickly paved. Otherwise, if it were in the past, the road would be crushed by this car every minute. The thickness of the external armor is uniform. The armor on the chassis is relatively thick, but the thickest part of the vehicle is the restroom. Even if the whole car is blown up, the restroom cannot be blown up. In terms of safety, it can be said that it has been achieved to the extreme. Even if it is asked to upgrade again, it cannot be said that it cannot be upgraded, but that is completely meaningless. This kind of safety feature is completely sufficient. What unobtrusive leader would take a bus through the station? Unless there is no one left in Kyushu, the chief is leading the charge. After taking care of safety, I started thinking about what weapons and equipment I should bring on this CMB so that I can use it to fight back in times of danger. After much selection, I finally made the decision to install a 12.7mm fully automatic 6-barrel rotating heavy machine gun on the left and right sides. Since the machine gun is placed in the luggage compartment, and the luggage compartment is large, in order to maintain the vitality, more ammunition is needed. A 14,000-round ammunition box is designed in the luggage compartments on both sides. The 2 sides together add up to 28,000 rounds, which is enough to swing around the battlefield. And the platform it is equipped with can be controlled in the car, and the range it can cover is 180 degrees on both sides. Who would have thought that although the wheels of this car are a bit ugly, the luggage compartments on the left and right sides of such a car are not filled with luggage, but with heavy machine guns. Since this is an electric car, the space used to install the engine at the rear of the car is left unused. This is also a large space. It can fully accommodate a 23mm machine gun. Lee Jae-hwa, who suffers from a phobia of insufficient firepower. The original single-barreled cannon was transformed into a double-barreled cannon with 300 rounds of ammunition. The roof of the car was designed by Lee Jae-hwa to have a flat roof, and the bulge caused by the air conditioner on the roof is completely eliminated on this car. Originally there was a bulge, but no one said that the bulge couldn't be leveled, so this was another extra space. The vacant space at the top did not leave him idle. Let's get to know the honeycomb rocket. 2 small honeycombs are hidden in this space. As long as the convoy encounters danger, this minibus can transform into Katyusha and launch a saturation attack on the enemy, trying to blow the enemy to pieces as soon as possible. What does it mean to be crazy? This is called crazy. Lee Jae-hwa just doesn't feel enough. If it weren't for the fact that there was really no other space in the car, he would have installed a small anti-aircraft missile system on the car. The minibus has the most wheels, the Katyusha looks most like a minibus, and it is the civilian vehicle among armored vehicles. Combat vehicle among civilian vehicles. Lee Jae-hwa completely made this car look different. It can be said that it is any car, but it is undeniable that the protection of this CMB has been achieved to the extreme. The minibus designed in this way, in terms of firepower configuration, can probably directly destroy the country if it goes to Hyesu to fight with the military power of a small country. After he solved all the problems with the minibus, he turned back and looked at the bus. Hey, what the hell did I bring out? It seems that the elders don't need to go to the battlefield. Have I gone too far? Why? It seems that my lack of firepower phobia has really reached an advanced stage and is hopeless. The phobia of insufficient firepower inherent in the race's genes was vividly displayed in him. Anyway, this car is for the elders, so there is nothing illegal about the weapons. In short, as long as it can be installed, it must be installed. Even so, in Lee Jae-hwa's opinion, there is still a lack of firepower. This means that he has not been exposed to anti-aircraft missiles, otherwise he must make space to install a few anti-aircraft missiles. However, when he was thinking about it, he still left convenient spaces in the car. These spaces were designed to store individual anti-aircraft missiles and self-defense weapons in the car. We optimized the previously considered deficiencies of the car, improved the redundant things, and removed some anti-human designs based on usage habits. He has been doing these things recently, and now these optimizations have been completed. For now, he can't find any major flaws in the car. The flaws he has found have been filled or optimized by him. Just as he was thinking like this, the afternoon passed quickly. When it was getting dark, he found Ningwei and the other 6 people and had something to eat together. He didn't wander around peeking. After eating, he went back to bed, closed his eyes, and continued his research. The next morning, I got in his car and went straight to the Bai building. After being inspected by the guards at the gate, the 3 cars were let in and parked directly in the parking lot. Of course, when Ningwei and the others came in, they also handed over the remaining 2 pistols. At this time, I have to say that his current status is very useful. His reputation as a candidate academician is not something that a bad professor can match. We need to know that the entire Jusu has a population of 1.4 billion, but there are only 796 academicians. As long as this year's National Science and Technology Progress Award is awarded, he will truly become an academician of the chemistry department of the Kyushu Academy of Sciences. After registering at the security office in front of the building, Won Yueshin's civil servant soon came down and picked him up. Ningwei, who followed, was waiting for him to come out in the restroom of the security office. When he walked into Won Yueshin's office, the civil servant poured him a glass of water and went out. He told him that Minister Won would be here soon and asked him to wait. As the deputy director of the Equipment Development Department, he has a lot of work every day and is also very important, but Won Yusing still spared 2 hours to receive Lee Jae-hwa. Now he is just dealing with some things in order to find time to see Lee Jae-hwa. Before finishing the glass of water, Won Yusung walked in from outside, and Lee Jae-hwa also stood up to show respect. Won Yusung walked into the office, saw him standing up, and waved to him. He unzipped his military jacket and hung his general hat and clothes on the hanger. Then he walked to the sofa where Lee Jae-hwa was sitting, sat down and said to Lee Jae-hwa, "Why did you come to see me this time? I know that you are the master who never goes to the 3 treasures hall for any reason. Tell me, something shocking came out this time, and it actually made you come to Peking to find me. Wang Yuzheng asked him directly without any mincing words. He, there is no special product this time, it's just an extension of the things we made before. To put it bluntly, I am here to give you gifts this time. Listening to these meaningless words, Wang Yuzheng didn't know what expression to look at him with. Cadres can't accept gifts, don't you know? Tell me clearly what you are here for, otherwise I can go and do my own business. After Wang Yuzheng said this, he started to speak seriously. Chief, this time I actually designed a bulletproof vehicle. I thought there are only a few people who really need this kind of vehicle. Of course I thought of the elders, so I plan to build 10 of them and donate them to the country. That's why I told you at the beginning that I was here to give you a gift. After Wang Yuzheng heard this, he looked at him as if he were a fool, and he understood that this boy was really here to give gifts. Do you know how the elders use their cars? You came here so rashly? You are really, I don't even know what to say about you. As he spoke, Wang Yuzheng stretched out his hand and lit it in the air. Isn't it because I don't know that I came to you? The old man opposite was speechless by this sentence. Now that he was here, he finally decided to listen to what he had to say and then decide what to do. Tell me about the car first, and then talk about the rest after I've finished listening. Hearing Wang Yueshen's answer, he felt happy. As long as the other party was willing to listen, then this matter would be half successful. Okay, this is it. I have designed a total of 2 models, one of which has 2 variants. We will talk about this later. Let me talk about another type of car first. This kind of car is based on the bulletproof car and the idea I had when watching Juzhu News, because I saw on TV that when many elders were inspecting the country, there is no fixed type of car at all. Sometimes it is a sedan, sometimes it is a minibus or a bus. So I started from the trip of the elders and designed a bulletproof minibus that can be transported by special plane. And the interior decoration has been carried out on the minibus, so that the elders can have a comfortable rest environment even on the road. In addition, reserved positions for communication systems and office systems are designed in the car so that elders can handle things in emergencies. In general, it is a bulletproof comprehensive official vehicle. After hearing this, Wang Yuzheng understood what he was thinking. After what he said, it was indeed the case. But then a problem came up. It wasn't that I didn't want to fix the vehicle. There are many reasons for the formation of this model. The most important one is the compromise caused by poor bulletproof performance. Since there is no advantage in bulletproof performance, it is better not to secure the vehicle, so the current situation has emerged. But Wang Yuzheng thought of the Pusan bulletproof vehicle that had undergone extremely violent testing at the Quanqing military region shooting range last time. It had such good bulletproof performance. If it had such bulletproof performance, he might not be able to report this matter. In fact, he already approved Li Jianhua's approach in his heart, but he still looked at Li Jianhua without changing his expression. Okay, I know about this car. Are there any other features? Tell me all together so that I can tell you the details when I write the report. Looking at Wang Yuzheng who was questioning, Li Jianhua showed a smile on his face. Actually, there are no other special features. I just re-optimized the bulletproof performance and it can withstand the bombardment of anti-tank mines. Also, during the design, a little counterattack gadget was added. Wang Yuzheng is very familiar with bulletproof performance. He can tell from Pusan before that there is no need to worry about this aspect. But based on his understanding of Li Jianhua's hard work, the gadgets mentioned by the other party for counterattack must not be that simple. Don't be careless about me, tell me about your gadgets too. Regarding Wang Yueshen's questioning, he had no intention of hiding it. These were completely bonus points. These gadgets are 2 12.7mm caliber 6-barrel rotating heavy machine guns with 28,000 rounds of ammunition, a 23mm twin rapid-fire cannon with 300 rounds of ammunition. There are also 2 21-round honeycomb rockets. And inside the car, there is a space for placing self-defense weapons and individual anti-aircraft missiles. Of course, how these spaces are used is decided by the actual users. These are the gadgets I'm talking about. Hey. What does it mean to be dumbfounded? This is what it is called. What are gadgets? Can these things be called gadgets? Just for those prepared ammunition, this is simply a mobile arsenal, and this firepower configuration is simply terrifying. You call these things gadgets? Can these things be gadgets? I'm really curious, what qualifies as big in your mind? After hearing this, Wang Yueshen's face became a little ugly, and he asked him hysterically. Looking at Wang Yuzheng whose face was twitching unconsciously, he muttered weakly to himself. 105 howitzer or above. With just these words, Wang Yuzheng on the opposite side was stunned. He was so ambitious. He even had a rocket nest, but he was still hanging 105. You'd better stop talking, I'm really afraid that I can't help but tie you to the target and shoot you with a 105. If you say this, you will really have no friends. You already have rockets, so what else do you need? Although Won Yusung told him to stop talking, Lee Jianhua still couldn't hold it back and followed him. Isn't this the small rocket nest I made? In terms of range, 105 can still shoot far. Having a headache, a huge headache, Won Yusung only had one thought at the moment: to get this kid out of the way quickly. But Won Yusung was very reluctant to get him out. Although he had a headache, he was very moved by the bulletproof bus described by this kid. If there really is such a car, the means of transportation for the elders will be fixed in the future. The benefits are obvious, the most obvious being the defense and the self-defense weapons installed on the car. Such a car can greatly improve safety even if the elders take it with them when they go on a trip. After giving a general introduction to the bus and adding Won Yueshen's reaction, Lee Jianhua sat on the sofa obediently. He looked at Won Yusung expectantly, waiting for the other party's verdict on this matter. Won Yusung did not express any opinions. He had no right to express any opinions on this matter. In fact, he already agreed with Lee Jianhua's gift-giving plan in his heart, and planned to submit it to the superiors. It was better to give the superiors a headache. Having already learned enough about this bus, Won Yusung is still very interested in another bus that Lee Jianhua mentioned that has two variants. I already have a general understanding of this car. Didn't you say there was another one before? Please introduce me to the other car. Won Yusung brushed aside the bus matter and didn't mention it again. Is this bad news? No, this is good news. If the other party objects, they will not ask the next questions at all. With a general idea in his mind, he immediately began to excitedly introduce the models prepared for the National Day Parade. I'll tell you right away, this model is actually the task you assigned me. Don't believe it, I still remember what you told me when I tested that Busan last time. He asked me to make preparations and said that the eldest son car company would come to me in the near future. From then on, after you told me, I took it to heart. Then I started to study the cars used in our National Day Parade, and I also designed them based on these appearance elements. So far, I have designed the car, including bulletproof shell technology, exterior design, interior decoration, and the car's control system, etc. In my design, this is already a mature model, and these technologies have been verified on the car I use myself. It is very safe and reliable. As long as it is manufactured according to the design, it can be pulled up Chang'an Avenue. As he spoke, he felt proud in his heart. As he spoke, the topic suddenly changed. But Chief, I've already got the car. I haven't seen anyone from the eldest son's car company until now. Is there anything going on without me? If that were the case, I would market this car as the benchmark Rolls-Royce bulletproof car. I feel like someone should be interested in this car. Anyway, I don't expect this car to make money. This car is just a strategy for us to increase our company's reputation. At this point, Won Yusung also understood the cause and effect. The source of everything really lies with him. But there was also a hint of resentment in his heart towards his eldest son's car company. He had complained to the Juzhou Ministry of Industry and Information Technology a long time ago. Even though he knew that such a long time had passed, the other party had not made any move at all. You don't want to lose face, even if you just deal with it. Why don't you go to Kyushu Divine Beast and send someone over to take a look? What he said was just ignored, and he felt that the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Boy, please wait for my news about this matter. Don't act rashly yet. Wait until I inform you of everything. First, please give me a detailed introduction to the car and let me understand it. Okay. Lee Jianhua then introduced him to the detailed information about this car. Let me talk about the car that will go on Chang'an Street first. In my design, this car is a convertible version because it is going to participate in the parade. We also designed a microphone installation position on the car. Everything was designed with the parade in mind, and a fixed-speed gear is installed on the car. As long as this gear is turned on, the car will reach a speed of 10 km per hour even if the driver steps on it. Not fast, not slow. There is also an automatic recognition system that can identify the marking lines on the road. As long as the marking lines are drawn straight, the car will not go astray. Control the driving posture of the car and all actions to ensure that nothing goes wrong during the parade. After talking about these things, Won Yusung had one feeling, that is, this car was created for military parades. But there is also a concern, whether this car will lose its use after the military parade, because after all, it is a convertible. Well, I understand all this, but I want to ask you one thing, that is, can this car still be used in the future? The convertible is not suitable for daily use by the elders. Isn't it a bit wasteful? Lee Jianhua had actually considered this issue a long time ago and directly answered Wang Yueshen's question. Don't worry about this, I actually had a plan for it. I designed a removable hardtop for this tent version from the beginning, but this hardtop weighs 700 kilograms, so with special connecting components. The bulletproof level of this roof can also reach the B7 level, so it is no problem at all as a daily car in the capital, and there is no need to worry about it being useless after the military parade. The consideration is really thoughtful. At this moment, Wang Yuzheng is even more resentful towards his eldest son, the current leader of the car company, and his vision is obviously blind. And when he looked at the boy opposite him, he felt more and more admiration in his heart. She looked at him with encouraging eyes and motioned for him to continue. This is my design for the convertible version, and the top bulletproof version. This model does not have the weaknesses of the convertible version in terms of armor. In terms of manufacturing, the car body is made into one piece. Therefore, in terms of bulletproof performance, it is more powerful than the convertible version. Due to my limited conditions, I cannot estimate the bulletproof level of this car, but it will definitely reach the head of state level bulletproof level. As for the rest, there is not much difference from the convertible version, and all the technologies on this car have been verified in the car I drove over. My car is sitting in the parking lot. I'll finish telling you about it in a while, and we can go down and have a look. For this car, in my imagination, it is the daily work car used by elders, so all parts will be reinforced. It can withstand frequent daily use, and also allows elders to have an environmentally friendly car when participating in foreign affairs activities. I forgot to mention that both bulletproof cars and bulletproof buses are pure electric vehicles. In terms of cruising range, buses have more advantages, since the battery pack of a car is only the size of a bus. Therefore, the driving range of a car is 4,000 kilometers, while a bus can travel 2,000 kilometers longer than a car due to weight issues. To put it bluntly, you can reach any place in the motherland from peeping without charging. While listening, Wang Yuzheng was still nodding his head, and in his mind, according to Li Jianhua's narration, the car was slowly taking shape in his mind. Just these descriptions can make him understand how powerful this car is, and his expectations for this car are slowly being built up. Although I can't imagine what the car looks like in terms of appearance, but now that these things are put together, what can it do if it's ugly? Safety and reliability are the first priority, everything else is nonsense. No matter how good it looks, one shot will make a big hole. For the elders, they would never ride in this kind of car. Li Jianhua explained the details of both cars, and Wang Yuzheng made up his mind immediately after listening. It seems that he really has to report his thoughts this time. I believe that the superiors will be moved when they see such a car. The eldest son's car company incident. I also took advantage of this report to reveal this. Wang Yuzheng, who had an idea in his mind, faced Li Jianhua again and had an explanation for him coming to see him this time. I know everything about your coming here this time. Is there anything else? If there is anything else, please tell me too. After Li Jianhua finished talking about the two cars, he thought about it carefully and found that there was nothing else to do, so he shook his head at Wang Yuzheng. Then the two chatted for a few more words, and it didn't take long before Li Jianhua left. The goal of this trip to Peking has been completed. After Wang Yuzheng left, in the afternoon, I went to the Kyushu Academy of Sciences and met with the dean. I also held an internal seminar in the chemistry department of the academy. Although it is said to be a seminar, it is actually Li Jianhua's personal speech on graphene battery technology and graphene adhesives. He never talks about the preparation technology of graphene. This is not only related to his own interests, but also related to Kyushu's strategy. He can still understand this aspect clearly. The long conference table in the conference room is filled with people. Their hair is no longer black and thick. The lowest status of these people is researchers. Li Jianhua was talking to everyone using the projection, and the others listened carefully. If they had any questions, everyone would discuss it together. In this seminar, not only was Li Jianhua talking about these things, he also met at least 10 academicians at the scene. He also established contacts with these academicians. These personal connections alone enabled him to gain a lot of goods. After the afternoon seminar, the dean called him into the office and told him about the Kyushu Science and Technology Awards. The first is the Suzaku series fighter jets he developed last year, which were jointly recommended by the Equipment Development Department and the Kyushu Academy of Sciences. He was nominated for this year's Kyushu Science and Technology Progress Award, and the dean also told him that the first prize was waiting for him. As for the problems caused by graphene this year, since the preparation technology of graphene is not easy to disclose, we have to use roundabout tactics in the application. The Kyushu Science and Technology Award that led to this application will be based on the graphene-related technology he invented to serve as evidence for graphene. Since the grand prize cannot be obtained directly, we must start from the basics and use graphene as the basic material to produce many small results to achieve the big result. Although graphene is kept confidential, there are applications of graphene in the market, which has actually changed some domestic patterns in Kyushu. Therefore, when this award is presented next year, Lee Jianhua will definitely be included. Moreover, these achievements of his were jointly declared by the Equipment Development Department and the Kyushu Academy of Sciences. The situation I just introduced to you is all clear. You just need to wait for the call at home. Your award will definitely not be lost. Also, when you come to Peking next time, I guess it will be the time when you come to receive the award. By then your additional academician will be corrected, and next time I see you, we will have the same professional title. When the dean gave such a piece of news, he didn't know where he knew it. Hey, will I be able to become a real academician next time I come here? To be honest, I was actually quite panicked inside. I didn't even expect that one day, when I introduce myself to others, I will say that I am an academician of the Kyushu Academy of Sciences, and I immediately feel like I am in high spirits. After hearing this, the dean opposite of course understood his feeling. This was a completely normal reaction. Anyone who gets such a title would also feel swollen. To put it bluntly, it was inflated. Haha, I've had this thought before. It's normal. You'll get used to it when you make more achievements in the future. Take your time and you'll get used to it. How do you feel about your discussions with people today? After a few words of comfort, the dean then brought the topic back to business and asked him how he felt today. I carefully recalled the feeling I had in the chemistry department in the afternoon, with those knowledgeable academicians. Although being with them feels a bit depressing, or should I say suppressed. However, the atmosphere of this academic exchange is really harmonious. During the exchange, we are not only talking about graphene. There are always other things that I don't understand, but some of these academicians do. To be honest, I really like this atmosphere. Why did the dean ask him how he felt at this time? It was actually to pave the way for what he was going to say later. Why don't you move to Peking? I'll leave you an apartment above the Academy of Sciences apartment. Here you can discuss issues with many academicians at any time. At this time, the dean's fox tail was finally exposed. It turned out that his ultimate goal was to lure Lee Jianhua from Dongshan to the Academy of Sciences, so that he could do research in the Academy of Sciences. Instead of being like now, letting him float outside, doing research that is just a hammer here and there, with no direction at all. As for Lee Jianhua at this moment, would he not be tempted by such an invitation? No, he was tempted. This is the highest level research institution in the country. It has countless high-level laboratories and extremely rich resources. But if he is really asked to do research at the Kyushu Academy of Sciences, he may not be used to it. The things he did before were all things he liked and was interested in. If his research direction needs to be determined by others in the future. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that it was terrible. He would not be able to adapt to this method, and he made a decision in his heart. Dean, I think I'd better stay in Dongshan. Don't rush to persuade me yet. Let me ask you a question first. Interest is the best teacher. I believe this sentence should be familiar to you. It actually makes sense when it comes to me. In fact, all my current achievements are due to interest and the result of my own imagination. If I really move to Peking, my direction will be determined by others, my thinking will be imprisoned, and I may disappear from everyone in the future. Although I can still produce some results, for me, there is not much room for development. So, I'd better do my own research in Dongshan. Hearing his answer, the dean of the Academy of Sciences was still a little unwilling, and still wanted to fight for it. Actually, when you come to Peking, you can choose the projects you like to conduct research on. The hospital will not impose any restrictions on you. Dean, I still like a freer environment, so let me be the same as before. He resolutely rejected the dean's invitation again, as there was no room for negotiation. At this point, the dean could only nod towards him and give up the idea of letting him move to Peking. Although he gave up this idea, he thought of another move. Well, since you have made up your mind, I won't force it, but there is one thing I still hope you can agree to. Looking at the dean who no longer insisted, he also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking in his heart that as long as it wasn't anything particularly outrageous, he would just agree to the dean. Please tell me. Since you don't want to come to Peking, how about choosing a topic in the college? I won't decide the direction of the topic for you. Everything depends on your personal interests. You are the leader of the project, and I will pair you with a researcher, 2 associate researchers, and supporting intern researchers later on. How about that? After the dean finished speaking, he looked at the other person, staring at his face, for fear that he would refuse again. Lee Jianhua thought about it and decided that he was just leading the research on a topic, as long as it interested him enough. And it seems to be a good choice to use a group of tool people to form research results based on what he understands. After thinking about all this, he also felt that this was a clue, so he nodded to the dean. Well, Dean, I agree to your proposal. When I go back, let me seriously consider what topic to study. I guess next time I come to Peking to receive the award, I will be able to start my subject. Moreover, my identity will probably be resolved by then, so there will be no factor that the researcher and I are at the same level. When the time comes, management will be easy for me. After getting his consent to start a subject in the hospital, the dean also had a smile on his face. While he was walking in the Academy of Sciences, Wang Yuzheng walked into the minister's office holding the basic introduction materials on bulletproof vehicles given to him by Li Jianhua. Li Jun looked at Wang Yuzheng, who came in with the information. This scene seemed to be familiar to him, making him so familiar. He once again thought of the scene when he approached his office like this last time, and couldn't help but think about it. Didn't this old guy get something amazing again? What happened with graphene last time hasn't ended yet, and now it's happening again. Although Li Jun was thinking this, he still looked at Wang Yuzheng without changing his expression. What do you want from me, old man? Wang Yuzheng did not answer, but placed the document in his hand in front of Li Jun. She pointed at the file and said to him, "It's the same as last time, you should read the documents first. Don't worry, things this time are not as big as last time. It shouldn't be too difficult for you." Hearing what the other party said, Li Jun knew something in his mind. It seemed that the little guy from Dongshan sent this thing. I don't know what moves this little guy will make this time. Out of curiosity, Li Jun opened the file and read it. After flipping through the documents in Li Jun's hands, he raised his head and looked at Wang Yuzheng. Wang Yuzheng nodded heavily to him. After receiving the accurate answer, Li Jun suddenly felt that such an outrageous thing could happen in the world. Forget about that bulletproof car, it's just a bulletproof car with a relatively high bulletproof level. But when he saw the bulletproof bus, his head was buzzing. He looked at Wang Yuzheng and asked unconfidently, "Is this thing really necessary? This kind of firepower output is more than enough on a rifle, right? This thing is completely overloaded with firepower. It has guns, cannons, and rocket eggs. I think it just needs a guide egg." Minister Wang, who was listening to his boss's words, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Yes, there must be. What you want is in the file. You didn't pay attention carefully just now. Look at the section introducing the space inside the car. It was clearly stated that there are individual anti-aircraft guidance eggs stored in the vehicle. Check it out." Following Wang Yueshen's guidance, he soon found the description, which left Li Jun speechless. Suddenly, Li Jun also had a headache. He still remembered what happened last time. It was like poking a honeycomb and looking at Wang Yuzheng. What's going on this time? I've read the information, tell me. Then Wang Yuzheng began to tell Li Jun what happened this time, in detail. After Li Jun finished listening, his head hurt even more. He was really going to cause trouble. But combined with the document data, he had to report it. It seems to be back to the same process as last time. I have to report to the leader, and the leader will then report to the senior leader. Okay, I get it. It's really a headache. How did this kid come up with such a monster? In fact, such powerful firepower is not really needed in China. When visiting abroad, only those with very good relationships and internal chaos will allow such vehicles to enter. Wang Yuzheng heard that the minister had taken over the matter and walked towards the door without wasting time. "You haven't answered my question yet, please speak first before leaving." He was about to step out of the room, but when Li Jun asked, he turned around and answered him. "Haha, to be honest, it's because of me. When I did the bulletproof Pusan test last time, I gave him a hint. He said that with such a bulletproof level, it could be used as a parade vehicle. This guy took this to heart. Then we started researching, and divergent thinking came into play, and we finally came up with the bulletproof bus. Of course, after I came back, I sent the information to the Kyushu Ministry of Industry. I believe that the eldest son car company should also have received it. But no one responded to Li Jianhua, so after getting the bulletproof bus out, he found it himself." Before Li Jun could understand, Wang Yuzheng closed the door of the minister's office. Li Jun was left to react alone in the office. When he came to his senses, he realized that Wang Yuzheng was the source of everything. When Wang Yuzheng came out of the minister's office, it was already close to the time to get off work, and then he was directly driven to the Government Affairs Council. "I don't go here to find anyone else. My goal is very clear, which is to find someone with a deputy or above from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology to ask whether and has arranged the matter he reported to me." Li Jun and Wang Yuzheng both found the person they were looking for, and what happened next was left unsaid. Anyway, the final results were obtained after a week. At the end of a senior meeting, we used the meeting time to chat about this matter. Anyway, the final result is that since someone wants to give it away, just accept it. It's all a good intention. With the opening from above, the matter has been settled, and the relevant departments have been notified to cooperate as much as possible. On Wang Yueshan's side, he came to the Government Affairs Council and went straight to the Ministry of Industry and Technology. After talking with the deputy in charge of the car company, Wang Yuesheng also got the exact information from here. It was not that the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology did not send the information, but that the people below did not take the information seriously. After figuring out what was going on, Wang Yuesheng didn't bother too much here. The fact that he came over to ask was already an eyesore for his eldest son, the car owner. This is enough for them to drink a pot, and doing more would seem a bit deliberate. Li Zhenhua stayed at the Academy of Sciences for 3 days, which could be regarded as 3 days in peeping for news. Seeing that no accurate news came for a long time, he was ready to go back and wait. I stayed in peeping for 5 days and then returned. Along the way they came, after passing the checkpoint, Ningwei and the others took back their handbags, but instead of going back to Dongshan directly, they turned around and drove towards Haikan. When I came to Haikan, I met Li Yun, whom I hadn't seen for 2 weeks. Because the time and place were wrong, the two did not express their feelings to each other from the beginning. That night he stayed at Li Yun's house and talked about him and Li Yun at the dinner table. It was considered to be a formal mention of the marriage to the Li family. He also told the two of them that they would not plan to hold a wedding in the near future. However, the marriage certificate still had to be obtained first, which also gave the couple a guarantee. This time when he returned, he took Li Yun to register first. After staying at Li's house for 2 days, I was waiting for the White Tiger 200 ship from Guishigi to be labeled. He handed the car to the old couple and arranged some things before taking Li Yun back to Dongshan. The two returned to Dongshan, and the originally dilapidated town became more and more prosperous. Not only is there the production base and headquarters of Kyushu Divine Beast in this town, but also because the employees of Kyushu Divine Beast are so awesome. This has led to the current second busiest industry in Summer Town becoming real estate again. The originally potholed roads, after receiving the money handed over by the 9 provinces Divine Beast, the town and county also had money to build roads and build some infrastructure. In short, Summer Town is no longer what it used to be. An agricultural town with no pillar industry has undergone earth-shaking changes just because of the presence of the Kyushu mythical beast. After returning home, Li Zhenhua and his wife completely let go. From the beginning of their new home, they had already considered the issue of sound insulation. Therefore, no matter how loudly you sing at home, there is no problem, and you don't have to worry about disturbing others. After Li Zhenhua closed all the curtains in his home and locked the door, a fierce battle began. When the next morning, the blackout curtains automatically opened to both sides at regular intervals, leaving only a layer of gauze curtains. The sun shone on their faces, and they showed no sign of moving. If you ask why, it's because you are tired from the journey. Li Zhenhua spent a whole day recovering at home. He and Li Yun completely transformed into sages. They used it too hard before and didn't even think about it. After resting enough, Li Zhenhua also walked out of his home and returned to the automotive laboratory. He planned to prepare some materials for making buses. When the exact news came later, he wouldn't be in a hurry. But before he was ready, the order was sent. A document with the Jushu Security Bureau's letterhead was placed on Li Zhenhua's desk. The content of the document is easy to understand. In fact, the above placed an order for a total of 10 bulletproof buses for him. And when manufacturing, the entire process of the car must be completed under the supervision of the Kyushu Security Bureau. Of course, if any ordnance is used during this process, it will be prepared by the people from the Security Bureau. Along with this order, there are 2 squads of soldiers. These are soldiers who are proficient in car repair and maintenance. On the one hand, he came to supervise the manufacturing process of the vehicle, and on the other hand, he wanted to be sent by the superiors to help Li Zhenhua build the car. After these soldiers entered the Kyushu Divine Beast, they closely monitored the car manufacturing site. In addition to the 2 squads of soldiers being out during the day, even after work is suspended at night, there will be 1 squad of soldiers on duty at the car. After getting these orders, all his daytime hours were occupied by this matter, which was also the most important thing he had to do at this stage. Of course, there are more people who can help, and the progress on some tasks has become faster. When we first start manufacturing, we will always encounter some problems, not manufacturing problems, but always facing the problem of insufficient materials. Regarding the required materials, Wang Yueshan's exclusive formula has been authorized in accordance with the previous agreement reached with him. Although there are many ready-made materials that can be used, he still has to smelt some special ones by himself, such as special materials with graphene added. These things require him to do it himself. In the process of manufacturing this bulletproof bus, he did not choose the manufacturing method of the car. He used some methods of aircraft manufacturing in the Hongdu factory. That is to say, when most of the parts are complete, they are manufactured one by one. Due to the size of the bus, this type of bus can only use a non-load-bearing body, so the first thing to manufacture is the chassis of the body. The body and chassis have been structurally optimized. If you have to choose a car that can be compared with it in terms of chassis, then the chassis that is too draggy in the ball can be compared with it. What is too much procrastination? If Delu is the best off-road truck in the world, then his bulletproof bus is the best off-road bus in the world. Since the electric motors are distributed in a layout of 2 in the front and 4 in the rear, the structure of such a non-load-bearing chassis has been changed accordingly. After the chassis is manufactured, the next step is to manufacture the body. The connection method between the body and the chassis is also designed to be a permanent connection. As long as the vehicle is manufactured, it means that the body and chassis become a whole. Unless violently dismantled, there is no possibility of separation between the body and the chassis. This also allows the car to maintain its integrity even when it is subjected to heavy bombardment. As for the interior decoration of the car, this will have to wait until the end, so there is no need to rush. The manufacturing of bulletproof buses was in full swing, and at night he finally began research on double-edged helicopters. He has high expectations for this kind of helicopter, but the difficulty is also quite high. There are not many models of this type of helicopter in reality. There are only a few models. One is the old K-Max. There is also a prototype of the Mi-28 from the Soviet-Russian period, but in the end this layout was not chosen. Now there are only old models on the market. Is this model bad? No, the advantages of this layout are also obvious. The layout of 2 opposite rotations can exactly offset the reaction force generated by the single propeller. Then there is no need for a tail rotor to maintain the direction of the aircraft, and all the power of the engine can be converted into lift. That is to say, the same horsepower can produce more efficient results. Of course, the difficulty is also extremely high, which is one reason why this type of aircraft has not been widely used. The research starting point for this kind of helicopter is also easy to find, that is its close relative Chinook. Why is it said that Chinook is a close relative? Because it is a tandem type, and this is a parallel type. This type of helicopter fully possesses some of the advantages of the Chinook and is more flexible than the Chinook. As for the Chinook, Li Jianhua just has it in his hands, and he came into contact with it when he participated in the Maple Leaf Air Show. With a model that can be studied, it is easy to say, and the disassembly of the machine begins in the laboratory. The first thing he has to do is to study the Chinook thoroughly. Only this old model can be thoroughly studied. On this basis, he can use the acquired knowledge to develop research and development according to the direction he has set. He already has an application direction for this type of helicopter. As he said before, one is to move towards armed helicopters, while the other is to develop it into a general helicopter platform. But this time, the direction he chose was a universal helicopter platform. Why he chose this? Let's start with one of Kyushu's current shortcomings. The helicopter industry in Kyushu started relatively late, so if you want to get your own helicopter equipment, then we have to start with imitation. Under the circumstances at that time, there were 2 prototypes of Super Hwangfong helicopter and Black Shadow helicopter. Later, the Z8 and Z20 were developed based on this. Of course, relatively speaking, the Z20 is more advanced and has more powerful performance. The birth of these 2 helicopters gave Kyushu its own multi-purpose helicopters and tactical general-purpose helicopters. However, compared with the most advanced helicopters, the performance of these 2 helicopters is still not good enough. The first point is that both are medium-sized helicopters. What he wanted was a heavy-duty helicopter, a general-purpose tactical platform with heavy load and high capacity. And as long as this kind of weapon is developed, special armed helicopters will only need to continue to be developed on the platform. 2 things are moving forward at the same time, one is fair and honest, and the other is that no one knows that there is such a project. More than a month has passed since the official release of the White Tiger 200, and Tianyi, who went to Tibet, is also returning from the snow area. This trip allowed him to experience the power of this car. As he continued to travel towards Chengdu, he also uploaded what happened with the White Tiger 200 on the internet. And during this journey, he also gained love. Although this love only came about because of long-term love, this long-term love is what everyone thinks. There is no doubt that it is because one shot gave him a girlfriend. His post was very popular on the internet. When he set out for the snow area, this post attracted the attention of many people. And along with his travels, he gained a deeper understanding of the White Tiger 200. Also because of his posts, the recent orders for the Kyushu Mystical Beast White Tiger store have been very popular. Generally speaking, the procedure for buying a car is to go to Fourth Sun to view the car, but the Beta 200 is different, because even the Fourth Sun showroom does not have a display car of this car. Every time one car arrives, one car is taken away. It is not the Fourth Sun's turn to keep it as a show car. It can be said that the output of Kyushu Mythical Beasts cannot meet the market demand at all. After Tian gained love, he also had the courage to go home, but don't forget why he left home. Lee Jianhua was in the ditch, checking whether there were any problems with the chassis of the bulletproof bus, which was nearing completion. This is the third time he has inspected the vehicle. As long as this inspection is completed again, their first bulletproof bus will be officially completed. This bulletproof bus can actually be called an armed bus, but just from the appearance, you can't tell that it is such a powerful armed bus. It looks harmless to humans and animals, but if it is provoked, it can be transformed into a mobile arsenal in minutes. The weapons and equipment on this completed bus have also been transported and installed in place under the coordination of the Guard Regiment. At this moment, in the automotive laboratory, the officer leading the guard team closed the cover of the left weapons bay and walked to Lee Jianhua, who had just climbed out from under the car. Is this car ready to be officially rolled off the production line now? I just checked it and all the weapon platforms on the car are normal. Lee Jianhua first took a towel and wiped the oil on his hands, and then looked at the officer Su Jingyang who was asking the question. Yes, this car now fully meets my design requirements. Of course, the performance is just my guess. Of course, everything depends on the final actual test. As long as all the design specifications are met in the actual test, the next 9 vehicles can continue to be produced. When Su Jingyang got his reply, his eyes lit up. He had watched the car being built with his own eyes. During the manufacturing process, he and the soldiers he brought also contributed. During the manufacturing process, I had already learned about the power of this car from Lee Jianhua, and I had been fascinated by it for a long time. Hearing his answer at this moment, there was a throbbing in his heart that he immediately went to test it. Su Xingyang had long fantasized about driving this car on the test track, and under control, all the weapons in the car were shooting at the intended target. In this case, I will apply for a test run experiment with the superiors. Complete the comprehensive experiment as soon as possible and produce the remaining cars as soon as possible. Elders can also use this car as soon as possible. Unable to wipe off the oil on his hands, he threw the towel aside and turned his head to face Su Xingyang. Squad Leader Su, I have no objection. I just ask you to hurry up about the experiment. Please also give me the final experimental data so that I can make adjustments for subsequent cars. After getting Li Jianhua's consent, Su Xingyang immediately ran aside to apply for a comprehensive experiment on buses. The next day, the first bus without a name drove out of his manufacturing workshop. When the car drove to the experiment, Li Jianhua's incident on the bulletproof bus ended here first. The remaining buses will not be remanufactured until the experiment is completed. As the car drove off to the experiment, he had nothing to do, and he didn't go to the back. He wanted to use Li Yun as a tool for a few days. But you can't dwell on this kind of thing forever, right? So later he found a job for himself. Speaking of helicopters, he now has a certain understanding of helicopters. But his current knowledge base is not enough to create a perfect helicopter. But if we can't build a real helicopter, what about the model aircraft? He can definitely build a helicopter model to verify some of his inner thoughts. Immediately, he regained his fighting spirit, and he also warned himself in his heart that the model aircraft this time could only be a model aircraft, and nothing could be improved. If a verification model aircraft were to cause big trouble, he himself would collapse. Since he wanted to verify the model of a parallel off-axis twin-rotor helicopter, he did not need many good materials. So what equipment can quickly and easily meet this requirement? The 3D printer is the equipment that meets his conditions. Before that, when he purchased other equipment, he purchased a small 3D printer. This printer can only print abs and other materials, but cannot print metal materials at all. What he needs now is precisely the ability to print metal materials, which requires him to upgrade and improve the 3D printer. There are many types of 3D printers. Extrusion, line, particle, powder layer nozzle 3D printing, lamination, and photopolymerization are all types of printers. The one in his hand is of granular type, and the technology used is laser sintering. However, the power of the laser generator in the current printer is very small, and it can only complete the sintering of plastics such as abs. So if he wants to transform, the first step is to replace the laser generator with a high-power laser generator that can completely sinter metal particles into shape. As for laser generators, he had already studied them when he was studying lithography machines before, and had achieved some results on this. The laser he needs now is one with high power and relatively high precision. By increasing the voltage, increasing the current, and turning the sintering printing chamber into a near-vacuum environment, he can completely transform this kind of printer with his current technology. The bulletproof glass technology used in bulletproof vehicles, that is, transparent metal, has become the first choice for sintering chamber manufacturing materials. After the internal wires of the laser generator are replaced with graphene composite wires, the laser power generated is also greater. Then there are the positioning lenses and the guide rails in the printer. These things were also transformed with the help of his unreasonable pair in the lab. A 3D printer was transformed in this way. Although this small 3D printer is not large, its accuracy can reach the micron level. This kind of accuracy is completely sufficient for model aircraft. With the tools in hand, the next thing to start is the most important thing on the aircraft model, the electric motor that serves as power. This is the motor Lee Jianhua is currently printing, and it is the smallest one he has designed so far. The diameter is only 8 centimeters, but its power is not small, reaching an astonishing 2.6 kilowatts, totaling 3.5 horsepower. For a complete helicopter, the motor layout he plans to use is 6 linkages, and the motor used is a specially made 480 kilowatts motor. It is expected to have a total power of 2,880 kilowatts and a shaft horsepower of 1928. As long as the horsepower is large enough, the lift will also increase, and the aircraft can also perform outstandingly in terms of size and flexibility. Therefore, when used in aircraft models, 6 2.6 kilowatts electric motors are linked together to form the engine unit of the aircraft model. While he was tinkering with the aircraft model to verify his skills, Su Jingyan was already driving a bulletproof bus toward the large shooting range located on the grassland near Gaisui under the Peking military region. The license plate on the bus has also been prepared. A military plate of QB24513 has been prepared. With this sign, Su Zhenjiang's car drove extremely fiercely along the way, and on the highway, where there were fewer vehicles and better road conditions, he pressed the switch to the bottom. Finally, under his driving, the speed increased to 200 kilometers before finally letting go of his foot. It wasn't that he couldn't continue to improve, but that the speed was too fast and he was afraid of something unexpected happening on the way. As for the power of the car, there was still a lot of power left which was of no use, so we got off the highway when we drove to Gaisui. On the way to the shooting range, the road conditions were not so good, and we also drove from the original paved road to a non-paved road. The dirt road mixed with rocks of various sizes and the wet mud filled with potholes failed to block the bus's path. The whereabouts of the car had been communicated with the garrison at the shooting range long before departure. Moreover, the head of the Kyushu Guard Regiment and the director of the Kyushu Security Bureau came here in advance to wait for the arrival of the car. The car was driving all the way, and nothing could affect his speed. The exterior car paint, which was originally champagne color when we set off, was now covered with mud, looking dusty. After Su Jingyang showed his ID, the guards at the shooting range let him and the car in. When he arrived at the test site, Su Jingyang saw his immediate boss under an umbrella on the edge of the site, waiting for the car to arrive. Next to his boss, there was a Gold Star officer accompanying the two of them. That is, under the umbrella at this moment, there were a total of 1 2-star general and 2 1-star generals. The car finally stopped when it was not far away from the three of them. The door opened and Su Jingyang came out and ran to the three of them. Report, Su Jingyang of the 1st team of the Jushu Guard Regiment is reporting to you. The vehicle for this mission has arrived at the same time as me. Please give instructions, Chief. Among the three, Chao Shan, Su Zhenjiang's direct leader, nodded forward, then turned to look at the two people beside him and said, "Let's go see the protagonist this time. I don't know what kind of car it is." With that said, the three of them walked towards the car parked aside, with Su Jingyang following behind. When the three of them came to the CMB, they circled around the car. "Old Chow, look at this car. It's so dusty that you can't even see its original appearance. Go wash it off first. Lao Ma, you are the most familiar with the chassis, show me the way." The three of us also got in the car and took a look inside the car on the way to the car wash. Several people got into the car at the same time and walked around in the car. Su Jingyang came to the car, restarted the car, and under the guidance of Chief Ma, they came to a water source together. It is said that it is a car wash, but in fact it is just rinsing all the mud on the car with clean water. As for being like a car wash shop, that is simply impossible. The muddy water was washed away from the car, and the champagne-colored special car paint was exposed again. The three leaders took a look in the car, especially the two leaders of the Guard Corps and the Security Bureau. These are the two relevant departments that really care about the performance of the car. As the head of the regiment and the deputy director of the Security Bureau, Chao Shang is the head of the department responsible for the safety of the chief, and he is particularly concerned about the performance of the car. After looking around the interior of the car, I didn't find anything special. It just looked like a well-decorated official bus. The only thing that was a bit useless was that when I first got in the car, the automatic sliding door I saw was a bit thick and heavy, and the components of the sliding door looked very strong, that's all. It seems that this car needs to be explained to Su Jingyang, otherwise no one will understand what is so unique about the car. Just as he was thinking this, Su Jingyang returned to the car. Report, the car cleaning work has been completed. Please give the chief instructions for the next step. After taking a look at Su Jingyang, Chao Shan was also full of curiosity about the car and wanted to seize the time to learn more about the car. Then let's go to the test track here first, and first see how the car's most basic performance is. If the performance is not good, no matter how good the vehicle's defense is, it will all be in vain if it cannot be evacuated. After receiving this instruction, Su Jingyang also knew what he should do. Then, under the leadership of the leaders of the shooting range here, we first came to the training ground dedicated to tank driving. The 3 leaders did not get out of the car, but sat in the car. At this time, they wanted to really feel the performance of the car in the car. In particular, Chao Shan did not choose to do it in the middle part of the vehicle where the bumps were lighter. Instead, he chose to sit behind the vehicle and sat down behind Su Jingyang. Su Jingyang drove to a 5-kilometer tank driving training track. It was also the most difficult driving training track here. The car stopped at the starting line. Su Jingyang was not familiar with this road. It was his first time coming into contact with this track, but he still knew the road used for tank driving training. 3 leaders, please sit tight in the car and fasten your seatbelts, because the journey ahead will definitely be difficult. The 3 of them sat down in the car at the same time, with the 2 in the middle. Chao Shan was behind Su Jingyang and fastened his seatbelt at the same time. After everyone in the car was ready, Su Jingyang also started the car and drove out towards the road ahead. The car only drove 500 meters, and 2 consecutive obstacles in front of it made the 3 leaders in the car feel the difference in the car. Especially Chief Ma at the Gaisui training ground. This advanced tank driving training track would never have been so easy when passing these 2 obstacles in the past. The 3 people sitting in the car did not feel the bumps at all. They just felt a slight ups and downs, but it was not strong. But the car's performance on the outside is not as smooth as it is on the inside. I saw the car flying up and down following the potholes on the road. Sometimes one wheel just got out of one pothole, and then entered another pothole. Such road conditions did not block the path of this bus at all, even if it is a professional off-road vehicle. The same goes for the Warrior car coming over. I can't say that it can't get through, but it will not be so friendly to the members in the car. But for the current 8*8 bus, it is simply more off-road than an off-road vehicle. Just after passing that road, there was a 45-degree downward slope in front. After passing the slope, there was a 4-meter straight road, followed by a 45-degree uphill slope. For a car with a body length of 10 meters, when passing through such a trench-like road, there must be a section of the road where the 2 axles and 4 tires of the car are not touching the ground, and there is still an uphill slope ahead. On such a road, the car cannot drive too fast, but at the same time, the horsepower of the car must be high, otherwise it will not even be able to climb uphill. Driving all the way here, for the people in the car drove very smoothly. Leaders, there is a trench ahead. We will pass through the trench immediately. Please fasten your seatbelts. At the same time as he prompted, the front of the car had started to go downhill. As the car continued to move forward, when all 6 sets of tires in front were in contact with the front ramp, the last row of wheels of the entire car was now suspended in the air. Slowly moving forward, when the front of the car finally reached the front uphill slope, all 4 sets of tires on the 2 middle axles were suspended in the air, leaving only the 4 sets of tires at the front and rear for support. At this time, the weight of the entire vehicle of 14 tons was completely crushed on the 4 sets of tires, but these 4 sets of tires withstood the test. Finally, the car came to an uphill road, and now it had to rely on strong power to climb the slope. It did not choose to use all the horsepower. Instead, it climbed up in a creeping mode, and the speed of this mode was not very slow. When the front wheels were in the air, the front wheels of the car stopped rotating, but the 2 electric motors in front did not stop the power output. Even when all 4 sets of tires on the front 2 axles are suspended in the air, the tires stop moving. The power output is also transmitted to the rear 4 sets of tires through the drive shaft. When the car climbed to the highest point, the front of the car hit the ground hard, as if it had leapt out. But even such a bumpy ride was within the acceptable range for the 3 leaders in the car, and they didn't have much other feelings. This is only the beginning of this road. There are various steep slopes, swamps, muddy areas and other terrains waiting behind. As long as conditions permit on the road, Su Jingyang will drive the car as fast as he can. This speed is not unpleasant. For a car that can run 200 km per hour on good paved roads, the speed is still maintained at 60 km per hour on such a difficult road. At such a speed, let alone a car, even a tracked armored vehicle may not be able to achieve such a speed. The car drove around and returned to the starting point. At this time, the three people got out of the car at the same time. The pace of walking is still the same as usual, and there is nothing wrong at all. Su Jingyan also walked out of the car and came to the three leaders. At the same time, he turned to look at the car. The champagne-colored car paint that had been washed out was now covered with mud again, making it even dirtier than when it came out. However, there was no displeasure on the faces of the three leaders. They were all excited, because the road just now made the three of them know what stability means. It was at this moment that Chao Shang finally couldn't help but ask Su Jingyang, "Jingyan, please explain to us why the car was so stable when we passed that road just now. Is there anything special about this?" Faced with the problem, Su Jingyan also remembered the scene he saw while making the carriage. At that time, the chassis of the car had just been completed, and Li Jianhua led them to start the most tedious process of the whole car, which was the manufacturing of the entire carriage. The inner compartment is first made of bulletproof lightweight alloy, and then all parts of the exterior of the inner compartment are connected with high elasticity springs. There are springs in the external armored bulletproof layer forming an external compartment, that is, the entire compartment is suspended in the air by springs in the armored bulletproof layer. It is this shock absorber system, combined with the shock absorbers on the car's chassis, that achieves the effect that the three of us just experienced. And Li Jianhua also explained to him that there was another benefit of doing this. Thinking of this, Su Jingyang suddenly came back to his senses. The leader was asking himself. He couldn't be in a daze at this time. Report, this is because when the car was designed, a complete suspension system was specially installed. But Comrade Li Jianhua told me this, the carriage is. Through his narration, the three leaders on the opposite side also understood how to achieve this effect. At this time, Chao Shan also had an understanding of the car's performance and spoke to the two-star general next to him, Director Fan. "Director, I think that even if this car is not good in other places, its off-road capability alone is enough for us to take seriously. What's more, from my feeling, on this kind of road just now, the car's horsepower advantage was not used at all. Not to mention it has bulletproof properties. I really like this car." The director of the security bureau did not feel that Chao Shan's praise was exaggerated at all, because he had experienced all this personally. The three of them were thinking individually, and Director Fan Guangzin was also looking forward to the next test. "Haha, it's a bit early for Lao Chao to say this, so let's continue. What test should we do next?" After hearing the director's words, Chao Shan felt the same, and he also took back his other thoughts. "For now, it is more important to complete the test of the car first. I really haven't considered this. Why don't I let Jingyang, the person who knows the most about cars, explain it? I think he should have a preliminary plan for the testing process." "Jingyang, you just heard it. What do we test next?" Su Jingyang did not expect that things would turn to him, but the leader had already asked, so he would have to return. Besides, he did have a preliminary plan for the next test. "Report, I think our next step should be to test the vehicle's resistance to electromagnetic pulse. This is actually an important prerequisite for whether this car can be put into use. This car is an electric car. If the car's resistance to electromagnetic pulses is not good, the motor, battery, electronic equipment, etc. in the car will all lose their effectiveness. If it encounters an EMP bomb, this electric car will not even have the ability to move, and will be directly paralyzed and turned into an iron coffin. Trapping people inside forever is the saddest thing. No matter how strong the defense is, there will always be a day when it is broken." After hearing Su Zhenjiang's words, the three people present remembered that this car was actually an electric car. After remembering the attributes of the electric car, it was indeed as Su Jingyang said. If it could not withstand electromagnetic pulse bombs, the car would really become an iron coffin with strong defense. They really didn't think about this problem when they came here. When they thought about it now, they finally discovered that there was no consideration in this regard at all, and no EMP bomb was brought from elsewhere. Chao Shang then turned to look at Lao Ma standing aside, and the other party also made the same move as him. Although the two people's movements are consistent, their expressions are different. One is asking, "Are you ready?" and the other one was replying no. At this time, the other two people fell into a helpless state. No one expected that they would encounter such a problem at the beginning. In the end, it was Director Fan Guangzin who made up his mind and said to the two of them, "Okay, judging from your expressions, you haven't prepared anything in this regard. Why don't we start this test again tomorrow? You have to work harder, Lao Ma. With the application from the Peking military region, some EMP bombs will be transported overnight. Of course, don't get the big ones. If you want to do that, you have to go to the 2nd Artillery, which is too troublesome. He finished speaking so easily and told the last joke. The two leaders standing aside also smiled knowingly. The highest level of EMP bomb is called nuclear bomb level, so you can tell from the name that Director Fan is joking. Okay, just listen to the leader. It's really getting late, so we have to arrange for Xingyang to rest. After all, we've been driving for so long. Speaking of testing the car, that's it for today. And Li Zhenhua is tinkering with his model aircraft verification aircraft. After getting a 3D printer, his progress has been much faster. Since he is just building a model airplane, some things do not require such high standards, so the 3D printer he developed can just print metal. Therefore, there is a simple method for manufacturing parts on model aircraft. The first is the printing of motors. For some parts that can be printed, we can print them as long as they can be printed. Of course, he still had to wind the coils in the motor manually. The greatly accelerated progress made him feel that this method of processing in production was really good. As time went by, he built the power module set of the aircraft model. The total power of the 6 electric motors reached 15.6 kilowatts, which converted into horsepower reached 21 horses. This horsepower is already very powerful for the size of this small electric motor unit. You may not realize it without comparison. Let's put it this way, the horsepower of a walking tractor is only 12 horsepower, and his power unit is equivalent to the horsepower of 2 walking tractors. The current horsepower value of 21 horses can produce a shaft horsepower of 10.7 horses, which is not a low figure. With such shaft horsepower and the design of the twin propellers, the entire model aircraft can be fully weighed 40 kilograms. The maximum takeoff weight that the aircraft model he has built in the laboratory can reach is 100 kilograms. In this case, it can completely hoist 60 kilograms of things. For a parallel rotor aircraft with a rotor diameter of 38 centimeters and an overall fuselage length of only 30 centimeters, it is fully capable of carrying a well-proportioned person with a height of 1.65 meters into the sky. Now that some experiments have been completed in the virtual laboratory, why replicate them in reality? This is entirely to make his research traceable. If something is made without a model or technical verification, and it is just fabricated out of thin air, it will undoubtedly make others suspicious of him. Under such circumstances, Li Zhenhua used the high efficiency of 3D printers to process all the parts of the parallel twin-rotor helicopter model in reality. While he was busy replicating the helicopter model in reality, Su Xingyang stayed one night at the military guest house in Gaisui. When he arrived at the shooting range the next day, Chief Ma had already urgently transported the EMP bombs to be used. The largest bomb looks like a cylinder 1.2 meters long and 10 centimeters in diameter. This thing can generate huge electromagnetic pulse energy and destroy all electronic equipment within a 10-kilometer radius. And it is this EMP bomb that will be used as a weapon to verify whether the bulletproof bus can cope with it. For using weapons like EMP bombs to verify the reliability of buses, there are first requirements on the site. The electromagnetic pulse bomb transported this time has a killing range of 10 kilometers. This also requires that the place where such a bomb is detonated must first be sufficiently open. It is best that there is no other person within a radius of 10 kilometers. And people are not allowed to bring electronic devices, otherwise no matter what they are, this kind of bomb can turn them into a pile of garbage. With this prerequisite, the bus followed a People's Liberation Army truck and drove toward the no man's land deep in the grassland. Su Xingyang drove the car on the road. It was normal at first, with green grass all around, but the further he drove, the more desolate the surrounding area became. Finally, we came to a deserted grassland, a no man's land that should not be called Gobi. After driving for a short time, the military truck in front finally stopped. Looking at the desolate Gobi desert around him, Su Zhenjiang's eyes also revealed the slightest doubt at this time. Faced with his doubts, Chief Ma, as the host, immediately spoke to him. This place is a deserted grassland. It is not easy to recover, and we need such a place as an experimental site. So this place has always maintained this kind of landform. Don't worry, there will definitely be no one around here. It is our military restricted area within a radius of 50 kilometers. After listening to this explanation, Su Xingyang also understood why there was such a desolate place with no use value. While he was thinking, the soldiers on the military truck were carrying the EMP bomb down from the vehicle, and 2 wired soldiers ran out among the soldiers, and they were covered with a large bundle of wires. One of them pushed off an off-road motorcycle from the car. One of them left a thread on the spot, and then started running towards a place 5 kilometers away while carrying the wire. The EMP bomb used for experiments at this time was detonated in the most primitive way. As for whether the radio can be used, of course it works, but it's still not as reliable as a wired connection. As Su Jingyang watched, the electronic pulse bomb with an extremely wide range of influence was finally deployed. Su Jingyang took the bus's remote control, controlled the automatic door to close from outside, and then locked the bus. Several soldiers then returned to the military card and rechecked whether the bomb was connected properly and whether the video transmission line was normal. After checking together, people evacuated for 6 kilometers before finally stopping. At this time, the line laid by the cable soldiers had not yet arrived. In the end, after waiting for another half an hour, 2 cable soldiers laid the line back. The 2 lines were connected to the monitor and detonator respectively. After making all preparations and checking that everything was correct, Chief Ma gave the order to detonate. The wired soldier shook the old-fashioned detonator in his hand desperately and pressed it after charging was completed. At this place 5 kilometers away, there was no change after the detonation. No fire was seen and no sound was heard. When I came out, I could no longer see the scene on the monitor, and there was no change at all. When the scene footage was lost, everyone present also knew that the EMP bomb had successfully detonated this time, otherwise the surveillance footage would not have been lost. It was at this time that the military truck started moving again, heading towards the place where the bus was parked and the EMP bomb was detonated. The desolate Gobi Road is not easy to walk, but fortunately the military truck's off-road capabilities are pretty good. Soon I returned to this place again. The place where the EMP bomb was originally placed did not change much. The only thing that changed was that the bomb itself was emitting black smoke, and a trace of flame appeared from time to time. Then the flame went out again, and the black smoke became more intense. This kind of bomb is relatively new to Su Jingyang. He has never seen what an EMP bomb looks like after it explodes before, and this is the first time he has seen it. After being stunned for a few seconds, I finally remembered to take out the bus's remote control and see if the many systems on the bus still worked. While he was stunned for a few seconds, the soldier on the side had already taken out a mobile phone from under the metal cover. But the phone really didn't respond at all, and turning it on and off was of no use. However, the 2 results that are completely opposite to the mobile phone in the soldier's hand are that the bus door has automatically opened under the control of the remote control in Su Jinjiang's hand. At this time, Chao Shang and Fan Guangzin were looking at the bus with surprise on their faces. In particular, Fan Guangzin was extremely restless at the moment, as happy as a child who got candy. "Old Chow, did you see that the car is fine? There is nothing wrong with the car. Even the door remote control outside can be used. I really don't know what to say." This strong contrast surprised everyone present. They didn't understand why the bus, which was also at the center of the explosion, was fine, but the mobile phone used as a comparison experiment on the side of the house had no response. Quick, please come and explain to me why." These are also 2 objects placed at the center of the explosion, although they are different in size. But for this kind of bomb, the size does not affect the burning of electronic equipment. Chao Shan looked anxiously at Su Jingyang, who was standing aside. As his eyes turned to him, everyone present also looked at him. In front of everyone, Su Jingyang had no choice but to repeat what Li Jianhua had said when he introduced the situation to him. "Report, I can't figure out the principle of this. When I was making it, I didn't understand it at all. I just heard from the designer that the springs between the car body and the outer bulletproof armor form a Faraday cage. It is this thing called a Faraday cage that can block the impact of the EMP bomb." After hearing this, I became even more confused. At this time, a soldier came back from behind. The Faraday cage was developed by Faraday, a scientist from Jeonbul country. Its main function is to prevent electromagnetic fields from entering or escaping from a metal shell. The cover on the mobile phone we just put aside is actually a Faraday cage, but the mobile phone we put inside was still destroyed by the electromagnetic pulse. Originally, Chao Shang thought that with this cage, he could prevent the EMP bomb. Who knew that the car was fine, but the cell phone outside was broken? "Jingyang, please explain, this is also using the principle of a Faraday cage. Why are there 2 different results?" Faced with the problem, Su Jingyang was really scratching his head. How to explain this? He didn't quite understand what was going on here, and then a flash of light flashed in his eyes. Then he looked at Captain Chow and asked him, "Chief, I actually can't explain it. Why don't we call the designer of the car? I want him to explain so that I can understand it." Captain Chow immediately nodded in agreement upon hearing the proposal, and then Su Jingyang made a call to Li Jianhua. After waiting for a few seconds, the call was picked up. In the manufacturing workshop, Li Jianhua was looking at the 3D printer, which was printing a piece of the fuselage of the aircraft model. Suddenly his phone rang. When he picked it up, he saw that it was Su Jingyang who had been away for 2 or 3 days. He immediately picked up the call. "Mr. Li, I am conducting an anti-EMP bomb experiment here, and I encountered a problem that I don't understand." "That's right, that's why the principle of the Faraday cage is also used, and why the bus you designed has no problems under the impact of bombs. But our mobile phone, which was covered under the Faraday cage, was destroyed by the bomb." Hearing Su Zhenjiang's question, Li Zhenhua's eyes never left the transparent printer cover, as if the question was too simple to answer. "Oh, this is easy to understand. How do you say this?" "Well, let me give you an example. You know, magnifying glasses and myopia glasses, both of which are made based on the principle of refraction of light. But is it the same thing? Going back to your question just now, I can also use this example to answer you. For the same application of Faraday cage, mine has been improved, and of course there will be 2 different results." On Su Zhenjiang's side, the mobile phone was turned on to the external extension, and the people around him heard it clearly. Just when they were about to ask more questions, Li Zhenhua's answer came again on the phone. "You should also know that this car I designed has a shock absorber system composed of a layer of springs in the middle of the car. And these spring layers were strung together by me to form a tight Faraday cage. My application is not only for the Faraday cage, I also installed a set of electric defensive energy fields in the car. This thing is definitely useless to prevent bullets, but this energy field, combined with the Faraday cage, can make the existing EMP bombs ineffective. I estimate that it can withstand the impact of subnuclear EMP bombs at best, but if it is higher, there is nothing I can do about it." Li Zhenhua finally explained clearly on the phone, and the helicopter fuselage he had been paying attention to was officially printed at this time. "Captain Su, you understand, I won't tell you anymore. I got something here and I'm building it. I'm busy, so I teased it first." Before Su Jingyang could react, a busy signal appeared on the phone. He shook his head. Fortunately, at this time, Li Zhenhua had already explained the matter clearly. Li Zhenhua hurriedly took out the printed metal body from the printer. He also held files and other tools in his hand, wanting to finally correct the model of the workpiece. At the testing site, the surrounding leaders have understood from Li Zhenhua's explanation that although the Faraday cage principle is also used, but in terms of application, it is obvious that the other party's technology is more advanced. Especially Chao Shang also understood why the phone was destroyed. It was completely due to thorough technical research. This is still a basic application. Li Zhenhua has already used the energy field. In fact, what kind of energy force field is it? It's very advanced, but it's actually an application of magnetic field. Using a magnetic field plus a Faraday cage to deal with electromagnetic pulse bombs is really a good idea. Moreover, the opponent's shock-absorbing system unexpectedly played another role here. It turned out that it was not only used for shock-absorbing, but also used to prevent electromagnetic pulse bombs. After Chao Shang understood everything, he also became curious about the current status of various electronic devices on the car, and wanted to see if there were any broken devices on the car. Su Jingyang came back to the car with the 3 leaders. He first sat in the driver's seat and unscrewed it. Then the whole car started to be powered on and the power battery pack also started running. The lights in the car turned on first, and Su Jingyang clicked on the multimedia system as a kind of verification. Then a song sounded in the car. The sound was so transparent that it made people feel like they were listening to a concert. As several people checked inside, it soon became clear that all the systems inside had no malfunctions and all systems were in good condition. At this time, only the power system was left to be checked. Su Jingyang sat down in his seat and fastened his seat belt. The 3 leaders also sat down. Then the car drove towards the temporary location where the explosion had just been detonated. Sure enough, there was no problem with the power system at all. The power was still as strong as before. At this point, the electromagnetic pulse experiment has been completely passed, and it also proves the strength of this bulletproof bus. It even makes up for the weak points of the electric vehicle. It can be said that this current electric car is completely comparable to cars using carburetors, and any fuel engine using in-cylinder direct injection technology is no match. As long as the opponent uses electromagnetic pulse bombs, any electronic oil pump technology will have to stop. It is the only car that can move except for the car with a carburetor engine, that is, his electric car. Even though the 2 preliminary basic tests were completed, they passed smoothly. The performance is very reliable. The next thing to do is to take the car on a long trip, fully charge it when setting off, and then drive it non-stop to test the car's cruising range. It is really not an easy task for an electric car with a cruising range of 6,000 kilometers to run out of electricity. Su Jingyang set out with 5 demonstrations of his excellent driving skills. From their departure, it will be a non-stop journey of at least 4 days. After preparing everything, Su Jinjiang's car left the charging station, then got on the highway, and drove along the highway in Gaisui towards Zhangdehua City. Along the way of more than 2,000 kilometers, the 6 people stopped in the car. After 22 hours, they finally arrived at Daiwa City. The 6 people also made some supplies here, especially Su Jingyang, who paid for a meal of Nong Pit barbecue for everyone who followed him out. After replenishing supplies, the 6 of them took a brief rest for an hour and started on the road again. Then they passed from Daiwa to Ziping County, Jinshinj County, Jiniang, and finally returned to Gaisui. After one lap, the total distance traveled was more than 5,700 kilometers, but the battery in the car was still not exhausted. Su Jingyan just applied for it and started driving around Gaisui, wherever he went. The car drove another 500 kilometers like this, and when it reached more than 6,200 kilometers, it completely ran out of power. Cars stopped and people kept driving for 98 hours on this lap. In more than 4 days, we traveled through most of China. Su Jingyan was dragged by a trailer into the charging station. In just half an hour of charging, the car was fully charged again. At this moment, the car once again had a cruising range of 6,200 kilometers. The 3 leaders who had accompanied the test before were all able to go back. This time Su Jingyan came back, and only Chao Shan came back to continue to watch. After getting such a cruising range, Chao Shan also looked incredulous. He originally thought that the 1,000-kilometer cruising range of the White Tiger 200, the mythical beast of Kyushu, was abnormal enough. At this time, after knowing the bulletproof bus, what does it mean to move? There is no most perverted thing, only more perverted ones. So far, 3 basic items have been tested, and the next step is to test the bulletproof performance of the car body. At this time, Chao Shan was really reluctant to put such a good car through the next devastating test. But all of this must be carried out, otherwise the test will not be thorough and parents will not be able to use it with confidence. Bulletproof testing began here, and Li Zhenhua finally got all the accessories for the aircraft model. Next, only the final assembly is left. For a helicopter with a rotor wingspan of only 38 centimeters and a total of 30 centimeters after the fuselage and tail, this volume is undoubtedly not very large. It is the same size as an ordinary model aircraft, but the weight that this model aircraft can lift is extraordinary. When he was in the laboratory, Li Zhenhua had done experiments such as hanging a basket under a helicopter and doing it himself. But because he was too heavy, no matter how hard the helicopter tried, he still remained motionless on the ground. The helicopter model is constantly taking shape as it is assembled, completely scaled down according to the size of the real helicopter. Although this model aircraft is not large in size, all the cabins inside are fully equipped, which is in line with the old saying, although the sparrow is small, it has everything. Finally, with the help of his unreasonable hands and the support of his cheating eyes, this parallel twin-rotor helicopter model was finally completed. The first is the most distinctive side-by-side twin rotors. There are 2 horn-like things growing on the top of the helicopter's head, and there are also a set of rotors above the horns. Each set of rotors has 5 blades, and the entire helicopter has 10 blades in total, and there is no tail rotor at the tail of the helicopter. On this type of aircraft, all the power is not wasted, and all is used for lift. The dual rotor design means that the helicopter has no lift reaction, allowing the helicopter to maneuver more flexibly. Of all helicopters, no helicopter can compete with it, not even its close relative, the Chinook. He made 2 cabins on the aircraft model fuselage, one for the crew and one for the cockpit. Since the space inside is too small, and there is no need to make it so detailed, the things inside are not that realistic, and the instruments and other things inside are not made according to the real helicopter. Even this is amazing. He designed the helicopter's landing gear into a wheeled retractable landing gear. This was completely designed for higher aerial mobility. All designs are designed for the helicopter to gain more flexible excitement capabilities. The control of this model aircraft does not use a control cabin like the Suzuka series fighters, but uses the same remote control as an ordinary model aircraft. When he completely manufactured the aircraft, the unique shape of the entire model aircraft also made the soldiers who stayed here curious about the use of this small aircraft. Just when they were curious, the model aircraft officially started its motor indoors for the first time. In the center of the workshop, there was a model airplane with a rotor diameter of 38 centimeters. At this moment, the model aircraft is like a bee. The 10 rotors above the head all gathered together and folded backwards. Li Zhenhua took the remote control in his hand, walked to the helicopter, turned on the helicopter's power, then connected a mobile phone to the aircraft model's control system and screen, and stuck it on the remote control. This remote control was not independently developed by him, but he borrowed the design from DJI and used it on his own model aircraft. I saw that after the 2 ends were connected, the two sets of propellers above the head of the originally quiet model aircraft slowly unfolded from the backward retracted state. Soon all 10 blades were unfolded, and the aircraft model's wingspan now reached 38 centimeters. Then he pressed the start button, and the model aircraft immediately started to move, and the two sets of parallel blades began to rotate from fast to slow. And as the propeller rotates, the wind sound caused by the motor mixed with the rotation of the blades becomes louder and louder. After he increased the speed of the remote control in his hand and the motor rotated, the two sets of propellers also accelerated. And the propeller is turning faster and faster, and the landing gear of the model aircraft is slowly leaving the ground. This very stable aircraft model is suspended 1 meter high in the workshop, and it is running extremely smoothly. In the gondola tied underneath the plane, Lee Jianhua began to place barbell plates inside. As the number of barbell plates increased, the height of the flying helicopter decreased by a few points, and the body shape was immediately stabilized by the degree of intelligent control. The sound of the aircraft obviously increased a bit, and the intelligent control program automatically increased the horsepower output. With the help of several other soldiers, a total of 60 kilograms of barbell plates were finally put into the hanging basket. It was also at this time that Lee Jianhua called to stop. During the first test flight of the model aircraft, there was no crash. Not only was there no crash, it also put a heavy burden on the aircraft. Lee Jianhua's skills in controlling the model aircraft are not superb. He can only fly the model aircraft and control it to perform some simple actions. He couldn't do the too difficult movements at all, so he controlled the model aircraft to fly a few times in the air at 1 meter, and then landed with the weight. He was very satisfied with the load capacity of this model aircraft, but he felt that the load was very ordinary, but to the guardsmen who were watching on the scene, it was so unusual. The weight of a 60mm artillery shell is 1.3 to 2 kilograms. How much can such a small aircraft carry? This is 60 kilograms. If such a small aircraft is added to the war system, it can fully bear the heavy responsibility of transporting ammunition to the front line. And flying in the sky is definitely more flexible than delivering ammunition on land. It was also against this background that the soldiers reported the situation of the model aircraft to the head of the guard regiment. Chao Shang has really seen what super defense means in the past 2 days. The object they are testing now is really beyond words to explain how powerful it is. The test of all the defensive weapons on the vehicle began the next day. The machine guns on the left and right sides of the vehicle were controlled by the personnel in the vehicle. When the vehicle was traveling rapidly, the intelligent assistance system quickly locked onto the target and killed it. There were also the cannons on the back of the vehicle and the rockets on the roof, all of which were tested one by one. It also further verified the strength of the car. As for the car's defensive capabilities, this item is put down last. If this test is started first, some projects will not be carried out. The pistol was like nothing in front of it, and could only scrape off a thin layer of paint on the car. The rifle was not impressive enough in front of the bus, it could only make a shallow crater, and the first layer of defensive armor was not broken. Upward are light machine guns and heavy machine guns. This finally has a huge effect, but it is still not obvious and is also embedded in the body of the car. Then the anti-material rifle came on the scene, and it used armor-piercing bullets. It only penetrated the first 3 layers of bulletproof armor and stayed on the ceramic layer. There were graphene bulletproof layers behind it that did not penetrate. If a linoil armor-piercing bullet is used, it is estimated to be able to penetrate completely. Since the gun is not good, then use a more powerful one. The 40mm fire was also brought out again at this time, and it also had the effect of sinking in front of the bus. Anti-tank mines have not achieved much results against the chassis motivation, because the chassis armor has also been strengthened by Lee Jianhua a long time ago. It's really not that easy to blow through the bottom armor. Moreover, the shock wave and explosion generated by the explosion cannot blow up the 14-ton vehicle body. Finally, this experiment is coming to an end here. The new car that was originally used when Su Jingyang drove it was now a completely broken car. There were craters all over the body, and no place was intact. Even if this is the case, the car can still move. It's just that the steering assistance has been lost. If you want to turn this 14-ton car, you can only use brute force to turn it. And out of the 6 electric motors in the car, only 3.5 are usable. And only one of the 2 4,000 kilowatt-hour battery packs is still in use, and the other one has been completely discontinued. The current maximum driving speed of the car is only 60 kilometers. If it goes faster, 2 of the 3.5 electric motors will definitely have problems. After such an extreme test, Su Jingyang drove into the car again, and Chao Shang sat behind the driver's seat as if it was his first time in the car. The car drove to the tank driving training ground just like at the beginning. This time, for Chao Shang, the experience was not so good. Because the cabin suspension system has lost its effectiveness, and the shock absorbers on the non-load-bearing chassis have also been damaged, the cabin and chassis are now completely hard-connected. It can be said that the shock-absorbing effect is not exerted at all. Even after being blown up like this, the car is still driving. After this lap of the 5-kilometer tank driving training ground, there were originally 3.5 electric motors that could work. At this moment, there was only one working motor left. Chao Shan got off the bus and looked at Su Jingyang, who was sweating slightly. Thinking about the current condition of the bus, he also understood how difficult it was to drive the bus. The test at the shooting range has been going on for half a month. Chao Shan and Su Jingyang are sitting in an office, and there are only two of them at the moment. Jingyang, the test of this car is officially over now. Did you find anything that needs improvement during the test? Su Jingyang thought carefully about the leader's words and searched his mind over and over again, but could not find anything that could find fault with them. Thinking of this, Su Jingyang looked squarely at Chao Shan and shook his head at him with a serious face. Chief, during the test, I felt that every aspect of the car was designed very reasonably, and there are no suggestions for improvement. Chao Shan nodded and then said to Su Jingyang, then I will return to Peeping with the test results, and you can go back to Dongshan to wait for the next order. As soon as I get results here, I will let you start the production of bulletproof buses. Why? Wait a minute, I'll take a call. While he was talking, Chao Shan's cell phone rang, and after he connected it, he heard the voice of Peeping's own deputy. After answering the call, Chao Shan's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he kept looking at Su Jingyang who was waiting. The phone was hung up, and Su Jingyang heard the words of the deputy of the guard regiment. Jingyang, you must have heard some of what we said just now when we were in position. Our soldiers reported it. While Li Jianhua was waiting for the official production of bulletproof buses, he started playing with other things. And now it has achieved some results, saying that a helicopter that is only more than 30 centimeters can lift more than 100 kilograms of weight. This is simply a fantasy. If it hadn't been reported by our soldiers, I wouldn't believe anything. Su Jingyang also looked understanding. As Chao Shan said, if this was not passed down by his own soldiers, he would really think it was fake news. There is a kind of express delivery drone on the market now. The weight of this drone is only a measly 1 kilogram. How much information has been learned about this? This is a full weight of 60 kilograms. The total weight of a bullet and ammunition box is only about 2 kilograms, and the weight of a 105 artillery shell is only 17 to 19 kilograms. And such a small model aircraft can actually put 3 105 cannonballs hoisted. Chief, it's true. If I hadn't been in contact with Li Jianhua recently and heard this news suddenly, I definitely wouldn't believe it. But after more exposure, I actually got used to it. Li Jianhua's brain is obviously different from that of normal people. I think his brain is completely comparable to Einstein's, and it's possible that he's smarter than Einstein. Chao Shan smiled and tapped Su Jingyang opposite him with his hand, but he accepted his words in his heart. It's true. Li Jianhua's IQ might actually be smarter than Einstein's. This is a national treasure level task. Then he remembered something again and asked Su Jingyang. I remembered there was a team of security guards around Li Jianhua. They must be members of our 9th Brigade. Hearing Chao Shan's question, Su Jingyang immediately thought of the 6 people following Li Jianhua. Well, they are a security team from our 9th Brigade. They have now separated from the military. I heard that as long as Li Jianhua's academician status is obtained, they can put back into military uniforms. The two chatted for more than 10 minutes before Chao Shan left, and the entire bomb-proof bus was dragged to Peking by him. After the leader left, Su Jingyang quickly returned to Gaisui from the testing site in the wilderness, where he bought a high-speed train from Gaisui to Peeping. The terminal station was Paji City, and Li Jianhua is also having a great time. What are he playing? Of course he was playing with the helicopter model he had just made. In his hands, this model airplane almost became a messenger when he visited Li Yun's department to deliver things. Now he and Li Yun don't even have any phone calls. They fly back and forth with a model airplane and use the most primitive method, passing notes. However, this primitive method and delivery method are not primitive at all, but very advanced. This kind of operation of his also made the little girls in the company extremely envious of Li Yun, and they all wanted to replace her. She couldn't be quiet in the last class and had to be forced to have dog food in her mouth. After Li Jianhua's new enthusiasm for this model airplane wore off, he could no longer think of flying a model airplane. To put it simply, his enthusiasm had passed. It was also at this time that after looking at this model aircraft, I had the idea of getting real evaluations from professionals. When I had this idea, I immediately started searching in my mind for someone who could find the helicopter pilot. After searching around, I found that Wang Yuzheng and Cui Tianzi were the most suitable people. One was from the Equipment Development Department and the other was the head of the Air Force. In the end, Li Zhenhua called Cui Tianzi. Because of such a trivial matter of testing, there was really no need to alarm one using and peeping, who had been troubled by him a lot. After knowing who to ask for, things were easier to talk about, so he called Cui Tianzi directly. The call was not picked up immediately, and the call could not be connected until I heard the busy signal. I tried calling again, but no one answered. He gave up looking for Cui Tianzi for the time being. The other party was probably busy and he could just wait for him to call back later. At the headquarters in Beeping where the car cannot be stopped, a four-wheel drive version of the White Tiger 200 is facing the fate of being dismantled by technicians here. For such a car that can completely replace the status of fuel vehicles, all car companies in the world will be interested. But the most interesting one among them is the car that can't stop. They are the car companies that can't stop. As a Chinese conglomerate, their electric vehicle business is undoubtedly hot and its role is huge. Part of their company's aerospace research and development funds come from the feedback from electric vehicles. But this kind of feedback was completely lost in Kyushu just over a month ago. The reason is very simple. Almost no one in Kyushu is buying their cars. Nowadays, all customers in the market who have the idea of switching to electric vehicles are choosing to wait and see, and a considerable number of customers have all switched to the White Tiger 200 camp. In the last month, less than 100 electric vehicles of the irresistible brand were sold in Kyushu, especially the recently popular Madu 3, which has seen its sales plummet. Not to mention that there are still 100 units left. You must know that the unstoppable car could sell 20,000 units per month in the past, so these 100 units can be completely ignored. It's not that they didn't want to get the authorization for the technology used on Behu, but their efforts were undoubtedly in vain. Even the 9 provinces divine beasts told them, and they told them blatantly that if they want to get authorization, they have to wait. When will Zhuzhu's domestic car manufacturers and the joint venture car manufacturers in which Zhuzhu holds a large share obtain authorization? After bringing the car to the market, these foreign invested companies can obtain authorization. After receiving such a reply, the regional manager, who couldn't stop the car, stayed in the office with 2 computers and 3 mobile phones. Even a table was overturned. From this, we can see how angry the district manager was. But his incompetent rage had no impact on White Tiger 200. It was against this background that I have always been arrogant and can't stop the car, so I also bought a White Tiger 200 for research. It was difficult to get this car because the model was so popular. After the order was placed, it took more than a month to receive the actual car. Now that we have this real car, it's time for the engineers who can't stop the car. For a car company, it's not a problem to dismantle a car. But this simple disassembly of the car made all the engineers present lose face. Because when dismantling the car, many engineers didn't know anything about the White Tiger 200, so it was inevitable that they would encounter people they didn't understand during the disassembly process. It is also very easy to disassemble the car body. Just when the charging port and the connection with the battery pack were removed, the battery pack of the originally good White Tiger 200 suddenly bulged from the inside out and emitted a lot of heat. Moreover, the particularly thick cable connected to the supercharging port was also generating heat at this time, and soon the thick cable began to melt. This change was unexpected by these engineers, and they did not expect this to happen. But now it has happened. If you can't stop the car, you can only admit it. You can only look inside the car and react. It was only after the battery pack and supercharging system in the car melted down that the reaction stopped. The car looks fine on the outside, but as soon as you get close to it, you can smell a burning smell in the air. But along with this smell, the car seemed to be fine. It was also under this situation that the engineer went into battle again. After the hard work of the engineers who could not stop the car, they finally removed the battery pack and the supercharger. However, when these 2 parts were removed and further disassembled, the engineer looked at the supercharging port. When the supercharging port came out, the 3 originally copper parts were turned into coke. And after the engineer opened the battery pack, he was also shocked by the scene inside the battery pack, because the battery packs and cells that were originally composed of 18,650 power batteries turned into a lump of various metals at this moment. Metal block. It was impossible to see what it looked like inside, not even a complete 18,650 battery cell could be found. It can be said that the energy package has been completely burned at this moment, and a White Tiger 200 worth 1 million has turned into a pile of scraps at this moment. Of course, you can also choose to return to the factory for repairs and replace the vehicle's battery pack and supercharging system. If you can't stop the car's position and purpose, you don't have to go back to Zhuzhu Divine Beast's after-sales service to solve the problem. At this moment, it can only be regarded as a dumb loss. Why are you so anxious because you can't stop the car? Aren't other domestic manufacturers anxious? They are also anxious, but they will not choose to dismantle the White Tiger 200 because. This is entirely because these car companies in Kyushu, whether state-owned or private, have all reached technical authorization with Jushu Divine Beast on supercharging and other systems under the guidance of the Kyushu Ministry of Industry and Technology. The test these car companies now face is to see how their respective research and development capabilities are and whether they can digest the acquired technologies in the shortest possible time. As long as these technologies can be digested in the shortest possible time, it is possible whether these technologies are used in newly developed models or used to upgrade previous models. Moreover, many domestic battery manufacturers in Kyushu have introduced graphene lithium-ion batteries to the market, so there is no need for these car companies to worry about energy. Therefore, these car companies are not in a hurry. They are already one step faster than foreign car companies. This quick step alone will allow them to revamp their vehicles or launch new models more quickly. Now, unable to stop, the car is actively looking for ways to keep up with these paces. However, during the dismantling of the White Tiger 200, they suffered such a blow in the first step. This was something they did not expect. It was as if the time had gone back 30 years. At that time, some key parts were kept mechanically confidential, but now this confidentiality technology is used to target foreign companies. It's not just the car that can't stop that faces this situation. Other car companies are also in the same situation, but they are not so anxious. This is due to multiple considerations. After all, these car companies have been deeply involved in Kyushu for many years, and they also have joint venture car companies, so they cannot obtain technology authorization at the initial stage, but it does not mean that they cannot conduct research on these technologies. Now it's like being so anxious because you can't stop the car, but they failed to disassemble the battery pack and supercharging system at the beginning, and both parts were completely damaged, which was unexpected to them. Although battery packs can be put on the market to purchase finished graphene batteries, they can be used without the cooperation of a supercharging system. Even if their car's battery capacity is completely increased, the charging time will also increase accordingly. It can't be that other cars can be fully charged in just 3 or 2 minutes, while his car takes more than 10 times longer to fully charge. This is contrary to their positioning as a high-tech enterprise that cannot stop the car. If they really do that, their corporate image will definitely plummet. Then how can we cut the leaks of Kyushu, and how can we feed back the huge star chain and space immigration plan of Cosma? Just when the Asia region manager at the Beeping Bubble car headquarters received such a result, he personally came to the dismantling workshop. At this moment, the engineers were standing next to the half-disassembled White Tiger 200. When they saw the regional manager coming over, they seemed to have a backbone immediately. One of the white engineers immediately came to the regional manager and started chattering to him. "Baokan, come here. The problems we are facing now are ones we never thought of. The other party actually tampered with the battery pack and the accompanying supercharger. Of course, it also has something to do with our carelessness. The other party has no moral ethics at all." Faced with the engineer's words, the regional manager had no choice. Although he shied away most of the responsibility, he did not shirk it completely. This also extinguished his initial intention to hold people accountable. He looked at the engineers around him with annoyance, thought about it carefully, and then spoke to them. "Okay, I understand that the responsibility does not entirely lie with you. I didn't want to pursue the case before. The top priority now is to dismantle it. You can continue to dismantle it. Take a look at the assembly process of this car and the level of its internal electronic systems. The most important thing is to dismantle the other party's engine and see if the technology used in this motor breaks through our motor patent barriers. As long as you can find a technology that touches our patent barriers, then your dismantling this time will be in vain. In this way, we can also turn from passive to active. Then we can use this to negotiate with Jushu Divine Beast and let it also license our advanced technology." The engineers seemed to regain their fighting spirit immediately. They are professional in electric motors, and of course they are also unique in electronic control systems. Immediately, there was a lot of talk, making assurances to the regional manager that they would find out the other party's motor technology as soon as possible to see if the other party used their own patented technology. After the regional manager stabilized all the engineers, he walked to his office while thinking about countermeasures. How should I reply to the mold headquarters? After all, he had promised before that he would be able to resolve this matter. But the current situation seems to have exceeded his expectations. In his expectation, he would fully understand the technology used by White Tiger 200, and then upgrade his side based on the other party's technology. But now this idea has become unrealistic. If you don't even understand the first step of dismantling the car, how can you upgrade the technology and break through the other party's technology? Headache, this is how the regional manager feels now. He has not thought of any countermeasures along the way. He can only wait for his subordinates to understand part of the technology on the car. Only in this way can he have something to say to his superiors. Now he can only wait and waste time with his superiors. The regional manager thought so, and with the efforts of engineers, the White Tiger 200 that was being dismantled also removed the electric motor from the car. As for the motor control system in the car, programmers also successfully entered it, but the underlying code of this system was difficult for programmers to understand. They can understand the other party's program codes, but this level of control is completely inconsistent with the performance of the White Tiger 200. It's as if what they see now is fake, and there seems to be another more advanced control system hidden in these programs. But after they cracked the external package of the electronic control system, they got the underlying code exposed, which confused these programmers. In fact, this is not their fault. This is undoubtedly the fault of Li Jianhua. He has carried out his own unique packaging process for supercharging and motor control systems. That's why this effect was achieved. This packaging process was also developed by him in the virtual laboratory. His proficiency in programming is no longer at the same level as when he was building motorcycles and had to outsource them. In the virtual laboratory, he independently developed a programming language based on Juzhu dialect. This language can also be said to be an accurate translation system. It is a programming language that is parasitic on the Java language. The programs he created can accurately translate the programs he wrote in Chinese into programs that Java can read and understand. These things are the real control programs, and what he created is hidden in these underlying codes. So now these programmers can feel the electronic control system and give them some sense of obedience. And Li Jianhua only used this packaging technology in the most important places, and did not do this at all for the entertainment, multimedia and other things integrated inside. As for the disassembly of the electric motor, these engineers did not encounter any trouble. The motor was completely disassembled very smoothly, but after some research, no matter how carefully I tried to rely on their patents, none of them used their patents. It was hard to find a technology that used their patent. After reporting it, it turned out that the 20-year protection period of the invention patent had expired, and it has just passed the protection period, so it hasn't been long yet. This also made these engineers complain that they were really stupid. They actually didn't use their patented technology. Even if they did, it was already out of the patent protection period. What should they do? This kind of behavior is like provocation. They have no choice at all. The research on the White Tiger 200 at unable to stop the car continues, and Li Jianhua also received a call from CUI TNZ. After the other party knew the purpose of Li Jianhua's call, he immediately became excited. The other party's research on aircraft has not stopped. This time I stopped flying fixed-wing aircraft and actually started flying rotary-wing aircraft. It seems that in the future, Kyushu will have another little brother who can join the service on rotary-wing aircraft. CUI TNZ immediately and actively agreed to Li Jianhua's request for a helicopter pilot with superb driving skills. Helping him at this time was helping himself, and he might be able to fall back on his side again in the future when testing new helicopters. Li Jianhua's model aircraft was only flown by a professional pilot before he could draw conclusions to see what problems would be exposed under professional driving. It is better to expose the problem at this time than to wait until it is exposed on the real machine. After hanging up the phone with CUI TNZ after asking for someone, Su Jingyang also rushed back from Gaisui. When he came back, he got detailed information about the helicopter from the soldiers. Since this model aircraft was made in this automobile laboratory, the model aircraft was not kept secret to the soldiers. So Su Jingyang was also pulled into the automobile laboratory to see what kind of model airplane could lift more than 100 kilograms. When he saw the small body, he couldn't help but be stunned. It was only less than 40 centimeters long, and the width of the fuselage was at most 6 or 7 centimeters. It could actually exert such huge energy. When this sentence appeared in his mind, Chao Shang had already returned to peeping. After he came back, he took the materials he brought back with him and the original car back to the office, and was surrounded by a group of soldiers. He himself went straight to the security bureau, where he met with the director and watched the video materials he brought back together. After watching it, the director was obviously sluggish. This kind of defense is comparable to that of a main battle tank. With such a safety level, the elders will definitely feel at ease when using it. After getting the exact test results, the director of the security bureau and CUI Shang walked towards Erhai. When they arrived at Erhai, all 9 elders from Juzhu were there. They were holding a specific meeting on the adjustment of Kyushu's energy structure. As luck would have it, it was not easy to bring 9 people together. Under the secretary's announcement, 9 people heard about their visit together. It just so happened that the 9 people had just decided on the general policy, and the remaining specific plans were for each competent department to make. At this time, knowing that the leaders of the Security Bureau and the Security Regiment came at the same time, I was a little curious as to why they came. Soon Cui Shang and the others arrived. This conference room was not very serious. Instead, they looked at the 9 people chatting kindly. It was also at this time that the boss opened his mouth and said to the people around him, "I heard that Anking is not peaceful recently. They say there is heavy fog. My secretary told me that the Internationale has become popular again. There is also an old song that has become popular again, called Stars Light Up. We have to pay attention." These words of the big boss made everyone jump into shock, and they secretly thought in their hearts, what should come will eventually come. This topic did not continue. The secretary who took the minutes of the meeting will naturally convey the boss's meaning. Chao Shang also stepped up to the big bosses and bowed to them. Reporting to the boss, the second boss, and all the leaders, I have just returned from Gaisui. The bulletproof bus that we were given the authority to cooperate with in the trial production last time has been completed. And we have completed a comprehensive reliability test of the bulletproof bus and concluded that this is a good car that is fully capable of meeting the needs of the chief executive, and all the videos of the test have been retained. I believe that after watching the video, you will definitely have a new understanding of bulletproof vehicles. After Chao Shang finished his report, the second elder was also very curious and wanted to know what kind of car would make the always strict guard captain say such things. "Oh, so confident? The words you said have aroused my curiosity." As soon as he finished speaking, the boss followed closely and said, "Haha, I didn't expect that the second elder would also be curious sometimes. We all have nothing important to do, so why don't we take a look together?" After the boss finished speaking, everyone agreed happily. Then the big screen was lit up and the play button of the video file brought by Chao Shang was pressed. The edited test video quickly appeared on the big screen. The first is the video of the EMP bomb test, as well as various off-road test videos. As for the longest battery life test in the middle, it was edited out. It was too long and very boring. As the video played, Chao Shang was also explaining to the bosses. Various firearms finally appeared on the screen, and the bulletproof bus did withstand all kinds of bombings in the end. The scene of the explosion was also extremely hot, making all these bosses think that under such an intense explosion, the vehicle would not be able to withstand it and would definitely be blown to pieces. But the reality is completely opposite. Even if it explodes like this, the car can still move, and it can drive down the 5-kilometer tank driving training track that is particularly difficult to walk. Although there is only one electric motor left in the end, this undoubtedly does not prove the power of the car. Captain Chow, you have been taking care of the car, so you should keep an eye on the next thing. Subsequent orders for this kind of car can be manufactured, and we can't just leave them in vain. Although it is said to be a gift to Kyushu, it is actually for the 9 of us. Let's put it this way, 20 million per car. I don't know whether this price is high or low, but that's it. Little did Li Zhenhua know that these 10 bulletproof buses were priced at 20 million, as he originally planned to pay for them out of his own pocket. After Chao Shang received the instructions from his boss, he readily accepted the order. At this time, the boss spoke again and asked Chao Shang, "When I just listened to your introduction to this car, I kept calling it a bulletproof bus. It doesn't have a name yet." Chao Shang's heart was not at peace at the moment. The boss took the initiative to name the car. This was a big deal. "Well, this bus really hasn't been named yet." Everyone looked at the boss with smiles on their faces, and it felt good to be looked at. "Haha, since there is no name and we still use it, according to the practice of this car manufacturing company. They are all named after mythical beasts, and as public servants, we are people who serve the people, so the word dragon is not appropriate. I would rather be a cow that works hard and doesn't complain, so why not call me a green cow?" Lejun's mount is the green bull, a mythical beast that appears only when the world is prosperous. After hearing this, the second elder also smiled and answered, "Ha ha ha, this is a good name. A green bull appears in the prosperous times. Well, this Jusu mythical beast is also very lucky to be named by you." In the mouths of the big guys, the name of this bulletproof bus has been decided. Chao Shang and the director of the Security Bureau walked out of her high together, chatting as they walked. "Old Chao, your security work will be much easier this time with this car." Chao Shang was also very happy in his heart. Of course he would be relaxed, such a powerful defense, not to mention the power and counterattack means. Haha, it's true. As long as the big guys use this car in the future, our danger level on the road will definitely plummet. The two chatted all the way, and separated on the road. Chao Shan returned to his guard group. When I got back, I called Su Jingyang and conveyed the previous boss's instructions. He also told him about the naming given by the boss and asked him to convey it to Li Jianhua. When Su Jingyang received the call, he was visiting the model aircraft in the automotive laboratory. However, Li Jianhua was not in the company. He went to the County Public Security Bureau because they, Juzhu Divine Beast, donated 20 White Tiger 250 White Tiger motorcycles to the county and modified them for police use. He came here to participate in the donation ceremony, and due to the settlement of their Juzhu mythical beasts in Summer Town, the population of the entire town increased sharply, and it also faced great challenges in terms of public security. Therefore, this donation can also be said to be helping their company itself. A good public security environment will have a certain positive impact on their development. Originally, the number of people in the police station in Summer Town was not large, but with the development of Juzhu Divine Beast and the increase in the number of personnel, the security of Summer Town obviously began to decline. The County Public Security Bureau also noticed and subsequently strengthened the Shahen police station. As the source of the matter and a vested interest, it makes sense for Juzhu Divine Beast to donate a batch of products to the Public Security Bureau in return. First of all, let's not talk about the use of the White Tiger 200 model. Anyway, it is donated. As for how they use it, just let them go. But these 50 White Tiger motorcycles and heavy-duty motorcycles play a great role in the traffic police department. After attending the donation ceremony, Li Jianhua returned to the company. His security personnel separated a car and went straight to the long-distance bus station to pick up the pilot sent by CUI TNZ. As soon as the Kirin FD appeared at the station, it attracted the attention of most people, but such an obvious target also made it difficult for pilots who came over to find it. After waiting at the station entrance for a short time, a superior lieutenant in a navy blue military uniform walked out from the exit. When I saw the soldiers leaving the station, I immediately got off the Kirin car and walked towards the soldiers. After the security personnel introduced each other to the soldiers, they boarded the Kirin car with an unusually fierce appearance. When the soldiers saw this car, they unconsciously showed a look of liking, and of course a trace of curiosity. I don't think this car is simple. What kind of car is it? I haven't seen it before. The soldier curiously asked the security guard driving the car. Although this car has no plans to go on sale, in the final analysis it is just a civilian model. It just has superior bulletproof performance. There is nothing that cannot be said. Haha, this is our boss's personal protection vehicle. It is a bulletproof vehicle, and it is also electric powered. There are currently no plans to go public. When we return to the company, you can choose to test drive it. When the soldier heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little moved in his heart, but he still did not forget the purpose of his coming. Soon Kailan returned to the company, and Li Jianhua also met Su Jingyang again in the automotive laboratory. Su Jingyang was looking at the model airplane when Li Jianhua came back. Hey, how about this model airplane I made? It's not bad. When Su Jingyang heard the sound, he turned around while half crouching on the ground and saw Li Jianhua, wearing a decent suit, walking towards him from the door. Mr. Li, you really are never idle for a moment. I just want to know what is going on in your head. Why did the research and development direction suddenly shift to model aircraft? Su Jingyang stood up, answered his question with a smile, and asked his doubts. He walked to the side of the model aircraft, squatted down, and turned one hand on the rotors of the model aircraft, while the set of rotors on the other side also rotated in conjunction. Haha, I'm not just waiting for the bulletproof bus to be officially manufactured to find a job for myself to prevent myself from getting too bored. This is just a gadget, not worth mentioning. When Su Jingyang heard these words, Versailles reached its extreme. It was simply Versailles itself. He did not say that the aircraft model was just a verification aircraft. The reason he said this is that the current idea of developing a parallel twin-rotor helicopter is not ready for large-scale announcement. All he knew was CUI TNZ's rough guess, and what was revealed to everyone now was just a model aircraft. Do you know how hateful this tone is? It's just a gadget. Whose gadget can carry 60 kilograms? This is a little monster. Li Jianhua has obviously become accustomed to his words, and he often hears such surprising words around him. Su Jingyang did not stop at this topic, and then chatted with him about serious matters. I'm just curious about this. Let me tell you the news I brought back. First of all, congratulations to Mr. Li. From now on, the bulletproof bus will have a name, and the Great Elder will get it in person. He also said that he would personally inscribe this car with the name Kingnu, which is Lejun's mount. According to the Great Elder's meaning, green bulls appear in prosperous times. Regarding the name issue, Li Jianhua really didn't expect that he would let the Great Elder choose the name because he was too lazy to do it. This is really an unexpected gain, and it is a complete surprise to get an inscription from the Great Elder. A smile immediately appeared on Li Jianhua's face. He didn't know what he thought of, but there was also a trace of saliva looming in the corner of his mouth. Suck, I'm sorry, I lost my temper a little. He, now that the names have been given to us, can the subsequent 9 cars enter the manufacturing process? Well, the rest of the vehicles will be manufactured later. Our team leader also told me. If one car comes off the assembly line here, it will be shipped to Beeping. It is estimated that this car will appear frequently in Zhuzhou news in the future. While the two were chatting, Ningwei brought a soldier to the workshop, but did not enter the automotive laboratory. The automotive laboratory is currently in a highly confidential state. Although he can enter, there is still a pilot from the Quanqing Air Force Base with him. Ningwei's figure appeared at the door of the automotive laboratory. He also knew that the pilot sent by Cui Tianzi had arrived. It seemed that everything had come together. Su Jingyang came back with follow-up instructions, and the pilot sent by Cui Tianzi also arrived. After talking to Su Jingyang about his plans for the follow-up production plan, he came out of the laboratory and went to meet with the pilot. Of course, when he came out, he was not empty-handed. Under his control, the model aircraft retracted the 2 sets of rotors. He hung the remote control around his neck and walked out of the laboratory holding the 40-kilogram model aircraft in his hands. After walking out, Ningwei immediately helped carry the model aircraft and walked towards the soldiers waiting at the entrance of the workshop. He didn't stop when he came to the soldier, he just said something to him. Come with me, let's go to the open space outside. We can introduce you to the main test subject this time. The moment the soldier's eyes saw the model aircraft, he never took his eyes off the model aircraft again. The 3 of them walked all the way to the test flight ground. When they arrived, the pilot's eyes were attracted by the open hangar on the side. At this moment, the huge hangar door is open, and a team of workers wearing blue overalls are pushing a Suzaku 3 into the hangar. Behind them there is a wheel-carrying vehicle, which is towing a Suzaku 8. When I looked into the hangar, I saw that there were at least 20 of them neatly arranged in the hangar. Seeing that his attention was attracted by the situation in the hangar, Li Jianhua also explained. The hangars over there are the export models of the Suzaku 3 and Suzaku 8. We now have 12 of each type of aircraft. These are to be exported to the Camel country, as well as to AFTA and Cray. Didn't your Quanqing already accept a batch of Suzaku 9 fighters a while ago? Oh, yes, it should be called J-36 now, and I'm used to calling it Suzaku 9. After hearing Li Jianhua's explanation, the soldier turned his attention back to the model aircraft in front of him. This was his main purpose this time. After Li Jianhua finished speaking, he turned on the power of the aircraft model, matched the communication with the remote control, and controlled the expansion of the 2 sets of rotors of the aircraft model. For a soldier, this scene of wings unfolding has only been seen on sea-based helicopters. He really had never imagined that a model aircraft could be so detailed, and it was also such a compact model aircraft. You see, this is the model aircraft that Chief Cui and I were talking about, and it is also the main test subject for you to come here this time. Oh, I don't know what your name is yet. My name is Li Jianhua. After speaking, he took the initiative to extend his hand to the soldier, and the soldier also extended his hand to him. The two shook hands and introduced themselves. Hello, Mr. Li, my name is Kai Fi, and I'm here to support you on the order of Comrade Cui Tianzi. After the two got to know each other, Li Jianhua took off the remote control hanging around his neck and handed it to Kai Fi. Kai Fi looked at the remote control handed over with surprise on his face. He had fantasies about what he wanted to test before he came. He thought it would be controlled in the same way as the Suzaku series of fighters. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the remote control of a model aircraft. This was completely different from what he had imagined. After being stunned for a few seconds, he looked at the remote control that was handed over. Although he was a little surprised, he still took it. Looking at Kai Fi, who was very confused across from him, he quickly explained. Oh, this is a remote control for a model aircraft. I feel like this is just a model aircraft. There is no way to control the model aircraft by controlling the cockpit. Although Kai Fi was a little disappointed, he didn't show it on his face. Whether this control method is suitable depends on the final test results. Standing next to Kai Fi, he explained to him the control of the aircraft model, and the other person was indeed an ace helicopter pilot. He soon understood the control method of the model aircraft thoroughly. Under the control of Kai Fi, the small model aircraft took off from the ground and flew up into the air. Flying as a model aircraft was awkward at first, but as he became more and more familiar with it, he became more and more proficient in flying. After flying around the test flight site, the model aircraft landed under the control of Kai Fi. In the flight just now, even though he was flying in this way, he felt pretty good. Comrade Kai, do you think it's okay? If you have any questions during the test flight, feel free to ask me. I can also make adjustments to the aircraft model based on the problems you found. Why don't you come here first today? You just arrived today. I'll ask Ningwei to arrange a place for you. Before the aircraft model completes the test, if you have any needs, you can always ask Ningwei. After giving him the explanation, Li Jianhua returned to the automotive laboratory, where there was still a lot of things waiting for him. As for the aircraft model, it was left to Kai Zhangfei, and the other party stayed with Ningwei and the other 6 people. They lived together in the dormitory at the aircraft manufacturer. They were not arranged to go outside, and there was no need to worry about what would happen to the aircraft model. Returning to the automobile laboratory, Su Jingyan and his soldiers were immediately gathered together. A meeting was held on the manufacturing issue of the bulletproof bus behind them. Now their temporary team is completely like a small workshop. But it is this small workshop model that gave birth to Kingyu, the most powerful bulletproof bus in the world. Later, Kingyu's manufacturing method was integrated under Li Jianhua's planning, and this method was given a name, modular manufacturing. Although it is not an assembly line production method, it is still a variant of assembly line production. The Kingyu was divided into several modules, and more than 20 of them worked together to manufacture each module. After all the modules were manufactured, the final assembly of the Kingyu was carried out. In this mode, the production speed will be much faster. After he made these arrangements, he did not work with them to make the Kingyu. Instead, he served as a quality inspector to inspect the modules produced by the soldiers. But he still has to get started with some important parts. It's not that he is completely separated from manufacturing, but he doesn't have that much work. After arranging the manufacturing of Jutai Kingyu, the next thing that he had to deal with was the delivery of fighter planes to Luochuo and other 3 countries. A few days ago, the boss of the Ministry of Commerce and Trade called him to inform him of this matter. Also coming with him was the chairman of Narinko and an old acquaintance, Wang Yuzheng. Of course, the 3 receiving countries, Camel, Cray, and Afuta, will all come. No matter what the relationship between the 3 countries is, the relationship with Kyushu is still pretty good. He was also excited about the delivery of the fighter jets. It was not easy to maintain a calm mind. You must know that in the past, those who were able to export fighter jets were undoubtedly state-owned enterprises, and it is currently the only privately controlled company. This is also a milestone for Jushu, and it is also something that he and the relevant departments of Jushu attach great importance to. In the following days, the production of Kingyu was on track, and Kai Zhangfei's testing of the aircraft model was also in progress. Li Jianhua was preparing to receive everyone who came to attend the delivery ceremony. The Ministry of Commerce and Trade also sent people to help him prepare for the delivery ceremony, and they also got news from these people that Jushu News would be present during the delivery. In other words, his delivery is likely to become a hot news event that evening. As the delivery date approached, Li Jianhua became nervous. People from the Ministry of Commerce and Trade would arrange other matters. All he can do now is ensure that all aircraft are delivered in the best possible condition. He has been checking the status of the aircraft in the hangar for the past 2 days. For him, the inspection is very simple, but this method can only be used by himself. The first step is to use the analytical eye in the hangar to check the data status of each aircraft to ensure that the data of the aircraft are all within the normal range. In fact, the most convenient thing is that he can realize all the aircraft in the virtual laboratory, and then ensure the status of the aircraft through long-term flights. So he hasn't done anything at night recently. He has been in the virtual laboratory, conducting flight tests of the aircraft. His flying skills have made great progress in recent flights, but he has become bored. Anyone who does nothing for one night and flies non-stop for 3 years will have enough. I'm almost sick of flying. There are a total of 24 aircraft, and the flight time of each aircraft has exceeded 3,000 hours. At this time, it is already possible to carry out the first overhaul. Unbeknownst to everyone, these aircraft perfectly withstood the test of long flights. After his silent inspection, he gradually felt at ease about the subsequent delivery and waited for the delivery. The international impact of the delivery of the Suzuka fighter jets is not small, especially the reaction of the old mold is extremely strong. In the past, Jushu used to protest, and Lao Mo also used it, but this kind of protest was of little use, and of course there was a series of subsequent actions. And Jushu didn't take it seriously at all, just like they didn't take Jushu's protests to heart before. Who made the 3 countries that reached the agreement not have that good relationship with the old mold? Especially the 2 countries, they can be said to have been tortured by the old mold. Against the background of this international commotion, Lao Mo has taken countermeasures. There is nothing he can do about Kyushu, but it does not mean that there is nothing he can do about the mythical beasts of Kyushu. In this way, Laomo's side announced the measures against Kyushu mystical beasts, and comprehensively raised the stakes for the products sold by Kyushu mystic beasts in the country. And the newly released Beiha 200 model is included in the list of products with potential safety hazards and products that are not allowed to enter the country. But this kind of countermeasures has a very limited impact on Jushu Divine Beast. If the tariff on Beiha motorcycles has increased, then the price will just be increased, which can be passed on to consumers. As for the latter item, the current domestic demand for the White Tiger 200 cannot keep up, so there is no intention to export it, and the impact is completely negligible. Moreover, even if it is exported, the sales prospects of White Tiger 200 in moldy countries will not be optimistic. The general environment is simply not suitable for the survival of White Tiger 200. If nothing else, charging is a problem. Against this background, the delivery ceremony is slowly approaching. Newbies, new works, completely understand the difficulties of newcomers. I've read the first 3 chapters and I think it's pretty good. Interested book friends are welcome to watch. As time went by, all the hangar doors at the test flight site were open that day, and 4 Suzaku 3s and 4 Suzaku 8s were stored in each hangar. There are a total of 3 hangars and a total of 24 aircraft. According to the establishment of the Air Force, 2 flying teams can be formed in each hangar. The entire aircraft manufacturing plant stopped production yesterday, and all workers were cleaning the factory area. Although it is a bit formalistic, the guests who are coming to visit are not only people from China, but also people from other countries. Their image directly represents the image of Kyushu, so hygiene still needs to be cleaned. The clean factory is ready and waiting for guests to come. At about 9:30 in the morning, people from the Ministry of Commerce and Trade brought representatives from the 3 countries to their factory. The people from the 3 kingdoms were all dressed in military uniforms, but their military uniforms were their own. The Kyushu military was accompanied by an old acquaintance named Wang Yuzheng. Li Jianhua, the host, of course had to come out to take charge of all affairs at this time. Fortunately, the Ministry of Commerce and Trade didn't know about it in advance, so they didn't get confused. On the runway of the test flight ground, from the hangar to the runway, Suzaku 3s were lined up one after another, waiting to fly into the blue sky. For this flight, 3 countries have already received realistic control cabins, but this time the control is not carried out by them, but by the Kyushu Air Force. These aircraft will be under the control of the Kyushu Air Force. Refuel at the Air Force base on the edge of the Western Theater, then cross the line and land at Babayang. Babayang will serve as their transit point, and then Kyushu will be disconnected from the aircraft, and their own pilots will continue flying on the subsequent journey. As a middleman, Babayang has good relations with the 3 countries, especially now that the Jushu 1 road plan is making good progress. The countries in Central Asia and West Asia along the way are all linked together by this plan, just like a weakened version of the European Union in Asia. Wang Yuzheng, as the person in charge of the military, came over with representatives of the 3 countries. When Li Jianhua saw people coming from the 3 kingdoms, he immediately found an acquaintance inside. It was none other than Prince Ahmed, who gave him a flying boat. Seeing that the other party was wearing a military uniform instead of the previous image of a white robe, it was really a bit uncomfortable. Under the introduction of the leaders of the Ministry of Commerce and Trade and Wang Yuzheng, Li Jianhua and representatives from the other 2 countries got to know each other one by one, and then a simple delivery ceremony was held on the runway. This delivery ceremony was also recorded from beginning to end by Jushu TV station, but I wonder if this ceremony will appear on the news at night. After the ceremony, there was no doubt that the planes would take off. The delivery process this time is based on each country. After one unit completes delivery, the next country will be moved on. The camel farthest from Kyushu was delivered first, followed by K*, and the last thing photographed was a Futa. A Suzaku 3 was on the runway and had made all preparations for takeoff. After receiving permission, the pilot who was far away from the Kwanchang base then controlled the Suzaku 3 and ignited the engine. As the thrust output from the engine increased, the aircraft began to taxi on the runway. As Li Jianhua watched, the plane on the runway left the ground and began to hover over the company. Immediately after doing the self-inspection, the second plane waiting to take off came to the runway and rose into the air smoothly. Then came the 3rd and 4th Suzaku 3. By this time, all 4 Suzaku 3s belonging to the Camel Kingdom had completed their takeoff. The 4 planes completed a diamond formation just above the Kyushu Divine Beast. After completing the formation, they accelerated towards the west. Since the aircraft's range was limited, after the transition, the 4 Suzaku 3s flew towards Baba Sheep. When they arrived at Baba Sheep's territory, as soon as they appeared, 2 Xiaolongs flew up and flew beside the 4 planes as escort fighters. Accompanied by Xiaolong, the plane landed at the Air Force Base on the far west side of Babayang and transferred to refuel. It was also at this time that the pilots at the Kwanchang base began to disconnect from the 4 planes. The rest of the way is left to the pilots of the camel country who have been trained for a long time. Then 4 planes, driven by camel country pilots, flew to the sea, passed through the inner sea of neighboring countries, and flew into Camel at sea. Then the other 4 Suzaku 8s belonging to Camel followed the same flight route and came to Camel. Li Jianhua accompanied the representatives of the 3 countries, chatting and watching the Suzakus take off on the runway. The Suzaku 8 that is currently on the runway technically belongs to Koi, which geographically borders Camel, so the distance ahead of their plane is the same as that of Camel's 8. After the Camel lands and is filled with fuel, the pilots from Iraq and Syria will be connected to the aircraft, and then accompanied by Camel fighter jets, they will fly into Iraq. A total of 24 planes were preparing to take off. The takeoff of these planes was very fast. It only took less than 20 minutes for all the planes to fly high in the sky. You must know that if it is wartime, a runway of this size can completely lift all 24 aircraft into the air within 5 minutes. This method is also called an emergency takeoff in wartime. When all the planes left here, the delivery was completed, and everything was recorded by reporters from Juzhu TV. Of course, the scene where Li Jianhua had a happy conversation with the representatives of the 3 kingdoms and the leaders of Kyushu was no exception. There was no longer a single aircraft in the hangar, and representatives from the 3 countries subsequently made a request to visit the aircraft production line. Among them, Ahmed had the strongest desire. Regarding this request, the Ministry of Commerce was also undecided. Although Wang Yueshan's attitude was not so obvious, it could be seen at a glance that he was opposed to it. When the 2 sides were in a stalemate, Ahmed came to Li Jianhua's side. Li, do you know why I would like to visit your production line? He has never figured out Ahmed's problem, and he really doesn't understand it. In his opinion, the other party only needs airplanes, so what's the use of looking at the production line? Ahmed on the other side didn't wait for him to speak, so he asked and answered his own questions. Actually, before I came here, our camel chief gave me a task, which was to find an overhaul line or even a production line for these 2 types of fighters. This is the ultimate purpose of my visit to your production line. During this inspection, as long as the production line meets our requirements, so our camel not only needs to buy overhaul lines, but also needs production lines. Ahmed's words immediately stunned him, and a rich aura rushed towards him. He couldn't help but think of the scene when Luochuo purchased the 7-color drone. Just because the 7-color number 4 was easier to use, he bought the number 4 production line. What makes him feel uncomfortable is that one day this situation will come to him. Despite this, the problems we face still need to be solved. Except for me, our leaders don't know about this idea of yours. After he asked, he saw Ahmed opposite him nodding, which made him feel helpless. I didn't tell the leader of Juzhu anything about this, I just told him how to solve this for such an insignificant person. He confessed to Ahmed opposite, and then walked towards the leader he was most familiar with. Wang Yuzheng was standing with the leaders of the Ministry of Commerce and Trade at the moment. His face was very happy, and he didn't know what they were communicating with. Chief, I have something to report to you, which is about visiting the production line. Ahmed just came to me and said that Camel was interested in purchasing the production line. Regarding not just the overhaul line, but the production line, he said that as long as our production line meets their conditions after inspection, then the purchase of 2 series of equipment, the production line and the overhaul line, will be initiated. After Wang Yuzheng and the leaders of the Ministry of Commerce and Commerce on the opposite side listened, Wang Yuzheng didn't have much reaction yet, but the expression on the face of the leader of the Commerce and Trade Department couldn't be deceived. It was an expression of complete surprise. Mr. Li, is what you just said true? Do the camels really want to buy our production line? After repeated confirmation from the Ministry of Commerce and Trade, he still nodded his head. After watching him nod, he also calmed down. Minister Wang, the camels are really arrogant and inhumane. Remember the 7-color drone production line they bought before? Now that production line cannot be said to be abandoned. However, such an advanced production line only produced less than 5 7-color number 4 aircraft after it reached Luochuo. Why? There are many reasons for this. I remember that last year, as many as 7 camels fell. Anyway, in the end, the other party wants to buy from us in Kyushu. The current situation is a complete replica of Kakei. Since they want to visit, just let them visit. The Ministry of Commerce and Trade looked excited and explained to Wang Yuzheng the causes and consequences, as well as why he had such an attitude. High-end surveillance and attack drones can be used as consumables. The 8 Suzakus delivered, despite their aggressive nature, still cannot escape the fate of consumables. The other party bought the overhaul line and production line, which will have no impact on the subsequent purchase of their Kyushu aircraft. Wang Yuzheng was also talking to the leader of the Ministry of Commerce and was gradually convinced by him. Soon the 2 of them reported to the superiors jointly and undoubtedly agreed to the other party's visit to the production line. After getting the consent from above, Li Jianhua, as the keynote speaker, took everyone on a tour of the factory. Of course, we went through a rigorous search when we entered. When all of them visited the production line, 4 Suzaku 3s had already landed on camels. Then Pilot Cray connected the Suzaka 3s and took off towards their home country. Starting in the morning, it was not until around 3 o'clock in the afternoon that the Ministry of Commerce and Trade took representatives from the three kingdoms to leave the Kyushu Divine Beast. This delivery ceremony was concluded successfully. No matter which party it was, everyone got a satisfactory result. Before Ahmed left, he said a few words to him, nothing more than telling him to start preparing the production line for export and the overhaul line now. Wang Yuzhong did not leave with the people from the Ministry of Commerce and Trade. In addition to attending the delivery ceremony, he also had something to discuss with him. Xiao Litsi, please find a place and let's talk for a while. We need to talk about some things. Wang Yuzhong looked serious, knowing that he really had something to tell him, so he led Wang Yuzhong towards his workshop. This workshop is not just used as a workshop, it also has his lounge inside. Of course, no one comes in during normal times, especially after Su Zhengyang and his two squads of soldiers settled in. Even Li Yun, who had come frequently before, no longer came. He took Wang Yuzhong to the workshop and introduced to Wang Yuzhong in the passage the changes in each laboratory compared with the previous ones. When the two of them walked to the door of the automotive laboratory, Li Zhenhua stopped and looked at the old man. Chief, this is the manufacturing site of King Yu bulletproof buses, my original automotive laboratory. Do you want to go in and have a look? Even though the bulletproof bus is said to be inseparable from your help from the beginning. As he spoke, he put his hand on the door handle of the laboratory, but before he could open the door, Wang Yuzhong grabbed his hand. Boy, you are trying to make me make a mistake. This has nothing to do with me now. I won't go in and take a look. You still need to strengthen your awareness of confidentiality. Come on, let's go. After listening to Wang Yueshen's words, he realized that he seemed to be stupid again, why he was always not very bright at times. He smiled awkwardly at Wang Yuzhong, and then led him to the restroom at the end of the room. Although this is a rest room, the decoration inside is just that, a place that combines two functions, an office and a home room. The aircraft manufacturing plant is the best at keeping secrets in Juzhu Divine Beast Company, and the workshop is the best at keeping secrets in the aircraft manufacturing factory. The place where the two of them are located has a confidentiality level that is comparable to that of a military camp. After inviting the other party to sit down, he made a cup of tea as the host, and then they both sat down. He looked at Wang Yuzhong across from him with curiosity. He had no idea what the other party was going to say to him. Could it be that the model airplane he had recently built had reached Minister Wang's ears? But this is not right. He has told Kui Tianzi before that he should keep it secret until he gets the real machine and report it to him. So it shouldn't be about helicopters, but what else could it be? Wang Yuzhong sat down, picked up the teacup and took a sip. He was really thirsty, especially when dealing with friendly soldiers. He talked too much. Seeing Li Zhenhua's anxious look, he was a little funny. This look was completely different from when he was playing with fixed-wing model aircraft. At that time, the opponent was really fearless and flew the supersonic Suzaka 3 into the sky without any scruples. But now his performance is undoubtedly more thoughtful and more mature. I came to see you this time. There are 3 things in total, about you personally and about the company. I heard 3 things. The last person who said this to me was Kui Tianzi in Quancheng. This time it was Wang Yuzhong who talked to him, and this situation reminded him of what happened to him. This time, if Wang Yuzhong finished speaking, there would be some force targeting him. Although he thought so, he still looked at Wang Yuzhong. Chief, please tell me what instructions you have. Let me talk about you personally first. Before leaving Beijing, I met with the Dean of the Kyushu Academy of Sciences. The Dean asked me to bring you a letter about Science and Technology Awards. One is the award related to graphene, which is the Kyushu Science and Technology Award, and the other is the achievements of the J36. He asked you to go to Peking to find him on October 30th, and then he will take you to attend the Kyushu Science and Technology Award Conference. Congratulations, you won the special prize for scientific and technological progress. Don't be nervous when you meet the boss. What Wang Yuzhong said contained a lot of information. He extracted 3 pieces of information from it. 1. The J36, Suzaka 9, won the special prize of Kyushu Science and Technology Progress Award. 2. He will be taken to the award ceremony, and the person who will give him the award will be the elder. 3. His series of results on the application of graphene won the Kyushu Science and Technology Award. These 3 pieces of information, any one of them alone, is something that can be boasted about for a lifetime. For him, among the 3 pieces of information, the most exciting thing for him is that he can receive the award certificate from the elder's hand, and he will also have the opportunity to take photos with the elder alone. What does that mean? This means that he will be able to put a photo with his elder brother on his desk in the future. Thinking of these things, a silly smile appeared on his face. Wang Yuzhong, who was opposite, just looked at him with a silly smile, accompanied by the sound of he. Seeing that he had no intention of stopping, Wang Yuzhong had no choice but to interrupt him and continue talking. Hey, kid, come to your senses. If you want to have fun, let go after I'm gone. I went on to say, the second thing is about your Juzhu Divine Beast Company. I was put in a position by Changzi Automobile Company before. When I went to the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology to ask, the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology did not expect that Changzi Automobile Company would take their words so seriously. Therefore, regarding the bulletproof car, the follow-up work will be directly handled by the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. That is to say, in the near future, someone from above will come to discuss with you related matters related to the hunky bulletproof car. After being interrupted by Wang Yuzheng, he immediately came back to his senses and listened carefully to what the other party continued to say. Soon he knew what the second thing was about. It should be that the Ministry of Industry and Technology, on behalf of Changzi Automobile, came to discuss cooperation matters with their Juzhu Divine Beast. In fact, this has nothing to do with him. When the time comes, it can be left to Lu Xiaodong and Guo Shigi to be responsible for the negotiation. Of course, he still had to go and talk in person to get on the car on Chang'an Street. The previous two things have been sorted out clearly in his mind. The importance of these two things is self-evident. One of them represents the prerequisite for becoming an academician, and the latter one will be my own modest contribution to the safety of the elders. After knowing the first two things, he also became particularly curious about the third thing to say. What kind of thing would make Wang Yuzheng put it at the end? With this thought, he cast his doubtful eyes on the old man opposite who was drinking tea. Wang Yuzheng drank the tea in the cup again and put it on the table. Faced with Li Zhenhua's doubtful eyes, he continued to speak to him. Then let's move on to the third thing. I heard that you applied for support from Kui Tianzi as a helicopter pilot? What's going on? Are we going to start research and development in the direction of helicopters next? Listening to the old man's question, it seemed that the other party came to see him because of his involvement in model airplanes. It seemed that Kui Tianzi didn't keep any secrets from him. In fact, if you think about it, if you want the other party to keep it a secret for him, you really won't be able to keep it. First of all, it's the stance of both parties that determines that the other party will definitely report it to the superiors. After thinking about these things, he continued to look at Wang Yuzheng. Looking at you like this, haha, Kui Tianzi has already reported to the superiors, but I am not here because of your helicopter plan. Let me tell you from the beginning, Xiao Li, you should know that my position is the Deputy Director of the Equipment Development Department, and my main responsibility is the development of military equipment. Kyushu is a weak point in armed helicopters, so the ministry has considered it and plans to upgrade the power of the existing Wazishi. I came to see you this time because I want to send you a research and development task about a turboshaft engine. The main reason is that you have had relatively successful cases in this area, and you want to develop a high-powered turboshaft engine based on the core engine of the Suzaka 9 turbofan jet engine. The engine with a total power of about 1,200 kilowatts allows our Thunderbolt to evolve from a medium-armed helicopter to a heavy-armed helicopter. This is the third thing that comes to you. After listening to his words, I immediately remembered the relevant data about Thunderbolt. Do you want to say that this armed helicopter is good? Well, he solved the problem of Kyushu's special armed helicopter from scratch. However, due to the incompetence of the engine, this heavy-duty armed helicopter, which was originally intended to compete with the Longbow Apache, had various configuration reductions after it was manufactured. It was the lack of an engine with sufficient power that resulted in the original design of a heavy-duty helicopter being reduced to a medium-sized armed helicopter. But as for what Wang Yuzheng said, let him develop a turboshaft engine with a total power of 1,200 kilowatts based on the existing core engine. After he thought about it carefully, he actually rejected it in his heart. What was the reason? It's completely unnecessary, because the crossover parallel twin-rotor helicopter he is currently working on overlaps with the upgraded Thunderbolt to a certain extent. And as long as the project he is working on is successfully completed, there is no need to upgrade the Thunderbolt, and what he has created is still a universal helicopter platform. It is completely possible to modify the armed helicopter, and its performance can crush the Thunderbolt. And in his idea, as long as this general-purpose helicopter platform is armed and transformed, even millimeter-wave radar can be mounted on the aircraft. After all, this is a helicopter with a total power of 2,880 kilowatts. Compared with the Turboshaft 9 currently used by the Thunderbolt, which only has a power of 957 kilowatts. The two units are only 1,914 kilowatts, and the power of the two is directly larger than that of the Turboshaft 9. Since it can show a crushing situation, why do we need to upgrade a medium-sized helicopter? In fact, just let it play the functions that a medium-sized helicopter should play. After thinking through these keynote information, I also strengthened my thoughts. I refused this task of developing a new turboshaft engine. Wang Yueshen's eyes widened immediately after hearing this, with a look of disbelief on his face, because he had always thought that this was a sure thing before coming here. But after hearing Li Zhenhua's answer, the old man fell into self-doubt. He really couldn't figure out what was going on. The other party has previous experience in developing Kuan-Yu engines and has the foundation of core engines. Why is it unwilling to extend the development of a turboshaft on this basis? As long as there is a core engine, the development of turboshaft engine should not be much difficult. Well, let me think about it. Are you saying that you refuse to develop a turboshaft engine? That's why, this shouldn't be too difficult for you. Wang Yueshan's anxious reaction did not exceed his expectations. In the other party's opinion, he should indeed accept this task, but he had his own ideas. The other party's research and development task is not difficult for him, but he doesn't want to do this task. Chief, don't worry, I also have my own ideas, please listen to me. The Thunder Torch is a good aircraft, I know that, although it has been curtailed to a certain extent due to its weak engine. It has completely failed to achieve the original design goal of a heavy armed helicopter, but in my opinion, the current data of the Thunderbolt is exactly suitable for use by our military center. What we lack now is a heavy-duty armed helicopter, so upgrading it to achieve the goal is not worth the gain. So I refused this research and development task, and I also had my own considerations. You also said before that if you know that I have requested support from Chief Kui, then I will not hide it from you. As long as you listen to what I say next, you will definitely forget about the idea of continuing to upgrade the Human Torch. Wang Yuesheng looked anxious at the beginning, but as he finished speaking, he gradually calmed down. Now he wanted to hear what the other guy had to say. Although he had accepted the other party's words, Wang Yuesheng, who was rejected by him, still had a cold face. You tell me, I'll listen. If you can't satisfy me, you have to take over my task. This is a matter of contributing to Kyushu. The other party did not force him again, but wanted to listen to his explanation, which made him feel relieved. I thought about it for a while, organized my words, and then explained to the old man opposite. I'm currently doing research on helicopters, I'm sure you know this. My ongoing helicopter research and development direction is a heavy-duty general helicopter platform. As long as my project is successful, it will be completely possible to carry out armed transformation on this basis. Then we have a heavy-duty armed helicopter, which is no problem at all and has many benefits. This is a universal helicopter platform. Heavy utility helicopter? But this can't replace professional armed helicopters. After all, there are specialties in the art industry. In the old man's opinion, since there are professionals, it is better to work professionally. He couldn't understand what Li Zhenhua was thinking. I don't understand what you think. For armed helicopters, shouldn't professional matters be left to professionals? He knew that he would face this kind of problem, so he had already thought of a way to explain it to him immediately. I understand what you mean. Let's start from the starting point. What is an armed helicopter? It is nothing more than professional modifications, with professional optoelectronic systems, infrared countermeasures, capable of attacking tanks, supporting landing operations, covering aircraft landings, and fire support, as well as having superb maneuverability. Models that can carry out helicopter air combat are called armed helicopters. From this perspective, in fact, as long as it can meet these requirements and conditions, it can be called an armed helicopter. So for a professionally modified helicopter, as long as it is powerful enough, it can be equipped with thicker armor and a relatively high bomb load. And with full power, the maneuverability will not be weak. Chief, I'm talking about what if this multi-purpose helicopter platform I build can, after modification, be able to completely crush the Thunderbolt. So is it necessary to upgrade the Human Torch? As the Deputy Director of the Equipment Development Department, Wang Yuesheng certainly knows the concept of armed helicopters, but it is precisely with development that armed helicopters have become more professional. But now, according to what the boy opposite said, he wanted to remix the already divided armed helicopter directions, which made him really unsure of what he was thinking. But when he thought about what he said at the end, he immediately grasped the most important point and was full of motivation. At this moment, he also understood why he had such an idea. There is nothing more than one factor, that is, flying bricks with great strength. As long as the power is strong enough, using one type of aircraft to complete the tasks performed by multiple types of aircraft will only be a professional modification on a multi-purpose helicopter platform. You mean to develop in the direction of the Doe helicopter? Instead of taking the path of the Longbow Apache, choose the direction of the Doe or Black Hawk. But at a professional level, the distinction is not so clear. When he asked this, Li Zhenhua already understood what he meant. Although the other party still had doubts, he gradually accepted his statement. Yes, sir, I don't think it is necessary to make the distinction so clear on the armed helicopter. Of course, this concept is based on the layout of my helicopter and does not apply to other models. I still need to make this clear to you. Furthermore, the current performance of the Thunderbolt is completely sufficient as a medium-sized armed helicopter, so I refused the mission you gave me. As long as I get this project out, all problems will no longer be a problem. After explaining this together, Wang Yuesheng immediately felt that the boy opposite seemed to be a bit too boastful. How could he be so capable? But seeing the other person's confident look really made him a little unsure of the other person's pulse. It's not that I don't believe you, but you're exaggerating a bit. Give me back the layout of this helicopter. I really can't figure out what kind of layout will eliminate the gap between professional WZ and general WZ. You kid, don't say such high-sounding things just to be lazy. In the end, you are deceiving me. Wang Yueshan's words aroused him, and he immediately seemed to explain to the other party, but then he calmed down. He seems to be using the provocative method, but it is better to go along and explain this project to him clearly now. Li Zhenhua immediately stood up from his seat, picked up Wang Yuzheng opposite him and walked outside. Due to the delivery ceremony today, Cai Zhangfei did not come out to continue flying the model aircraft. He should be in the dormitory at the moment, and the model aircraft should be with him. Wang Yuzheng was dragged out of the workshop by him and walked directly towards the dormitory of the aircraft manufacturing factory. Boy, tell me clearly where you are taking me. If you can't explain clearly, I will just sit on the ground and not leave. Facing the old man's roadway, he was really helpless. Chief, I will take you to see the model aircraft for verification. As long as you see that model aircraft, you will know that what I just said is true. We let the facts speak for themselves so that you won't have much misunderstanding about me. As he spoke, he pulled Wang Yuzheng to speed up. The employee dormitory was inside the manufacturing plant and did not leave the factory area. Soon the two of them arrived at the door of Cai Zhangfei's dormitory. But as soon as the two of them approached the corridor, they heard a particularly loud sound coming from inside the building. Wang Yuzheng turned his head to look at Li Zhenhua with some confusion. The meaning in his eyes was very clear, asking him what was going on and why there was such a loud noise in the dormitory. This sound is very familiar to Li Zhenhua, because the thing that makes this sound has been in his hands for a long time. What made the sound was none other than the cross-parallel twin-rotor helicopter model he built himself. Chief, you will know if you follow me. If you listen carefully to this sound, you should be able to guess what it is coming from. After saying that, he let go of Wang Yueshan's hand, stepped forward alone, and pushed open the door of Cai Zhangfei's dormitory. Sure enough, the moment he opened the door, the sound immediately became louder than before. In the dormitory, Cai Zhangfei was sitting on a chair on the side, holding a remote control in his hand, and above the empty dormitory, the model aircraft was flying upside down under his control. Cai Zhangfei, who had been concentrating on playing with the model airplane just now, did not panic at all when he saw Li Zhenhua walking in. Under his control, the model aircraft in the air landed on the ground very steadily. When the aircraft model landed, Cai Zhangfei controlled the motor to stop rotating, and slowly the two propellers of the aircraft model also stopped. While he was controlling the landing of the model aircraft, Wang Yuzheng had already followed him. When he entered the door, he saw the model aircraft flying upside down in the air landing again. When the model aircraft came to a complete stop, he walked towards the model aircraft somewhat strangely. But Cai Zhangfei, who was still calm when he saw Li Zhenhua, immediately stood up from his seat the moment Wang Yuzheng approached the dormitory. He saluted Wang Yuzheng and said hello to the chief. This is also a normal reaction. He is an active soldier, and the two-star general uniform Wang Yuzheng is wearing is not fake. Saluting to the two-star general is a soldier's instinctive reaction. Wang Yuzheng waved his hand towards him as a return gift. His mind was not on these forms at all now. He had long been attracted by the small model aircraft. Curiosity drove him to circle around the helicopter model. Especially when he saw the layout of this helicopter, he immediately searched in his mind for models that used this helicopter layout. But he racked his brains and couldn't think of any aircraft except K-Max that used this layout. As someone who has dealt with equipment all year round, he certainly knows the benefits of this layout. When Li Zhenhua told him about the cross-type parallel twin-rotor helicopter, he had no idea what it looked like. But now he knows, after seeing the real thing, he really knows what kind of layout it is. No wonder he dared to say that it could eliminate the gap between armed helicopters. This layout did have the ability to eliminate the gap. Just as Wang Yuzheng was thinking about it, Li Zhenhua came over and stood next to him. Chief, have you seen this model aircraft? This is the helicopter verification model I want to develop. The captain next to him is Cai Zhangfei, who was sent by Chief Kui to support him. Wang Yuzheng ignored him and asked Cai Zhangfei beside him, "Comrade Captain, please come over and tell me about the model aircraft you just flew." After speaking, he turned to look at Li Zhenhua and added as if out of anger, "I can't trust you, kid. I'm afraid you'll brag." Then he turned his head back and continued to look at Cai Zhangfei. Hearing that Wang Yuzheng was asking himself this, he immediately became excited. In the recent period, he finally understood this model aircraft. The performance of this model aircraft is really awesome. For a helicopter pilot, he has never flown enough of this model aircraft with excellent performance. Even though there was a delivery ceremony today and he couldn't go out to fly in the open space, he couldn't hold back his itchy hands and flew in the dormitory. Reporting to the leader, "This is the aircraft model I am currently testing. As far as I know, this aircraft model has a wingspan of 38 centimeters and a length of 30 centimeters. Powered by six 2.6 kilowatts electric motors, the total power reaches 15.6 kilowatts and the shaft horsepower reaches 10.7 horses. It can carry 60 kilograms of weight, and can maneuver with great flexibility under full load. And in my testing, I haven't fully figured it out yet, and there is still some potential to be tapped. Looking at Cai Zhangfei, who had a serious expression on his face and answered his questions, he really looked at what Li Zhenhua had just said. Just as he was thinking about it, Li Zhenhua, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but speak. "Chief, you see you still don't trust me, so what do you think?" "You must believe Captain Cai Zhangfei's words. It has a large load capacity, strong maneuverability, and plenty of power. This is the verification aircraft model I created." Seeing him triumphantly across from him, he had the urge to go over and kick him. In this state, Wang Yueshan's curiosity about what he said about this project became more and more intense. "Hurry up, tell me carefully what's going on with this project you're working on." Finally, Old Man Wang's curiosity was aroused, and his move to pull him over was finally not in vain. It was at this time that he finally began to introduce his project to Wang Yuesheng in earnest. Let me introduce it to you in detail. First of all, the type of helicopter I am developing is a dual-rotor aircraft, but it is not a coaxial dual-rotor, so it is different from the Ka-52 Alligator. To be more specific, it is a side-by-side twin-rotor aircraft. I think you will definitely think of the Chinook, but the Chinook is a tandem-rotor aircraft. I made this trendy side-by-side aircraft. As for the parallel helicopter, you may think of the V-22 Osprey, but it is not this type of aircraft. The Osprey is a model between a helicopter and a fixed-wing aircraft. To be precise, it should be a cross-type parallel twin-rotor helicopter, with the same layout as the old K-Max. At this point, he paused and gave Wang Yuesheng some time to react. After feeling that the other party had accepted the information, he continued. "Going back to my development project, the aircraft I designed is a heavy-duty helicopter platform. So in terms of size, both the body shape and the takeoff weight are much larger than the old model's K-Max. In my plan, this helicopter does not use traditional energy, but uses electricity as its energy source. Just like the model aircraft in front of you now, the power layout uses 6 electric motors. The power of each motor is 480 kilowatts, the total power is 2,880 kilowatts, and the motor has been specially strengthened by me. Therefore, based on the current verification of model aircraft, the maximum takeoff weight should be about 18 tons. But model airplanes are just model airplanes after all, so in my design, the maximum takeoff weight should be more than 20 tons. Such indicators can completely reach the data of a heavy-duty helicopter. The body will be designed according to the specific direction, so everything is being verified now. But judging from the data obtained so far, the situation is particularly optimistic." He did not introduce Wang Yuesheng too deeply, because the real machine has not yet been manufactured, and everything remains on paper. However, with the verification aircraft model around, Wang Yueshen's view was that what he said was not empty talk. And this is an all-electric helicopter. If successfully developed, this will be the world's first electric-powered heavy-duty helicopter. Wang Yuesheng couldn't help but feel a little excited when he thought of this. If it can be realized, then this helicopter under development will fill a gap, and it will be a gap in the world. Thinking of this, he was gradually convinced, and slowly accepted Li Zhenhua's statement. Following the other party's thinking, the Thunderbolt did not need to upgrade anymore. Looking at Wang Yuesheng, who was deep in thought, he also raised hopes of persuading him. Just when he was about to continue questioning, he heard the other party speaking. "Little Li, I admit that your idea is very good, and the performance of the aircraft model is also very good now. But you have to know that the path you choose now is not that easy. There may also be no way to get through at all. Do you know all this?" Seeing Wang Yuesheng speaking to him solemnly, his expression also became serious. Of course, he understood what the other party said. There is currently no fully electric helicopter that can be used in the world. Some are just all-electric helicopters like large drones with a pod in the middle, and they only have a range of 35 kilometers, and the speed is not very fast. And if his aircraft is fully developed, it can be said to bring helicopters to a whole new realm. The impact is foreseeable and will definitely have a great impact on certain fields. Of course I know this, but I have confidence in myself that this road will definitely work. The Thunderbolt does not need to be upgraded again, just make full use of its utility as a medium-sized armed helicopter. As for the rest, everything will be filled by latecomers, and I believe that the helicopter I developed is just the beginning. After me, there will definitely be more scientific research units developing all-electric aircraft. It turns out that the most important factor that troubles this aspect is the battery. But not long ago, I solved this problem. The energy density of the battery was 10 times that of the original. And I also believe that with the development of technology, battery energy density will continue to increase. He responded impassionedly to Wang Yueshen's words. What he just said is in line with the future direction. To say why he is so confident is like giving Wang Yuesheng another guarantee. It is entirely because he has already completed the manufacturing and basic testing of the real machine in the virtual laboratory. It's just that he wanted to make this technology traceable in reality, so he chose to just build such a verification aircraft model. This is where his confidence lies, and he will certainly have this attitude towards a helicopter that has already achieved success in the virtual laboratory. After hearing his answer, Wang Yueshan's heart, which was still wavering, was full of confidence in him. After all, he was a person who was good at creating miracles. Okay, then I support you. As for what I said before about asking you to develop a turboshaft engine, just pretend that I never said that. I'm just waiting to see what surprises you will bring me in the future. I'm full of expectations now. Hearing Wang Yuesheng say this, he also breathed a sigh of relief, finally convincing the old man. This time Wang Yuesheng proposed that he help develop the project, which fully demonstrated the recognition of his U0026D ability by the upper management of Zhuzhou. For such an important scientific research project to involve him, it is self-evident that he attaches great importance to it. They did not stay in the staff dormitory for long, and soon the two of them came out and walked inside the factory. Li Jianhua led the old man towards his workshop, but Wang Yuesheng did not go back with him. Instead, he stopped after walking for a while. Let's stop here today. You see, it's getting late today. It's time for me to go back to peeping. There are still a lot of things to do there, and I still have to report your decision. Okay, I'm leaving. Work hard and make your vision a reality as soon as possible. After the old man finished speaking, he waved to the side, and the security guard who followed him quickly stepped forward and led the people towards his car. After chatting with the old man for a while, it was considered a formal report, and he reported on the project he was currently working on. Unlike before, where I was always doing it by myself, in the future I can do it openly and ask for support. Watching the old man's car slowly drive out of the factory, he returned to the workshop. He did not linger in the restroom of the workshop, but changed out of his suit and put on a comfortable ERKE sportswear. He was no longer so restrictive. Although he looked handsome in formal attire, he didn't feel comfortable. After changing his clothes, he picked up Li Yun and returned home. He had to go back to read Zhuzhou news. He wanted to know whether today's delivery ceremony would be on the news. When I got home, it was already close to 7 o'clock. When I completed the delivery in the afternoon, it was already close to 3 o'clock. Then I took people to visit the production line. After the international friends left, I chatted with old man Wang for such a long time. Of course, it was almost 7 o'clock. After the two came back, they didn't go to cook. Instead, they sat in front of the TV. They cuddled together and stared at the TV. Of course, as a woman, Li Yun ordered takeout on her mobile phone before Zhuzhou News started broadcasting, including Ningwei and 6 others. Dang 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 dang. At 7 o'clock sharp, the opening song of Kyushu News started. Good evening, viewers. Today is welcome to this program. First of all, I will introduce you to the main content of today's program. Participated in the inauguration ceremony at the Reef Airport. A private aircraft manufacturer in Zhuzhou completed the first batch of aircraft orders from friendly neighbors and held a delivery ceremony today. Today's will take about 42 minutes, see the detailed report below. When the anchor finished introducing today's main content, the two people watching also heard what they wanted to hear. In the middle part of the entire show, that's where they delivered the ceremony today. Husband, what happened today is really serious. Are you really not afraid of what will happen if you let it out like this? Li Yun nestled in his arms, looking up at him with a hint of admiration in her eyes. She really admired her man to the extreme. When they first met, she just felt that he was somewhat talented. There is some aura in mechanical aspects, but with the subsequent gradual contact, the things to play with are becoming more and more advanced, from running on the ground to flying in the sky, from petroleum energy to new energy, and the things to play are getting bigger and bigger. She was also afraid that one day, the person opposite would just run away and leave her behind, so she felt very much in danger. And there is another thought in Li Yun's mind, that is, to get it. Such a talented man was eaten by someone who was 3 years older than him. Not only is he talented, but he also has money and good looks, which is on par with Mr. Reader. Isn't this a good deal? Oh, what impact can it have? I think all it can have is positive impact. Even if this delivery ceremony is not news, some people already know everything they should know. There is no need to hide it in Zhuzhou. In my opinion, releasing this kind of news will also help enhance our national pride. After explaining to Li Yun her question just now, the two of them concentrated on watching the news. But what they didn't expect was that their company's products appeared in the first news about. This product is none other than the J-36 fighter jets produced by their company, with a total of 12 aircraft per squadron. The two people, who were not very energetic at first, immediately became excited after seeing the J-36. Li Yun's performance was particularly obvious. She sat up from his words and shook him vigorously while still talking. Look, our plane. The J-36 went to garrison? This is considered to be on the front line. Do you think it is possible for it to meet? Is there any chance that it will happen? Ah! Her questions came out of her mouth like a barrage of questions. At this moment, Li Jianhua was also a little confused. Was he stationed? But aren't these planes given to Quancheng Air Force Base? This has been transferred from above. Damn it, it seems I really need to expand the J-36 production line. Judging from the current situation, there will definitely be no shortage of orders in the future. While he was thinking this, before he could rush to answer Li Yun's question, he saw what happened on TV that made him excited. I saw 12 J-36s all landing after Shilia-ji, and after all the planes stopped, he walked directly towards the J-36 and stood next to the plane. And he touched the wings of the plane with his hand, and stood next to the plane and gave a speech. We are at the forefront, so we must be careful. Although the environment here is a bit difficult, I believe that everyone will be able to overcome the difficulties and obstacles. This is an unmanned fighter jet with excellent performance. Some tasks that manned aircraft cannot complete can be left to this aircraft. Li Jianhua was dumbfounded by these words. What did this mean? Encourage removal of hard steel? But thinking about it, since no one is on the plane, there is no need to worry. The tragedy of 81,192 will never happen again. Everyone watching the TV scene clapped their hands vigorously. The applause lasted for a long time, and many people's hands were red from the clapping, but they were still clapping. The news also ended with applause, and the screen returned to the live broadcast room. Although this news has passed, the inner meaning revealed to the outside is not that simple. It was as if the whole of Kyushu had changed in an instant. It is estimated that the confrontation in the future will become an open matter. But when he thought about the recent situation with Kyushu, he understood. It turns out that the policy of keeping a low profile and biding time can no longer continue to deceive, so it is better to develop it head-on in all directions. The program continued, and soon came the news about their delivery ceremony today. The news was very simple. It only played some scenes from the delivery ceremony and the scene of the plane taking off. The announcer read the press release, and nothing more appeared. Jushu Divine Beast Aircraft Manufacturing Factory is a private enterprise. The export of this aircraft represents that Jushu has entered a new international cooperation situation. The development from the original state-owned cooperation to the private sector also means that Jushu industry, especially private machinery, has reached military quality. Anyway, the whole article is full of praise, as if some international orders will all be controlled by private companies in the future. After reading this piece of news about himself, Li Jianhua didn't feel much. Maybe it was because the boss's previous words were so powerful that he hadn't reacted yet. After this news, he stopped listening carefully, but there was a piece of news that made him feel a little puzzled. Has the big shopkeeper of a friendly neighbor been taken down? Jushu also sent a congratulatory message to the new shopkeeper. But in today's delivery ceremony, Yang existed as a transfer station, so why didn't it have any impact at all? After thinking about it for a while, he figured it out. The reason was that their army was very powerful. Generally speaking, it was just that Kyoking was different. Anyway, it would not affect the relationship with Kyushu. Don't think that there will be any rift in the relationship with Kyushu if the chief shopkeeper changes. I think the big shopkeeper who just came down was doing the opposite before he came up. But after coming up, it will be the same as it was before. After reading more than 40 minutes of news, he also had some different feelings. Anyway, it gave him the feeling that Kyushu was powerful. After the news was broadcast, it had nothing to do with him, but the subsequent impact of what was mentioned in today's news was extraordinary. Regarding the fact that Kyushu and San completed the aircraft delivery quietly, the world police were a little bit unable to sit still. The reason is that their energy structure still relies on oil. These countries are different from Kyushu. Kyushu is now adjusting its domestic energy structure, shifting from the original oil-dominated one to electric power. But oil is not only used as energy, but it can also produce some ancillary products. These products have an extremely wide area of influence. However, 2 of the 3 that received the aircraft are representatives of rich oil resources, and the other one is particularly important geographically. Therefore, the old mold was completely passive. The incident of changing the boss that they had just arranged had not made them happy yet, and their mood was directly affected by these things. And when I learned that acted as a transit station, it was like a beautiful counterattack to what had happened. The incident of changing the boss that they caused was completely meaningless. As it was before, it seemed like it would be the same after. It had no impact at all, except for the slightest commotion within it. Nothing else was affected. Not only this, for Luochuo and his neighbors, these 2 oil-rich countries, the relationship with Kyushu will definitely be closer in the future. Their previous efforts in the eastern region seemed to have been all in vain overnight, and the situation was increasingly exceeding their expectations. After Li Jianhua read the news, he happily hugged the beauty and went to exercise. Although I couldn't achieve the result of Chijiro, I still did it 3 or 4 times, and I didn't even wear a raincoat. The 2 seemed to have reached an agreement and were looking forward to the arrival of new life. There is no intention to take any measures at all, just let nature take its course. After that day and the delivery ceremony, he focused on the manufacturing of King Mu buses. Of course, the most important thing is to hang out with CAI Zhang Fei and collect his feedback on the flight model. The test to verify the aircraft model is in full swing, especially CAI Zhang Fei's current state. He has been deeply attracted by this small model aircraft. The performance of this model aircraft was really outstanding, completely beyond his expectations. Especially with the layout of this helicopter, the parallel twin rotors allow all the horsepower of the aircraft to be used effectively. With no reaction force, there is no need to estimate the tail rotor at all. So the effect is that under the same horsepower, the overall performance is 30 to 60% higher than that of ordinary helicopters. A week has passed unknowingly since the delivery ceremony. During this week, he and CAI Zhang Fei conducted test flights of the aircraft model over the company's open space every day. CAI Zhang Fei held the remote control in his hand and controlled the model aircraft to land slowly not far from the two of them. After the aircraft comes to a stop, all power is turned off and the two sets of rotors are controlled to retract. After doing this, he turned his head and looked at Li Jianhua. It has been more than half a month since the test flight. So far, I haven't had any problems with this model aircraft. And some actions that are very demanding for aircraft can also be done on this model aircraft. It's a very flexible helicopter, and it's also quite heavy. After CAI Zhang Fei said these words, he took off the remote control from his neck and showed it to him. The only thing is that this remote control method is not that good for me as a pilot. At first, I thought the control method was a simulated control cabin like Suzaku, but after I arrived, I realized it was a remote control for a model aircraft. I didn't expect this, so in some actions, using this remote control is not as intuitive as the control method, nor is it as flexible. Li Jianhua, standing opposite him, listened quietly to his narration. I was also thinking about this question CAI Zhang Fei said in my heart. Earlier, I thought this was a model aircraft for verification. There is no need to be so precise, but I really haven't considered what the other party has proposed now. It is indeed an oversight. It is still a simulated control cabin, which is suitable for pilot control. Captain CAI, I really didn't consider this well. If you wait for me for 2 days, my virtual control warehouse will be ready. As long as the aircraft model is slightly modified and some electronic components are added, an aircraft model controlled by a realistic control cabin can be easily realized. After we complete the virtual control warehouse, would you please measure some important data? In this way, the data I collect will be accurate and provide me with direction for future improvements. After listening and nodding towards him, he asked again. So at this stage, please tell me about your feelings about this model aircraft. Are there any areas that you think need improvement? Facing his question, CAI Zhang Fei thought carefully and racked his brains to think about the shortcomings of flying this model aircraft. As for the shortcomings, I really haven't found them yet. In my opinion, this aircraft model has been developed very successfully. But I have some opinions about this helicopter, let me talk to you about it. Just when taking off, the two sets of rotors are not so fast when starting. Maybe in wartime, when performing emergency takeoff and landing missions, the advantage is not so obvious. If this quick takeoff problem could be solved, I feel like this helicopter would be an invulnerable aircraft. Is the helicopter emergency takeoff too slow? This is caused by the fact that when the two sets of propellers are started, the synchronization of the two sets of propellers must be coordinated first. This is not difficult to solve. The main reason for the current situation is that the aircraft model is too small in size, and separate control system hardware cannot be installed on the aircraft model. On a real machine, this problem does not exist at all. He continued to raise his head and looked at CAI Zhang Fei and said, is there more? Another point is whether this aircraft model is a little too fat. It makes me feel that it is not slim enough. Of course, this is just my own feeling. Hearing this, he couldn't help but turn his head and look at the model aircraft parked aside. At a quick glance, he was really a little fat, and the overall proportions were indeed not so coordinated. It seems that we still need to put some effort into the fuselage. After CAI Zhang Fei's reminder, it seems that there is really no need to make this aircraft fat. This couldn't help but remind him of the Comanche. The stealth-designed fuselage fit his layout quite well. Thinking of this, he decided that the fuselage of the real aircraft really needed to be modified, and it was not to be used as a transport helicopter. The positioning is very clear. It is a multi-purpose helicopter platform that is more military-oriented. So since it is for military use, we might as well make it more thorough and pure. The stealth appearance design is very eye-catching in terms of appearance. Yeah, I understand. I'll put more effort into the fuselage. Is there anything else? He continued to ask, but CAI Zhang Fei shook his head at him. Okay, Captain CAI will rest for the next 2 days. When I change the control method of this model aircraft, please give me a test again. Viagra, come here. After talking to CAI Zhang Fei, he turned around and called Ning Wei over. Ning Wei looked helpless when he heard his name being called, but since he was called, he couldn't help but react. He had been arguing with Li Zhenhua for a long time about his name, but he had never been allowed to change it, so he gave up resistance. Viagra, call a brother and take Captain CAI for a walk around our area, and also visit the scenic spots here. After exchanging a few words with Ning Wei and arranging CAI Zhang Fei's affairs, he asked someone to carry the model airplane and walk back to the workshop. Back in a small cubicle in the workshop, the largest automotive laboratory was manufacturing Kingnu buses. He would not go in if he had nothing to do. This small cubicle was prepared by him for making some small things, and the equipment inside was all from when he was playing with watches, and he moved it here from the second floor of the blacksmith shop. After returning here, he did not immediately start changing the control mode of the aircraft model. Instead, he placed the aircraft model on the workbench, and he returned to the restroom, lay on the bed and closed his eyes. After all, he had never thought about changing the control mode of the aircraft model into a realistic control cabin before, so he has no transformation plan at all now. So what we need now is to come up with the transformation plan. This is also the time to use the virtual laboratory. Entering the laboratory, a small aircraft mold appeared in front of him with a wave of his hand. He immediately dismantled the aircraft model body, and when he removed the electronic control system inside, he stopped completely. The control system hardware that was previously designed to be used on the real machine was also realized. Looking at the parts on both sides, I suddenly had a headache. As for the reason, it is entirely because the electronic control system hardware to be added is too large. If it is not streamlined, there is no way to install it into the aircraft model. So the first thing that needs to be optimized is these hardware. Fortunately, this is a model aircraft, which is very different from the real aircraft, so the computational load is not as large as that of the real aircraft, and the corresponding electronic hardware is also easy to optimize. Slowly, these hardwares have been optimized from the size of a notebook to the size of a mobile phone, and the integration inside is very high. Fortunately, some graphene wires are used, otherwise heat dissipation would be a problem. Moreover, he also upgraded the hardware used in the control system. The increase in the functions of these two parts made the entire electronic system of the aircraft model larger. The difficulty of upgrading is undoubtedly more difficult than redesigning. Fortunately, he is a cheating man, and his cheating life does not need to be explained. These two problems on the model aircraft were all solved very smoothly. After solving the problem of this little thing, he also turned all his attention to the real machine. Compared with the problems with the model aircraft, the problems faced by the real aircraft are what he now wants to focus on solving. The problems that are reflected in the model aircraft are also reflected in the real aircraft. Regarding control and takeoff speed, it is not that difficult. The control on the real aircraft is not a remote control. The real aircraft is not a drone mode, but a manned aircraft, so the control problem no longer exists. Another problem is the issue of emergency takeoff. Since the aircraft is very large, it is difficult to find a space that can accommodate electronic components the size of a chassis. The main function of this control system is to control the maximum power output of the 6 electric motors at startup. These two obvious problems on the model aircraft are not so difficult to solve on the real aircraft. In fact, these two problems are not problems on the real aircraft. The biggest problem facing the real machine is CAI Zhang Fei's inadvertent comment. It was that sentence that was a little too fat, and it was this sentence that made him find a crux of the real machine. Since it is a completely new design model, why should we limit it to the previous vision? The Veyron, Falcon, and the J-36 Suzaku, designed by him, all adopt stealth designs. Fighters all use stealth designs, so why can't they be used on helicopters? Besides, this concept is not too advanced, so the body of the real machine needs to be redesigned. In addition to the concept of stealth, the entire aircraft model was redesigned, and the stealth paint previously developed for the J-36 was used on the outer shell of this helicopter. In fact, the stealth design of a helicopter is 10 times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times more difficult than the stealth design of a fighter jet. This is entirely due to the attributes of the helicopter. The propeller rotating above his head alone is not easy to solve. The rapidly rotating propeller is simply an unsolvable problem for non-reflection of radar waves. Fortunately, the new helicopter he designed has eliminated the flaw of the tail rotor, otherwise the difficulty will increase. But these can't stump him. He is a person who rises to difficulties. Of course, the main reason is that he can cheat. The first is the stealth design of the fuselage shape. If a helicopter wants to achieve stealth, it must first solve the problem from the aerodynamic layout. His current dual rotor design undoubtedly makes stealth more difficult. Fortunately, this is another experience we can learn from. Regarding the stealth design of helicopters, although the design experience of stealth fighters cannot be copied, it still has reference significance. Therefore, some good stealth designs on fighter planes can be transferred to helicopters. The principle of appearance stealth that had been proven on the J-36 was applied to the appearance of the helicopter. Due to the characteristics of helicopters, they are different from jet fighters that operate at high altitudes. The range of helicopter activities is generally at low altitudes and ultra-low altitudes, and they all move within a certain range. For radar stealth, you can use your own stealth design and use complex ground terrain to avoid local radar detection, such as mountains, canyons, etc. Therefore, when it comes to helicopter stealth, compared to traditional fighter aircraft, appearance stealth design is not that important. With his previous experience on the J-36, his successful stealth design experience is completely sufficient. Slowly, the shape of the fuselage was changed according to his design, and actual tests of radar wave reflection were also conducted in the laboratory. To achieve stealth from this direction alone, obviously the performance on the radar is not so ideal. The two sets of rotors above the head are the problem. After his multifaceted experiments, the appearance of the aircraft became less and less like a traditional helicopter. After many changes, the shape resembled an angular flat inverted cone, wrapping the rotor that had always been a stealth problem. After wrapping the rotors, the stealth effect immediately increased exponentially. Now he can proudly say arrogantly to all the helicopter design institutes in the world, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not targeting anyone. I want to say that everyone here is rubbish." However, for the sake of stealth, the folding wing function of the ship was eliminated. After he discovered it, the shape had already been designed and he began to optimize it on this basis. The package that belongs to the fuselage and the rotor has been optimized to be foldable. When the folding is completed, these package components are received on the fuselage below, and the rotor is still folded toward the rear as before. When he completed this step, he had no more moves in terms of appearance. He had already used all his skills at his disposal. Maybe in the future, with the increase of knowledge, the appearance can be improved, but at present, he has no way to optimize it. Returning to the problem of helicopter stealth, he has already achieved the ultimate in appearance, but there is another problem that cannot be ignored. That's noise. The missions that helicopters have to perform are all ground strikes, tanks, seizing tidal flats, covering infantry in special missions, cooperating with special forces to perform beheadings, etc. These tasks require close range to be completed, and the noise generated by the helicopter can be heard several kilometers away, which is extremely detrimental to the helicopter's penetration and safety. How to solve the noise of helicopters depends on the causes. The main reason is that when the propeller is flying, it will rotate and cut the air. The friction with the air will produce extremely high decibel noise, which is also the main reason for exposure. So his next step was to consider how to eliminate the noise and reduce the squealing noise as much as possible. There are two main sources of helicopter noise, engine noise and blade noise. Engine noise is easy to solve. For this helicopter, it is completely negligible because it does not use a traditional engine. He uses an electric motor, so it has an inherent advantage over a fuel engine in terms of quietness, and the electric motor he uses. It will be used on high-end models at the beginning, so silence is also an important indicator of high-end luxury cars, and it controls the noise very well. Under this background, the problem of engine noise no longer exists. The next step is to reduce the noise generated by the two sets of propellers. In this regard, in his research, he came up with a solution that combined three methods to solve the problem of blade noise. The first is to carry out sound insulation and sound-absorbing design on the surrounding area of the rotor. The principle used is not responsible. In fact, it is the principle of soundproof room. The originally smooth surroundings were transformed into a honeycomb structure. Many small honeycombs formed a large honeycomb, and the overall structure was a honeycomb structure. The second is to optimize the source of noise. The noise generated by the rotation of the rotor is reduced by changing the shape of the blades. The specially designed blade shape reduces noise to a certain extent. After optimization through the previous two methods, the noise is smaller than before, but the relative noise is still relatively large. This is about the third point of his unique design. His aircraft has two sets of rotors. The noise generated by the 10 blades was already very small after two measures. Here he came up with the idea of using the principle of ultrasonic waves to eliminate the remaining noise. Through a special device between the two sets of rotors, the audible sound generated by the blades is converted into ultrasonic waves. The final noise treatment is carried out by taking advantage of the characteristics of ultrasonic waves, which have short wavelengths and are easily lost and scattered in the air, and cannot travel as far as audible sounds. Of course, ultrasonic waves are harmful to the human body to a certain extent, so in his design, the special device will not be turned on under normal circumstances. It will only be turned on when performing tasks that require stealth. Moreover, professional protection has been carried out in the helicopter cockpit, and the protection against ultrasonic waves is absolutely exhaustive. To sum it up in one sentence, Li Zhenhua's shooting on this helicopter has evolved to a perverted level. The helicopter's stealth performance is also based on multiple aspects. It is not only evading radar, but also provides almost abnormal protection against noise. And all the external weapon hardpoints on the appearance are designed as internal magazines, which is more abnormal than the design of any stealth-armed helicopter in the ball. It is entirely its appearance and stealth requirements that determine this design. This helicopter is completely different from mainstream helicopters in appearance. Originally it was just an ordinary helicopter, but now it looks really eye-catching in appearance. The upgraded helicopter now looks like something straight out of a science fiction movie. The commander once said that appearance is the key to combat effectiveness. The helicopter he has built now is first-rate in terms of appearance. Not only does it have these advantages, but because it is powered by an electric motor, it can be said that this helicopter is the coldest helicopter in the world. The heat sources generated by the motor and battery pack have been specially treated, and infrared suppression technology has been integrated into the body. All the heat generated by the cold shortage system is discharged hiddenly on the body. A special reserve space is also designed for the active jamming component. In the internal space of the belly, a radar jammer can also be installed. It can confuse the detection radar, change the incoming radar waves into pulse signals, and measure the reflection data of the helicopter under the prevailing conditions, and emit this false echo to achieve the effect of invalidating the detection radar. He did not do in-depth research on radar, and only left this function out. This part needs to be done by people from the Radar Research Institute after he has completed all the real machines. For him, being able to do this with a helicopter is already extraordinary. If he could complete all the radar systems and fire control systems inside, he would be a little too inhuman. In terms of the helicopter's survivability, the helicopter is specially designed with thickened armor, and the cockpit glass is also made of transparent metal instead of ordinary bulletproof glass. When fully powered, the maximum overload of this aircraft can reach 3.5 G, and the negative overload is around 2.1 G. This enables the aircraft to sprint over a 100-meter hill in only 6 seconds. And the height above the ground is no more than 4 meters, and it is always flying at ultra-low altitude. For pilots, when the load exceeds 3G, red vision will occur, and when the load exceeds 4G, the vision will be blurred, and the face will become more distorted, and some may faint. Of course, this negative overload will not exceed 2G on a helicopter. Negative overloads exceeding 2G usually appear on fighter jets, and such high negative overloads will not occur on helicopters. Negative overload has requirements on the structure, power, etc. of the aircraft. Especially if the strength does not meet the requirements, it is likely to cause irreversible damage to the aircraft body. This is the data that he actually flew in the virtual laboratory. Maybe in the hands of professional pilots, this data will be better. For such a stealth helicopter design, in his conception, it is fully capable of the tasks performed by armed helicopters. Of course, due to its stealth performance, this aircraft can not only destroy ground targets, but the body reconnaissance mission can also be entrusted to this helicopter. In terms of weapon settings, there is a 23mm caliber Gatling cannon on the side of the nose, which can target air and ground targets. The rotation angle of the aircraft is 260 degrees, and the overlooking angle is 70 degrees. The ammunition box is close to the nose of the aircraft, with 1,000 rounds of ammunition ready. Since the shape of the cannon determines that it can reflect radar echoes, it was designed as a hidden turret, and the cannon can be retracted into the fairing on the fuselage. Due to the multifaceted inverted tapered shape, the fuselage is flat, which also allows the short wings of the armed helicopter's weapon pylons to be well hidden inside the fuselage. Therefore, inside the fuselage, the short wings hidden inside have a wingspan of 7 meters. On the wingspan, rocket hives can be mounted, as well as air-to-ground missiles. Because not only is there space inside the fuselage, but the payload is also large, this determines that the helicopter he designed has a combat effectiveness equivalent to 2 Apaches. The maximum takeoff weight of this aircraft reached an astonishing 19.76 tons, just shy of the maximum takeoff weight of 20 tons. And what is the empty weight of this aircraft? The empty weight reaches 9 tons. This is due to the increased encirclement of the stealth design, which gives the aircraft another 10 tons of payload. With such a load, the aircraft can also carry a special combat team composed of 6 fully armed soldiers after carrying all weapons. After all parts were designed, the helicopter's comprehensive data was also presented to his analytical eyes. Crew, 2 pilots, can carry a maximum of 12 armed personnel. Length 18 meters, excluding rotors, fuselage length 16 meters, fuselage width 3 meters, main fuselage width, excluding surround kit, height 4.36 meters, including top-mounted radar, rotor diameter 19.2 meters, total diameter of 2 sets of crossed rotors, short wingspan inside the fuselage 7 meters, including wingtip pylons, empty weight 9,000 kilograms, maximum takeoff weight 19,760 kilograms. Aircraft payload 10,760 kilograms. Power system 6 enhanced Kuanya 480 electric motors, power 6 480 kW, 2,880 kilowatts, 2,400 shaft horsepower. The rotor speed is 259 rpm, and the propeller tip speed is 230 m/s. Maximum flight speed 416 km per hour, cruising speed 320 km per hour. Practical ceiling, 6,200 meters, hovering height with ground effect of 3,600 meters, range, 900 kilometers, maximum power, endurance time, 2 hours and 12 minutes, maximum power, combat radius, 500 kilometers. This is all the data that the upgraded and improved helicopter has after his hard work. The data obtained in this way, whether compared with Apache or Havoc, are all far ahead of them. The Comanche, the only stealth-armed helicopter in the small breaking ball, was thrown away for countless streets. At this moment, he is standing in the virtual laboratory. Next to him is a complete helicopter that he designed. He touched the manifested helicopter and could already predict the scene when it came out. It would definitely make everyone's jaws drop, whether they were from the moldy type or the Soviet type. How could a helicopter with such perverted data not have a resounding name? The Apache, the most valiant and capable Indian warrior, and the ME Bureau's expectation of catastrophe, are not as connotative as the name Lee Zhenhua gave this aircraft. He named the plane Hanba. It is said in the Book of Songs that Hanba is so cruel that it feels as if it is burning, and with the appearance of the drought demon, the place where it appears will definitely be wiped out. The expectation for this helicopter is that it can turn the enemy's land into scorched earth. It can be seen from the name how highly Zhenhua's expectations are for his newly developed aircraft. After finalizing all the upgrade plans, he also exited the virtual laboratory, opened his eyes and restored his memory, and then climbed out of bed. Looking at the sky outside the window, the day passed like this. After a speechless night, he came to the workshop early the next morning and began to modify the demonstrator aircraft model. The aircraft model did not undergo stealth design modifications, but only made up for the 2 flaws raised by CAI Zhangfei. This part of the work is not too tedious, but it still takes time, so he has been busy with this work for 3 days. After these 3 days of improvement, the 2 defects in the control system and emergency takeoff control of this model aircraft have been corrected. In these 4 days, CAI Zhangfei visited all the interesting places in this small county, including Chai Mansion, Li Kuei Well, Xingguo Temple, Old City Gate, Confucian Temple, etc. After he finished shopping here, Li Zhenhua also brought out the upgraded and improved model aircraft. Looking at the aircraft model that was placed in the open space again, there is no change from before the improvement. The only thing that can be seen is the realistic control cabin in the open space. When CAI Zhangfei got into the virtual control cabin under Li Zhenhua's gaze, a familiar feeling came out of his heart. This control method is better, it's much more immersive than the model aircraft remote control. It is estimated that this control method can better bring out the performance of the aircraft model. With this thought in mind, CAI Zhangfei started the self-inspection before takeoff. It turned out that he was operating the remote control while looking at the aircraft. But now that he was in the virtual cabin, Li Zhenhua made the helicopter self-inspection report on his behalf. After all self-checks were normal, CAI Xiong flew in the virtual cabin and controlled the aircraft model to take off. He felt that the takeoff process this time was very different. The original takeoff speed, which was relatively rough and slow, no longer existed at all. It was simply faster than any helicopter he had flown in terms of takeoff speed. It could be said that even the most advanced helicopters in the world would not take off faster than what he was flying. The existence of the virtual cabin also made him feel like he was flying a real aircraft, so he could easily use some actions that he would not dare to do on the remote control of the model aircraft at this moment. This feeling of being in it is really much better than the previous control method. Another intense and busy test followed. CAI Zhangfei seemed to have found some fun at this time, and his expression of boredom was no longer the same. Since many important data have been measured before, this test is relatively simple. Within 3 days, the two tested all the remaining things that needed to be tested on the aircraft model. At this point, the testing of this aircraft model verification aircraft is complete, and Li Zhenhua also obtained the data he wanted from this aircraft model verification aircraft. Since the data had been tested, CAI Zhangfei did not stay with Li Zhenhua any longer and went back to report the next day after the test was completed. Li Zhenhua, on the other hand, got back into the virtual laboratory and carefully compared the data tested by CAI Zhangfei with the data he obtained in the virtual laboratory. After some comparison, there is no difference between the two sets of data. The mission of the verification machine is completely over. His next goal is to build a real Hanba helicopter, but for him at present, the production of Hanba cannot start immediately. He still has the Kingyu project waiting for him. Only after all the remaining 9 Kingyu are delivered will he have time to seriously create the Hanba. Since Drought Demon cannot be made, he can only devote all his energy to Kingyu. After he joined, Kingyu's manufacturing speed went up to a higher level, mainly because his eyes and hands were so powerful that there was no need to explain his cheating life. But just as he was making the green cow, the cell phone he put aside rang. "Who is this? Don't you know I've been busy recently? Why did you call me at this time? I just fell into the ditch, and this phone call brought me up from below." He emerged from the ditch and walked towards the phone while complaining. When I picked up the phone, I saw that it was none other than Guoshigi, who was officially in charge of all business sales of Jushu Divine Beast. I picked up the phone with some confusion. Guoshigi was exploring the market in Tibet. Why did he call me at this time? Although I think so, I am not slow at all. Hello. Oh, let me tell you, Hua Zi. The leader of the Ministry of Industry called me today and said he would come to our company tomorrow morning. Talk about a cooperation with us, let me tell you, and also say that it is an extremely important cooperation. Are you listening? No words. Guoshigi's words were like machine guns, constantly shooting out of the microphone. You asked me to talk, and as soon as I picked up the answer, you started talking, blah, 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 blah. There is no chance for me to interrupt. I know the cooperation you are talking about, but it's not easy to talk to you on the phone. When you come back tomorrow, we brothers will have a detailed chat, and we will have to call the fat man by then. By the way, where are you now? When can you come back? Can you definitely be there tomorrow? As soon as he couldn't hear what he said on the phone, Guoshigi felt that it was a huge cooperation. His heart felt as if he had been scratched by a cat, and it almost suffocated him to death. So when Li Zhenhua asked when he would come back, his curiosity became more serious, so he answered immediately. I'm hiding at the edge. I'll fly back in a short while. Just wait for me. When I get back, you can tell me what happened. Don't just tell the fat man while I'm away. After Guoshigi finished speaking, he hurriedly hung up the call with Li Zhenhua, regardless of the market expansion in Tibet. He called the pilot of Fiashu directly and asked him to apply for a route quickly. He had to rush back to the company as soon as possible. Listening to the blind tone coming from the phone in his ears, Li Zhenhua couldn't help but fall into memories. At first, this was caused by the Pusa bulletproof car. Wang Yuzheng reported it and led the way, but the eldest son car did not pay attention to him. But when he found out all the plans for King Yu and the bridge car, and then found Wang Yuzheng, he discovered that the Changzi automobile was really a death-defying operation. Not only did he offend Wang Yuzheng, but he also deceived his superiors and lied to the Ministry of Works. Later, because of Wang Yueshen's accusation against the Ministry of Industry, someone from the Ministry of Industry came to discuss the matter of bulletproof cars. Really, it took me so long to think of coming to me to discuss cooperation. The work efficiency of the engineering department is also really slow. The second car of my King Yu is already halfway through the process. It is estimated that the first car has turned into a sieve. Talents from the Ministry of Industry came. I really don't know what to say. Thinking of this, Li Zhenhua couldn't help but express his inner thoughts to himself. However, this efficiency issue cannot be blamed on the Ministry of Works. It is entirely due to something wrong with Changzi automobile. I won't go into detail about what happened. Anyway, there was a dispute between the two parties. In the end, the Ministry of Industry won the victory, and the current leadership of Changzi Automobile was also kicked off. Those who should be double-opened, those who should be held accountable will be held accountable until the Ministry of Works handles all these. After the overall situation was settled, he came back to Li Zhenhua to discuss cooperation on bulletproof cars. After thinking about it for a while, without thinking too much about it, he got back into the ditch and continued making King Yu. As for Guoshigi, who was far away in Tibet, he set off immediately and had someone take him to the airport. He took the VIP passage and took a shuttle bus to the flying boat. After he arrived, Fiashu only waited for a few minutes before receiving instructions from the tower here to allow takeoff. Guoshigi took a business jet and flew towards the Kyushu Divine Beast test flight ground. At this moment, in the courtyard at number 13 Chang'an Street in Peking, Vice Minister Meng was speaking to a team of 7 people. Comrades, this mission is related to the parade, so everyone must put away the work style of their major ministries and commissions. I believe everyone is aware of the chaos caused by the eldest son's car some time ago. It is not an exaggeration to say that this matter can be heard directly. And I also got accurate information from Deputy Director Wang Yuzheng of the Equipment Development Department. There is also a bulletproof bus that we want to match our target bulletproof car this time. This kind of bulletproof bus has been given a name today, and it also has inscriptions on it. I won't say the rest, everyone understands it. Get on the bus, I hope you can remember what I just said. After speaking, Deputy Minister Meng walked towards the car, and the rest of the team also got on the car. A total of 3 cars drove towards the high-speed rail station. Led by Vice Minister Meng, a negotiation team of 8 people set out on the road. At this moment, Li Zhenhua still had no sense of urgency. After all, he was used to contacting major ministries and commissions before and had no other feelings. Still working with the 2 squads of soldiers sent by the Guard Regiment, they worked together to make the Green Bull. Negotiations are being prepared here, but at the Beeping Bokush headquarters, the regional manager is really disappointed with his engineer subordinates. After dismantling 2 White Tiger 200s in a row, the supercharging and other systems on them were never cracked. Some of the achievements they have made are only exposed to the outside world and are not that important. These things are completely useless to them and they have no grasp of them. But the regional manager was still unwilling to give in. He didn't believe how well a car could be kept secret. Since it cannot be cracked in Kyushu, it is better to buy 2 more White Tiger 200s and send them directly to the bad country. The problems he couldn't solve were pushed to the higher UPS and let them solve them. If the higher UPS really couldn't solve them at that time, he would be freed from responsibility. What is his behavior called? Just call it the evil imperialism that will never die in destroying me. This is what the regional manager thought and did. When Jushu engineers dismantled and broke the first Beihua 200, he started to buy the third and fourth White Tiger 200. As soon as these 2 cars were in place, he would send them directly to the bad country. Transporting these 2 cars is not a problem for them. Although the cars are not on the export car list, since they cannot stop the cars, they can just handle personal consignment. As the White Tiger 200 was loaded into the container and shipped to China, the Kyushu regional manager was not idle either. Because White Tiger 200 has had such a huge impact on them, their losses are completely countless, and not only in the market, but also in the stock market. Their stock prices have also dropped recently. This made the regional manager start to think of dirty tricks. Since he couldn't gain an advantage on the right path, he would have to use some dirty tricks. In fact, it's not a rare trick, it's just that, find some car reviewers to highlight the shortcomings of the car, and compare it with their cars. They can get a few orders for their cars. Given their current situation, it's better than nothing. It was at this time that the regional manager went directly to find him, claiming that as long as you have enough money, no matter how rubbish the car is, it can give you a 3-cylinder car that will blow you away. This time, his request was not to brag about a car, but to let the other party output a wave of output in reverse. But for the 3-cylinder commander, as long as he is given enough money, he can say anything. As expected, it did not exceed the expectations of the regional manager of the bubble car. The recharge was indeed useful. The 3-cylinder commander was very happy to accept his assignment. As for whether he will be attacked by the 9 provinces divine beast when the time comes, that is not what he is thinking about at this stage. Taking advantage of the situation is his usual style. The regional manager of Kyushu, who can't stop the car, is not only a car reviewer like the 3-cylinder commander, he is a bit weak by himself. If you want to find a dozen, you can create a hot discussion on the internet. Only when there are more people can a herd effect be formed. Under this effect, their goal will be achieved and the White Tiger 200 will become a car that everyone calls for. In this series of business operations, the reputation of Beihua 200 has plummeted, and he has achieved his counterattack against competitors. Chafin bloggers like Santon Dazuo immediately took action after receiving the notice. It turns out that some video bloggers who have reviewed this car have also quietly deleted the previously released review videos about the White Tiger 200. But then he released a video that was completely contrary to his previous remarks. After the 3-cylinder commander received the money, he immediately started taking action. Through his connections, he found a White Tiger 200 4-wheel drive version of the car, and began to slander this car. All things are taking shape quietly on the internet, but these things have nothing to do with the currently Manhwa. He would never have imagined that a large multinational company like Bubuke would use such dirty methods. This encirclement and suppression of the White Tiger 200 is slowly taking shape. Guoshigi, who returned to the company in a flying boat, made 2 stops to refuel. After a 10-hour flight, the flying boat finally landed at the Kyushu Divine Beast test flight ground. When he got off the airship, it was already 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening. The flight time was not short. Of course, this was also related to the slow flight speed of the airship. When the flying boat stopped on the runway, he immediately turned on his mobile phone and called Li Zhenhua and Lu Xiaodong respectively. Li Zhenhua has not left the company yet. He is in the automobile laboratory for the final assembly of the Kingyu bus. If he can get the Kingyu out 1 day earlier, he will be able to devote his energy to the Hanba 1 day earlier. But Lu Xiaodong did not work overtime in the company because his wife's belly had grown bigger and he had evolved from the original wife slave to a child slave. So during this period of time, whenever he got off work, he would go home and never stay at the company for a moment. Of course, it is also related to the fact that the company's affairs are on the right track, and he, the production supervisor, does not need to worry. After receiving Guoshigi's call, he was still surprised and couldn't figure out why he ran back from Tibet at this time. In the subsequent phone calls, he never asked anything from him. He just asked him to come to the company quickly and the 3 of them would meet to discuss the matter. Although she was extremely reluctant, she still returned to the company, and before leaving, she kissed Wang Mei's pregnant belly. After receiving the news that Guoshigi had returned, Li Zhenhua simply tidied up his personal hygiene, changed into clean clothes, and walked towards the factory office building next door. When he came here, Guoshigi had just returned from the test flight ground. As soon as he took a drink of water, Li Zhenhua opened the door and walked in. The 2 sat down and chatted about irrelevant things while waiting for Lu Xiaodong's arrival. More than 10 minutes later, a fat figure walked in from the door. Lu Xiaodong, who got married, gained weight again. The weight he had lost while focusing on childbirth had grown back again, and he was even fatter than before. Looking at the two people inside who were sitting at a small round table drinking water, he felt a little unhappy. It was because he had just arrived home and hadn't even sat down yet when he was called back. If Guo Shigi could have told him earlier, he would not have to go home and just wait at the company. You two feel very comfortable, drinking water and chatting. And Guo Ba, what happened? He hurriedly called me back. There is an elf at home waiting for me to come back. Seeing the fat man's unwilling expression, Guo Shigi took another look at Li Zhenhua and found that he had no desire to speak, so he started to explain to Lu Xiaodong himself. That's what happened. Early this morning, as soon as I finished work at the Tibetan branch, I received a call from the Ministry of Works. He said that he wanted to discuss a very important cooperation with us, but he didn't say anything specific. They should be with us tomorrow morning. When Guo Shigi said this, he turned to look at Li Zhenhua. Now that the three of us are here, can we tell you what the situation is? When faced with Guo Shigi's inquiry, he didn't make any more detours and told the two of them directly. You two should know about the bulletproof vehicle I made. Some time ago, Minister Wang Yuzheng of the Equipment Development Department made it for me. The two of them listened carefully to what he said. After explaining all the causes and consequences, they all fell into a daze. If they understand correctly, that means the cars used by the leaders in the future will be products of their Kyushu Divine Beast Company? Gradually, Lu Xiaodong came to his senses and asked him, listen to what you said, who wants to use the hunky brand on this bulletproof car? Why don't we use our own brand? It would be great if our own brand could accompany the boss on a tour of Chang'an Street. After the fat man finished speaking, Li Zhenhua wanted to explain the key to him, but Guo Shigi had obviously thought of it and returned directly. What you think is so beautiful, fat man, you have to know that since the founding of New Kyushu, except for the first review car used in the parade, it came from the Soviet Union Seidlin automobile factory. In the remaining times, all red flags were used, regardless of what they looked like inside. But this car brand has always been a red flag, and I believe it will be a red flag in the future. So let's stop thinking about these unrealistic things and think about how to discuss this cooperation with the people from the Ministry of Industry. After he finished speaking, Li Zhenhua nodded in agreement and looked at Lu Xiaodong beside him, wanting to see his reaction. After Guo Shigi's explanation, Lu Xiaodong also understood that, as he said, hunky cars cannot be changed. Okay, now that we are as unrealistic as those, let's think about how to cooperate with the Ministry of Industry. Let me tell you what I know first. The reason why the Ministry of Industry led the team here this time is entirely because of some trouble coming from the Changzi automobile. I don't know the details, and I don't want to know. Anyway, the eldest son's car must have been dealt with. So we only need to talk to people from the Ministry of Industry, and there is no need to estimate the eldest son's car. In addition, in the future, our bulletproof vehicles will definitely shine after this time, so it is certain to receive orders for bulletproof vehicles. Then it is also important whether we can use the hunky brand when selling externally in the future. As for the manufacturing after completing the negotiations, it still has to be carried out within our own company. This is non-negotiable. I will talk to them about this part when the time comes, and we will also have to recruit people from the security group. This can be said to be a big help to us. The three of them chatted about the negotiation strategies they would use the next day, and laid them out in detail. They all said that three cobblers were as good as Zhujiang. What's more, the IQs of the three of them are not low, so these problems were all discussed by the three of them and contingency plans were produced. The three of them discussed everything until 11 o'clock in the evening before they finished discussing everything. Then the three of them found a place to hang out some skewers together. After eating and drinking, they went back to their respective homes. When he got home, Li Yun was already asleep. After all, it was almost early in the morning. After washing gently, he got into bed, hugged the beauty and closed his eyes. Closing his eyes, he felt the person in his arms arching his chest. He couldn't help but think of what he had promised Li Su and Ding Yan before. He has been so busy recently that he forgot to take Li Yun with him to get the marriage certificate. After thinking about this, he couldn't help but make a decision. As soon as this matter passed, he would drag Li Yun to get the certificate. As he slowly thought about this, he fell into a deep sleep. At 6 o'clock the next morning, he got up and came to the company, and the other two people also came early. As soon as they arrived at the company, the three of them started their part of the work according to the division of labor discussed last night. Lu Xiaodong was responsible for cleaning the factory area, while Guo Shigi was preparing for his own requirements when negotiating cooperation. But Li Zhenhua did not do any of this. He went straight to the automotive laboratory. He came here not for anything else but simply to allow Su Zhengyang to attend the negotiation on behalf of the security group. Although they are just soldiers, they are not ordinary soldiers. They are responsible for the safety of the leaders, which can be said to be heavier than anyone else. Therefore, at certain times, the Guard Corps occupies a larger proportion than any of them. Of course, this matter does not require a statement from the Guard Corps. It is enough that they can attend the negotiations, and there is no need to do more. He found Su Zhengyang and told him everything. Su Zhengyang was just a pawn and could not represent the guard group. Then he immediately contacted the leader. After learning what happened, Kui Shang, who was far away and peeping, immediately instructed Su Zhengyang to participate in the negotiations, but they were only acting as neutral parties and did not occupy any party at the negotiation table. After getting the approval of the Guard Corps, Li Zhenhua was secretly happy. As long as the Guard Corps was willing to attend the negotiation with the Ministry of Industry, they could borrow the strength of the Guard Corps. In fact, their presence represents an attitude. After settling the matter here, he returned to the office building of the Automobile Industrial Park and waited for someone from the Ministry of Industry. People from the Ministry of Industry actually took the high-speed train to come here yesterday, but they just chose to recharge their batteries overnight and didn't come right away. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the meeting time agreed upon by both parties was at the entrance of Juzhu Divine Beast Company. Vice Minister Meng from the Ministry of Industry must have arrived. Then a group of 8 of them were taken to the reception room that had been prepared long ago. Smoke and tea were served. The 3 parties exchanged greetings for a while, and then got down to business. It didn't take long to get to the point. It was obvious that the person taking the lead in the Ministry of Industry was a man of action, very different from those officials who were just pretending to be empty-handed. I believe you all know why I brought the people from the Ministry of Industry and the eldest son's car here for, so why don't we both get straight to the point? After saying that, Meng Zhang cast his sharp eyes at him, hoping to scare him. But no matter whether it was Li Zhenhua, Lu Xiaodong or Guo Shigi, they all ignored the other party's intention to overshadow the guest. The situation was deadlocked for a while before Li Zhenhua spoke. Since Minister Meng can't wait, let's get started. Anthracene, by the way. At this time, he stretched out his hand and pointed at Su Zhengyang, who was sitting between them. This is Su Zhengyang, who was sent to work by the security group. As the main customer of this bulletproof vehicle in the future, it is necessary for the Guard Corps to understand the cooperation between us, so Su Zhengyang serves as the representative of the Guard Corps. When Su Zhengyang heard Li Zhenhua introducing him, he immediately stood up and saluted around him. Hello everyone, I am Su Zhengyang from the Juzhu Guard Corps. I will only attend today and will not express any opinions. But Minister Meng could tell from Su Zhenjiang's speech that their guard group was biased towards the 9 provinces Divine Beast. After the 3 parties got back to work, they officially started negotiations on the bulletproof car. The Ministry of Industry is obviously different from Changzi Automobile. Minister Meng, who led the team here, is still very practical. It was also at this time that the 2 parties officially began negotiations on cooperation in bulletproof cars. Mr. Li, we are here on behalf of Changzi Automobile to discuss cooperation with you on bulletproof cars. Our view is that we have purchased all the technologies of your bulletproof car in a package, including everything, including the entire vehicle manufacturing plant. I don't know how much your company can sell it for. There was no change on Minister Meng's face, as if what he just said was very ordinary. But the faces of Lu Xiaodong and Guo Shigi opposite him were a little ugly, as if the other party had not put them in a position of consent even though they were asking for help from the eldest son's car. The words he spoke seemed to be ordering them and giving them alms, but at this moment Li Zhenhua's face was very calm. He knows very well that negotiation is a matter of secret confrontation between you and me. If you ask for a high price, I can just sit back and pay you back. Haha, Minister Meng, you are just joking. We have no intention of packaging and selling. Since Minister Meng has no sincerity, why not forget about this cooperation between us? There is a long way to go in the future, and there will be many opportunities for cooperation. The expressions of the rebel generals, except Minister Meng, were quite wonderful. But Minister Meng has not changed much, he is still smiling. Haha, your head is buzzing. Old fox. These are the 2 mentalities he had when he looked at the other party's 2 performances at the moment. Little fox. Minister Meng also had this idea after listening to his words. The 2 looked at each other and laughed in unison. Ha ha ha. After that, the negotiations between the 2 parties became smoother, and they were testing each other's bottom line according to the plan. You and I went back and forth, and the negotiation lasted until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It didn't even stop at noon. Even at the dinner table, both sides were testing. Of course, this day's time was not wasted. In the end, a preliminary cooperation intention was reached, and the general policy was set. As for the remaining details, it will take time for both parties to figure it out. Anyway, the general policy can satisfy both parties, and the Ministry of Industry has made great concessions. It is entirely because of the Kingyu bus factor. It cannot be said that the Kingyu bus is such a powerful performance, and it is still a weak performance that wants to match it. Since the service of Kingyu is a foregone conclusion, the car that matches it must be similar. It cannot be that Kingyu has a mileage of 3,000 kilometers, while the bulletproof car only has a mileage of 400 to 500 kilometers. It seems that the Ministry of Industry has many cards, but all the trump cards are in the hands of the Kyushu Divine Beast. The final agreement reached: 1. Both parties will jointly invest 50% each to establish a bulletproof vehicle production company in Daxing, Peking, a company positioned to only accept high-end customization business. 2. In terms of branding, Changzi Motors launched the Hunky brand and allowed Juzhou Shenzhou Company to add a suffix after Hunky. 3. Juzhou Divine Beast has developed an overall automobile manufacturing plan as its main model, while the Hunky brand of Changzi Motors will only be available to the newly established company in the future. This plan can be regarded as a win-win situation even if one party loses. Changzi Automobile's future Hunky brand will belong to the new company, and they have invested in an overall solution for bulletproof vehicles. Of course, these things that have been agreed upon are only cooperation between the two parties in the civilian bulletproof vehicle market, and the most important review vehicle is handed over to Juzhou Divine Beast for production and manufacturing. The bulletproof car solution proposed by Kyushu Divine Beast is not the same as the review car. It is very different from the review car. It is a model with a bulletproof level of B7. The specific cooperation details were finally finalized after 2 days of discussion. The people from the Ministry of Industry returned to Peeping after signing the cooperation agreement. The only one left is Minister Meng. The business cooperation has been discussed, and the only thing left is the specific matters about the bulletproof car. As a deputy to the major ministries and commissions of Kyushu, he is also in charge of industry, so he still has authority over the bulletproof car. The two of them and Su Zhengyang from the security regiment sat in a conference room together, and the three of them officially started discussing the bulletproof car. The main purpose of my stay, I believe you two also know what it is. Then let's get straight to the point. On behalf of the Ministry of Industry and the Guard Corps, I placed an order with Juzhou Divine Beast Company for review vehicles and subsequent daily use vehicles for the chiefs. There are a total of 11 cars, including 1 inspection car and 10 daily use cars, and the specific work that follows will be left to the representatives of the security regiment. Haha, my mission is really completed. After saying this, Minister Meng looked relaxed. Although it cannot be said that the matters related to the inspection car have nothing to do with him, it can still be regarded as handed over. After Minister Meng finished speaking, Su Zhengyang stood up from where he was and saluted Minister Meng. Yes, Su Zhengyang of the Guard Corps accepts the mission assigned by his superiors. For him, as a neutral party who was somewhat biased towards Li Zhenhua when he participated in the negotiations between the two parties, it's different now. They both belong to the Kyushu agency. Although they are not in the same system, the Ministry of Works only came here after receiving an order from the Guard Corps. The purpose of the Guard Group is very pure, just to have a vehicle with a bulletproof level that can be matched with Kingyu, so the change of attitude is very smooth. An order for 11 vehicles has been received, and an order for 11 more vehicles has been received. The previous order for Kingyu bus for 10 vehicles has not yet been completed. The second car has just finished, and now there are orders for 10 cars. He has a headache. What should he do? When can he get something he likes? He really doesn't want to do these repetitive things. In essence, there is not much difference between this bulletproof car and the Kingyu bus. Although he knew there would be these orders from the beginning, it made him a little irritated, but he still had to take a stand when it was time to take a stand. Okay, Minister Meng, our Juzhou Divine Beast has accepted an order for 11 bulletproof cars, and we will manufacture them according to our own plan. We will complete the manufacturing of the first prototype as soon as possible and hand it over to the Guard Corps for receipt as soon as it is completed. After the three parties had clearly communicated about the bulletproof car, Minister Meng said goodbye after the conversation. After all, he still had a lot of work to do in Peking, and he had been wasted long enough here in the past 3 days. Li Zhenhua did not let the other party take the high-speed rail, but asked Fiazhu to make a trip. After the route application was approved, Minister Meng returned to Peeping in Fiazhu. So far, 2 Kingyu buses have been manufactured. The second one was completed the day after Minister Meng returned to Beijing. After that, there are 8 Kingyu buses waiting to be manufactured. After receiving the order for the bulletproof car, he has not been in charge of the manufacturing of Kingyu bus. His first priority now is to build the first bulletproof car. When he started building bulletproof cars on the first day, half of the soldiers from the Guard Regiment who he used as coolies were also transferred. Since Kingyu bus lost half of its workers, its progress was slowed down by more than half. The manufacturing work of bulletproof cars has accelerated after soldiers from the Guard Regiment joined. The main thing is that they have already adapted to the manufacturing of Kingyu buses, so they are already very familiar with the manufacturing of bulletproof cars. The 3-cylinder commander in Xiangshan County finally got his wish and borrowed a White Tiger 200 from his fans. For this car that has been on the market for a few months, he has never taken a review video of this car. Because he was waiting for the manufacturer to come to him, and after recharging the value, he started to blow up the car, but after waiting for such a long time, the manufacturer did not even come to him. He once doubted whether he had become obsolete in the car review industry, but then the Buddhist sales style of Juzhou Divine Beast made him understand that he would not be able to make a penny on the White Tiger 200. So then he gave an order to the people in his company. Their car review website did not allow any posts about the White Tiger 200. It can be said that he unilaterally blocked the White Tiger 200 in his company. He quickly forgot about such things that made him no money, but he couldn't stop the car to give him money. At this time, he started to pay attention to Beha 200 again. For a car to be evaluated, he must first have enough understanding, and then the problems of the car must be solved first, but this does not mean buying a car for the purpose of evaluation, right? Fortunately, when he was not so utilitarian, he still accumulated some fans, so he soon borrowed a car from his fans. The first time he borrowed the car, he didn't go anywhere. He directly found a closed venue and started test driving the car there. In a closed venue, the White Tiger 200 was racing around the venue in various postures. As a professional car reviewer, I still have some skills in driving, but in the process of driving the White Tiger 200, he became more and more frightened, and finally understood why he could not receive the top-up from the Kyushu Divine Beast. The performance of this car under his hands can make the White Tiger 200 sell out, not to mention that it is an electric car that can completely replace fuel vehicles. Since sales are not a problem, of course he will not receive a dinner notice. While driving, he began to look for some problems with the car. Is there anything wrong with this car? He really didn't find anything wrong with it. Even if it is a minor problem, he only found one minor problem that cannot be regarded as a problem, that is, when used as a car theater, the unfolding process is too troublesome. Can this be considered a problem? As for cars, the more he drove the White Tiger 200, the more he liked it. The many functions on the car made him feel very considerate. But when he didn't find out what was wrong with the car, he felt a little helpless. What should he do with the meal notice that the car couldn't stop, and the money just slipped away from him? Of course not. Since there is no problem, then you can create some problems yourself. You always have to pick out some things for evaluation. Then he began to prepare the copy. Instead of starting from the car, he chose the most advantageous point of the White Tiger 200 and started attacking. Soon a review video was shot by him, and then after simple editing, it was posted on the Kuaido platform. He still has a fan base on Kuaishou. After all, he still had a lot of fans before the 3-cylinder kernel incident came out, and after it came out, fans still liked him. Soon his newly released review video appeared on Kuaiduo, and the number of views continued to increase. The comments made in his video also reached the ears of fans. Hello everyone, I am your good friend, YYP. It's been a long time since I've posted a car review video. Recently, I saw a car that's very popular, but the price of this car is really expensive. As an ordinary citizen, I will definitely not buy such a car that is obviously cutting leaks, but my fans are asking me to publish a review video about this car. Since everyone has requested it, I will publish one. I definitely can't afford such an expensive car, so I have to find a way to borrow a car. Fortunately, my fans are still very powerful. I just borrowed this car. I have said so much, but I haven't said what kind of car it is. Please follow me. After saying that, the figure of White Tiger 200 appeared in the video, and the 3-cylinder commander also walked to the side of the car. Have you seen this White Tiger 200 with black embroidery next to me? Yes, this is the car I am reviewing today. First, let me introduce it to you. The car I have on hand is the 4-wheel drive version of the White Tiger 200, with a cruising range of nearly 1,000 kilometers and the fastest speed. The 3-cylinder commander started to introduce this car, and after he finished the introduction, he got directly into the car and continued to chat about this car with everyone. As usual, he has already started to drive the car and test drive it on the road. He will explain it to everyone while driving. But today was different. The 3-cylinder commander changed his routine and started explaining to everyone while sitting in the car. He had no intention of driving around in the car. In fact, when the 3-cylinder commander was filming, it was not that he didn't take any driving scenes, but those were clearly obtained with the purpose of finding faults. What he said would always make people think that he was praising the White Tiger 200. That's why he cancelled this session and began to explain to everyone while sitting in the car. I believe everyone is interested in this car, which has been very popular recently. They all want to know what is going on with this car and whether it is worth buying. So let's take a look at this car today. Today we won't talk about the car itself. Let's talk about the latest technology used in the car. Regarding the issue of graphene lithium-ion batteries, I believe everyone has some understanding of electric vehicle batteries. So what are the mainstream batteries used now? They all use ternary lithium or lithium iron phosphate, but what does White Tiger 200 use? He used a battery that had never appeared on the market before, a graphene lithium-ion battery. Is the technology mature for such a new type of battery? Are there any dangers during use? Have you all considered these? At this time, the 3-cylinder commander finally found out the contradiction of the car. He didn't talk about the car itself, but fired directly at the battery. I don't know who gave him the courage, or whether he was blinded by money, but he actually started making trouble with the battery. Haha, I believe everyone was shocked when I heard what I said. You have never thought about this. It is the only electric car in the world that uses graphene batteries. Riders who buy this car are undoubtedly regarded as guinea pigs. Regardless of whether you have ever thought about being a guinea pig or not, you will become a guinea pig as long as you buy this car. Batteries are not safe or unsafe. Car companies cannot just say they are safe. They need to be tested for a long time. But before the release of this kind of battery, Beta 200, have you ever heard of any battery company researching this technology? No battery manufacturer has ever developed this technology. This technology was developed by a motorcycle manufacturer. A company that produces motorcycles. What kind of technology do they have? All the battery manufacturers in the country cannot compare with one motorcycle company. Isn't this a joke? I'm not an alarmist. I think such a battery must be dangerous, otherwise other battery manufacturers wouldn't have developed it and wouldn't have put it on the market. I think it's not that these manufacturers haven't developed it, but that they know deeply that there are risks in this battery. I believe that by now, many friends have understood what I am going to talk about today. Okay, at the end of the video, let me give you a summary. Regarding the White Tiger 200, my opinion is, it is not recommended. The reason is that the battery technology is immature and may be accompanied by the risk of explosion at any time. This video ends here. Everyone is welcome to speak enthusiastically and think seriously. This is YYP. Welcome everyone to continue to follow me. I will take you to watch the car online. After the video was played, his remarks in the video immediately caused an uproar, and it is still getting worse. Some smart people who watched his video did not think about the views expressed by the three-cylinder commander. Instead, they thought about the changes in some related public institutions. Not to mention anything else, if we just talk about the magnitude of Jushu's Lianzhou action, it is equivalent to a nationwide mobilization. Many places have renovated gas stations and turned them into high-voltage charging stations. What does this mean? It shows that the upper levels of Kyushu have a full understanding of this battery. Otherwise, Kyushu would not have made such a big move. This is equivalent to changing some basic national policies. Is the development of new energy vehicles considered a national policy? Of course it counts. Fans who thought about this couldn't help but look at the video number of the three-cylinder commander on their mobile phones with some pity, and the three-cylinder commander who would appear in every video. They can already predict that the three-cylinder commander, the car reviewer, will soon disappear from the internet. He can already be regarded as shaking the national policy. Anyway, there will be no good fruit left for him, and this time will not ignore them too far. As the video of the three-cylinder Dazuo was released, many videos about the White Tiger 200 that followed the trend were also released, and some of them also talked about this car from the perspective of the three-cylinder Dazuo. It can be said that the three-cylinder leader not only harmed himself from this perspective, but also harmed some other bloggers, and even marketing accounts that followed the crowd to express their opinions and gain popularity. Therefore, the influence of his video is slowly exerting itself over time. But some fans who didn't know how to use their brains really believed in the views expressed by the three-cylinder commander, and later accepted this view. Now that they accept it, they will exaggerate these opinions when they encounter the video about White Tiger 200 again. And one day a rumor started that graphene lithium-ion batteries are unsafe and will explode. The explosive power of the 200 kilowatts battery pack installed on a White Tiger 200 is equivalent to 20 kilograms of TNT, which can completely collapse a building with more than 10 floors. And as it spreads, the final effect is also increasing. People who don't understand it will think that subnuclear weapons have been released. It seems like this idea spread overnight on the internet. In the internet age, communication is fast. Among them, there are also those who can't stop the car. Some small video bloggers have exerted their efforts and gradually developed in an uncontrollable direction on the internet. And these people who accept this point of view are the kind of people who have never come into contact with White Tiger 200. They all follow what others say and have no subjective consciousness of their own. In fact, it's not that they don't have subjective consciousness. When these people express their opinions, they can't help but add more weight. Regarding this video of three-cylinder Dazuo, Boss CAI, who had many confrontations with him before, was noticed by him. Listening to the battery problem that the three-cylinder commander swore about in the video, Boss CAI also felt unconfident, but he still had a brain and could think for himself. After that, he began to research the relevant information of this battery. As he collected information, he learned more and more about this battery, and the smile on his face became brighter. Boss CAI is a car reviewer who has become popular recently, and generally car reviewers in this situation tend to have a conscience at the beginning. Why is the boss said to have a conscience? Because he does not use the same standard to measure various types of cars, he will analyze the cars for you based on price. The boss is officially a very conscientious car reviewer, and he and the three-cylinder boss have had many confrontations before, and they have come to the opposite conclusion on Don't Touch Me, three-cylinder Nissan and other models. Many times they are clearly reviewing the same car, but in people's eyes they are not talking about the same model at all. The two of them had clashed many times, and even if there wasn't much hatred before, as they clashed too many times later, the rift between the two also widened. Especially the three-cylinder commander, he is not a very broad-minded person at all. It can be seen from the fact that he did not get a meal from the Kyushu divine beast before, and then unilaterally blocked him. Therefore, in his usual style, he has already offended Boss CAI. People say that the people who know you best are not your friends, but your enemies. This is really true. The boss immediately became excited when he saw the newly released video of the three-cylinder commander, and the more he learned about it, the happier he smiled. In this way, the boss also made a copywriting, which was completely opposite to the three-cylinder leader. Then he found a White Tiger 200 and started preparing to make this video. Boss CAI did not express his opinions at the beginning. Instead, he first bought a Beta 200 and experienced it himself. The car was also quite powerful and did not disappoint Boss CAI. Then he started the evaluation of the White Tiger 200 according to his copywriting. My fellow cyclists, let me tell you, I have traveled all over the world for so many years. I have done a lot of bad things, and I have hurt a lot of people. I actually know it in my heart. I know that I will pay the price, and I have paid the corresponding price. But even if I am a heinous person, is everything I do bad? Boss CAI was wearing relatively fashionable clothes and was standing in the Opinion Auto Repair workshop. Behind him was a White Tiger 200, which was being lifted up on a lift. I say this just to express a point. Even if I was a bad person before, I want to be a good person now, okay? Okay, let's get back to the topic today. This video is mainly aimed at those writers who have already believed what a certain legend said. This video will definitely receive a lot of reports later on. I would like to remind everyone to download this video to your mobile phone first and stay to watch it slowly. Boss CAI said, holding a metal detector in his hand, and walked towards the White Tiger 200 behind him. Everyone has seen the car behind me. It is the protagonist in the video of Yuzuo. Because I am targeting Yuzuo, so don't comment on me and say that I am trying to gain popularity. Let's not talk about the point of view that Mr. Zo said. Let me first take you to understand the car behind you. This is a White Tiger 200 four-wheel drive version. Let's start with the materials. Come with me and let's see what its shock absorbers are used for. Then the boss took the camera and started to talk about the materials used in the car in front of the camera. This part is actually not very interesting, but in fact it is all practical information. I believe everyone now has a general understanding of the materials used in this million-level car. Let me ask first, are the materials used in this car good? No matter what your opinion is, I have never seen any other car that is so sincere. Some people may say, oops, just because the boss said that, it must be just right. But I can guarantee here today that there really isn't enough food. People who know me well should know this. Now that you have a general understanding of the car, I will talk about the key points next. This is an electric car. Since it is an electric car, there is a battery pack on the car. What battery pack does this car use? The White Tiger 200 uses a graphene lithium-ion battery developed entirely by itself. The car is equipped with a 200 kilowatts battery. Because of its large battery capacity, it has more mileage. This is what Daozo said. He said that the White Tiger 200 is completely treating everyone as a guinea pig. He also said that the battery has major safety risks. I totally disagree with this, ha ha ha. After saying this, the boss couldn't hide the joy in his heart and couldn't help laughing. Give me a moment, it's really funny. Whenever I think about a certain Zo stepping on a sewing machine in a kill in the future, I can't help but want to laugh. Why do I say this? It's because a certain Zo didn't use his brain at all when he said this. Let's not talk about battery safety first. Let me do it first and follow my train of thought. After I finish speaking, everyone can think about it independently. Come on, put the car down for me. Soon someone dropped the car from the lift according to his instructions. After he fell down, he opened the door and got into the car. I saw that he had done nothing else but put a map of the distribution of high-voltage charging stations across the country on the front gear of the car. Do you know what kind of map this is? What are the little red dots scattered above for? Let me tell you that each of these little red dots represents a high-voltage charging station. These are modified by Jushu's public institutions on the basis of the original gas stations. Let me ask you one question, are the leaders of Kyushu stupid? Do you think they would build such huge supporting facilities for a battery that has major safety risks? When I saw such huge supporting facilities, I was shocked. If the White Tiger 200 hadn't been so hard to buy, I would have bought one and started driving. Congratulations to everyone who has witnessed an era of intermediaries. Fuel vehicles are gradually coming to an end. We in Kyushu will also be the first country to replace the overall structure of vehicles with electric ones. In the future, we will usher in an era when electric vehicles will completely replace fuel vehicles. When Boss CAI said this, he did not continue talking, but began to smile at the camera. Let us wait and see what consequences a certain Zo will have. I will continue to pay attention. As he spoke, he walked towards the outside of the camera, while the camera was quickly recommending until the entire screen was filled with the White Tiger 200 logo. After this video was released, it can be said that it set off 1,000 waves with one stone. Two completely different views appeared on the internet. People who originally watched Three-Cylinder Commander's video and thought what he said was very reasonable gradually fell into self-doubt. And when these people thought along Boss CAI's train of thought, it seemed that it was exactly what Boss CAI said. Could it be that what a car reviewer can think of, the entire Kyushu-related departments can't think of? Do you really think that all these departments are just for free? This is completely impossible. If there is really a problem with the battery, will the 2 barrels of oil be immediately used to make matching supplies for the White Tiger 200? It was also at this time that people who had previously fallen into the mindset of a Three-Cylinder Commander gradually recovered their ability to judge qualifications. As soon as Boss CAI made the remarks that he couldn't express, he was recognized by many people who had previously disapproved of them, and even attracted some fans from the Three-Cylinder Commander. The people's eyes are sharp, and they can still analyze whoever's words are reasonable. Jews who as a whole will not joke about the social structure, so what the Three-Cylinder Commander said is simply exaggeration. At this time, many of the comments that had been left under the Three-Cylinder Commander to refute were also dug out from underneath. However, those who submitted objections were all White Tiger 200 owners, while those who agreed with the Three-Cylinder Commander were often keyboard warriors without cars, and most of them were Yun car owners who could not stop their cars. Don't be deceived by this traitor. I am the owner of the White Tiger 200. If you don't believe me, you can go to my homepage and check out my previous shared videos. This is not what the Three-Cylinder Commander said at all. He is making complete nonsense. This is a comment on the Three-Cylinder Dazuo video, but there are more than 500 replies below this one comment. Lanzhou Xiaobing. No explanation. Loyal user who can't stop the car. There are actually people who give Baihu 200 a bad foot. Planning to buy Taiwan Madao 3. This type of abusive comments is the most common and is growing rapidly, but there are still sensible people among them, and these people are gradually speaking out more and more. From the perspective of the Three-Cylinder Commander, the battery has major safety risks. Starting from Boss CAI's point of view, my point of view is to believe in Jews who and authoritative institutions, and don't believe in the words of random people. These two directions formed a confrontation on the internet, and as the two sides debated, it quickly went out of the circle. Not only on short video websites, but also on other channels, such as Kanda Forum, Watch, QQ and other social platforms, there has been heated discussion. The incident is gradually fermenting and getting more and more intense. And all of this has nothing to do with Li Zhenhua, who is in a closed state. He is concentrating on his great cause of iron making. However, following the two comments on the internet, the relevant departments in Jushu have long paid attention to it. However, they did not restrain the noise, because a new thing requires a process from its emergence to people's acceptance. This online debate just provides an opportunity for the broad masses of the people to understand the truth behind it. As the saying goes, the more we distinguish the principles, the clearer they become, and the more we discuss the Tao, the clearer it becomes. The relevant departments did not impose any restrictions, but that does not mean that they were left to their own devices. We still need to figure out why the incident occurred and what the source is. Subsequently, the relevant departments began an investigation, and the targets of the investigation were all those video bloggers and car reviewers whose purpose was to make money. Li Zhenhua didn't pay attention to this at all. Not to mention him, not even the entire company of Jushu Divine Beast took this matter on the internet seriously. As for the reason, it is because they have the confidence. Behind this matter is not just a matter of his company, but the entire Kyushu is their backing. At this moment, he is seriously considering whether to install a weapon system on the bulletproof car. This is actually a contradiction that existed from the beginning. Talking about the equipment, the size of the car itself is there, and the equipment cannot hold any two powerful weapons. But if he didn't pretend, he always felt a little uneasy because the car didn't have counterattack weapons. Thinking like this, he had a headache. When he raised his head to relax, he noticed the soldiers of the guard regiment who were working around him. Oh, aren't there already people who use the vehicles? If you can't decide for yourself, you might as well ask for other people's opinions. There is always a time when a person is at his wit's end. Pa bang bang. He clapped his hands in the workshop, and the sound of his clapping immediately spread out in the silent workshop. The many soldiers of the guard regiment who were working as coolies all raised their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. Everyone come here, I have a question here and I want to ask for your opinions. After he finished speaking, the soldiers put down their work and gathered around him. They also picked up water glasses and took advantage of this moment to rest for a while. The car I am building now, I believe everyone knows what is going on. This is the car you will drive in the future. It's for leaders. Now I have a question. Please help me think about it. Everyone has their own opinions on whether it is necessary to install a weapon system on this bulletproof car. As soon as his question was uttered, many guards immediately began to think about it. The originally silent atmosphere in the workshop was immediately broken, and then the chatter of voices and discussions came out. This scene lasted for more than 10 minutes, and finally everyone looked at one of the soldiers. Seeing such a scene, it knew that it was these warriors who should have discussed and reached the final conclusion. How is it? It seems that we have reached a conclusion. Tell me about it. The soldier straightened his body and looked at him seriously. We concluded that it is not necessary to install weapons on bulletproof cars. The fundamental reason is that in actual use, this bus must be used in conjunction with King Yu business. The probability of two cars appearing at the same time is 100%, so after the King Yu bus wants to cooperate, it is not necessary to equip the bulletproof car with weapons. We thought it might as well be more useful to increase the power of this bulletproof sedan, allowing the sedan to achieve higher speeds and longer cruising range. We're done with our opinions. Listening carefully to the soldier's opinions, he completely gave up the idea of installing weapons on the bulletproof car. Indeed, as the other party said, the weapons and equipment installed on this vehicle overlap with the function of King Yu Shangbai, and it is completely unnecessary. After thinking about these things, he came back to his senses and immediately said something to the soldier beside him. Thank you for your valuable opinions. Now everyone can go to work. I already know how to do it. Then he also made a plan, which was to give up installing weapons on bulletproof cars, and he deleted the drawings of the model with weapons from his computer. After solving this problem, all that was left was to manufacture the car step by step. For Li Zhenhua, life seemed to have suddenly entered a peaceful period again. The King Yu bus manufactured the next day came off the assembly line. After completing Li Zhenhua's inspection, Su Zhengyang immediately drove it back to Peeping. Comrades in the Guard Regiment have been fascinated by this bulletproof bus for a long time, but they have never seen a real one. It can be said that they are, only their voices are heard but their people are not seen. After Su Zhengyang drove the car back this time, many soldiers finally saw the real car. Qing Niu, whose appearance looked no different from an ordinary minibus, parked in the special garage of the security group. The whole body of the car is champagne gold, which looks particularly noble under the sunlight shining through the windows. Moreover, the hidden pattern on the car body is also revealed under the sunlight. The pattern is none other than Kyushu's traditional pattern, cloud pattern. Many soldiers from the Guard Regiment were really surprised when they saw the shiny bus and the extremely bright patterns, although the appearance of the bus looked no different from other buses. In this situation, Su Zhengyang seemed to have a bad taste and pressed a few buttons on the driver's instrument panel. As he pressed the button, King Yu bus, who was originally very well behaved, immediately showed his fierce side. It turned out that all the weapon systems in the car were deployed. First, the trunks on both sides of the car automatically opened, and a 6-barreled heavy machine gun was stretched out from the depths of the trunk. It wasn't over yet. Soon, the soldier who was squatting behind the car and looking at the chassis was confused. Because the engine cover was originally supposed to be installed, the engine cover slid up and opened. A fully automatic 23mm twin rapid-fire cannon deployed right under his nose. The moment they saw the cannon appear, the soldiers couldn't believe their eyes. And just after he saw the cannon, his comrades screamed from both sides of the car, as if they had discovered something extraordinary. He stuck his head out from behind the car to one side to see what was going on. As soon as he stuck his head out, he saw the muzzle of a Social Ace Gatling gun pointed at him. He was so frightened that he immediately retracted his head. He did not look at the scene on the other side, because he knew that according to Chinese aesthetics, the left and right sides would definitely be symmetrical. In this situation, he gradually became suspicious of this bus. Is this a Taiwanese bus or a mobile fire launch platform? It was both a gun and a cannon, not something a bus should have at all, but when he thought about the mission this bus was going to perform, he felt relieved. But just when he was relieved, Su Zhengyang walked out of the car. Originally, he was still wearing regular clothes when he got up, but now he couldn't see his regular clothes after he got off. It was a completely black combat uniform, and it looked fully armed, with a 191 behind its back and a 92 pistol stuck in its chest. Bulletproof vests, tactical vests, various grenades, smoke grenades, daggers and other things were all equipped on him. He was armed to the teeth. What stunned everyone the most was the disposable individual anti-aircraft missile in his hand. Su Zhengyang appeared in front of many comrades in this appearance, with a smile on his lips. Brothers, look at my equipment. There are 5 sets of this equipment on the car, which is just enough for a tactical team. This is not the final state yet, come with me, I will show you. As he spoke, Su Zhengyang put the individual anti-aircraft missile safely aside, and while everyone looked at him in confusion, he pushed a mobile climbing ladder to King Yu's side. Walk back and face your comrades. Who goes up first to see? A soldier who obviously had a better relationship with Su Zhengyang walked towards the climbing ladder. I'll come first. I want to see what kind of tricks you are doing. As he said this, he climbed onto the ladder, and as he slowly walked up, an exclamation came out of his mouth. Fuck, fuck, fuck. He shouted the quintessence of Chinese culture 3 times in a row. From this, it can be seen that the things above clearly shocked him, but the people on the ground didn't know what was happening above. One of them couldn't help shouting upward. "Don't just shout F***ck, tell us what's going on up there, we'll be scared to death." However, the person on the ladder did not answer this question. He was seen slowly walking down the ladder. "It's cruel, it's too cruel. I won't tell you what's going on up there. You can go up and see for yourselves." As he spoke, he made way for the ladder, and the person who asked the question reacted the fastest and immediately ran to the ladder. Fuck. After this soldier went up, his reaction was exactly the same as that of the soldier just now. The more such reactions, the more curious the people below became. The soldiers who aroused curiosity also went up the ladder one after another to take a look. What's the scene on the roof of the car? The scene was quite shocking. The roof of the car, which was supposed to be very flat, now became different. The first thing everyone saw was a grid-like semi-arc shaped thing spinning in circles at a constant speed. Everyone knows what this thing is. It is nothing but an unfolded foldable fire control radar antenna. Behind the radar antenna is a set of 3*7 rectangular rocket launch nests, and each launch tube in the launch nest is equipped with a rocket. This is not a minibus. It is simply a small Katyusha. Although the caliber of the rocket is a bit small, it cannot conceal the fact that it has powerful attack power. If these rockets are fired, they can directly cover a place with fire. At this time, the soldiers also had an understanding of the firepower of this green bull bus. It had guns, cannons, rockets, and individual missiles to protect the base. Such powerful firepower can resolve a low-intensity regional conflict, and it has to be a battle of annihilation. When the soldiers looked at the car, they couldn't help but salivate from the corners of their mouths. This equipment was really to their liking. If you don't unfold it, you won't know anything. It's just an ordinary minibus, except that the cloud pattern on it is a bit cool. But once it is unfolded, people will know what the truth is. Company Commander, will this car be driven by our small car squadron from now on? When will we officially put this car into service? One of the soldiers asked next to Su Zhengyang. Just as the soldier finished asking, he heard a voice coming from the door. "I have the official license plate here, hang it up and you can hit the road." Everyone looked back, and when they saw it, they all stood at attention and saluted the visitor. The person who came was none other than Cao Shang, the director of the security bureau, and then he waved his hands towards the soldiers. He walked next to King Yu, patted the beautiful car body, looked at the weapons on display, turned to Su Zhengyang and smiled. Su Zhengyang pointed at Su Zhengyang and said to him, "So you are such a boring gourd, and you have a time to show off." Then he turned to the other soldiers in the regiment and asked them, "How about it? Your company commander just showed you the car. Let's talk about your thoughts. How does this car look like?" The atmosphere in the guard regiment is still very good on weekdays. When out on duty, there is not much distance between the officers and soldiers. So at this moment, facing Cao Shang's questioning, the scene immediately turned into a chaotic scene, even more chaotic than rushing to a big gathering. Every soldier is rushing to answer his questions, and everyone's voice is relatively loud. Cao Shang was really not angry about this situation. He liked the atmosphere of the military camp very much. The chaos didn't last long. After everyone finished talking about their feelings, it became quiet. Cao Shang called Su Zhengyang aside and talked about the matter. The other soldiers at the scene saw the leader walking aside and talking. Under the leadership of the instructor, they began to install the license plate that the group leader had brought back. It didn't take many people to install the license plate. The other soldiers began to study the whole King Yu bus in detail. Cao Shang and Su Zhengyang came to a corner of the garage and started talking. "What's the current progress of other cars on Kyushu Divine Beast? Although we have this car, but there are 9 chiefs above, and this car is useless." Su Zhengyang looked at the group leader seriously and thought about the situation carefully before answering his question. "Captain, when I came, the manufacturing speed of King Yu was slowed down by half. The reason is that Mr. Li dispatched half of his people to help the bulletproof car. Now the progress of the 2 cars is going hand in hand. I estimate that the 3rd King Yu will roll off the assembly line early next month." Cao Shang nodded while listening, thinking carefully about what he said. "This won't work. King Yu's progress is a bit slow. I heard you said it's because people have been transferred to the bulletproof car team? Oh, neither side can be delayed. In this way, when you go back this time, pick up 20 people from the small bus class and take them with you. We have to fight for time so that all chiefs can use this car as soon as possible." The two talked a lot about the manufacturing of King Yu and other things, and Cao Shang also arranged the next tasks for Su Zhengyang. The soldiers had a general understanding of the functions of the car in the garage, and the remaining work was to formulate new tactics around the Green Bull business. Unknowingly, a week has passed since King Yu arrived in Peeping. During this week, the soldiers became familiar with every function of King Yu day and night and used them skillfully. After a week of fermentation, the hustle and bustle on the internet has never ended, with both sides insisting on their own opinions. This kind of thing may only be terminated by an official announcement. But for the three-cylinder commander, this period of time was not easy, and his mentality had changed many times. From the joy of getting the meal when I received the notice, to the pride when the video was released and aroused widespread recognition among netizens, but his good mood ended there. What followed was like a roller coaster ride, which was extremely exciting. After Boss CAI posted his remarks, the three-cylinder commander carefully studied his remarks and slowly felt something was wrong. It seems like what he said is true. If the battery safety is not guaranteed, the upper management of Kyushu will adjust the energy structure? This is related to the entire Kyushu, and the impact is too great. However, after seeing that both comments on the internet were supported by netizens, the three-cylinder commander couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't count the collapse of the building now. However, as time went by and the incident unfolded, the opinions on the internet suddenly became sharper, and the two parties began to target each other, causing a war of words between supporters of both sides. Gradually, the flames of war began to shift from Kawaii-Do, a video platform, to other positions. Discussions about this started on many social platforms. Under such circumstances, the three-cylinder commander became more and more uneasy. The matter was no longer something he, a car reviewer, could get involved in. Now this matter has become a social incident and a group incident. How can he, a small car reviewer, handle such a time with such attributes? He finally felt scared. At this time, he remembered the cause of everything, and quickly picked up his mobile phone and started to contact the car that could not be stopped. At this time, his weight was obviously not as good as that of a multinational company, but he did not think about it. Could a company take care of Kyushu's affairs? It can only be said that he is starting to feel dizzy now. Hey, I'm YYP. I'm looking for General Manager Strom. I have something to tell him. The three-cylinder commander could only call the car that could not be stopped at this time, but what he didn't know was that his area had long been targeted by the Kyushu Security Bureau. Everything he did was under the eyes of the Security Bureau, and nothing could escape their surveillance. In a small office next to him, there was a man holding headphones in his left hand and pen and paper in his right hand to record what he was doing every moment. When he dialed the phone, the man's eyes widened. Damn it, I finally got it. It's not in vain that I've been squatting for so long. I finally got the result. Even with this thought, he did not stop moving his hands, and he also shouted to the colleagues around him, "Everyone, hurry up and come to work. We may catch a big fish this time." After he shouted, several people who were laying on the floor beside him immediately got up from the ground and turned over to reach this person's side. "What did you find?" "It's not clear yet, but listen, we'll probably have the results soon." Each department tracks his phone calls and keeps their own records. Soon, under the operation of several people, the various instruments on the side began to play their respective roles. The three-cylinder commander was sitting on a chair with a phone in one hand and wiping the sweat on his forehead with a tissue in the other hand. At this time, he finally got scared and couldn't help but regret. Why did he only see the money in the first place? Why didn't he think about the consequences of this in the first place? But now it's too late to say anything. Let's think about how to remedy it. If we can get the support of Can't Stop the Car, there may still be room for maneuver. Sweat continued to flow from his forehead, and he felt extremely uneasy. At this moment, the phone in his hand heard a sound again. "I'm Strom, just tell me if you have anything to say." After hearing about the business, the anxiety in my heart relaxed a little, and I quickly told the other party about his affairs. "Mr. Strom, I am YYP. Last time you asked me to go to Black and White Tiger 200 as much as possible, and I did it. However, things have developed so far that they are somewhat beyond my control. I don't know if you can provide me with some help. It doesn't take much to find the battery for the White Tiger 200. Is it really a safety hazard?" The three-cylinder commander quickly said these words, but the area manager who answered the call was full of reluctance. Strom couldn't help but become a little angry. What kind of idiot did he find? The other party actually started with the battery used in the White Tiger 200. This was really like a long-lived person eating arsenic. He couldn't help but blame himself. This person was impatient with life, so he started talking about the battery. Holding back the anger in his heart, he began to speak into the phone. "Three-cylinder commander, our cooperation ends here. Don't call me again in the future. The reason why I can answer your call this time is because I want to tell you personally that there will never be any cooperation between us again. Goodbye." Then before the three-cylinder commander could react, a busy signal came from the phone after the phone was hung up. He was stunned for 2 seconds, and then redialed the call. He was afraid that he would be slow and the other party would leave in front of the phone. Sure enough, within a second of the phone ringing, the phone was picked up. "I asked you whether it's over or not. I've already said that our cooperation is over. There will be no further cooperation in the future, and please do not contact us again. As he said that, Strom was about to hang up the phone again, and the third cylinder commander said anxiously on the phone, Mr. Strom, don't hang up just yet. Don't hang up yet. As someone who has worked with you many times, can I ask you a question? Why are you treating me like this? I'm just doing what you asked me to do. Strom, who originally planned to hang up the phone, stopped thinking about hanging up immediately after hearing the other party's question. I thought to myself that since there would be no more cooperation in the future, it would be better to make it clear once and for all. Haha, Mr. Three-Cylinder, first of all, you are not doing things according to my instructions. First of all, I am just entrusting you. Let you use your car reviewer's perspective to publish an issue focusing on the shortcomings of the White Tiger 200 model. You need to understand this point. Secondly, I didn't ask you to start with the battery of the White Tiger 200, and I didn't ask you to focus on the battery. Speaking of batteries, I admire you very much. You actually dare to start with batteries. You are a true warrior. You actually ignored your own safety and fired at your national policy of Kyushu. After speaking, Strom hung up the phone directly, leaving the three-cylinder commander on the other side of the phone standing blankly. Just next to the three-cylinder commander, everyone in the Kyushu Security Bureau who was monitoring everything had their eyes lit up. This phone call was really fruitful. Not only did I get the whole story clearly, but I also found out the motives of the three-cylinder commander. And the other party's subjective consciousness is not that the graphene battery was intentionally targeted, but that it was created in order to complete the commission that could not stop the car. And after these people knew who the source of everything was, they did not give up because of what the other party said on the phone. Who knows whether this person who could not stop the car deliberately guided the three-cylinder commander to deliberately aim behind the scenes. Where's the battery? No one knows this, and only after their investigation can they stop caring about this person. You must know that the parent company that can't stop the car has come up with Starlink. Especially recently, Starlink has also provided data transmission to Buddha 35, which is 30 times faster than before. For such a company, with such a background, it is difficult not to make people suspicious. They feel that the three-cylinder Dezuo behaves like this, and it has something to do with the fact that the car cannot stop the car and deliberately steers towards the battery. You guys go on, I'm going to call peeping. The leader of the team monitoring the three-cylinder commander gave instructions to the people present, then walked aside and made a phone call. The team leader immediately reported their findings to Beeping. After receiving the information from below, Beeping immediately launched control of Strom. It was also because they didn't have any evidence that they didn't come to the door openly. Instead, they did it secretly. Taking action against a car that cannot stop is not the same as taking action against a three-cylinder commander. After all, they all understand that this multinational company may not be so pure in terms of attributes. After figuring out what was going on, the Jushu Security Bureau made a report on the matter. This debate on the internet has grown to a point where the relevant departments are also studying how to end it. In the Jushu Divine Beast workshop, after Su Zhengyang left, since this bulletproof car was manufactured for the first time, the experience was not very high. Even with Li Zhenhua's virtual laboratory foundation, there are still some differences in reality. So in order to improve the progress of this first bulletproof car, he transferred 2 or 3 more people from Kingyu. As expected, once the number of personnel increased, the speed became much faster. When he was happy that the progress of the bulletproof car was accelerating, there was a commotion inside Kyushu, but it was not a paradise outside Kyushu. Recently, the Luo Chuasha people have not been at peace with their neighbors to the south, especially with their internal Yesei armed forces. It can be said that there is a fundamental hatred. The reason is not because of political opinions, but because religious sects have always been full of contradictions. Although Yesei and She share the same religion, their sects are not the same, which also makes the relationship between the two neighbors not friendly. A small dozen every 3 days and a big dozen every 5 days have become the norm for these two neighbors. And why did Luo Chuasha go to Kyushu again to buy a 7-color Type 4 drone? That was entirely because during the conflict with Yesai, the 7-color 4-in-1 drone was used as a consumable in the hands of Luo Chuo, and as many as 7 of them were dropped in a year. But after the Suzaku series fighter planes purchased by Mr. Sha arrived, the weather cleared up and the rain stopped, and he felt that he could do it. As soon as this thought came to mind, Mr. Sha was not the one who could hold back, so 2 Suzaku 8s flew into the sky that day. In front of these 2 Suzaku 8s, there are 4 colorful 4s. This can be regarded as the first time that the Suzaku 8 has acted as an escort fighter aircraft. Suzaku 8 was following Kakei's but flying slowly and leisurely. Suzaku 8's body was now fully loaded, and all the things that could be hung were hung on it, just waiting to show off your skills. The Suzaku 8 was not far away from the 4 colorful aircraft in front, and these 2 aircraft did not show their superb performance. Just hanging behind the 4 aircraft in front, to put it bluntly, the 4 Kyushu high-end surveillance and combat drones in front are just baits at this moment, baits with thin skin and big fillings. As the saying goes, you can't trap a wolf if you don't want to give up your children. The Suzaku 8 following behind is the hunter. The 6 planes flew from Luochuo's house to the neighbor's airspace at a constant speed, and flew towards the intended bombing target. The Yesei rebels are more powerful than the government forces in this country. If Lao Mo hadn't intervened, they would have seized power long ago. Therefore, it is not surprising that the Yesei armed forces have their own air force. With the cooperation of air defense radar, they were discovered early when Kk entered their sky. At the Air Force Airport, 4 K-safe 2K drones took off urgently from the runway. This UAV is also an unmanned fighter independently developed by itself through constant battles with camels, which translates to Striker 2K. In fact, it can be called a suicide counterattack drone, which mainly targets the drone owned by Camel. And the 4 forwards, who were under emergency voice control, flew straight towards the colorful camels. But what Yesai didn't expect was that there were 2 Suzaku 8s following Kk, the kind that mounted all the equipment picked up in the desert. Don't ask why Yesai's radar couldn't detect the Suzaku 8 behind it, even if the outside of the fuselage was full of weapons. Based on the appearance of the Suzaku 8 and the backwardness of the Yesei radar, the Suzaku 8 does not even have a shadow on the Yesei armed radar. In this way, Suzaku 8 followed Kk without even noticing and flew towards the intended bombing target. The forwards of Kk and Yesai met in the air within a few minutes. If Kk's plane had run away in the past, it would have dropped the bombs it carried even if it could not run away. But this time it was indeed uncharacteristic. The colorful camel showed no intention of escaping at all, and rushed towards the intended target as always. In the Air Force Command Base in Yesei, there were 4 pilots sitting steadily in front of the control console, controlling the forward 2K to accelerate towards Kk. Oh, these camels are quite brave this time. They are not afraid of us. If it had been left to the past, wouldn't they have run away long ago? One of the pilots, skillfully controlling the Striker 2K in his hands, was not idle at all, and asked the surrounding comrades. Listening to his words, the soldiers in formal attire around them burst out laughing, as if the pilot's words hit the depths of their hearts. Along with laughter, another pilot said jokingly, "Maybe the camels are used to being thrown by planes, or else they are tycoons from the Middle East who use high-end drones as consumables. After our leader gets the power of Minai, we will also go to the Shang family to buy some good goods." Just when the control room was filled with laughter, something strange finally appeared on their radar, but the radar was really too lagging behind and still failed to capture Suzaku 8. But in the control room of Camel China, a different scene appeared. There are 4 7-color drone consoles placed in the room, and 8 virtual control cabins are neatly placed around them. 2 of the virtual control cabins emitted light from inside, indicating that someone was using these 2 control cabins. The next battle of the Suzaku team will be left to you. The enemy's suicide fighter is about to encounter us. I hope you live up to expectations and can defeat it. This was the supervisor of the control room giving orders to the Suzaku team, and the 2 pilots in the control room finally screamed in excitement. They couldn't wait to meet each other, especially after they gradually became familiar with Suzaku 8. Suzaku 8 was controlled by them and began to accelerate in the sky. Soon the speed reached Mach 1.5 and was still increasing. The distance between the 2 sides was actually not that far, and they were both rushing towards each other. It didn't take long before the 4 forward 2K rushed into the attack range of the Suzaku 8. The Suzaku 8 was equipped with a radar, and there were 4 colorful auxiliary aircraft at the rear. The 2 aircraft locked on one of the other's aircraft. Then I saw the missile on a mounting point on the wing detached from the wing. The air-to-air missile had just left the wing and its engine ignited. Then the speed surged, and the missile's speed quickly reached Mach 3. In the Yesei control center, 2 missiles suddenly appeared on the radar, catching all of them off guard. I don't understand at all how this missile came out. Their plane has not yet reached the opponent's attack range. Just as they were stunned, the 2 high-speed missiles arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Before the 4 of them could react, they saw the screens on 2 of the 4 consoles turning into blue screens showing that there was no signal. The pilots controlling them seemed to have lost their souls. They had never encountered such a situation since they started flying forward 2K. They were beaten down before they even saw who the enemy was. This was something they simply couldn't accept. In fact, this means that they have never fought against Mold. If they did, they would know what true beyond visual range is. Now Camel's tactics are actually a type of beyond visual range strike. The remaining 2 strikers became extra cautious, because the 2 strikers that were flying in front of them just now were beaten down so efficiently and quickly. But this kind of caution will not bring any effect. The 2 planes passed through the airspace and exploded in fireballs. The blown aircraft parts collided with the 2 surviving aircraft, the sound resounded through the speakers throughout the control room, and the images also appeared on the screens of the 2 controllers. As soon as they passed through the fireball, they saw 2 aircraft of a type they had never seen flying towards them from the opposite side. Moreover, that model looked particularly good-looking and was much smaller than the 7-color 4. However, before they could see clearly, the 2 Suzakus passed by them. After the Suzaku-8 passed by the remaining two Yesei unmanned fighter jets, it immediately climbed up at a large angle and began to do somersaults. When the aircraft flew to the direction where its nose was facing the direction it came from, and its belly was facing the sky, it rolled over. Adjust your body. A beautiful yin mailman maneuver was performed, which is also a movement that camels are trained to do in Kyushu. At this time, the postures of both sides changed. From flying each other, they became flying in the same direction, and Suzaku-8 was still in a chasing posture. The current situation is completely confusing to the Yesei pilots. When did the camels have such a fighter? This style of fighter is not as clumsy as the colorful one. Just by looking at its appearance, you can tell that it is a fighter. The plane that just missed them made everyone in Yesei who were paying attention to the scene stunned. Originally, they wanted to let their forward 2K add another exciting fighter today, but unfortunately things went beyond their expectations. I really didn't expect this situation to arise. Looking at the scene behind the plane displayed on the screen, the previous two planes had turned around and caught up. At this time, through the thick camera, the Suzaku-8 fighter plane behind was finally clearly displayed in front of everyone in the Yesei Armed Forces. It was an aircraft with a wingspan of only 8.5 meters. It was not that big of a plane. Its appearance was black and gray. There were 3 missiles hung on each side of the wings. Looking at the size of the missiles, you could tell that they were very powerful. In the control room of the Yesei Armed Forces, everyone's mood became very bad, because they all understand that it is only a matter of time before the two strikers 2K, which have not been shot down by each other yet, will be shot down. There is no chance of escaping. After all, this kind of drone of mine is not that advanced. It is just superior in some performances and can counterattack Kake, but it does not mean that it can pose a threat to Suzaku-8. Everyone in Yesei looked unhappy, but the pilot Suzaku-8 behind them had no intention of using missiles. Even if they are world-famous big dogs, this is not how the money is used. It is obviously not worth it to use expensive missiles when facing an enemy with little resistance. At this time, the machine gun pods installed on the aircraft's fuselage by camels came in handy. The only 2 aircraft in front could be shot down with aviation machine guns. Why use missiles to solve problems that can be solved with bullets? Under the control of the camel pilot, the Suzaku-8 was a local fighter, and soon Yesei's 2 forwards were beaten down by 12.7mm aviation machine guns. From then on, Suzaku-8 was considered to have successfully gained air superiority, and the 4 colorful aircraft behind them also slowly flew up, and then the 6 aircraft flew straight towards the planned bombing site. This bombing mission was successfully completed with the efforts of 6 aircraft. The Camel Country also released this mission as news without any exaggeration, and the main shots focused on the Suzaku-8 that completed its flight and landed at the airport. This news has been sent out, but it is so serious that all countries in the world are nervous. The most nervous among them is the World Police Country, because they are the largest arms exporter in the world. Originally, their drones were not sold well in the Middle East. Now with this news, their drones will be even less popular in the future. People are interested. These things happening in the world have not yet reached Kyushu, because when these things happened there, it was already evening in Kyushu. As for what Kyushu officials will say, we can only find out what they will say at the Foreign Affairs press conference the next day. Now all reporters from other countries in Kyushu are waiting for the regular press conference the next day. They were all thankful that they did not catch up with the next day, Saturday or Sunday. If they did catch up and wanted to get an official response from Kyushu, they would have to wait until next Monday. Things are still developing. Kyushu, the instigator, is very stable, but the country of Mold is not so able to sit still. After all, they are the world's police, and they claim to be in charge of everything. There is a 12-hour time difference between Jushu and Lao Mo. Blackjack in Jushu is 9 o'clock in Mo country. At this time, Dillian also started to work. At the regular meeting, Lao Mo started to speak at the table. Today we have only one issue, and that is that Kyushu has destroyed the balance of force in the region. We solemnly protest against what you have done and hope you will not sell weapons that undermine regional peace. Just after he finished speaking, he immediately received support from his younger brothers, who expressed his opinions without hesitation. All the fingers were pointed at Jushu, but Jushu's spokesperson sat firmly in his seat without panicking at all. Just sitting in the seat, watching the performance of everyone present, after the little brother of the old mold finally finished his speech, the furry bear who was working today began to move down. I wonder if Kyushu has anything to say. The Jushu spokesperson calmly straightened his body in his seat, then turned on the microphone in front of him and spoke in Kyushu dialect. I have just listened carefully to everyone's opinions, and we fully agree with these views. We will also support these views and implement them as soon as possible. But one thing we don't know is what the weapons that everyone talks about that affect regional security refer to. Please tell me clearly and let me know what it is so that I can convey the decision at the meeting back to my family. After he finished speaking, the venue immediately became a little noisy. No one expected that Jushu would respond like this. Isn't this just pretending to be stupid? They all made it clear, but the people in Kyushu still planned to fool the past. Mao Xiong, who was sitting on the main seat, winked at the Jushu spokesperson inadvertently, and Mao Xiong secretly gave him a thumbs up in return. After that, both of them laughed heartily. Except for the younger brother who was talking, everyone else was keeping quiet. Whether they were watching a show or it had nothing to do with them, it was very quiet anyway. At this time, it's not okay for Lao Mo to be so noisy all the time. He has to talk about serious things, otherwise he will really be fooled by Kyushu. We discovered that an aircraft sold by Jushu to Lianja has seriously affected regional security. The name of that aircraft seems to be Phoenix 8, which is Phoenix 8 in your Kyushu dialect. The Jushu spokesperson did not appear panicked when faced with Lao Mo's words, and still had the same smile on his face. First of all, let me correct you. You used the wrong word. Our aircraft is called Zuk 8, not Phoenix 8/Phoenix 8. There can be many phoenixes, but Suzaku is the only one. He is one of the 4 sacred beasts in our country. This is the first point. The second point I want to make is that you all have misunderstood the Suzaku 8. This aircraft is not a weapon, it is just an environmental detection drone. It has nothing to do with weapons, so I am opposed to your statement that it is a weapon that can affect regional stability. This is completely baseless slander, a slander against a technology company in Jushu that is responsible for caring about the world's environment. As an environmental detection drone, the Suzaku 8 is qualified. It is just a civilian aircraft. How can it be said to be a weapon? What is a surprise? This is called a surprise. What is shameless? This is called a shameless thing. The spokesperson of Jushu, as a leader among black rabbits, had no reaction at all to what he just said, but in his heart he was praising himself, and he almost laughed out loud. If it weren't for his profound skills, he would have been unable to hold back his laughter. And Mao Xiong, who was at work today, looked at the spokesperson of Jushu with a strange look, his face turned red, and the smile in his heart made him painfully suppressed. But the atmosphere at the scene was not so friendly to Lao Mo. After hearing these words, he couldn't express his feelings in words. If this scene were posted on Kuaishou, the vast number of talented netizens would definitely add a picture. It's Wolong's righteous expression, and there's a picture of small words underneath it. I have never seen such a shameless person. JPEG. Lao Mo has never thought about reaching the current situation. When he first heard that Jushu had given in, he said that he would make corrections when he returned. But the situation is slowly developing in a direction beyond his control. What is an environmental detection drone? That thing can fly at supersonic speeds, and can also carry various missiles. It can be called an environmental detection drone. This is simply telling lies with your eyes open. How can you be so shameless? Then the old mold's popularity continued to ask. Okay, follow your logic. The Suzaku 8 you mentioned is an environmental detection drone, so why are there so many weapons on the wings of this drone? How do you want to explain this? You must give Ground Lian a reasonable explanation. After saying that, he looked towards Kyushu triumphantly. Mao Xiong, who was on duty today, also turned his attention to the side. Faced with the gazes of everyone looking at him with a confident face, he returned leisurely. This issue has nothing to do with us. The drones we sell are only sold as environmental monitoring drones. As for how the buyers will use it after they buy it back, that is completely beyond our control. Let me give you an easy-to-understand example. You bought a steak in the supermarket and then went home and fried it until it was well done. But everyone knows that a well-done steak is not chewy, but you like to eat it well done. Can the supermarket come to your home and force you to cook it to a certain degree of doneness? This was not such a fierce counterattack that everyone present shut up after hearing it. Although Lao Mo also felt that it made sense, it was not in line with their expectations. I object to your metaphor. I think you are changing the concept. These are completely different things, how can they be compared? The objection raised did not receive much support from the audience, and almost everyone accepted this point of view. Seeing that Lao Mo was still unconvinced, the Jushu spokesperson continued. I think these principles are similar, and I have not changed the concepts. Now that I have finished explaining my point of view, regarding the issue you raised, I think the person involved can speak out and say a few words. As soon as he finished speaking, the spokesperson of the Camel Kingdom, who was sitting on his seat, stood up in a white robe. It's finally my turn to perform. The brothers from Kyushu still have good ideas. Bai Peo turned on the microphone in front of him and stood there and gestured to the United Nations. As a party involved, I believe that the bad side's suggestion of selling weapons that would affect regional peace is simply not tenable. What we bought is indeed an environmental monitoring drone, and this drone has excellent performance in environmental monitoring. But what I want to say is that for such a high-performance drone, our country's aviation scientists are also very capable. They have fully explored its excellent performance. This is entirely an internal problem of our camels, and I think it should not be raised to the ground for discussion. After the white-robed camel finished speaking, he sat down and made his point of view clear. Lao Mao and his younger brothers all looked at the two people who had just finished speaking, and couldn't help but have a new understanding of the two parties' faces. Everything that happened in the Earth Alliance has not been reported, but its impact on various countries is not small, especially in various third-party countries. At the same time, they have also set their sights on the environmental detection drone produced by Kyushu. The popularity of this non-military aircraft in the international arms market is growing rapidly. But Li Jianhua, who was concentrating on building bulletproof cars, didn't know that a large number of international orders were coming to him. After hanging up the phone with Strom, a few days passed. These days, the three-cylinder commander spent these days in fearing that someone would come to his door at any time. But after waiting for so many days, no one came to invite him to drink tea, just when he thought he was safe. He was making plans for tomorrow at the company, and another dinner notice was sent to him on Zai. But at this moment, the front desk of his company called him and said that 2 police officers were looking for him with something. Want to talk. When he heard the word police, the three-cylinder commander's heart seemed to have stopped for an instant. After a long pause, he finally came to his senses after being called by the front desk. Oh, it's a blessing, not a curse. It's a curse that can't be avoided. It's too late to run away. It's better to see what's going on now. There is no point in running. Now that technology is so advanced, where can I run, unless I run out of Kyushu? But my foundation is here, and I cannot abandon these foundations and go abroad. With this in mind, he could only tell the front desk to ask the police to come up, and then he met with the police. After the meeting, the policeman went straight to the point, took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to him. It turned out to be nothing more than a summons. As expected, he was invited over by the police. When he got into the police car, he was very happy. Fortunately, it was only the police who came this time. But when he sat in the inquiry room, the person sitting opposite him was not a policeman. Just when he was still doubtful, he saw the person opposite showing his ID in front of him. 2 documents from the Kyushu Security Bureau were placed in front of him, and the three-cylinder commander's energy collapsed. It's over this time. Turning around, he looked at the 4 big words posted on the wall: leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist. He immediately became honest and made him determined to answer truthfully. In this state, the three-cylinder commander would just say whatever was asked, without any hidden secrets. The headquarters of Unable to Stop the Car just received 2 White Tiger 200 shipped from Kyushu from the customs today. This is also the first batch of White Tiger 200 to be shipped out of Kyushu, and the fate of these 2 cars has been decided long ago. It will be treated as a research object and dismantled into parts by the Unstoppable Car headquarters. Unable to Stop the Car was indeed unambiguous. They called all their high-end engineers together and formed a research team for the White Tiger 200. Judging from the posture of Beihua 200, they will definitely not give up. The strength of this group is indeed impressive. 5 or 6 of them are current professors at Ivy League schools. Any one of them alone is a man of great influence. But someone with such strength is summoned here without stopping. Peace. Soon all the technologies on the White Tiger 200 were in the hands of these powerful people. Whether it was graphene battery or electric motor technology, all were thoroughly studied. The only thing they didn't understand was the electronic control system, but that didn't matter. They had always been strong in systems. Even if they couldn't figure it out, they could develop it on their own. Gradually, the team put together all the new technologies used on the White Tiger 200 and handed them over to Koma's desk. As the real-life version of Iron Man, I am still very good at technology. I carefully read the conclusions reached by my team. Then he felt a headache. Koma's put one hand on his forehead and massaged his temples. Can they produce the technology of White Tiger 200? Of course they can. As far as their own technical level is concerned, they are not bragging, they are the best in the world. But it is really impossible for them to produce in large quantities. Technology is not the limitation, the material is the shortcoming. They don't have cheap enough graphene, so even if all the technology is developed, it will be useless. It can be said that the White Tiger 200 can achieve such results because everything is related to the most critical material, graphene. Without this material, nothing can be discussed. After Komas came to this conclusion, he felt a headache and looked again at the conclusions and reports submitted below. The report in front of him clearly stated all the technologies on the White Tiger 200. Graphene lithium-ion batteries do not have much advanced technology as ordinary lithium-ion batteries. They are no different in basic principles. The decisive factor is the new material, graphene. The supercharging system only uses the principle of increasing the voltage and current output. It does not have a high technical content, but the key parts that make up this part are all made of graphene. Looking at the report in front of him, Komas thought about a solution. If he wanted to solve all the technical problems on the car, he could only develop batch graphene production technology. But having said that, if they could develop this technology to prepare large amounts of cheap graphene, wouldn't they have put a car like the White Tiger 200 on the market long ago? Will it be the turn of the 9 provinces' divine beasts to be the first to eat crabs? After thinking about it, Comas took out his cell phone, rummaged through the phone book, and looked at the phone number with the name of the CIA director in California written on it. He couldn't make up his mind to call. In the end, he couldn't control his hand and pressed the phone number on the phone screen. Do. The call was dialed and was picked up quickly. "This is Smith, what's the matter?" "I am Comas, Director Smith. I have a favor to ask of you. Please go do some activities and be sure to get the preparation method of graphene. This is a material that determines our national destiny." No one except the person involved knows what the two parties said next. Around graphene, the old mold party launched a series of unknown actions. Lee Jianhua was completely unaware of everything that happened here. He just stayed in the workshop and continued to work on his iron. The progress of the bulletproof car has sped up a lot after he mobilized personnel, and he himself is very satisfied with the current progress. On this day, he did not rush to the company early in the morning. Instead, he woke up at home and put on formal clothes that he was not used to. Li Yun was also busy in the cloakroom, choosing decent clothes. He had already put them on and was waiting for Li Yun to come out. After waiting for another 5 minutes, Li Yun finally walked out of the cloakroom, but the other party's dress was not very complicated. It was a very clean outfit, just a white shirt. This pure Li Yun looks like a junior or senior student. She does not have the youthfulness of a high school student, but does not match the temperament of an urban beauty. That feeling can only be understood but cannot be expressed. Li Yun walked up to Li Jianhua, who was already staring blankly, and waved her hand in front of him, which brought him back to his senses. "What are you looking at? Why are you so fascinated?" When he came back to his senses, he didn't feel any embarrassment at all, and returned with a silly smile on Li Yun. He, I'm looking at the most beautiful woman in the world. The one who can win this beauty must also be handsome. "Ah, you are so shameless, praising yourself openly and secretly, then let's go." As he said that, he took his arm and the two of them walked towards the door. Today is a special day for the two of them. They had already promised Li's father and Li's mother to discuss the evidence with Li Yun first, but they were able to find time after they came back from hiking. In fact, the biggest reason was Li Jianhua. He was so busy that he completely forgot about this matter. When he remembered it, it had been half a year since they returned from hiking. After remembering this, he immediately went to find someone to fix it, and finally chose an auspicious day, which was today. The two decided to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate. The two of them first went to the photo studio and took a simple set of photos with a sense of age, and then approached the Civil Affairs Bureau. Take a number from the number calling machine in the lobby, and fill in the information about yourself and Li Yun in the prescribed format in front of a counter. After everything was ready, he sat in the waiting area in the lobby and waited for their number to be called. The process is not complicated, it can be said to be very simple. For the two of them, this kind of time is very sacred, but for the marriage clerk of the Civil Affairs Bureau, this is just a daily routine. There was no special ceremony. It was just a verification of the submitted materials and a simple question as to whether both parties had thought about it, and got a positive answer from them. The clerk placed the payment code in front of the two of them. After collecting the cost of the marriage certificate, he started operating the machine and went to get the marriage certificate. In less than 5 minutes, they walked out of the registration room, each of them holding a red certificate in their hands. After the two people walked out, they looked at each other. Li Yun's face was quite disappointed. "Husband, why do I feel so childish? In less than 5 minutes, I will become your legal wife? I regret it, there is no sense of ceremony at all, this is so disappointing." Not only was Li Yun disappointed, but Li Jianhua himself was also confused. He had never thought that getting married was so simple. They were dismissed within 5 minutes. 2 single men and women went in and a couple came out. "Ha, I'm confused too, but you can't regret it. We are now a legal couple. It's just that we have to understand others. For us, this is a big deal, but for others, it is a job. For our wedding day today, let's go out and have fun. How about climbing Mount Tai?" I thought about it. In ancient times, there were emperors who granted Zen status on Mount Tai, but only Li and his wife stood on Mount Tai to let God know that we were married. Li Yun held the marriage certificate in her hand and nodded shyly. The two left the Civil Affairs Bureau and sat in the Huanlong car. Li Yun nestled in his arms, still looking at her marriage certificate in her hand. Soon I saw a line of English letters in the marriage certificate. I looked at the letters in confusion, not knowing what they meant. He poked Li Jianhua's stomach with one hand and looked up at him, while the other hand pointed at the line of letters on the notebook. "Do you know what this row of letters means?" Looking where Li Yun was pointing, he also had doubts on his face. "MZHBJZH. I don't understand what this means. Let's not think about it. There will be plenty of time to understand it in the future. Let's discuss how to play. I think watching the sunrise at the 5 sacred mountains is actually quite beautiful. What do you think?" Facing his answer, Li Yun had no other reaction. She still studied the line of letters and answered him perfunctorily. 2 weeks have passed since the two of them came back from Mount Tai. When he came back and returned to the workshop, Su Zhengyang returned here with 20 soldiers. With the addition of these people, the progress of the cars on both sides has indeed accelerated a lot, and all his energy is now focused on the bulletproof car. Life is still as peaceful as before, without a single ripple. But things were not what he thought. If he didn't take the initiative to cause trouble, things would come to him. Lu Xiaodong called him immediately and asked him to come over. He didn't say anything on the phone yet. After hanging up, he walked towards the nearby factory area to find Lu Xiaodong. Pushing the door open and walking into Lu Xiaodong's office, he picked up a familiar water glass from the table beside him, poured himself a glass of water, and sat on the sofa. Lu Xiaodong also came over and sat opposite him. "Tell me, what's the matter, fat man?" "It's okay. Even though you've been busy nearby recently, I don't see you interfering with matters in the factory here. Someone just happened to send us an invitation to attend the conference today, so I will call you over to see if you are interested in going. Of course, there are also some internal matters within our company, and I will also take the opportunity to tell you about them." Lu Xiaodong looked at him and said, handing him the orange he had just picked, "What kind of meeting is it? I find that there are not many other things going on every day, but there are many invitations to meetings. You tell me, I'll decide based on the situation." The fat man also had a look of helplessness on his face. Indeed, as he said, people were meeting with them all day long, covering all kinds of content from all walks of life. "We are not considered an automobile manufacturer. The Jiuzhou Automobile Industry Alliance invited us to Peking to discuss the next issues regarding the layout of the entire Jiuzhou automobile industry. The meeting will be attended by not only state-owned enterprises but also private companies like ours. Anyway, all car companies will go there. I heard that when the time comes, official people will also come to provide opinions. Take a look at this meeting and see if you can go." Listening quietly to what Lu Xiaodong said, he also heard from the fat man's mouth that this meeting was unusual. What is the layout of Jiuzhou's automobile industry? This can affect the entire Jiuzhou automobile structure, but he really doesn't want to participate in a lot of things on his side. In fact, it has nothing to do with him. He is just a character who listens in the audience. It doesn't matter whether he goes or not. "Well, why don't you do it like this? Fatty, you can go ahead. You haven't had a good time out since we started working in the company. You took Wang Mei with you on this trip to Peking. Even if you go on a trip and have a meeting by the way." After he finished speaking, Lu Xiaodong's face opposite him had a true expression. Lu Xiaodong knew early on that 80% of the results would be like this. He would let himself attend this meeting, and he would continue to be his otaku god. "Okay." She nodded helplessly at him, and after thinking about it, it was actually not bad. She took Wang Mei to the capital, and also went to the door to see the flag raising, to sublimate her national pride. "You don't want to go to the meeting, I will take you there, but you have to pay attention to our company's new products." New product? Why didn't he know about the new product? He had no impression of it at all. When had the company ever researched a new product? "What? Why don't I know about any new products?" "You don't mean the bulletproof car I'm working on?" "Oh, I said you are really capable and don't care about the situation in the factory here at all. You just stay at home, and one day you will see how I can oust you as the chairman and let you leave the house." Li Zhenhua, who was sitting opposite him, immediately jumped up from the sofa when he heard this, stepped over the coffee table between the two of them, and pressed the fat man under him, and his hands reached out to the neck that was almost fat and gone, and pinched it. "What are you talking about? Watch me clean up the door today." The two of them were laughing and joking, and the estrangement between them caused by the recent lack of seeing each other disappeared. After laughing and fussing, the two sat down again and then continued talking about business. The laughter and begging for mercy from the two of them were all heard through the door and reached the ears of the secretary outside. "What kind of new product is it?" He still didn't remember what it was and asked again. "Hey!" Seeing that he really couldn't remember, Lu Xiaodong also let out a helpless sigh. "Let's not stay in the office. I'll take you to see it and you'll know." As he said that, the fat man got up from the sofa and walked towards the door, but Li Zhenhua still sat without moving. "Let's go, stop sitting." At the urging of the fat man, he stood up and followed, and the two of them walked all the way to the finished product warehouse. Looking at the place they were about to arrive, it was a warehouse specially used to store products that had passed the inspection. When he got here, he understood that a new product had really been developed, but why didn't he remember it at all? The two pushed the door open and walked in. There were rows of white Tiger motorcycles neatly placed in the warehouse, ready for use. Among the neatly arranged vehicles, a very conspicuous two-wheeled motorcycle with a matte black body attracted his attention. When he saw the motorcycle for the first time, he knew that it should be the new product Lu Xiaodong had mentioned. A new model of motorcycle. With their company's current scientific research strength, it is quite simple to develop a motorcycle. After all, he has the foundation he laid before. But there is a clear gap between the motorcycle in front of him and the motorcycle he developed before. The most obvious point is that this motorcycle does not have the consistent bloodline of their white tiger, and the radial engine disappears on this motorcycle. This wasn't the only thing that confused him. There was no exhaust pipe on the car. There wasn't even one exhaust pipe for such a big car. Under the leadership of Lu Xiaodong, he approached the car. When he got close, his analytical eyes took the initiative. Pure electric motorcycle, mid-mounted rear-drive layout, shaft transmission system, total weight 126 kilograms, motor power 96 kilowatts, maximum output torque 123. The detailed data of this motorcycle was placed in front of him, which made him feel incredible. He didn't know when such an electric motorcycle was produced here. And seeing that this motorcycle looked like a state guest car, it was only then that he finally remembered what this car was about. Turning to look at the fat man next to him, he looked at him in astonishment and asked him in a puzzled tone, "Is this based on the electric motorcycle plan you finally decided on when you came to me?" Clearly understanding something, Lu Xiaodong nodded to him. "But what kind of battery do you use in this car? What is the capacity of the battery? And what about the electric motor? Where does the motor come from, and how powerful is the motor? How to solve the problem of control system?" After seeing the fat man nodding, he immediately asked a bunch of questions. He was very eager to know all the relevant information about the car in front of him, because he wanted to fully understand this car, and the appearance of this car really gave him a surprise. This is not just a matter of a car, it is of great significance. This is the first car that Zhu Divine Beast has truly independently developed, a car that was built without his participation. This means that Zhu Divine Beast Company has gradually matured, and he no longer has to personally develop new models. Zhu Divine Beast already has independent research and development capabilities in the future motorcycle field. He asked a series of questions so that the fat man didn't know where to start with him. Seeing the fat man's expression of constipation and speechlessness, he knew that he was asking a little hastily. Then he faced the fat man again and started with the most basic questions. "It seems that I have confused you, so I will ask you one question at a time, starting from the most basic questions. Do all the technologies of this motorcycle have independent property rights?" Seeing that the questioning method had changed, the fat man began to answer him in detail. "You had so many questions before that I don't know where to start. Fortunately, you have changed your approach. All the property rights of this motorcycle belong to us. The Kyushu Divine Beast is a white tiger with pure blood. How about it? Our companies are /U0026D team is pretty good." Regarding the fat man's rhetorical question and the fat man's previous answer, Li Zhenhua also noticed that all the work of Zhu Divine Beast was gradually becoming formal. The technology that was originally supported by him alone has now developed. In terms of technology, he is no longer alone. Zhu Divine Beast is also a company with a technical team. Yes, very good. This is a real company with unlimited potential. It turns out that it only relies on the model I am developing. Obviously this is abnormal and is not conducive to the future development of our company. Well done, fat man. As he spoke, he came to Lu Xiaodong's side, put his arm around his neck, and put his fat head under his arm. The other hand was not idle and started to purr the big fat head. The fat man didn't react at first, but by the time he did, the situation had already formed. It took him a while to finally break free from Li Zhenhua's armpit. "Oh, you've messed up my hair. Why are you snoring at my head?" the fat man complained while adjusting his hair. "As the general manager of the management company, it is my job to put the company on the right track. Only when the company becomes more and more sound in all aspects can we achieve further long-term development. We cannot rely solely on you in terms of technology. So I exerted my subjective initiative, which can be regarded as adding some foundation to our company. Pay papa." After Lu Xiaodong finished speaking, he clapped towards the fat man very seriously. These words were so accurate. I didn't expect that the fat man, who was usually unassuming, could say such things. "Okay, stop clapping, just tell me what a great job my brother did. Beautiful, so beautiful. I didn't expect that your fat head contains so many useful things. Ha ha ha." The fat man immediately kicked him, and he nimbly dodged the kicks. Fortunately, the fat man restrained his strength, otherwise the fat man would have mastered the one-word horse by now. "Let's get down to business, let's get down to business. What's going on with the battery pack and motor on this motorcycle? Tell me and explain it to me." The fat man didn't answer him immediately. He came to the side of the motorcycle, turned on the key to the motorcycle, and pressed the start button on the panel. The moment he started the motorcycle, the originally quiet motorcycle made a faint sound. Listening carefully to the sound, the more he heard it, the more familiar it became. He always felt that he had heard it somewhere before, and slowly recalled the sound. He slapped his forehead fiercely and looked at Lu Xiaodong with wide eyes. This motorcycle was only developed after the release of the White Tiger 200. The sound made by the motorcycle now is produced by the operation of the power battery, which is exactly the same as the sound of the White Tiger 200. Except that the voice is relatively small. I wonder why it sounds so familiar. The fat man was now straddling the motorcycle, holding the motorcycle up with his feet and giving him 2 thumbs up. Ha, as expected of you, you can hear something from this voice. Yes, this motorcycle was finally developed by our technical team after the launch of the White Tiger 200. In fact, strictly speaking, this motorcycle still uses your technical foundation, but it has just been adapted by our technicians. Li Jianhua quickly waved his hand, indicating that this was not the case at all. Although this motorcycle has something to do with him, it is not that big fundamentally. Don't think that once you have the basic technology, you can change it into an application platform. Transplanting these technologies that were originally used in cars to motorcycles is not a simple task. This requires very professional technical improvements. This aspect also further illustrates that their Kyushu divine beasts have made great progress in the technical field. From the original technological desert, they have now been able to produce some technological achievements, which is very good. Fat man, you can't say that. You and I both know how difficult it is technically. Have the benefits for these technicians been improved? We need to make employees see hope in our company. Only in this way can we continue to promote our company's technology. It can further stimulate employees' enthusiasm for technological innovation. Anyway, the company will ultimately benefit, so don't be reluctant to spend this little money. Regarding the issue of remuneration, Fatty has already made a plan, but it has not been announced yet. After all, these still need to be discussed with the other 2 shareholders before they can be announced and implemented. I know that in terms of remuneration, I already have a preliminary idea. When Guo Ba comes back, the 3 of us will discuss it together and see what our opinions are. Let me introduce this car to you in detail. At present, most of the technology of this car is derived from the White Tiger 200. Of course, there are also some original things of its own. The proportion of these is not too high. In terms of the motor, it is designed based on the principle of the White Tiger 200 motor. The technology produced in this way is also. Things created in this way also include the battery packs used on motorcycles, and the motorcycle electronic control system created by the software department under Li Yun's leadership based on its control system. Lu Xiaodong thought about everything about the new motorcycle in front of him, and then introduced it to Li Jianhua. Hey, I accidentally got distracted, let me continue. The battery pack is only based on the White Tiger 200, with the battery capacity fixed to 60 kWh. The smaller the capacity, the smaller the volume. The overall size is similar to the lead-acid batteries used in electric bicycles on the market. Usually the highest battery on an electric bicycle is 48V/46Ah, which translates to 2.208 kWh. The motor is also improved on the Beta 200 motor, with a total power of 96 kilowatts. When Lu Xiaodong introduced, his right hand began to hold the switch on the handlebar and turn it. Following his movements, the rear wheel of the motorcycle, which was supported by a large support, began to rotate crazily. As the wheels rotate, the front of the car is like a flat panel instrument, which begins to display the speed the car is idling at. Without letting go of the handlebar with his right hand, he waved into the car with his left hand. Come on, look at how fast this car is idling. 219 km per hour, this is the idling speed displayed on the instrument at this moment. After Li Jianhua saw it, he couldn't help but admire the skills of the company's technicians. Being able to apply the technology to this electric motorcycle based on what he created is a sign that the technology has reached a certain level. We have actually tested it. The fastest speed of this motorcycle on the test field is 198 km per hour. The acceleration from 0 to 100 seconds has reached 3.25 seconds. Although it failed to run within 3 seconds, I feel it is enough. Used. Moreover, the curb weight of the car is only 169 kilograms in total. And this car has no clutch and uses electronic gears. The 3 adjacent red, green and blue buttons on the left-hand handlebar are the gears. Red is for parking, green is for forward, and blue is for reverse. The idle speed of forward gear is 7 km per hour and reverse gear is 3 km per hour. The one we use looks like a state guest car, and we plan to see if we can squeeze it into the parade behind and use it as a road-clearing motorcycle. That's all I can say. After listening to what the fat man said, he also took a serious look at the car in front of him. Generally speaking, the appearance design is very good looking, and first of all, it is not bad in terms of appearance. Secondly, after Lu Xiaodong's introduction, I am quite satisfied with the overall parameters of the car. There is no motorcycle with such data in the field of electric motorcycles in the world. In his calculations, the 60 kWh battery pack and the 96 kilowatts electric motor are expected to have a cruising range of about 400 kilometers. He looked away from the motorcycle instrument and placed it on the fuel tank. Under Fatty's gaze, he opened the obvious charging port. Opening the charging port, it turns out that it uses its supercharging technology, which means that this motorcycle can be fully charged within 5 minutes conservatively. At this time, a question suddenly occurred to me: how to deal with the heat generated by the power battery, and I quickly squatted down to check the cooling system. Behind the wheel, he saw a cooling water tank facing the wind. The moment he saw the water tank, he was relieved. Fortunately, these technicians didn't use air cooling to be crazy. As for the cooling system, water cooling is still safe, air cooling is not practical on this motorcycle. Fat man, I'll go for a lap on the track later and see how the driving experience is. I have to say that you really gave me a surprise. These technicians in the company are quite good. The technical team has been initially formed, and you are indispensable. As he spoke, he patted Lu Xiaodong's fat belly. I don't know since when, Li Jianhua developed a habit of always hitting Lu Xiaodong's belly. After just 2 pats, Lu Xiaodong slapped his hand away and stared at him angrily. Haha, let's stop arguing with you and get back to business. How do you plan to sell this motorcycle? Price, he finally talked about price. When Lu Xiaodong heard this question, he blurted out what he had thought about before. 99,980 yuan, what do you think of this price? The price is 100,000? He suddenly didn't understand how to price this. Their Beta 200 was priced at 1 million, and their previous Beta fuel motorcycles were also priced at over 30. Why is a motorcycle that uses so many new technologies and is so advanced priced at 100,000? Well, what did you think? How could you set such a price? Seeing the astonished expression on Li Jianhua's face, Lu Xiaodong thought for a moment and began to explain to him in detail why the price was so high. Do you still remember what you told me in Kuaba when we were making skewers when we founded the Kyushu Divine Beast? You said at the time that you would change the world because of you. I know you have always done so. The one that has the greatest impact on the world is graphene technology. However, the paths we have taken before are all at the highest end of the benchmark, but I think this path cannot be wrong. But the speed of changing the world is slow, and our company is currently not short of money, so this time we set a price of 100,000 for this car. In fact, in terms of cost, we are still making money at this price, but we are just making less money. The net profit per car can reach about 8,000, which is not low. The originally stunned expression began to change to one of astonishment on his face. It felt like the situation of the fat man opposite him suddenly changed. He had nothing to say and could only give Lu Xiaodong a thumbs up. In Li Jianhua's opinion, money is enough as long as it is enough, and it is something that will not be taken away after death. He has now gained financial freedom and has gradually lost interest in money. Suddenly he understands why Majek said that classic sentence in the first place. I have no objection to this pricing. I'm not interested in money, and I never touch money. What I regret most is that I founded Alibaba. No, it's the mythical beast of Zhu. Get out of here, this is what Majek said, not you. After staying in the warehouse for a while, the motorcycles had learned enough, and the two walked towards the office again. On the way back, he got his approval, and the smile on Lu Xiaodong's face never disappeared. Give the motorcycle a name. We really don't know what to call this motorcycle. Then the fat man asked him for the name of the car model, and he also seriously thought about the name. When the two returned to the office building, he finally thought of the name of the motorcycle. White Tiger Lei Ze. Lu Xiaodong didn't hear what he said clearly, and then asked a question. What? I said this car should be called Behu Lai's. Lai's is full of electricity. In the future, electric motorcycles will be called Behu Lai's. This car is the first generation and can be added with a Behu Lai's 1. Just like that, the name of the electric motorcycle was decided, Behu Lai's, and the price was also set at 99,980 yuan. The two chatted about some more things. After talking, the big boss took the second boss and left during work hours. The two asked someone to get a suckling pig and roasted it in the old blacksmith shop. In the following days, he reinvested his energy in the manufacture of bulletproof cars. Lu Xiaodong boarded a flying boat to Peeping, and Guoshigi, who was already busy, became even busier because another car, the White Tiger Lei Ze, was added to his work. After arriving in Peeping, Lu Xiaodong reported at the meeting location, checked in, and waited for the Zhu Automobile Industry Layout Conference to be held the next day. The meeting was held as scheduled the next day. Fatty came to the venue, found the nameplate of their Kyushu mythical beast, sat down and waited for the organizer to enter. As the time approaches, the seats on the rostrum will be filled up, and the missing person is the leader of the Ministry of Works. When everyone was present, someone finally started to speak on the podium. Everyone is welcome to take time out of your busy schedule to attend this meeting. The content of this meeting is closely related to those present here. It doesn't matter if you don't want to come. The person who spoke made a small joke, and then the scene was full of laughter. I don't know whether it was to cheer for him or to be really funny. Looking at this embarrassing scene, Lu Xiaodong couldn't help laughing. Okay, let's get back to the topic. First, the leaders of the Ministry of Industry will speak and give us guidance. The main topic of this meeting is to adjust the layout of the automobile industry in Kyushu. Why is there such an issue? I believe everyone knows that we have a new technology coming out of Kyushu, which is the graphene battery and the accompanying supercharge that we are currently researching. And what impact will these technologies have? That is, electric vehicles can completely replace the position of fuel vehicles. I believe this impact will be huge. For all car companies here, whether they are passenger cars or commercial vehicles, they will face challenges. That's why there is this conference. We have to unify the layout of Kyushu's automobile industry and twist all the forces together. I believe that everyone will not continue to stick to fuel vehicles, which is already a sunset industry. These are the opinions of our Ministry of Industry. Next, everyone is invited to speak freely. After the leader of the Ministry of Industry finished speaking, the audience immediately burst into warm applause. This meaningful speech was much more meaningful than the awkward chat with the host just now. The host then took over the conversation and continued to preside over the meeting. Okay, a leader is a leader. What he said is of great educational significance. Next, let the president of our industry alliance speak. The host faced the crowd and did not see a trace of disgust flash across the face of the leader of the Ministry of Industry. The president of the alliance had been observing the leader's face, and he immediately realized something. Fortunately, he could make up for it when it was his turn to speak next. The host should not talk nonsense in the future, but should be down to earth. Haha, let's continue chatting. As the leader just said, the convening of this meeting has reached a time when our industry has to improve. If you don't speed up and catch up this time, everyone here will be abandoned by the times, and of course that does not include the Kyushu mythical beasts. Why? Because the source of everything is Jushu divine beast. Everyone knows that graphene, an epoch-making material, was developed by Professor Lee Genhua, and Jushu divine beast is exactly his company. The technology developed by Professor Lee has directly brought us from the era of fuel vehicles to the era of practical electric vehicles. Of course, it has also made many of our companies passive. But should we object to this technology? No, the rest of our company should catch up, which is why we have today's meeting. The words of the president of the Industry Alliance explained the cause and effect, and also set the tone for their meeting, which can be regarded as suppressing the slight discomfort among many participating companies. After the chairman finished speaking, there were speeches by representatives of various companies. The more important one was undoubtedly BID, which makes both its own batteries and cars. So the CEO of BID stood up from his seat amidst the applause of the crowd, walked to the stage and spoke as a company representative. Dear colleagues, I am very happy to have this opportunity to speak on stage. Thank you all. What I want to talk about. First of all, I would like to thank Jushu Divine Beast Company for developing such advanced technology. Don't feel disgusted with Jushu Divine Beast Company. We should be grateful, even though all our previous fuel technologies have suddenly become backward technologies. But compared to foreign companies, all of us here are lucky. Because we are a Jushu company, we will be the first and second batch to receive technology authorization. This actually gives us an opportunity to catch up with foreign car companies. Why do you say this? Because they have not received technical authorization so far, we are one step ahead of them because the 9 provinces Divine Beast asked us to start running behind him. In comparison, for the same technology licensing, I am more willing to use the technology developed by my own country's enterprises. After BID finished his speech, several car companies came on stage to express their own views. Although all car companies started from different perspectives, they all maintained a supportive attitude towards the current situation. These speeches made Lu Xiaodong and Yorong Yan, who were sitting below and listening, feel very useful. It's like the parents who are the best in academic performance are attending a parent-teacher meeting, and both the teachers and other parents of the students all agree with their children. Soon the president returned to preside over the meeting, but the original host had been replaced. After listening to everyone's speeches, I found that everyone's awareness is quite high. As someone said before, there are both risks and opportunities for everyone. This is undeniable to everyone. So let me summarize everyone's speeches. It was another long speech, summarizing what everyone had said before. Having finished talking about everyone's opinions, let's talk to you about our future development layout. I hope everyone will keep it in mind when they go back. This is related to the development prospects of their respective companies. The first point is that each passenger car company, as a pioneer, must first launch its own graphene electric vehicles. Second, after some achievements have been made in passenger cars, commercial vehicles must also keep up. We must increase research and development expenses on electric motors. Don't wait or rely on it. We must conduct independent research and development and strive to see practical commercial applications in the market as soon as possible. Car. Third, regarding the arrangements for fuel vehicles, each car company must gradually phase out the manufacturing of fuel vehicles. We in Jushu expect to complete the elimination of all fuel vehicles within 10 years. As for the length of time, it depends on whether everyone here is able to do it. Everyone must know that graphene technology has given everyone this opportunity, and our country will definitely put this technology to practical use in other fields in the future, so don't hold back. Today, Jushu Divine Beast Company also sent people to attend the meeting. Next, let us warmly welcome the representative of Jushu Divine Beast to the stage to speak. After he finished speaking, there was a series of applause. As for Lu Xiaodong, who was sitting below, his fat face was obviously full of surprise. What about me going up to speak? After everyone finished what the president said, they looked for the location of the 9 provinces Divine Beast in the venue, and soon found the little fat man sitting in the seat. Lu Xiaodong didn't linger on his seat and stood up directly. He was wearing a suit today. He usually didn't wear this kind of suit. And because he had gained a lot of weight recently, the suit was very tight on his body. If I were to find someone who was similar in body type, it would be Ma Dongseok. Although he deliberately tried to act mature, his chubby, babyish face made him look particularly small. He slowly walked to the rostrum and spoke. Even though he looked very relaxed on his face, he was really panicking in his heart. Before coming, I didn't tell him in advance that the 9 provinces Divine Beast would have to speak. He tapped on the microphone on the podium and heard the sound coming back from the speakers, and then he spoke to the crowd. Ahem, hello everyone, today I am delivering a speech on behalf of Jushu Divine Beast. My name is Lu Xiaodong and I am the second shareholder of the company. I'm very happy to be invited to speak at the end of the meeting. To be honest, I'm very panicked right now. It's all my fault for my unscrupulous boss. If he hadn't said he couldn't come because he had something to do, I wouldn't have been nervous. The president asked me to come up and say a few words, so I will say a few words on behalf of the company. As colleagues from Kyushu, we are brothers. Since we are brothers, when there is a conflict with outsiders, we have to unite and fight against the tiger. Brothers go into battle and father and son fight. Brothers and sisters, if you encounter any technical problems, you can come to our Jushu Divine Beast for help. We are always welcome. At the same time, we are also competitors. In the current field of electric vehicles, our White Tiger 200 can be said to be in a lonely position. This is not conducive to our own progress, so we need our opponents to urge us to progress, so everyone's role is particularly important. There was a pause after saying this, but the leader of the Ministry of Industry sitting above him took the lead in applauding, his eyes full of appreciation for Lu Xiaodong. Many people from the car companies looked down at Lu Xiaodong, who looked very young on the stage, and they also stopped feeling contemptuous in their hearts. Especially after listening to what he said, the situation suddenly opened up. Jushu Divine Beast's operation is looking at the global market, and companies like them are still focusing on their own 1/3 of an acre. The applause lasted for 2 seconds, and then Lu Xiaodong continued to speak. It seems that everyone agrees with what I said. I won't say much else. Let's work together. The future electric vehicle market is huge. Let's make it bigger and stronger together. After speaking, he walked out from behind the podium, bowed to everyone, and then walked towards his seat under the stage. This meeting was held for 3 days in total. Except for the leaders of the Ministry of Industry present on the first day, in the remaining 2 days only various car companies. Among them, Lu Xiaodong's role is not unimportant. He can be said to occupy the C position in this meeting. In terms of current positioning, each company belongs to the lower reaches of Jushu Divine Beast. In the history of the development of Kyushu's automobile industry, this meeting has been compared to the Zunyi Conference. It is a turning point for the entire automobile industry in Kyushu and a turning point for launching an attack on the world. It was also after this meeting that Jushu's local car companies showed unusual unity in foreign markets, as if they were advancing together and retreating together. After the meeting, Lu Xiaodong and Wang Mei took a tour around Peeping. They really gave themselves a big vacation and visited many tourist attractions. When he returned to Summer Town, he felt that the customs here were different from those in Peeping, and he found that he still liked staying in Summer Town. However, Li Jinhua was still making iron without any changes compared to before, and nothing happened in the company. After Lu Xiaodong came back, he began to organize the production of Beihula eyes. But Guo Shigi, who said he had not returned to the company for a long time, also took the flying boat back to the company after completing the layout of new products. As for the Fiashu aircraft, they already have 4 of them. This aircraft is very convenient for them who have a runway. Guo Shigi stayed out for a long time this time, and the sales network he had built in a hurry was completely digested this time while he was running around. In addition, everything in the sales company has been formalized, and the entire Jushu market has been deeply cultivated, and all hidden dangers have been eliminated one after another. After the industrial layout meeting, BID, a company that is very knowledgeable in the field of electric vehicles, finally developed its own car based on graphene batteries. Of course, this is also related to their company's previous accumulation in electric vehicles. After the successful development, they immediately started to warm up the market. As the saying goes, a single flower does not mean spring, but 100 flowers bloom and the garden is full of spring. Many car owners are still paying close attention to the second new electric car launched on the market. Not only people who want to buy a car are paying attention, but even fellow car companies are paying attention. It has also put a little bit of pressure on these car companies, urging them to speed up the progress of their electric vehicle projects. What is different from these companies in Kyushu are foreign capital and foreign companies. The current graphene batteries can be said to be a change of the times. They are so anxious that not only are their own positions about to be lost, but others are not allowing these companies to enter new positions, as if the change has nothing to do with them. Among them, Lao Mo's side was the calmest, for no other reason than because they believed that no matter what it was, they could solve it. As for the people in Lasu, they don't know that there is already a company on the other side of the ocean that is surpassing them in electricity, because their news media have not reported this content at all. In fact, it is because of the firewall that controls this information, and their understanding is still at the stage where they cannot stop the car. Although Lao Mo appears to be very calm, it is a bit painful for those who cannot stop the car. They were originally representatives of the most advanced electric vehicles, but their status is slowly slipping, and they will probably slide all the way to the bottom. Although Comas was anxious, he was still waiting for a reply from the person he asked for. But he didn't know that the people he entrusted didn't make any progress at all. To say there was no progress, their people were caught by the guards of the graphene preparation factory. This can be considered a progress. Just when all parties are paying attention to this change, BID's new model, which has attracted everyone's attention, is about to hold a new product release. This is also the first car besides the White Tiger 200 that can replace fuel vehicles. Just when BID held this new product launch conference as scheduled, Lee Jianhua stopped what he was doing. He found Lu Xiaodong and Guo Shigi, and found a conference room together to watch their conference. There were 3 people sitting at one end of the conference room, and at the other end was a large screen. The screen displayed at this moment was the real-time view of BID's official live broadcast room. There is a huge podium with a screen behind it and an audience of no less than 800 people below. Lee Jianhua and the 3 of them sat together, with fruits, dried fruits and tea on the table, just like the standard for crosstalk. While the 3 of them were chatting, the auditorium on the screen was gradually filled with people. Soon, the lights on the podium dimmed, and the BID logo appeared on the screen, as well as the name of the new car to be released this time. Xia, this is the name of their new car, and it does match their usual naming of cars. The dynasty name Xia also shows BID's ambition. Under Lee Jianhua's gaze, a person slowly walked up to the podium and began to talk about the new car they were going to release. Hello everyone, the car we are launching today is called Xia. Judging from the name, everyone knows what we expect from this car. Friends who know the history of Kyushu know that Xia is the first dynasty in the history of Kyushu, and it is self-evident what it represents. For us at BID, this car marks the beginning of a new chapter for our company. Next, let us learn about our company's first model that can replace fuel vehicles. Then the 3 people in the conference room carefully watched the opponent's press conference. In fact, for them, it didn't mean much whether they watched the press conference or not, because from the root, it can be traced back to their Jushu mythical beasts. However, out of respect for their opponents, they still watched BID's press conference as it was. Lee Jianhua also recorded the model data he obtained from the press conference on paper, as well as the final selling price of the car. BID Xia, the total motor power is 380 kilowatts, with dual motors at the front and rear. Battery pack energy, 200 kilowatt-hour. Comprehensive cruising range, 890 kilometers. Fast charging time, 0.5 hours. Supercharge, 5 minutes. Ordinary charging, 48 hours. Price, 429,800. The 3 of them looked at the data summarized by Lee Jianhua and compared it with their own White Tiger 200. The battery packs of the 2 cars are the same, both are 200 kilowatt-hour. As for the motor, although it is 60 kilowatts higher than that of Fang Beihua 200, Xia uses a dual motor layout. After seeing the comprehensive data of this car, they also had an idea in their hearts. Lu Xiaodong's face looked a little worried. Sitting next to the 2 of them, the expression on his face clearly showed his mood at the moment. You two, do you think we should reduce the production of our follow-up White Tiger 200? Hearing what he said, Guo Shigi immediately started talking to him. Fat man, don't worry so much. Let me ask you, for example, if you put a Mercedes-Benz and a BJ Jeep together, which are also 2.0, do you think the Mercedes-Benz is more valuable, or the BJ Jeep is more expensive? It's Mercedes-Benz, right? So we don't have to reduce our production capacity at all. For customers, what kind of car they buy is not just based on data. Don't forget that our White Tiger 200 is high-end, and it is the first car in the world that can support supercharging and has a range of nearly 1,000 kilometers. Therefore, we don't have to reduce production at all, and we don't have to worry about not being able to sell the cars in the future. Guo Shigi explained the key to Lu Xiaodong, and Lee Jianhua, who was sitting aside and drinking tea, also listened carefully to Guo Shigi's explanation. After listening, he also had a look of approval, obviously agreeing with what Guo Shigi said. Originally, the White Tiger 200 was positioned as high-end. Don't think that just because the competing car companies have launched cars with the same configuration will put the White Tiger 200 in crisis. That kind of possibility cannot be said to be impossible, but it is almost slim. The name of the world's first electric vehicle that can replace fuel vehicles is not bluffing. As for the positioning of Bid Xia, it is a mid-range car, targeting mature and stable people. This car is actually benchmarked against the 4-Circle A6. Their White Tiger 200 is a high-end car. Although it cannot be compared with Deluo, Bentley and other cars, it can still compete with the Mercedes-Benz S-Class car. So there is no need to worry about the product not being sold. Lu Xiaodong also understood it after this explanation. And Li Jianhua really thought of elsewhere at this moment, when the size and energy density of battery packs will be similar in the future. Electric motor technology has become the key, and this will be the competitive point for various companies in the future. It seems that I have to pay more attention to the electric motor in the future. This will be an advantage in the future. Li Jianhua thought silently in his heart. Now that the three of them have understood that it will have no impact on their side, the tea party between the three of them is over. In the evening, the three of them called their families and gathered together at the blacksmith shop to have a hot pot meal. The most cruel thing during the meal was the dog abuse that occurred during the meal. The one being abused was Guo Shigi, a single dog. Li Jianhua and Lu Xiaodong both deliberately showed affection towards Guo Shigi. This also caused Guo Shigi to not eat much, and the dog food was really full. After the release of Xia, many car owners who could not afford the White Tiger 200 but wanted electric cars gradually turned their attention to Xia. This transfer did not cause the sales volume of Beta 200 to drop, and the sales data across Kyushu remained the same as before. After many car enthusiasts have a basic understanding of the graphene battery electric vehicles that have appeared on the market, and there is also the endorsement of the country, many car enthusiasts who want to buy a car have turned their attention from fuel vehicles to electric vehicles. At a time when Chinese people are still hesitating whether to wait and see when other car companies launch new cars, or whether to choose between the White Tiger 200 and Xia now. Those who can't stop their cars overseas are really unable to sit still. Originally, they thought that graphene battery cars would not be fully rolled out in the short term, but now that Bid's new model has been released, all the remaining encouragement for Bid comes from its peers. And in Komaz's mind, if he can't stop the car this time, he will really lose the entire Kyushu market. Komaz attaches great importance to the Kyushu market, which is full of money. Kyushu cannot stop the car because he is preparing funds for his space program. Of course, he couldn't let such a cash machine become useless in front of him. So Komaz sent an invitation letter to Li Jianhua's gas tank in his own name. Invite Li Jianhua to Silicon Valley in California to participate in the World Electric Vehicle Conference. But in Li Jianhua's eyes, this is not an invitation, it is completely a reminder. You are such a bad old man, you are so bad. If I go to bad country, can I still come back? I guess I still don't know where I will be imprisoned by then. After receiving the email from Komaz in his personal QQ mailbox, he read the content of the email and sent the rejection email back without thinking. He already understood his situation from the Pusaz car that was beaten into a sieve last time. Even if he is still attacked by killers in Kyushu, if he goes outside the scope of Kyushu, some people who are malicious to him will not know how to deal with him. Thinking of this, he felt helpless in his heart. Unknowingly, he had become a thorn in the side of others. This feeling of not being too free was not a good feeling, although he did not go out often. I can already see in Pusa the inhuman treatment I would encounter if I went abroad. Although he has confidence in himself and feels like a tough guy, he doesn't have much confidence in himself. He is just an ordinary person with a cheat, not a professionally trained soldier. He wasn't sure how long he could last when it came to torture and other torture, although it was very spineless to think so. From this incident, he also had some doubts about his own safety. Although the security problem was not so urgent to solve now, he still invested some energy in researching on his own safety issues. But he said that when Komaz received the rejection email, he immediately felt bad. Although he didn't lose control, he was on the verge of losing control now. As the real-life Iron Man, he was still very conceited at certain times. Now that he was rejected like this, he hated Li Jianhua in his heart. If it was just about work before, it has now become personal for him. His pride does not allow others to reject him. And he also thought about the problem of graphene preparation technology from Li Jianhua, and also recalled the secret phone call with the CIA director in California. He also made a plan in his mind, which was to obtain graphene preparation technology through CIA channels. After he got the graphene, he asked the CIA to get Li Jianhua to him. He, Komaz, was a person who particularly cherished talents. Although he thinks so, these plans have not improved his current situation in any way. The top priority now is nothing else but getting over the predicament he is facing now. To survive this crisis, the first step is to obtain large quantities of graphene. Only the technology used on the White Tiger 200 is already understood by them. Even if the technical level is not as high as theirs, it can still reach 70 to 80% of the level of the White Tiger 200. But after thinking about it for a while, the problem finally came back to the graphene material. Now Komaz has only one idea, and that is to get graphene, so that he can solve the current dilemma he is facing. Now there are only two ways in front of him. One is to go to various Ivy League colleges to see if there is any major breakthrough in the field of graphene preparation. The second item is that he will buy a plane ticket to Kyushu now, and to show his sincerity, he will personally go to Lee Manhwa and obtain full authorization from him for graphene batteries and other technologies. Once he had an idea, he took his private plane and started traveling to major universities and research institutes in the country. But after this round, he gained nothing. Even major universities that research graphene materials still have high costs for preparing graphene materials. If this technology is used for large-scale preparation, he estimates that with his current size, he will be able to persist for 1 year before going bankrupt, because there is simply no way to recover the cost of graphene preparation. The preparation cost was simply more expensive than gold, so by the time he returned to the California headquarters of Unstoppable Car, his private plane to Kyushu was ready to go at any time. Lee Manhwa, who was concentrating on building a bulletproof vehicle, had no idea that Komas was coming towards him on the other side of the ocean. Don't say that he doesn't know. Even if he knows, he won't take it to heart. He admired Komas before and once thought that he was his idol. But as he slowly matured, especially after Koma's Starlink project came into play and provided information transmission services to FO35, he also recognized Komas and the interests his company represented. That is completely contrary to his interests. Juzhu's interests are his interests. Since Komas hurts Juzhu's interests, he is at odds with him. When Komas got on the plane, an email was sent to the Kyushu Foreign Affairs Ministry. Juzhu Divine Beast also received a message from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The content was very simple, that Komas was coming to look for business cooperation with their company. During this period of time, Xia's car was sold out. When there was only the White Tiger 200, many people who wanted to buy a car had no choice. The main reason why they didn't buy it was because the price was too expensive. However, after the summer, electric vehicles that can replace fuel vehicles have brought their original price from 1 million to 4 to 5 million. This gave car enthusiasts who had been waiting and watching before a new car purchase goal, and after experiencing Xia's real cars, most of them stopped watching. After Xia's car came out, almost no fuel vehicles were sold in the entire Kyushu market, and even the hottest models looked like ghosts. This is a hardship for those foreign-funded enterprises, because they have not yet been allowed to reach the starting line. At this moment, domestic car companies that are preparing to set off on the starting line are working hard to develop new electric vehicles. The cheap and large-scale preparation of graphene has allowed some previously stagnant projects to make new breakthroughs. For example, the latest conventional Big Black Fish, they used graphene batteries very early on, and graphene was also added to the pipelines and cables inside the Big Black Fish. The Big Black Fish currently under development has not only made significant progress in terms of cruising range, but has also made breakthroughs in areas such as silence and all-electric propulsion. As long as this new type of Big Black Fish comes online, the nuclear-powered Blackfish will have a boat that can match it. The combat effectiveness will rise sharply. In the future, it is not necessarily possible that Jilin will be installed in it, and it is very likely that a nuclear single head will also be installed in it. Become a conventionally powered Blackfish with nuclear strike capabilities. This is just a kind of weaponry. Graphene has a wide range of applications. Such an important material has been included in Kyushu's list of prohibited export materials. As for processed products containing graphene, they are not included in this list. Because it has been processed into industrial products containing graphene, if you want a separate graphene from it, it is better to prepare it in graphite from scratch to save trouble. Therefore, there is no need to worry about the poor control of graphene. As long as graphene is strictly controlled, this material can be prevented from flowing out of Kyushu. The graphene supplied to major battery manufacturers is also under strict control. When it comes to the automotive field, except for BID, which is the most aggressive, everyone thought that the next model to be launched would be the Changzhi car or the Changqiang car, but no one expected that the next one to launch a new car would be Wuling. When Wuling spread the news, everyone didn't believe it. However, after seeing Wuling's plan, many car companies couldn't help but admire that Wuling did a good job in this regard. What's the plan? That is to provide paid upgrade services to the majority of Hongguang Mini EV owners. The main upgrade direction is to replace the original lithium battery. The graphene battery pack replacement service for this car will not replace anything else on the car. Of course, it also includes the option of upgrading the charging system. This is a bit awesome. These upgraded services can make the country full of graphene electric vehicles. Originally a small car only used for urban commuting, most of it is still performing the task of picking up and dropping off children. But what if the 200 kilowatt-hour battery pack is replaced? So what will be the consequences? It will make a small car with a cruising range of only 170 kilometers reach an astonishing 2,400 kilometers. Why does it have such a strong cruising range? This is entirely because the electric motor on this car is too small, with only 20 kilowatts power. Therefore, the power consumption is not very high, and such a high battery life can only be achieved when the battery pack capacity reaches 200 kilowatt-hour. Of course, in Wulling's upgrade plan, this is not the only option. With the 200 kilowatts capacity, there are also options of 100 kilowatts, 80 kilowatts, and 50 kilowatts. As for how small it is, there is no need at all, and in terms of supercharging upgrades, there are not so many options, there is only one upgrade or no upgrade. Without upgrading supercharging, the slow charging time of replacing the largest battery pack will reach an astonishing 130 hours. That means it takes 5.4 days to fully charge, so car owners who upgraded the battery pack chose to upgrade the supercharger as well. After Wulling started to play this way, other manufacturers also responded. Even BID, which was the first to launch a new car except Kyushu Divine Beast, also launched an upgraded battery pack service. After the old man Happy Box obtained the long-distance mileage, some fun-loving young people came up with the idea of driving a car to explore the world, especially to challenge the snowy areas with the most people. Soon a batch of Wulling cars with a cruising range upgraded to 2,400 kilometers gathered in mountain cities across the country. The actions of these young people with money and leisure also caused reactions from Wulling. Wulling directly dispatched 5 standard container-type support vehicles and followed the team entering Tibet. This can be regarded as official support. Once word of this event spread, it attracted the attention of people across Kyushu. As for why there is so much attention, it is entirely because everyone wants to use this event to actually see whether the newly launched graphene battery technology can really replace fuel vehicles. Regardless of the propaganda of the state or the propaganda of various companies, everything is just empty talk. Who can believe it if it is empty talk? But once such an event is held, it is equivalent to confirming this matter. To use the words of Focus, it means letting the facts speak for themselves. Against this background, Juzhu TV station also launched follow-up reports on this group's movement into Tibet. An unprecedented grand event just unfolded, and the upper management was paying special attention to it, simply because this event can really speed up the plan to eliminate fuel vehicles. Even Li Zhenhua, who was ignorant of world affairs and only wanted to build cars, knew about this. If it weren't for safety issues, he would actually want to own one of this car. Who can say no to such a cute and cool car? Tianyi, who is in Ham City, is currently changing the shoes of his 2 newly purchased Wulling cars in an auto repair shop. His 2 cars have also undergone maximum battery pack modifications and supercharging modifications. As a self-driving traveler and motorcycle enthusiast, I was also the first person to drive a White Tiger 200 into a snow area. I also gained my own love at that time. How could he be absent from such a grand event? It doesn't matter if you don't have a Wulling car, just buy it now. I bought 2 of the most basic cars at once, and they were all modified. The reason why there are 2 is because one is driven by myself and the other is driven by my wife. The car he drove was full of food, while the car his wife drove was full of food. After a series of preparations, after changing the tires, we were ready and started to gather all the way towards the mountain city. A car with a 2,400 kilometer range is no joke. Even if it starts from their Ham City to the mountain city, it is only 1,800 kilometers. Even if they travel all the way, they don't need to go to a charging station to charge before reaching the mountain city. It has truly become a reality for a small car to take over the world. As these cars slowly gathered in the mountain city, this mountain city also became the city with the highest concentration of Wulling cars in Kyushu. Idle people from all over the country were rushing to the mountain city. Soon the number of cars arriving at the mountain city reached 10,000 according to incomplete statistics. This shows how many idle people there are in Kyushu. Among these 10,000 cars, there are not many that want to enter the snow area. There are only more than 500 cars. As for the remaining cars, they are just here to join in the fun. A full watch group of 500 people. After the group leader said the word go, 500 colorful Wulling cars lined up in a neat line and headed towards the snow area. This scene was also completely recorded by the Juzhu TV reporter who came to interview. On the Kuaido platform, the official account of Juzhu News conducted an uninterrupted live broadcast of this incident. Their live broadcast room has become one of the largest live broadcast rooms in Kyushu with the largest number of viewers. Li Zhenhua was in the workshop, looking at the TV on the wall with his peripheral vision while doing the work in his hands. Looking at the vast queue of cars on TV, he also had an indescribable feeling. The organizer of this event really understood the thoughts of the higher UPS. He was also surprised that there were so many idle people in Kyushu, just looking at the gossip. And just like him, there are more than 40 soldiers in the workshop, all of whom are also doing 2 things. As the leader of the team, Su Zhengyang felt helpless when he saw the people in the workshop who were not interested in working. Everyone has been working for such a long time, let's take a break today. He clapped his hands in the workshop and said to the side. After he finished speaking, a burst of cheers erupted in the workshop. You're really good at handling things. Li Zhenhua, who was standing aside, muttered a pun. Everyone in the workshop sat in front of the TV and watched the super large car event that was being held. The team of fully charged cars in the mountain city set out on the road to the snowy area, and all the cars behaved and obeyed the laws and regulations along the way. The ones who contributed the most were Wuling officials. After they came over, they took on the command role. The car's horsepower is not very large, so it doesn't drive very fast, it just maintains a speed of around 80. During the driving process, all cars are equipped with mobile phones, so it can be said that there is always someone chatting on the public channel. The current weather is extremely hot during the day, but the temperature drops sharply at night. The temperature difference between day and night is quite large, so at this time it is necessary to check whether the car's air conditioning system is powerful. For electric vehicles, the air conditioning system is a big consumer of power, especially for previous small cars. However, after replacing the large 200 kWh battery pack, the air conditioner runs without any pressure, but it has more power. Although the roads to snowy areas are all paved, accidents always happen on the road. Just as the convoy was traveling, one of the cars stopped on the side of the road due to a puncture. At this time, Wuling's official support truck quickly followed up and replaced the tires of the punctured car. From the mountain town to the capital of the snow area, the distance between the two places is 1,990 kilometers. The team moves an average of 400 kilometers a day towards the destination. It should take 5 days to drive, but there will always be places with beautiful scenery in the middle. More than 500 small cars are like locusts passing through the border. Every time they arrive at a resting place, they will go to the local market to make a large purchase. Beef and mutton are still cheap in the snowy area. The team of more than 500 people held a large-scale beef and mutton-free barbecue on the grassland by the roadside. These people kept walking for half of the original 5 days. I went on a sightseeing trip from the mountain city to Sunshine City. All the cars on the way were in good condition, and no major problems occurred. Of course, there are still some problems with the cars. When we arrived at Sunshine City, all 500 vehicles passed through a charging station with 5 chargers and 10 charging guns in the middle. The average charging time for each vehicle is 5 minutes, and the time it took for all 500 vehicles to be fully charged was less than 5 hours. The charging stations operating at full capacity and the charging process are displayed in front of the people of Kyushu through live broadcast. After truly seeing the charging process, everyone in Jushu understood why electric vehicles can replace fuel vehicles. Such a charging station operating at full capacity can charge cars no slower than a gas station. To say what is the most popular thing in Jushu recently, it is undoubtedly the live broadcast room of Jushu TV station that is opened every day to watch the live broadcast of Wuling's snow area tour. This event was successfully concluded after arriving at Sunlight City. This event made the people of Kyushu aware of the current situation of electric vehicles. As for Wuling Group, they show the excellent quality of their small cars to the people across the country. At the national level, a solid foundation has been laid for the large-scale promotion of electric vehicles and the elimination of fuel vehicles in the future. Lee Genhua also benefited from this event organized by Wuling, because not only was he lenient in collecting patent royalties, but he also gained a lot in terms of the amount of graphene raw materials. Just when everything was going in a favorable direction, a big trouble came to him. Koma's private plane landed in Fujian. After a brief repair, he refueled and flew towards the peeping headquarters of Unstoppable Car. He did not blindly go to Dongshan to find Lee Genhua without knowing anything. He first went to their headquarters in Jushu to learn about the current situation of the Jushu market. Only after fully understanding the situation will Komas make a judgment on subsequent actions. When he met with Kyushu Region Manager Strom, the Wuling car event happened to be in progress at that time. He was originally confident about his journey and believed that he would be able to achieve his goal. However, once Wuling's event was held, he felt that the prospect of being unable to stop the car was really worrying. If they cannot meet the technical authorization of Jushu Divine Beast this time, the situation they will face in the future will be more severe, and they may even withdraw from the Jushu market entirely. Komas didn't do anything when he came to peeping. He first got the sales data of all 9 states and studied it. The entire sales curve of the car that couldn't stop was touching. He didn't understand what a plummeting sales meant, but the picture in front of him now perfectly demonstrated the situation. Looking at the sales data in Kyushu, Koma's head fell into a headache. He had thought about what would happen in Kyushu before coming, but he never expected it to be so serious. From its original popularity throughout Kyushu, now only about 10 units are sold in Kyushu a month, and a large number of car owners are looking for ways to sell their cars. In the past, the cars that held their value in the second-hand car market and sold well were unable to stop the car. After the White Tiger came out, it completely collapsed and there was no room for turning around. After fully understanding the situation faced by Kyushu, he became more and more urgent to obtain the technical authorization from Kyushu Divine Beast. Lee Genhua also had a piece of paper in front of him, which was also sales data. If the one Komas looked at perfectly explained a straight decline, then the one in front of him perfectly explained a straight rise. The 2 completely opposite states also gave them, strangers, 2 completely opposite moods. And it's not just car sales that are rising sharply, graphene raw materials are also in short supply. While he was in a happy mood, the manufacturing progress of bulletproof cars also accelerated rapidly. Even when he was working, the corners of his mouth were raised. Currently, the bulletproof car project in his hands has reached an advanced stage. Now there is only a little finishing work left on this car. As long as this last bit of work is completed, Su Zhengyang can drive it to Peeping for business. Just when he was in an extremely happy mood, Lu Xiaodong's call came in. I just received a negotiation email from the Peeping company of Bushichech, saying that they will come to our company in the near future. Let's talk about our unique technology licensing. Do you know what's going on? I remember what you said before, that the authorization time for foreign-funded enterprises should be placed in the 4th and 5th batches. Are you going to make a separate small stove this time for those who can't stop the car? Hearing this, he immediately became anxious. When did he say that he would drive a car that couldn't stop? Since its establishment, Zhu Divine Beast has had an attitude towards foreign investment, that is, I can only take advantage of you, but you can't. I benefit from it. No matter who comes, this is the rule. Fat man, I knew they were coming to talk to us about technical licensing, but I ignored them. When Wuling Cars first launched upgraded battery packs, Koma sent an email to my personal email address about this matter, but I didn't criticize him. It seems that they still didn't give up and sent the email to the company mailbox. It seems that they are planning to take the company's route because I can't get through here. You don't have to reject them yet. Now that Wuling has done this, I believe that these domestic car companies will definitely speed up their research and development of new electric vehicles. So at this time, we should also start talking about technology licensing for foreign-funded enterprises. Why not start from here? He told what he meant exactly, and Lu Xiaodong felt that it was indeed the case after listening to it. Since Wuling came up with the battery replacement strategy, all car companies in Kyushu have accelerated their research and development progress. I believe that new electric vehicles will spring up in Kyushu soon. Even if the Kyushu market will be protected by these car companies, it will not be that simple to sell these cars abroad. Therefore, at this time, a company that plays a vanguard role is needed to rush in front of them, charge into the battle, and apply the technology of Kyushu Divine Beasts to cars, so that people in other countries can accept their technology. After the market is opened, new cars from various car companies use the same technology. At this time, it will be difficult for foreign governments to stop them. They can't use the same technology and they can't stop the car. It won't matter. It's illegal for businesses to use it. After listening to what Li Zhenhua said, Lu Xiaodong was also a little stunned. When did my brother's emotional intelligence become so high? Looking at his previous operations in Kyushu, it was obviously a fool's performance. But now that he was acting so shrewdly, it made him feel a little torn. Zhenhua, Huazi, brother Hua, Professor Li, I notice something is wrong with you. Why did you become a researcher at the Kyushu Academy of Sciences? Your emotional intelligence has also increased after you became a professor. This is obviously different from your normal operations. You will use strategies. What you think of may not be unexpected by the other party. Even if I think about it, I believe that if I can't stop the car, it will continue like this. This is completely a conspiracy. Listening to Lu Xiaodong's words, if the other person wasn't in front of him, he would definitely kick him. It turns out that his behavior all along is a sign of low emotional intelligence. Fuck you, it turns out that's because we are all from Kyushu, we are one family, and when the meat rots, it rots in the pot. But it's different now. It's our meat, scooping it into other people's pots, and those who snatch food from our pots. Of course, I have to be smarter. So do you understand why I am like this? Okay, you can write a reply to Can't Stop the Car and say that we welcome them to come over and discuss cooperation with us on new technologies at any time. After that, the two of them hung up the phone without talking much. After hanging up, Li Zhenhua continued what he was doing, and Lu Xiaodong couldn't stop himself and replied to the email. The fat man also explained the matter clearly to Guo Shigi on the phone, and also made it clear what Li Zhenhua meant. After knowing what he meant, Guo Shigi couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in his heart. It turns out that this kid doesn't have low emotional intelligence, but that he has never been useful before. He has always been easy to negotiate with others within Kyushu. But when it comes to the outside world, his attitude has completely changed 180 degrees. This kind of operation is completely aimed at tricking the opponent to death. That means letting unstoppable cars act as a vanguard to charge forward with their technology, after the market accepts their technology. I believe that the car companies in Kyushu will definitely strive for success and use their advantages in price, quality, etc. to completely encroach on the market that was originally unstoppable. And when the time comes, I believe that not only in the vehicle market, but also in the supporting electricity market, will state-owned enterprises involved in energy follow suit and make money in the markets of other countries? Since Kyushu allows Shell to open gas stations and other businesses in China, 2 barrels of oil can expand its territory in other countries, and now this is a great opportunity. Although the road ahead is not that easy, since there is such an opportunity, I believe state-owned enterprises will try to do it. Between Jushu Divine Beast and Unstoppable Car, the time for technical authorization has been decided, just 4 days later, which is also next Monday. And he took advantage of these 4 days to finish the last bit of the bulletproof car. At this moment, in his workshop, the production arrangement is that there are still a total of 16 cars. The total number of Kingnu, which is 10 cars, has completed the manufacture of 4 cars, and there are still 6 cars left. The first prototype of the bulletproof car was finally produced through his unremitting efforts. The remaining 10 vehicles will not be mass-produced until the prototypes have passed various tests. As long as the bulletproof car he created has passed rigorous testing, he won't have much to do with the rest of the manufacturing. Only then will his time truly belong to him. Because he was buying bulletproof vehicles for the elders, he hadn't made anything he was interested in for a long time and had been making duplicates. He felt deeply tired and bored, but the task was here and he had to complete it. After he finally built the bulletproof car, Su Zhengyang looked at the all-black car in front of him and drove towards Gaisui without saying a word. On the way, he also talked on the phone with the head of the guard group, Cao Shang. He watched the bulletproof car that he had finally built after a lot of hard work leave. He estimated that this would be the last time he saw his masterpiece. The test for this car would be cruel. Su Zhengyang left on Saturday night. After finishing the work on the bulletproof car, he had no interest in staying here. As for the soldiers who worked with him to build bulletproof cars, they all moved to the manufacturing of Kingnu buses. With the addition of these people, the manufacturing progress of Kingnu bus will be doubled. Without the urgent work to complete, he finally relaxed and spent a complete Sunday at home. In the blink of an eye, on Monday, Koma's representatives could not stop the car and arrived at their factory. This town has now become full of construction sites. Koma's got off the high-speed train at Paji City, got on the car arranged by the company, and after another hour's drive, he finally arrived at a place that began to become full of life because of the existence of Kyushu mythical beasts. Koma's has no time to appreciate this rapidly developing town. He only has one thought now, which is to get all the authorizations for graphene electric vehicles from the Jushu Divine Beast as soon as possible. This is the real thing. It is also possible that after receiving authorization, his mind will shift elsewhere, and his attention may be attracted to this town that is full of life and completely different from the old mold. Accompanied by Strom and the dealers from Dongshan, Koma's finally arrived at the gate of the Kyushu Divine Beast. But it was not easy for him to get in, because the email they sent only received a reply from the second shareholder, and Li Zhenhua, a key figure, did not show up. This also makes the proud Komas look a little confused. He is the CEO of a multinational Fortune 500 company and the richest man in the world. He is here, but he is actually ignored by this newly rising figure. As he was thinking this, he became more and more interested in the company founded by Li Zhenhua. I want to see what kind of company the other party is, so I have the courage to ignore it. With this thought, he ordered the driver to drive around the Jushu Divine Beast's company. He planned to see how big the Kyushu Divine Beast was. And Strom was not idle. He called Jushu Divine Beast Company and contacted the two parties to meet. The two cars could not stop and began to circle around the 9 provinces Divine Beast. But Komas didn't know that Kyushu Divine Beast was not just a private company, it was also a military factory that provided these fighters to Kyushu, a private military factory. Regardless of whether it is private or state-owned, as long as it is a military factory, there will be security measures, and some may even involve state secrets. And their 2 lonely cars had already attracted the attention of the guards at the aircraft manufacturing plant when they were walking around the automobile industry park. Moreover, these guards were also very skilled and reported to the superiors according to the procedures. And Strom has been exposed to the Kyushu Security Bureau in the past for smearing the Black Tiger 200, and the monitoring of him has not stopped. After these guards reported the news, the superiors did not know what happened. Fortunately, the team of scouts who were watching Strom promptly reported on the situation they were monitoring. After receiving the situation reported by the scouts, the guards at the park also relaxed their vigilance and set a rule. As long as the other party did not cross the line, they would not take any action. While the 2 cars were circling, Li Zhenhua also received a report from the aircraft manufacturer. After knowing what was going on, he immediately started to contact Lu Xiaodong. Let Lu Xiaodong receive the other party first, and he will arrive later after completing the work in hand. After all, the other party is also a famous figure in the world. The other party has come to the chassis of the 9 provinces Divine Beast. After all, he has to fulfill his friendship as a landlord. If you really don't even show your face, it would be a bit unjustifiable. After Lu Xiaodong hung up Li Zhenhua's call, he immediately arranged the reception work for the administrative office. When the 2 cars were about to complete the circuit of the aircraft manufacturing plant, they were heading towards the graphene preparation factory jointly owned by the state, and the confidentiality policy was stricter. A call came in from the receptionist at Jushu Divine Beast. Strom answered the phone and turned to look at Komas, who was concentrating on looking at the scenery outside the window. There was a contradiction in his expression. After just thinking for a few seconds, he finally opened his mouth and said to Koma's boss, "The 9 provinces' divine beasts have sent a reply, asking us to go to their gate, saying that there is someone waiting to receive us." After all, Koma's is the boss. Although it is not very wise to interrupt the other party at this time, it will not do him much good, but if he does not say anything and makes his own decisions, the consequences will be more serious. After hearing Strom's words, Koma's came back to his senses and turned to look at Strom, who was sitting submissively aside. Although he was unhappy, he was quite satisfied with his performance. Seeing that there was no tour around the Kyushu mythical beasts ahead of him, Koma's still remembered why he came here this time. "Let's make a U-turn ahead, let's go meet the Kyushu beastman." Just after he gave the order, the driver in front of him immediately turned around and drove back the way he came. In the other car following them, the 3 people who were obviously dressed as bodyguards finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because since they left the automobile industry park and continued driving for a while, they always felt like someone was watching them all the time, and he also felt the aura of their peers. And when the car turned around, their uneasy feeling disappeared. These bodyguards did not report to Koma's immediately because the current environment was not the time for them to report this to Koma's. This means that they have turned around in time and returned to the original route. If they continue to turn around, they will probably leave the scope of the aircraft manufacturing factory and enter the highly confidential factory area, the chassis of the graphene preparation factory. If Koma's and the others really cross the line, the security guards over there will not care whether you are an international tycoon or the richest man in the world. The other party will immediately lock these people into a small dark room. When it comes to the security of materials related to national strategy, these guards don't care about their identities. When Koma's returned to the gate of the automobile industrial park, there was no scene at the door as Koma's had imagined. What scene? It was the kind of scene where a group of primary school students in the front row were holding flowers and standing neatly at the door, saying "Welcome to international friends." This kind of scene will become less and less in the future. This kind of close specification is probably only seen when the leader comes to inspect the work. As for welcoming international friends, holding such a grand welcome ceremony is completely overthinking by international friends. Now I am not Daking, who has been kneeling for a long time, but now I am in New Kyushu. At the gate at this moment, there were only 4 receptionists from the Jushu Divine Beast Public Relations Department. Even Lu Xiaodong didn't have much interest in going to the gate to greet him. If you want to talk about why he, Guo Shigi and Li Zhenhua can play together, it is because they have similar interests. In layman's terms, they are 3 angry young people. It was also under this premise that Lu Xiaodong and Guo Shigi did not obstruct Li Zhenhua's development of military products. Instead, they took a supportive attitude. When the 4 receptionists saw the 2 cars coming from the direction of the aircraft manufacturer that could not stop, everyone had a look of astonishment on their faces. It was a look of astonishment that the other car was able to drive back safely. Soon Koma's got out of the car. When he came, he had seen the photos of the 3 shareholders of Jushu Divine Beast, but when he looked carefully at the 4 people in front of him, he did not find any shareholders among them. He immediately knew that these 4 people were just the reception staff of Jushu Divine Beast Company. Not even one of the other 3 bosses came out to greet him. Koma's was already feeling very uncomfortable, but now that the other party's boss didn't even come to pick him up, a sense of shame flooded into his heart. He originally wanted to turn around and leave, but thinking about the difficulties his company was facing, he endured it and forced a smile from the corner of his mouth. That smile looked awkward, and the 4 receptionists of the 9 provinces' divine beasts were suppressing laughter in their hearts when they saw the change in the expression of the man in front of them, and at the same time they were worried about their bosses. It is really not something that ordinary people can do to neglect the world's richest man. But now, the boss of their company has actually done so, and he has done it very thoroughly. The leader of the 4 receptionists first stretched out his hand towards Koma's. Koma's knew that when someone stretched out his hand towards him with a smile, he should not hit the smiling person. He tried his best to maintain his demeanor and shook hands with the receptionist. Then Koma's and his party followed the receptionist, and they were arranged into a reception room in the office building. After arranging all of them, the one who was obviously the leader of the 4 called Lu Xiaodong as soon as he came out of the reception room. "Okay, I understand. You take care of it first. The big boss and I will be there soon." When he received the call, Li Zhenhua was also drinking tea in his office. "Did you hear the call just now? What are you going to do now? Should I go first, or should we go together?" Facing Lu Xiaodong's question, Li Zhenhua didn't think much and answered the question immediately. "The 2 of us should go together." The reception staff had already given each other some authority before, and this was our attitude from the beginning. And now that the other party has entered the gate of our 9 provinces' divine beast, we cannot let the other party think that we do not understand etiquette. I've given you all the power I deserve. If I continue, I'm afraid things will end up being self-defeating. Even if they want something from us, we can't go too far. Lu Xiaodong nodded in agreement, reached for the teacup, drank the water in the cup, and stood up in his seat. Then, let's go. Walk. The two of them walked out of Lu Xiaodong's office singing in harmony and walked towards the reception room together. As they walked on the road, Li Zhenhua was still giving instructions to Lu Xiaodong. Don't forget what I said before. If we don't cooperate well and the car is unable to stop the car, the other party will not be so willing to jump into it. Lu Xiaodong nodded while walking, and he did not stop talking. Okay, but I guess the other party may not understand our strategy. He walked in front, his pace did not slow down, and he spoke to Lu Xiaodong without looking back. Of course I know, our strategy is to give the other party a way to step down. The people who can't stop the car are not fools, why can't they see it? Our strategy was originally a conspiracy, and we are not afraid of the other party seeing through it. The two of them walked towards the reception room as they talked. Arriving at the door of the reception room, the receptionist saw the big boss and the second boss arriving at the same time, and quickly helped them open the door to the reception room. The two of them approached the reception room and looked at the scene in the reception room. At this moment, 3 people were sitting on the sofa in the reception room, waiting. The two walked towards the 3 people who couldn't stop the car, shook each other's hands one by one, and introduced themselves. Then a few people sat down and chatted about everything, but the two sides never got to the point. And Li Zhenhua was also full of dissatisfaction with his inability to stop the car. You are asking for something from us. If you hadn't known this premise, you would have thought that we were asking for something from you. Isn't it just better than patience? What we Jews who mythical beasts don't lack most is patience. Just as he was thinking this, Comas finally lost his patience in the exchange of greetings between the two parties, and continued to be so pretentious and submissive, not getting to the point for a month. So Comas finally couldn't help it and started talking about the topic first. Mr. Li and Mr. Lu, we are here to talk to your company about the licensing of graphene electric vehicle technology. Your company's current technology is indeed the future of the current world, so we want to be licensed for this. And we also need to purchase a batch of prepared finished graphene materials. Let's see if they can meet our needs. As a bad guy from the country, Coma's usual style is to get straight to the point, and his previous pretense and subterfuge made it difficult for them. At this time, Li Zhenhua, who heard that the topic had finally entered the scene, quietly looked at each other, and the two began to pretend to be red-faced and the other to be white-faced. Okay, of course we can authorize these technologies. Lu Xiaodong immediately agreed. No, currently we have no licensing plan for foreign companies, but this rejection came from Li Zhenhua's mouth. The completely different views of the two people made everyone present who could not stop the car stunned to see what was happening on the other side. It seems like there is a conflict between the two of them, but this doesn't make sense. How could the other party negotiate with them when they don't have the same opinion at this time? And Comas, the so-called real-life Iron Man, is obviously smart and quickly understood what the other party planned to do. The two young men opposite were obviously playing tricks. But even if Comas understood what the two were doing, it would be of no use, because he was in a situation where he had to ask for help. Although their acting skills were poor, it did not prevent them from achieving their goals. As expected, Comas continued. I don't know what you two mean. Didn't we reach an agreement before we came here? How should we continue talking about this? Since Comas already knew what the other party was doing, he could only accompany the two of them to act. If he didn't cooperate and put everything out in the open, neither party would look good, and the two companies' cooperation cannot be achieved at all. Li Zhenhua turned his head away and ignored Comas's question, while Lu Xiaodong smiled at him and answered the question. I made you laugh, Mr. Comas. Although we have some differences, it does not affect our cooperation, so please wait a moment. I will chat with Mr. Li first and agree on our opinions. After Lu Xiaodong finished speaking, he stood up from his seat, picked up Li Zhenhua and walked out the door. When the two of them walked out of the reception room, they looked at each other and smiled. But after the two of them went out, Comas's expression immediately darkened, and Strom also followed him next to him. Boss, the other party is trying to make us look like fools. Such poor acting skills. Shut up and watch honestly, we are really fools at this time. Also, this is not our place, it is on someone else's chassis, so be careful what you say. Comas looked gloomy and without turning his head, he scolded Strom in a low voice, while he sat aside and didn't know what he was thinking. At the door of the reception room, the two of them were smiling, but what they said was that they were arguing. The sound of the two arguing was heard in the reception room. After Comas heard it, he couldn't help but cursed in a low voice. Shit! The two of them didn't stay outside the door for long. A few minutes later, they walked in again and sat down in their seats. Mr. Comas, I just talked with Mr. Li, and he has agreed to license the graphene electric vehicle technology you just mentioned to you. But there are some conditions, you two can talk about these things. Lu Xiaodong smiled and talked to Comas. After that, he sat aside and stopped talking. He just sat there and watched. Although he knew they were acting, he could only continue to follow them. As he said just now, he had to pretend to be stupid at this time. After he finished speaking, Comas turned to look at Lee Jianhua, who was sitting aside without speaking. I don't know what Mr. Lee's conditions are, why don't we talk about it together and we'll try our best to satisfy him. Although Comas didn't show any other expression on his face, he was already scolding in his heart. Lee Jianhua did not continue to pretend. He wanted to send Comas away as soon as possible, and he would be free as soon as possible. Mr. Comas, we can authorize the technology authorization related to graphene electric vehicles that you require to your company. These include graphene batteries, as well as key technology licensing such as supercharging systems. But I have conditions, and I don't know if you can accept my conditions, Lee Jianhua said to him in a calm tone. Comas on the opposite side was immediately relieved when he heard that he could obtain the authorization. At least now he knows that this technical authorization can be obtained 100%, and the rest are just more stringent conditions. As long as the authorization can be obtained, some harsh conditions are nothing, Mr. Lee said. As long as we can do it, we will be satisfied. Comas did not hesitate. Now that he had promised to obtain technical authorization, the opportunity was fleeting, and he was afraid that the other party would suddenly regret it if his brain got hot. That's right, the technical authorization scope we provide to your company can only be used in areas outside Kyushu. Within Kyushu and the actual control area of Kyushu, your company has no right to sell any products with these technologies. This is the first point. Can Mr. Comas accept it? What does this condition mean? Does it make them unable to stop the car and give up the Kyushu market completely? But this condition is too harsh, and it is undoubtedly cutting off their arms. But Comas then thought about the current situation of the Kyushu automobile market. They couldn't stop the car and lost the Kyushu automobile market. Now there are only less than 10 units sold in Kyushu every month. It can be said that they say goodbye to the Kyushu market. Now that the Kyushu market has been lost, what if we agree to this condition? What's more, these car companies in Kyushu have been going crazy recently, and they are all working hard towards graphene electric vehicles. It can be said that the Kyushu market is completely a Red Sea. Fighting in the Red Ocean, they couldn't stop the car, so they might as well go to the Blue Ocean to enjoy themselves and get the job done in the meantime. With this decision, Comas had decided to agree to this condition, but then he thought of another question. That was whether the car companies in Kyushu would follow him and go to his hometown to cause trouble. At this time, Comas's expression became a little serious. Mr. Lee, first of all, I agree to your condition. We promise not to produce and sell graphene electric vehicles in Kyushu, but there is one thing, we should follow the common rules. Even if we cannot stop purely imported cars, we can still export them to Kyushu. Hearing what Comas mentioned, he had previously thought that this was a problem with purely imported cars, but then he thought about it. This thing doesn't seem to have much impact. Considering the overseas manufacturing costs, plus shipping and tariffs, it cannot be said that purely imported cars will not come to Kyushu, but there will not be much market. For the entire market in Kyushu, the impact was minimal. Thinking of this, he nodded towards Comas. When Comas saw Lee Jianhua nodded, he was also happy. The other party agreed, which proved that the two parties could negotiate. With this background, he knew what was going on. Then he became more bold and expressed one of his thoughts. I have an immature idea, I wonder if Mr. Lee can agree with it. Hearing the other party's words, Lee Jianhua immediately felt a little bad, as if he had just agreed and felt a little relieved. It seemed that he felt that he had an opportunity. Since it is an immature idea, let's not talk about it, so as not to waste both of our time. Let's talk about the mature ones. I wonder if Mr. Comas still has any questions about the first point. If not, I will continue. Since you want to climb up along the pole, I will remove the pole directly for you and let me see how you climb. Mom sells batches. If you don't follow martial ethics, how can you just withdraw the fire? How can people play like this? Comas thought in his heart, and the expression on his face froze. Well, why don't you just listen to what I have to say? It's just a few words anyway, there's nothing to lose if you listen. How about you exclusively license these technologies to us in the business areas that were previously specified for us? In fact, money matters are easy to talk about. This is not a problem. Comas was afraid that he would interrupt his words, so he said what he wanted to express in one breath. Exclusive overseas technology licensing? This is nonsense. What are you daydreaming about? It seems that my attitude towards them is not obvious enough. Immediately, Lee Jianhua's face began to change color, and he looked at Comas angrily. If this affects the cooperative relationship between us, don't mention it in the future, and don't have any illusions about exclusively licensing the technology to you. That's impossible. The most important point is that the technology licenses signed out before are all global. Don't have such unrealistic ideas. Comas was rejected by Lee Jianhua, which made him look a little embarrassed. If this had happened before, he would have left long ago, but now who makes them the weaker party? Okay, let's not mention it then. Let's continue the discussion? I wonder what other conditions Mr. Lee has. Comas ignored what he just said and passed it over. The second point is that in terms of batteries, your company can purchase them from battery manufacturers of all sizes in my country. I believe that you must have new graphene lithium-ion batteries in your hands, and you must be able to buy them in large quantities from battery dealers in my country. As for the supercharging system, we provide you with finished products, coupled with the technology we have authorized for you. I believe that your technical level will be able to develop new models. After Comas listened, he didn't feel anything was wrong at first, but when he thought about it more carefully, he knew something was wrong, because what they have been talking about is technical licensing. The battery is purchased from a battery manufacturer and the supercharging system is used. The other party said that they will provide them with finished products. Everything in it uses graphene, but they couldn't stop the car and couldn't touch any trace of graphene. They didn't talk to him about the most important thing. These technical authorizations from the other party are not the most important. The most important thing is the raw material graphene. They can't stop the car. If there is a material like graphene, there is nothing they can develop with their technology. If they have this kind of material, then they can play rogue if they can't stop the car and treat the conditions negotiated with the other party as a piece of waste paper. But now he is in a bit of a dilemma, because what the other party just said can completely enable them to develop a new graphene electric vehicle. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. He really didn't expect that this most important thing would be forgotten by him. It seemed that since they started to come into contact with the 9 provinces divine beast, they were being led by the other the whole time. At this time, Comas finally couldn't help it and mentioned the most important thing to him. Mr. Lee, we agree with your second point, which means we need to buy graphene batteries from Juzhu and the finished charging system from you, right? But I think this is a bit superfluous. Of course we can trust the battery manufacturers in Kyushu when it comes to batteries. But in terms of supercharging, even if we can't stop the car, we have our own technology, so in this regard, Mr. Lee might as well give us the important materials and let us build the supercharging ourselves. We have studied and found that this supercharging technology is not difficult. It is better to give us the raw materials and let us go back and make it ourselves. This will not occupy your company's production resources. This is a solution that has more advantages than disadvantages. The manufacturer was not only Li Jianhua, but also Lu Xiaodong looked at Comas with wide eyes. Lu Xiaodong also sighed in his heart. It is true that people cannot be judged by their appearance, and sea water cannot be measured, yet they can say such shameless things. Didn't Li Jianhua make it clear what he said before? Didn't the hidden meaning tell him that he was not allowed to use the material graphene? At this time, the other party actually mentioned this so dismissively. Li Jianhua was also shocked by Comas's face. Even though the metaphor was so obvious, the other party was still pretending to be stupid. It was really a trick. But having said that, what can you do if you go along with the flow? But what can the other party do if he just refuses to provide graphene raw materials? Comas, I hope that both of us will not continue to be entangled in the raw material of graphene. I know you are also a person who understands technology. You must also know what graphene represents. The strategic value of graphene means that I and the 9 provinces divine beast have no right to deal with it, and I have no right to get graphene for you. Moreover, this material has been listed on the export embargo list, so please don't embarrass our Kyushu beasts. Li Jianhua looked very unhappy and said seriously to Comas. When his words reached Comas's ears, he also knew that this was really something that couldn't be done. If he continued to struggle with graphene, he would probably be targeted soon. He had just gained an advantage on the issue of imported cars, which made him a little complacent. Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Lee, but we agree with what you just said. I don't know what other conditions you want later. The rest is irrelevant. I will ask Lu Xiaodong, Mr. Lu, to continue talking to you later. I'm not afraid to tell you that my bottom line is that as long as you don't ask for graphene raw materials, everything is easy to negotiate. After concluding the negotiation, the relationship between the two parties was restored to harmony, but when hearing Li Jianhua's clear statement, Comas looked ugly for a while. It turned out that the other party had been guarding against him from the beginning, and he finally understood why the two opposite parties acted like him before, and he had to cooperate. If he had known that he would be facing a middle-of-the-road situation, he would not have come to the 9 provinces divine beast in person. He always thought that he could rely on his reputation, status, and other things to complete the graphene purchase issue between the two parties, but I didn't expect that people would not care about him at all. Graphene is their bottom line. Now this scene is a typical one that makes someone choke. This feeling is very uncomfortable, but Comas still has to endure it, and he also has to act with the other party. After talking about technology licensing, Comas immediately said goodbye. The excuse he used was that he had to go back to Peking quickly to arrange the next plan. However, both Li Jianhua and Li Jianhua knew that the other party had failed to achieve their goal, and there was no need to continue to make excuses with them. The most important thing was that Comas really didn't want to continue to act stupid. It doesn't feel good to be a fool. The two of them worked together to send Comas and his entourage to the door, waited until the other party got in the car, and slowly drove away from the Kyushu Divine Beast Gate, getting further and further away. When they could no longer see Comas's car, the two looked at each other at the gate of the public gate and laughed. Looking at the postures of the two of them, it's not enough if they don't laugh and vent their anger. After seeing Comas off, the two of them had laughed enough and returned to the office to chat. Did you just see the face of the world's richest man? I always thought that the world's richest man would have no expressions of joy or anger. The fat man's face was full of pride, and he was still thinking about Comas's expression just now in his mind. Okay, stop laughing. How do you know the other person is not pretending? Maybe he is pretending to be the two of us? Let's talk about the next thing. We signed a letter of intent with Comas today, and then we will negotiate the specific terms with Unstoppable Car. I'll leave this aspect of the work to you, and I won't show up. If you can't make up your mind, let's discuss it again, or you can call Lao Guo back when the time comes. Lu Xiaodong solemnly nodded to Li Zhenhua. When the two of them were discussing what to do next, Comas, who had left the 9 provinces divine beast, finally couldn't help it anymore. He started swearing in the car, using words like shit and fuck, and never stopped. If Li Zhenhua was also in the car, he would definitely suggest that Comas learn Chinese to save him from swearing with such boring words. After scolding for a while, he vented some of the frustration in his heart. After finally calming down, he spoke to Strom. Next time you bring someone to discuss specific terms, you must reduce the technology licensing fee to the minimum. You can't let us spend time here with someone to act like fools. Strom huddled in the corner of the car and nodded. He was really afraid that Comas, who was in a bad mood, would bring disaster to him. The key technology of graphene electric vehicles has reached a licensing agreement with Bubble Car, and the rest is for the two companies to fill in all the contents within the framework that has been reached. These things have nothing to do with Li Zhenhua. He has handed over all matters to Lu Xiaodong, and he himself returned to the workshop and continued his own affairs. After the bulletproof car was built, he felt relieved, and at this time he finally had his own research and development time. So the rest of the time he spent not in the automotive lab but in the workshop room where the tabulation equipment was stored. Want to ask him what he is doing? He is sitting in this room with a pair of watches made of precious materials. The appearance of the pair is very simple, but the materials and workmanship are extremely exquisite. He is extremely attached to the pair of watches in his hands. These are props he uses to flatter him, so that's why he behaves like this. It's been a long time since I've made a watch, but I haven't lost my watchmaking skills, which of course has something to do with his being so dedicated to it. It's not that he doesn't want to get the helicopter out, but that his workshop has been occupied by soldiers from the Guard Corps, so under this situation, it is not a good time for him to build a helicopter. So in order to divert his attention and give himself something to do, he thought about it and came up with the idea of getting a pair of watches for the big boss and his wife. As for whether or not to send it to him when the time comes, whether the big leader and his wife will wear it or not is beyond his control. After Su Zhengyang left Jizhu Divine Beast Company and contacted CAO Shang, he didn't even return to Peeping and went straight to Gaisui. The rest of the test process is just like the last test of the Kingya bus, except that there is no weapon test process, there is no difference in the rest. Anyway, at the last moment, the entire car was blown into a sieve. Even if it became a sieve, the power system of the car was still running, but at a very slow speed. Su Zhengyang did not return to Peeping, but Comas did. When he returned to the Peeping headquarters of Unstoppable Car, he could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. For Li Zhenhua, who made things difficult for him during Dongshan, he was in urgent need of an outlet. After he returned to Peeping, the office belonging to Strom that he had requisitioned suffered a disaster. The entire office seemed to have been robbed, and no place was in chaos. There are still a lot of fragments on the ground, and even the ornaments on the bookshelf have not escaped the fate of being broken. After he smashed everything in the office and regained his mood, he took several deep breaths and then took out a satellite phone. After taking out the phone, I called the AIC California branch director who was far away in the United States. Hey, are you okay at home? I don't know how the things I talked to you about before are going on at your end. I just came back from there, and it made me very angry, so I need you to act quickly. As long as you can master the preparation technology of graphene, I believe you will have smooth sailing in your official career. Although Comas tried his best to maintain his mood when talking to the other person, the mood is not something that can be restored after recovery, so his words unconsciously revealed an emotion. The director of AIC listened to the words coming to his ears. Although his face was very polite, he could still feel the other party's unhappy mood. Since Comas told him about the matter last time, he immediately issued instructions, but that was it. The instructions were issued again and again, but no news came back. Just when he was thinking about his own affairs, Comas's words came back. Mr. Director, let me remind you that graphene is an extremely important material for our country, so I hope Mr. Secretary General will take it seriously and not take it seriously. If Kyushu greatly catches up with us in the future, you will definitely have a part in that result. What Comas said was serious, and it made the person on the other side of the phone feel unhappy after hearing it, but he was helpless. Don't think that Comas is just a businessman in MO country. His status in Lao Mo's side is much more important than that of a businessman. The chaebol refers to people like him, who are powerful. I understand. I will personally monitor this matter later. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Then the two hung up the call. Comas vented in the office and vented to others, which made him feel much better. But while the two were talking on the phone, Comas didn't know that the Kyushu Security Bureau had listened to the entire conversation between him and the CIA, word for word. For raw materials like graphene, all parties have also launched their own operations. The bad guys are on the offensive and the Security Bureau is on the defensive. After several confrontations between the two sides, Lao Mo did not achieve much results. This also made Comas completely give up and never used any crooked ideas again. After the confrontation between the two parties prevented Comas from taking advantage, the technical licensing negotiations between the two parties became much smoother. After receiving the technical authorization, the technical center in Moldy Country immediately started the development of new cars. In fact, there is not much technical content, it is just replacing the battery with a graphene battery and adding a finished supercharging system. Of course, the electronic control system that cannot stop the car was developed by them themselves, and Lee Genhua did not provide it. With Comas' character, even if Kyushu Divine Beast provides technical authorization for electronic control systems, they will not use these. More than a week later, Su Zhengyang returned to Juzhu Divine Beast alone. As for the bulletproof car he drove out, it did not come back with him. When he returned to the workshop, a Kingyu had been completed and a new Kingyu bus was being manufactured. He will not leave until all the cars are finished when he comes back this time, and after finishing the test, he returned to Beijing to report. All the test materials were sent to each elder, and everyone agreed. This time, just like last time, the great elder gave a name again. Dragon, the totem of this nation, is the name of this bulletproof car. The original name was Zilong, but after thinking about it, it didn't seem appropriate, so I just gave it a one-letter name. Su Zhengyang stood opposite Li Genhua, took out a piece of rice paper from his small satchel and handed it to him. Li Genhua looked at the neatly folded rice paper in front of him, and an idea came to his mind. No way, is this the inscription given by the great elder again? I'm so lucky. I don't know what the leader will name the bulletproof car this time. He took the rice paper and opened it with Su Zhenjiang's help. The rice paper is not big, and it is very simple. There is only one big character on it, and the rest is the signature, and a hand stamp is stamped on it. When I opened it, I saw the big character on the rice paper, Dragon. Dragon? This time, our totems are directly used. It seems that the big boss is very optimistic about our car. Su Zhengyang did not answer his question, but just smiled at him. Hunky Dragon, this is the final name of this bulletproof sedan. Mr. Li, I will not leave if there is no need for me to come back this time. We will leave together until all the cars are completed. Now I hope to shift the focus of work to the review car. This car is going to Chang'an Street, and the time for the parade is very close. The remaining Jutaelong are not in a hurry. Hearing Su Zhengyang talk about inspecting the cars, Li Genhua finally remembered the parade and thought about the fact that there was still a year and a half before the parade. The time in between was definitely enough, so there was no urgency in his heart. Everything developed according to the original track. After another 2 days of Kingyu bus completion in the workshop, the 40 soldiers were divided into two groups. One group continued to build the Kingyu bus, and the other group followed Li Genhua and built the review vehicle. Time passed forward in a hurry, and 8 months passed by inadvertently. Many things happened in the meantime, the biggest of which was that the OTW Ministerial Conference, originally scheduled for Geneva, was moved to Zhangcheng. The main topic of this conference is related to the export of graphene. Whether it is finished products or raw materials, everything is under discussion. However, this material that belongs to Kyushu alone has no intention of exporting it. Even if it is exported, it will only export finished graphene. Kyushu has also tightened its grip on its bottom line. Graphene products can be exported, but graphene raw materials will not be exported. Kyushu's resolute attitude once caused the closed conference to reach a deadlock. In addition to the 4 gangsters outside Kyushu, other countries gradually accepted Kyushu's plan. However, such a plan is not in the interests of the old mold, so the old mold reacts the most violently. But no matter how fierce their reaction is, it is useless. Anyway, Kyushu just refuses to export graphene raw materials. In addition to the OTW conference, in Kyushu, new graphene electric vehicles are springing up like mushrooms after a rain, and they seem to be popping up overnight. All car companies, large and small, across Kyushu have launched their own new electric vehicles. With the efforts of these car companies, all charging stations in Kyushu have also been put into official operation. Moreover, the current charging services have also been greatly upgraded. Some charging stations have upgraded the online charging function. In fact, to put it bluntly, they have joined UnionPay. As long as it is a UnionPay card, the charger system can recognize it, and after the electric vehicle is charged, the card can be automatically deducted. This has also significantly reduced the manpower operating costs of charging stations. In addition to 1 or 2 daily maintenance personnel remaining at each charging station, there are no further arrangements for refueling staff. The charging station has completed an intelligent upgrade, and labor and operating costs have dropped a lot. After receiving the technical authorization, Budget immediately invested in research and development at its headquarters in China, and launched its new car on the market 6 months after the authorization. This car can be said to be on the shelves in a hurry, because they have not optimized it very well. So why are they in such a hurry? That was entirely because Kyushu's offensive was too fierce. Car companies of all sizes in Kyushu have launched their own new electric cars, but the world's top electric car companies have not kept up and launched electric cars of this level, leaving them directly passive. As a last resort, this semi-finished new car was launched on the market. It has also started mass manufacturing and has achieved the goal of seizing the European and American markets. The Kyushu market could not stop the car but did not want to lose it. They urgently exported a batch of new cars to Kyushu. But now there are too many new electric car models on the Kyushu market, and they are available in various price ranges. After their cars are shipped in, they do not have advantages in all aspects. Therefore, the total sales volume of these imported cars shipped to Kyushu is less than 20 units a month, which is not as high as the sales volume of a small car company in Kyushu. It can be said that their operation of importing cars to impact local cars is a complete failure. Even if they want to lower the selling price, there is no way to lower it to a very low price. Even if the lowest selling price is not profitable, it is nearly 700,000. With this kind of selling price, except for those who have big complaints, most people who have no problem with their brains will not accept this outrageous price. Because there are not only more than 10 electric cars with the same data as their car on the Kyushu market, but there are still 6 or 7 models. And the price is still very cheap, which also results in the slow sales of new cars that cannot stop the car. Their overseas production costs also limit their selling prices, not to mention there are still tariffs on them. So now the cars that can't stop have been lost in all markets in Kyushu, without any room for maneuver, not to mention their previous electric models. Compared with the existing new electric vehicles in Kyushu, there is no advantage at all. They originally sold more than 10 units per month. Since the new electric vehicle models were launched together, they have completely lost sales. But Lee Jianhua didn't care much about these things. He finally built all the bulletproof vehicles a few days ago and successfully delivered the goods. As for the pair of watches he got out, they were handed over to Cao Shang by Su Zhengyang. The problem was removed from his hands, which made Su Zhengyang relieved. But for Cao Shang, the experience was not so good, because the exquisite gift box he held in his hand was a complete bomb. He had no idea what to do, so he immediately thought of how Su Zhengyang operated it. After figuring this out, Cao Shang began to imitate it. You, Su Zhengyang, have a superior, but I, Cao Shang, have no superior? Just leave such a headache to your superiors. He did what he thought of, and Cao Shang handed the gift box to the director of the security bureau, and then he, the deputy director of the security bureau and the head of the security regiment, slipped away. Anyway, the following procedure is to hand it over level by level, and finally it is placed on S desk. After the big leader knew the ins and outs, he did not say anything about returning the watch. He just included the simple watch on his hand in the list of national gifts. In future state exchanges, the exchange of gifts will be discussed in Juzhu. Got a gift. This can be regarded as a reward for Lee Jianhua's flattery. After the Kingyu and Hunky Dragon bulletproof vehicles were all delivered, and all the leaders used these vehicles, the Kingyu bus also began to appear with the leaders on the scene. His workshop was finally freed up. Previously, because of the presence of soldiers from the Guard Corps, he did not start manufacturing new helicopters despite the crowds and crowds. And now that all the soldiers in Yida's workshop have evacuated, he finally has a place to manufacture new helicopters. Looking at the quiet workshop again, it was no longer as busy as before. It suddenly became like this, which made him really uncomfortable. But he did not struggle with this matter for a long time, and then devoted all his energy to the manufacture of helicopters. Just as he was preparing for the manufacturing of helicopters, it was time for the Jinchi Special Conference to be held again. The location of this meeting was set in Beeping, Kyushu. This meeting is usually attended by leaders. On the day of the meeting, Juzhu TV station conducted a full live broadcast of this event. And starting from the reception of leaders of various countries, Juzhu TV station has been following the broadcast. It was also at this meeting that Kingyu Bus and Hunky Dragon officially appeared in front of the public. On the day of the meeting, was waiting for the leaders of various countries to arrive, and beside him there was also a guard of honor from the 3 services waiting to greet him. At 9 o'clock in the morning, a motorcade first appeared at the entrance of. The fleet is very particular. The first one is led by 5 Kuwaban motorcycles. The white body looks quite decent, but the looming white tiger pattern on it adds a touch of majesty and mystery to the motorcycles. This car is the White Tiger Lazy E. After all the fleets of the Guard Regiment were equipped with electric bulletproof cars and buses, Cao Sheng always felt that the original Dongfang series state guest cars did not match the current style. Just when he learned that all the bulletproof vehicles had been manufactured, he personally made a trip to Juzhu Divine Beast from Peeping. It was a coincidence that when he came, he happened to catch up with the restless Li Zhenhua, riding a motorcycle in the factory area. And when he saw Li Zhenhua passing by him, he did not hear the roar of the motorcycle engine. His eyes were immediately attracted to the motorcycle. Looking at the motorcycle going away, he made a general guess at the extremely weak sound. As expected, after learning about motorcycles, I couldn't help but sigh. I was just about to sleep when someone handed me a pillow. What a coincidence! Without any hesitation, Cao Sheng immediately ordered 200 units of this new electric motorcycle from Juzhu Divine Beast. He didn't think much about it, but when he placed the order, he suddenly realized that the leader's cars seemed to be wrapped up by the mythical beasts of Kyushu. From bulletproof cars to commuter buses to escort motorcycles, they are all products of Kyushu mythical beasts. However, the team as a whole is extremely consistent. They are all electric vehicles, which is particularly in line with the environmental protection concept of their new team. 5 white tiger lasers opened the way in front, followed by a hunky dragon and a Kingyu bus behind. There were 5 motorcycles escorting each side and the rear of the convoy. The convoy finally stopped at the gate of the police station. After all the cars stopped, a man in a suit and leather shoes stepped off the hunkilong. This man was dressed in a decent suit and walked towards the leadership position in Ziguan Pavilion. He walked very characteristically, swinging his left hand to a great extent, but his right hand barely moved. Walking inside, the two greeted each other and led each other into the living room. After welcoming this person, the remaining 3 people received the same treatment and were sent to the same motorcade. Except for one of them, the other 2 were wearing suits. The special person was wearing a robe, and there was a waistcoat outside the robe. In front of the Juzhu TV station that was following the entire broadcast, some viewers were looking at the leaders, while others were attracted by the cars unveiled today. One kind of car fan in particular immediately started researching the 3 cars that made up the team. There was no news, and suddenly the team actually changed to a new car, which had to make many fans puzzled. Soon the model of the motorcycle in the team's car was found, the White Tiger Lazy E. This motorcycle has been very popular recently, especially in the increasingly popular electric vehicle market. For this motorcycle that has not yet been officially sold, the public did not focus all their attention on the motorcycle. Compared to the motorcycle, they were more curious about the other 2 cars. According to normal logic, the eye should be on the car, but now the situation is reversed, everyone's eyes are on the bus behind. As for the other parts, it's just because this car is so good looking. At first glance, there's nothing special about its appearance, but if you look closely, you'll see that it's simple but a little unusual. Especially on the overall champagne-colored body, the cloud patterns are looming under the sunlight, which directly raises the car's level to a higher level. You can tell how extraordinary the car is just from the paint, not to mention the tire layout. There are a total of 4 rows of wheels from the front of the car to the parking space. After everyone studied it, this bus became more and more attractive, especially military fans who speculated the vehicle's off-road capabilities from the 4 rows of tires. And just when all the leaders had gone to the meeting, the reporter from Juzhu TV was obviously very curious about the car, and directly focused the camera on the last convoy driving towards the distance. At this time, the nameplate on the butt of the car also made people in front of the TV take a closer look. On the butt of the black car, there is a Tuanlong logo in the middle, with a very complicated pattern. On the left side of the car is Juzhu Fahunki, which is nothing, but the nameplate on the right side of the car is a bit surprising. The mythical beast of Kyushu, dragon, with 5 characters and 1 symbol is posted on the right side of the butt of the car. This wasn't over yet. After the car passed by, the camera focused on the bus behind it again. The bus's logo was not unusual, it was in the shape of a cow, but the other nameplates attached made everyone uneasy. There are no words on the left side of the butt of the car this time, but on the right side it is Kyushu mythical beast, Kingyu. Everyone thought about it carefully and realized that this was incredible. All the cars were those of the mythical beasts of Kyushu. While the meeting was still going on, the audience who couldn't bear it any longer took out their mobile phones and logged into the official website of Juzhu Divine Beast and left messages on the car owner exchange forum. What does it mean to make a fortune silently? Juzhu Divine Beast Company is an example of it. Suffered from a young man. Unknown Julie, Fire Tongs Lu Ming, I've fallen in love with that car and I don't know where to place the order. Jack, who has no interest in money. Don't try to die upstairs and place an order, I'm afraid you don't have the guts. The Lu family is full of loyal people? The meeting is still going on, the topics are still being discussed, and many people who are interested in cars have given up their fantasies about other cars, in addition to the hope of buying the White Tiger Lazy E. What happened had nothing to do with Li Zhenhua. He didn't pay attention to the car at all. He was currently preparing to build a helicopter. And during the preparation, he found that one thing he had always ignored could now be figured out. As long as he gets this thing out, he can build helicopters much faster. In fact, it is not something too difficult. To put it bluntly, it is an exoskeleton system. With the technology he currently possesses, let alone Gundam, he can't even build the Master Chief's Mjolnir armor, but he can simplify it. And its purpose is not to use it for combat, its ultimate purpose is just to save him labor when building helicopters. As long as he takes out this exoskeleton system and improves its movement accuracy, he can assemble some large parts in helicopter manufacturing with his bare hands. It may not be able to become an alternative humanoid lathe by then. For the exoskeleton system he wanted to build, he already had enough technical reserves. He developed high-energy batteries and became an expert in electric motors. So all the conditions in terms of energy and power are met, and the only thing left is the control system. What's more, the place where this exoskeleton is used is just in his manufacturing workshop. Even if the power is not used for a long time, what can it do? He has many ways to solve this problem, the simplest of which is to replace the battery, and the most complex is to develop unlimited power transmission technology and install it on the exoskeleton. With the technology he currently possesses, wireless transmission of power is somewhat difficult, but it is still very simple to research a battery pack that is easy to replace. Interest is the best teacher. This sentence is indeed true. Li Jinhua's inspiration, which was almost withered, immediately became full when he encountered something he was interested in, and his mind was also extremely active. After he came up with the idea of studying exoskeletons, he forgot all about parallel twin-rotor helicopters and superaslita. And in his vision, a simple exoskeleton system was not the ultimate goal. His ultimate goal was to target the Master Chief's Mjolnir armor. You have to eat one bite at a time and do one thing at a time, so his current target is the exoskeleton worn by Wang Lei's team on the small breaking ball. That exoskeleton system is not very technologically advanced. To put it bluntly, it is a simple exoskeleton system with no armor on it. And this is exactly his current goal. In this manufacturing workshop, having armor is a burden, because his purpose for doing this was not to fight, but just to make large-scale equipment more convenient. To put it more clearly, it was to get himself a set of tools. After wandering around the workshop, he inadvertently walked to the corner of the workshop and looked at the deep pit surrounded by a fence. Only then did Li Jinhua realize that he had been busy working on bulletproof vehicles recently and actually put his own honeycomb laboratory plan all forgotten. After discovering this, he secretly warned himself that he would never do such time-consuming things in the future. 21 cars actually took up a year of his time. This means that the result was good, otherwise his intestines would have turned green. After taking a look at the big hole, he decided that he would continue digging as long as he finished the exoskeleton. Slowly and leisurely, I returned to the workshop lounge, first changed into comfortable home clothes, and then went to the bed and lay down. Slowly closing his eyes, as his breathing became lighter and lighter, his consciousness was immersed in the virtual laboratory in his mind. When he stood in the laboratory, he waved his hand to create a table in the center, and he sat in front of the table and began to think about everything about exoskeletons. Powered exoskeletons were originally people's imagination for the future in the 1960s. Its definition is a wearable machine that can enhance the human body's abilities, allowing people wearing this system to run faster, jump higher, and carry heavier things. And its application areas are also very wide. It can be widely used in dangerous places such as battlefields, factories, construction sites, and fire scenes. However, the development speed of this equipment is not very fast. Many factors are restricting the development of this technology, the most important of which is energy. Without energy, everything is an illusion, but for Li Jinhua now, energy is not a big problem because he has made a breakthrough in mobile energy. The development of high-energy density graphene lithium-ion batteries has solved one of the biggest problems plaguing the development of this technology. Under this premise, he is also full of confidence in the development of powered exoskeletons. In terms of power, the small electric motor he built before is fully capable of doing this job. Whether it is hydraulic or pneumatic in the future, it will be a good power source. After thinking about these things, when he wanted to go on to design a powered exoskeleton, he ran into trouble because he didn't know where to start. Before manufacturing, everything he thought was simple, but when it came time to design, accidents always happened as expected, and his mind went blank. Even the general plan he had thought up before, he felt that it was an unrealistic idea under the current circumstances. No wonder others say that the more you learn, the less you will feel you know. This is often the state of half-knowledge, which gives people a kind of blind confidence. He sat blankly in front of the table, looking at the blank paper on the table without writing a single word. The whole person was directly in the virtual laboratory, and as he left, the surroundings of the laboratory began to collapse toward the position he left, and finally the entire laboratory turned into chaos. When I opened my eyes again on the bed, I was quickly amused by his innocent thoughts before. He raised his wrist and looked at the time. Only 1 minute had passed since he entered the laboratory. He looked down at his outfit, shook his head and smiled bitterly. He originally wanted to have a big fight in the virtual laboratory, but reality defeated him. Oh, I still don't have enough knowledge. How should I solve this problem? I just have no idea where to study in this area. He sat on the bed and muttered to himself, but this confusion did not last long, because he thought of a place with the highest knowledge in Kyushu, the Kyushu Academy of Sciences. In order to create the powered exoskeleton in his plan, the first thing he needs to do is to recharge it and supplement all the knowledge in this area. Only with enough knowledge can he play the powered exoskeleton alone. He made this decision immediately by his bedside when he went to peeping, and he also took advantage of this time to recharge his batteries and wait for the Kyushu Science and Technology Award to be presented. Now that he is somewhere he wants to go, he doesn't plan to waste time in the workshop. There is no point in continuing to stay here. After leaving the workshop, he sat down with Lu Xiaodong and told him his plan. After explaining the matter, he went directly to his home. On the way back, I called Li Yun and asked her to come home and talk to her about some things. He didn't say anything specific, and he didn't know how long it would take to go to Peking this time. He still had to explain some things clearly to Li Yun. What's more, he wants to drive, and he can drive as long as he wants. After all, he doesn't know when he will drive next time. On the way home, I walked around the supermarket and bought a lot of things. When I got home, I got into the kitchen. Just as he was cooking, Li Yun came back. Seeing that someone who didn't cook often was busy in the kitchen, she felt puzzled. With the slightest doubt, Li Yun put on her slippers and walked into the kitchen. Looking at the busy man, Li Yun had a happy smile on her face. What's wrong with you today? You don't usually cook. Li Zhenhua's hands didn't stop, still stirring the stew in the pot, and still answering Li Yun's questions. It's just a whim. Just go out and wait. Dinner will be ready in a moment. Li Yun walked out of the kitchen obediently, then moved a box of beer out of the storage room, then sat down on the dining table, waiting for the meal to begin. There are 4 dishes in total, 2 meat and 2 vegetarian, and 1 soup. The two sat facing each other, he ate the food, and Li Yun poured him a glass of beer. Honey, I'm going to Peeping on a business trip tomorrow. He spit out a piece of bone from his mouth, swallowed the meat in his mouth and said to Li Yun, Beeping? Why are you going to Peeping? Something went wrong with the bulletproof vehicle you bought before? When I heard him say he was going to Peking, I thought for a while that there was something wrong with Kingyu or Hunkilong, which made him want to go to Peking. Oh, no, it won't be long before the Science and Technology Awards are presented. I went to Peking to receive the award, and I also plan to go to the Kyushu Academy of Sciences for a while. Recently, I feel that I am still lacking in knowledge, and I plan to study with the academicians of the Academy of Sciences for a while. He told Li Yun all his plans clearly, and the other party also knew his purpose, and he couldn't help but be full of admiration for him. At his age, he has become a candidate academician and can be said to be knowledgeable, but he still feels that he lacks knowledge, which makes Li Yun admire him. After dinner, facing a short separation, everything was so logical. The next morning, he set off for Peeping. His security team had 6 people, and the Fiashu plane could not fit so many people in the seats. Only 3 people flew with him. The other 3 people each took a car and rushed towards Beeping. Having a car would make it much easier for him to travel in Beeping. After applying for the route, we immediately took off towards Peeping. When they came out of the airport exit, they saw the person who came to pick them up. The person who came to pick him up was a salesperson from Kyushu Divine Beast, and the cars they used were 3 White Tiger 200s. Then they drove directly to the Kyushu Academy of Sciences. Before he came, they had already reported to the dean, and the dean was very happy after knowing that he would stay for a while. He immediately handed over the logistics and arranged a place for Li Zhenhua to live, and arranged a 2-story building for him in the Academy of Sciences family courtyard. The treatment is really good, and I believe his time studying at the Academy of Sciences will be enjoyable. Someone arranged for his food, clothing, housing, and transportation, and also took care of all his college card. After thoroughly settling in at the Kyushu Academy of Sciences, he began his further education career. As soon as I open my eyes every day, I devote all my energy to studying, either reading books in the library or discussing issues with an academician who has finished teaching. The purpose of his trip was very clear. He was just here to learn about powered exoskeletons. When he came to the Academy of Sciences, as he studied more deeply about powered exoskeletons, he became more and more aware of its complexity. Many of the things used in it are knowledge that he currently does not possess. This means that he has plugins to help. Otherwise, there is so much knowledge to learn, and he would have to destroy himself. To complete the development of a powered exoskeleton, it not only requires energy and power, but also involves an extremely wide range of knowledge. Not to mention anything else, there are many types of sensors that need to be used. A powered exoskeleton is not something that can be used with a motor and energy. The difficulty lies not in the mechanical part, but in the control, not to mention that the purpose of its development is to perform high-precision assembly operations. This means that he has a lot to learn, and in a sense, it may be more difficult than a robot like the Terminator T-600, because that kind of robot only behaves mechanically, but the powered exoskeleton must judge the user's movement intention in a very short time and perform follow-up work. He listed the difficulties one by one, and the next step was to solve them one by one. Study, study, study. There is a weirdo in the Kyushu Academy of Sciences. As soon as the library opens every day, this person will definitely come on time. And when he encounters knowledge that he cannot understand, he will consult experts in this field. During the day, he was collecting knowledge, and at night, he carefully studied the knowledge he acquired during the day and turned it into his own. In 2 months, he had collected into his mind all the knowledge related to powered exoskeletons in the Academy of Sciences. That day, while he was discussing with an old academician whether hydraulic pressure or pneumatic pressure was better, a call came from the dean. He apologized to the old academician, looked at the caller ID and saw the dean, and inadvertently scanned the date on his phone. He could roughly guess what the dean was calling him for. "Dean, academician Liu and I are discussing a problem. I don't know what's going on. Is there something good that you want to see me for?" He asked the dean of the Academy of Sciences without any surprises. This was entirely because he had become very familiar with him after staying at the Academy of Sciences for 2 months. "We will attend the Science Award ceremony in a week. I am giving you an advance notice now." As he expected, it was really about the award ceremony, but it was too early. It was already a week in advance. By then, he would only remember to study and forget what to do. Although I thought so, I had no intention of telling the dean my true thoughts. After a few words with the dean, the two hung up the phone. After receiving the notice from the dean, his life did not change much. He was still studying his own things as usual. 1 week passed by like a fleeting moment, and soon the day of the award ceremony came. The meeting was held in the Great Hall, and Li Zhenhua was right behind the dean. The dean took him to sit in his exclusive seat in the venue, and then waited for the ceremony to officially begin. Everything follows the same process as an ordinary commendation meeting. There is no difference. The big leader finishes speaking and the small leader speaks. Fang Zheng just speaks together with the leader. But the only thing that was different was that this time the standards for Dianli were too high. Not only the leaders of the Ministry of Science and Technology were present at the meeting, but even came. Li Zhenhua knew that the final award to the winner would be awarded. Sitting quietly below, waiting for the leader behind to give him the award. Soon all the speeches were completed, and then it was time to award the awards. Next, let's invite Mr. Li Zhenhua, the chief designer of the J-36 fighter jet. As the host called his name, the calmness he had maintained at first became excited at this moment. In fact, this is easy to understand. Anyone who is about to have close contact with a woman will be excited. No matter how good his psychological quality is, he cannot escape this law. When everyone present heard this introduction, they all searched the scene to see who was the chief designer of the fighter plane. But when everyone except those who came out of the Academy of Sciences saw Li Zhenhua standing up, all their eyes turned to him. And the eyes of these people all became a little dull, because Li Zhenhua was too young. And for such a young person to be able to achieve such results, these people couldn't help but be full of curiosity about Li Zhenhua, and were also a little bit shocked in their curiosity. When Li Zhenhua heard this, his excitement caused him to fall into a daze for a while, but the dean sitting next to him kicked him with his foot, which made him come back to his senses from the daze. When he came back to his senses and looked at the big leader waiting on the stage, he stood up from his seat with excitement and strolled towards the stage. As he walked onto the stage, her mood gradually calmed down, but when he was on the stage, standing next to, his heart began to beat rapidly again involuntarily. Just when he was trying to control his mood, spoke next to him. "Not bad, well done." It was a very short sentence, but in Li Zhenhua's ears, it was the affirmation of Jushu leaders. This sentence made his excited heart calm down instantly. "Thank you for the leadership's affirmation." At this time, he didn't know what to say, so he just used the simplest words to return to the leader. Then the etiquette lady came to the stage carrying a plate from the audience and stood next to the big leader. The big leader picked up a big red leather certificate from the plate. He walked up to the opposite side of him with the certificate and handed the certificate into his hand. He quickly took the certificate from the big leader, and when he took the certificate, he saw the watch just covered by his sleeve at a glance, the watch he had made with his own hands. For him, this was not only receiving the Kyushu Science and Technology Award, he also saw the watch he built actually being worn on the hand. Now this kind of recognition is double. The certificate in his hand means that Jushu has recognized him, and the watch on the big leader's hand means that the big leader has recognized him. After took the certificate in his hand, he raised his free hand and patted him on the shoulder. "I like the watches you make very much. You are a good young man. I will work hard in the future and strive to make greater contributions to Kyushu." He quickly walked down the stage. After all, he was not the only one receiving the award today, there were many people behind him waiting to receive the award. After he stepped off the stage and sat next to the Dean of the Academy of Sciences again, he really looked at the certificate in his hand carefully. "I saw a large red certificate with a circular Kyushu national emblem in the middle, and below it were the gilded characters of Kyushu National Science and Technology Award. and below that were the two gilded characters of certificate. The dean sitting next to him also set his eyes on the certificate. He glanced at the certificate twice and then whispered to him, "Don't just look at the skin, open it and look inside, there will be a surprise." After hearing the dean's prompt, he came back to his senses, opened the certificate and looked at the contents inside. He opened the certificate, and the first thing that caught his eye on the left side was a picture of the Great Wall, and on the right side of the tactics was the text page of the certificate. Kyushu National Highest Science and Technology Award. Certificate. In recognition of the winners of the country's highest science and technology award, this certificate is specially issued. Project name J-36, Suzaku, Stealth 5th Generation Multi-Purpose Unmanned Fighter Jet. Winner Lee Jianhua, Juzhu Divine Beast Technology Co., Limited. Certificate number 4723K24301-1-01D01. December 16, 4723 in the Huangdi calendar. When he saw these, he didn't feel any surprise. They were all information about the awards he had received. As for the surprise, the dean said, he never saw where it was. He took another look at the contents of the certificate, then looked at the dean next to him, and then cast his doubtful eyes on him. The dean saw the doubtful look he cast and couldn't help but remind him, "Silly boy, open the text and read the content on the bottom page. You kid is really lucky. If you take a look first, you will know why I say this." Hearing what the dean said, Lee Jianhua was also very curious and opened the text page. Below was a small notebook with 3 words written on it, "Party Member Certificate." Seeing this small notebook, he turned to look at the dean with his eyes widened. "Dean, was my previous registration application approved? Now I am a member?" When the dean heard his question, his eyes kept staring at the progress on the stage and his head nodded imperceptibly. "Well, after you handed your application to me, I was supposed to be your introducer. But after the application was handed in, somehow found out that you wanted to join, so he snatched the introducer away. You brat, if you were going to blow something up in the future, you were introduced to the dang personally by. It's not easy for you to meet, so the big boss took this opportunity to hand over your party member card to you in this way." Lee Jianhua was really confused at this time. This was S' personal introduction to the party, which was not something ordinary people could enjoy. It can also be seen from this that the big leaders are extremely optimistic about him. "Dean, am I a formal party member now or a reserve party member?" The dean was looking at him like a fool, and Lee Jianhua felt a little embarrassed by this look. "What are you thinking? Even if as the introducer, you can't skip the preparation period." Looking at the 2 notebooks, one large and one small, in his hand, his eyes were fixed on them and he became a little confused. He was indifferent to this before, but as his thoughts gradually matured, he became very aware of this issue. The reason is not for anything else, just because they will be there if something happens in Kyushu. And when he was looking at it, the dean next to him said again, "Okay, don't read it, I have already sent it to you and I can take it back to you. You can appreciate these slowly when you go back. Also, have you heard about the award you received before? This is the highest honor for scientific and technological workers in Kyushu. So far, a total of 44 scientists across Kyushu have received this honor. You are one of them, and you are proud of yourself. In fact, given the results you have achieved, you deserve this award. Okay, watch the award ceremony later carefully. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. After the ceremony is over, I will take you to the award office to collect your medal and the corresponding bonus." After listening to the dean's words, he felt a sense of pride. "You must know that this is the highest honor for scientific workers in the entire Kyushu. Who has won this award? I won't list the winners one by one. Anyway, the first winner is Mr. Yuan. The honor he has achieved now is comparable to that of the old man. As for the bonus mentioned by the dean, he does not value this because he is not short of money. After all, he is also the chairman of Juzhu Divine Beast. In terms of net worth, he may not be ranked high in Juzhu, but he can still be ranked high in the province." The award ceremony is still going on, and the Grand Honcho is awarding certificates to the winners one by one on the stage. The award ceremony went very quickly, and everyone's certificates were handed out immediately, leaving only the final group photo session. Lee Jianhua, as the only winner of Kyushu's highest technology award every year, is fortunate to stand next to the big leader. After taking a huge horizontal photo, the award ceremony was completely over. After the leader left, the dean took him to the award office to collect the remaining things that belonged to him. After the staff learned who he was, they received him warmly and handed him his medal and a check for an 8 million yuan bonus in person. When he walked out of the synagogue, he held a large notebook in his hand and a small notebook in his pocket. As for the medal, he held it in his hand, and the check was tucked into the big notebook. Anyway, his hands were not empty, he returned home with a full load, and he had also thought about it, he would not cash the check. Anyway, he was not short of the 8 million, and he would have the check framed when he returned. Along with the honorary certificates and medals he received, they were all placed in the company's honor room. When the photos were developed, they were found a place to hang in the company along with the photos. When he received the highest science and technology award, his trip to Peking was successfully concluded, and he still had a lot of knowledge in his mind, which was priceless to him. After returning to his residence, he explained a few words to Ning Wei and others and asked them to pack their things, and they were ready to go back. After he finished explaining to a few people, he went to the dean's office to say goodbye. After finishing all the matters in Peeping, Li Jianhua embarked on the return journey. This time he did not choose to take a plane, but chose to take a car and run back on the highway with Ning Wei and the other 6. After leaving the capital and getting on the expressway, we were only about 400 kilometers apart. The distance was not too far. If we kept a constant speed of 120 kilometers, we could get home in about 4 or 5 hours. After he got in the car, he closed his eyes and immersed himself in the virtual laboratory in his mind, planning the powered exoskeleton he would make when he returned. In the virtual laboratory, he arranged the surrounding environment to look like a library. In the entire space, whether he understood it or not, he embodied all the books he had come into contact with. Now the collection of books here is almost as big as that of a medium-sized library. And he was sitting at the table, with his plans for returning to the area densely written on the white paper in front of him. Just as he was planning the development of a powered exoskeleton, his external senses were urging him to withdraw from the laboratory. When he opened his eyes again and looked out the window, he realized that the car had stopped at some point and stopped on the highway. And when he looked towards the front of the car, he realized that the traffic jam was extremely serious, but he didn't know what was happening at his position. At this time, he could only wait in the car, waiting quietly for the road ahead to clear. But after waiting for half an hour, the traffic ahead was still jammed, and they still didn't know what happened, which made him feel a little depressed. If I had known this, I might as well have chosen to fly. Being stuck in traffic on the road is simply a waste of time. After waiting for another 10 minutes, the convoy in front was finally moving slowly. Looking at the slow-moving team, he felt better. When his car moved forward slowly and finally passed the location that caused the traffic jam, it turned out that a car accident had occurred. The road at the scene was covered with fine sand, and the truck blocking the road had been moved to the side. The truck that collided with the truck was a bus. Just when he was wondering what happened, a news message popped up on his mobile phone. There was a car accident on the Beijing-Taiwan Expressway. It detailed what happened. A total of 3 people died and 6 lost limbs. The most serious one was thrown out of the bus because he was not wearing a seatbelt. The moment he was thrown out of the window, his entire arm was worn away by the friction between the bus and the ground. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel that life was really too difficult, and life was also extremely fragile. If he was not careful, he would encounter natural and man-made disasters. After he passed the scene of the car accident, the speed of the car immediately increased. Under the influence of the news just now, he firmly fixed himself in his seat with his seatbelt. The team returned to his company in the afternoon, but after the car accident, he never quit this emotion and was still immersed in it. I returned home in a daze, washed up briefly, and then sat quietly on the sofa, thinking about what happened before. He always felt like there was something he could do, especially after seeing the mutilated limbs recounted in car accidents. He couldn't grasp the point after thinking about it, but when he closed his eyes on the sofa again and stopped thinking about it, the powered exoskeleton he had been studying recently appeared in his mind. I saw him, who was still very decadent and sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed, suddenly stood up from the sofa, his eyes widened. Yes, my next step is to develop a powered exoskeleton armor. As long as this thing can be produced, I can develop a prosthetic limb based on it, or a high-tech prosthetic limb. He finally figured out why he felt like he could do something. It turned out that the exoskeleton armor he was about to develop could be completely modified into a prosthetic limb. Thinking about it this way, the more he thought about it, the more he thought something was wrong. Now the powered exoskeleton was no longer just a toy he wanted to make for himself. He identified the greatest value of this project, which is to help disabled people regain their lost limb mobility. Of course, the most important target group is those who have lost their upper limbs. The more I thought about it, but it didn't take long for me to come back to my senses and put these thoughts behind me. Don't think so much. For now, it's better to think about how to make a powered exoskeleton. As for the research and development of prosthetics, the technology for this promotion direction is the last research and development that needs to be carried out. While he was still thinking about this, the door was pushed open, and he opened his eyes from the sofa and saw Li Yun standing at the door. Seeing Li Yun come back, he stopped thinking about his plan and immediately stood up on the sofa and walked towards the beauty. The two of them did not have dinner at home that night, and while they were waiting for Li Yun to change into clothes, they went to the county seat for dinner and watched a movie after the meal. That night was another dark battle, and he handed in the homework he had accumulated for more than 2 months at once. After Li Yun checked all his homework, the two hugged each other and fell asleep, but he did not choose to fall asleep directly. He got into the virtual laboratory to start the research and development of a powered exoskeleton, and his body entered a deep sleep. It can be said that he was sleeping and working at the same time. In the same library-style space that had materialized, he sat at the table and designed the powered exoskeleton from scratch. Powered exoskeletons, to put it bluntly, are still human body wearable devices. They are of the same type as smart watches and VR eyes. However, it is not so appropriate to say that they are the same kind of thing. This kind of equipment achieves several goals, including increasing strength, increasing speed, improving jumping ability, and giving people a source of help. From previous understanding, it is not that no one is researching this kind of powered exoskeleton. Many research institutions around the world are conducting research in this direction. Their main application direction for this equipment is in warfare. Letting soldiers where this equipment can enable them to gain more powerful individual combat capabilities, so this equipment is also called individual exoskeletons. But his first purpose was not in the military direction. His original intention at the beginning was just to gain greater power in assembling large equipment. As for the application in the military direction, it can be improved after it is successfully developed. This does not mean that it cannot be used in the military at all. The first thing to do is the mechanical part design, and he is still very good at this aspect. In terms of mechanics, the first thing he has to solve is the transmission system, which direction should be chosen for development. The two most reliable solutions are one using a hydraulic system and the other using a pneumatic system. If you don't understand it so well, the principle is actually the same as that of an excavator, except that the mechanical arm of the excavator is reduced and improved into a mechanical arm that can be worn by the human body. The power source on the excavator has been changed from a diesel engine to small electric motors distributed throughout the exoskeleton system. He has never made up his mind about the two directions of the power output system. Hydraulic pressure and pneumatic pressure each have their own advantages. Advantages of the hydraulic system: smooth transmission, high driving rigidity, high response speed, and the ability to achieve infinitely variable transmission. However, the disadvantages are also obvious to all. That is, it is easy to cause oil leakage, affecting its performance, it is sensitive to pollution, the purity of the hydraulic oil is required to be high, and the temperature also has a great impact on the hydraulic system. Compared with the hydraulic system, the pneumatic system is faster in action, the cost of the control components is also low, and the structure is simple. The disadvantage is that the movement is extremely unstable, the drive rigidity is insufficient, and the precision control is not as good as the hydraulic system. Listing the advantages and disadvantages of the two systems one by one, and comparing them with each other, he still chose the hydraulic system as the main transmission system. The main reason is the high drive rigidity, which also means that it is more reliable than the pneumatic system. As for the shortcomings of the hydraulic system, he can just solve them one by one. Otherwise, it will not be a challenge at all and there will not be much motivation to do it. After determining the hydraulic system, the rest is easy to say. At least there is a research and development direction. As the research and development of powered exoskeletons progressed, he also developed the power sources needed for them. The power source is a small electric motor. As for the small electric motor, when he was finishing the helicopter model before, he built a 2.6 kilowatts electric motor with 3.5 horsepower. However, this kind of motor is still a bit too big to be used on a powered exoskeleton, so this kind of motor can only be used on main branches, and is not suitable for places that require small power. Therefore, he also needs to develop a micro motor for the power exoskeleton, and not only the micro and small motors used everywhere, he also needs to design an electric motor as the main power source. Then he started with power and started the research and development of powered exoskeletons. As the main power source, there is only one requirement for it, that is, the power must be large enough and the horsepower must be strong enough. Only in this way can the designed exoskeleton armor allow people to lift heavier objects, run faster and jump farther. So he developed two electric machines that he had previously designed and used on the White Tiger 200. On this basis, the main power source used by the exoskeleton must be slowly optimized. When he started researching in this area, he felt more and more that the 2 months he spent in Peking were not in vain. Because now when he looks at the two previously designed motors, he suddenly knows what areas of the motor body can be improved. This is the result of his further studies in Peking. For the two previous electric motors, Li Jianhua first optimized them, but it is just an optimization. He does not want to apply it to the market now. As a qualified company owner, he must learn how to squeeze out toothpaste. What's more, if you update the electric motor now, people who have already purchased the car in the market will definitely have objections. The motor he optimized this time is considered the company's technical reserve and can be used anytime he wants to use it later. When the optimization of the two electric motors was completed, he also began to conduct miniaturization research and development on this basis. The first thing to determine is the position on the powered exoskeleton. Only when the installation position is determined can the subsequent size and appearance be determined. It can be seen from this that the powered exoskeleton is not a single machine, but an entire system. Due to the external shape of the powered exoskeleton, there is not much design space to place large volume parts, which is only the chest and back. so he didn't have many choices. After thinking about it carefully, he decided to put it on his back. The back is only so large, so the size of the motor must be as small as possible, and the output power must be as high as possible while maintaining a small size. This contradiction is vividly displayed in the current motor, and it also makes the development of this motor much more difficult. Finally, the size and location of the main power source motor were determined. First, the location was determined to be on the back close to the buttocks. In terms of size and appearance, the motor is in the shape of a rectangular parallelepiped. The dimensions are length 30 cm, width 15 cm, and height 15 cm. The length is almost the same as the width of the human body. And this is not just a single electric motor, but a machine that integrates the main cylinder used in the hydraulic system and the cooling system of the motor itself. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a main power unit, and the output power of the electric motor reaches 26 kilowatts and 35 high-power horsepower. It may not be intuitive to say this, but you must know that even a 125 cubic centimeters motorcycle only outputs 8 to 11 horsepower. The electric motor he has developed now is equivalent to two 125 cubic centimeters motorcycle engines, and it is very powerful. After the main power unit is designed, the next step is the battery pack that provides energy for the motor. For the battery pack used on the power exoskeleton, of course, the bigger the better. But the size is limited to the size that can be put down on the back. Moreover, the battery is not composed of 18,650 power batteries this time, but uses the same technology as mobile phone batteries, that is, the entire battery pack is designed as a whole. The length, width and height are designed to be 30*10*40, and its capacity reaches 60 kWh. With this battery capacity, the main power unit can run at full power for a full 14 hours. This kind of usage time can fully make the powered exoskeleton he designed practical. The main power and energy sources have been determined, and the next step is to carry out the main design. The first is the main material. It must not only have sufficient strength, but also have enough toughness so that the frame that makes up the main body can withstand huge forces. In terms of the frame structure, considering the use scenarios of the powered exoskeleton, the tubular structure on the market is not used, but is forged from a single piece of alloy. Just from the appearance, you can see how strong this exoskeleton is. The hose material in the hydraulic system has also been innovatively developed. The hose material is a lightweight and extremely flexible alloy. It has excellent performance in terms of pressure resistance, and can be welded at the connection, which strengthens the weakest point in the hydraulic system. After all the mechanical parts are finished, all the simple parts of the powered exoskeleton are finished. The next electronic control system is the most difficult. It is not only the writing of the control system, but also the development of various sensors. These sensors are the most important link, and a lot of research and development needs to be done on the types of sensors. Among them, many types of sensors such as angle sensors, myoelectric sensors, ground sensors, muscle pressure sensors, etc. need to be developed and manufactured. Only by using a variety of sensors together can the powered exoskeleton achieve what people want. The most commonly used one is the muscle pressure sensor, which is the main force in collecting the wearer's movements. The design of a powered exoskeleton is not accomplished overnight. Even if he has a virtual laboratory, it cannot be completed in a short time. The sky outside gradually became brighter, and Li Yun moved around him. Feeling the movement of the people around him, he also withdrew from the laboratory. I glanced at the clock on the wall and saw that the hands had reached 9 o'clock in the morning. The two lay on the bed for a while, then got up to find something to eat. They started cooking in the kitchen while playing around. By the time they finished eating, it was already almost 1 o'clock. After dinner, Li Yun did not continue to be with him, but went to work in the company. He seemed to be doing nothing at home, which was indeed a bit decadent. He also had the idea of going to the company. And he had just arrived at the company, and before he took a sip of the cup of tea he had just brewed in the workshop lounge, Wang Yueshen's call actually came in. After chatting with Wang Yu's hung on the phone for a long time, when he hung up the phone, a strange expression appeared on his face. The strange expression gradually turned into anger as he thought about it. Having not paid attention to the news recently, he immediately took out his mobile phone and searched for relevant news. Starting from the news about the change of manager of Pakistan Railway, to the appointment of the new manager of Pakistan Railway, to the self-explosion bombs that appeared in Pakistan Railway a few days ago, everything is full of conspiracy. A discerning person can tell at a glance that there must be bad elements obstructing it. After reading and analyzing the information, he also made a decision in his heart. Comrade Li Zhenhua, I solemnly ask you to design a commuter car with strong enough protective capabilities to provide strong protection for our compatriots working overseas. Recalling what Wang Yuzheng said to him on the phone before, which was actually a request, he immediately took action. Isn't it just a car with strong enough protective capabilities? It's not like he hasn't designed it before. Moreover, considering the energy situation on the Pakistan Railway, this time the vehicle was designed not to use electricity, but to use traditional fuel power. An engine from Jafang Power with a displacement of 15 liters and a total horsepower of more than 600 horses came into his eyes. This engine is used in trucks. And this time he did not plan to start the design from scratch, but planned to carry out bulletproof modifications based on the liberation of the truck. Moreover, their company has jointly established a company with Changzi Automobile to produce bulletproof vehicles. This model can be directly put into the new company after it is designed. And this time it was a modification, so the development speed was extremely fast. Soon a huge vehicle with an extremely incongruous appearance was born from his hands. It was actually modified from the head of a truck. It didn't take him much time, it only took 1 day to develop it, and it took more than a week to complete all the drawings. After it was completely figured out, Li Zhenhua immediately called Wang Yuzheng back. "Chief, I have designed the car, and I plan to produce it in our new joint venture with Changzi Automobile. Moreover, this vehicle should be produced very quickly, because it is completely modified from a truck head and can be produced in large quantities in a very short time. It also allows overseas compatriots to use it as soon as possible and get protection as soon as possible in terms of safety." When Wang Yuzheng received his call, he never thought there would be such a plan. When he called before, he always thought it would be a redesign like Qingyu. But after listening to his explanation, he admired Li Zhenhua very much and never thought that there would be such a plan. After he accepted what Li Zhenhua said, he always had a strange feeling in his heart, but he never thought there was something wrong. "Okay, I've considered it very comprehensively. Let's proceed according to your plan. I'll hang up first. I still have to make a phone call with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs." After he hung up the phone, Li Zhenhua also sent the transformation plan to the new company. After Wang Yuzheng made a phone call with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he finally knew what the strange feeling was because he received the renderings sent to him by Li Zhenhua. Isn't this the appearance of an off-road RV? And coupled with the bulletproof technology developed by Li Zhenhua, the effect such a vehicle can achieve will definitely shock a group of people. After Li Zhenhua sent the plan to the new company, he stopped paying attention to the follow-up. He still had a big toy that he had not finished yet. As for the new company, he cooperated with Changzi Automobile. After receiving the complete transformation plan, it immediately transferred 10 front chassis from Kinki Automobile. Once all the required items were in place, the modification of the bulletproof armored bus began. It could originally be used as a tractor with 600 horsepower, but it was simply changed to the size of a minibus, making the vehicle's protective armor 15 centimeters thick. Of course, the cost is not cheap. The modification price of such a car alone is as high as 2 million, and the front chassis and other items are also 300,000 to 400,000. The total price is almost between 2.6 and 3 million. More than a month has passed since he sent the plan to the new company, and the first batch of 10 vehicles has rolled off the assembly line. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs can be said to be eager to see this car. This car has not been deployed overseas for a moment. They are always on tenterhooks, worried that there will be another attack. When I learned that the car was offline, I immediately rushed from Peeping to Dongshan Island City to see the car that had just rolled off the production line. After getting off the plane at Daokang Airport, we went straight to Kinki Automobile Co., Ltd. A factory here was transferred to a new company by Changzi Automobile as a shareholding asset. The new company was called Daokang Divine Beast Jafang Automobile Company. The leader of the Foreign Affairs Department was led to the parking lot by the staff, and immediately saw 10 all-white cars neatly placed in the parking lot. Call it a truck, its cabin is so long, call it a bus, and it doesn't look like it in appearance. There is no name that can describe it. The closest thing to it is an off-road RV. Although the appearance is a bit weird, the Foreign Affairs Department was extremely satisfied with the performance that they later learned about. Even if the price is as high as 2.8 million, they think it is worth it. As long as this vehicle is deployed overseas and the safety of our compatriots is greatly protected, it will be worth it no matter how much money is spent. What's more, the general who was targeted by Kangyu elements was also an important figure that Kyushu had assisted in the past. Without any hesitation, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately made arrangements for the 10 vehicles and transported them to Pakistan immediately. 5 days later, the compatriots in Pakistan were replaced by this car as a means of commuting to and from get off work. The model of the car was named Chao among the 5 sons of the tiger. As for the model in Jafang, it was CA620FD8*8. Li Zhenhua had no idea that the car had been built. He had been perfecting the design of the powered exoskeleton in the virtual laboratory during this period. Compared with the design plan more than a month ago, great progress has been made at this moment, and during this period, the plan has been optimized to the end. The feet were completely wrapped, forming an iron boot, and connected to the boot were extremely thick leg supports. A semi-wrapped structure is only used in the knee area, and there are micro motors with a power of 1 kilowatt on the outside of the thigh and calf. As for the upper body, the spine is the thickest. The upper limbs extend outward from the spine, and the battery pack and main power unit are placed on the back. The overall appearance does not look like an exoskeleton, but more like a semi-finished exoskeleton armor. When he finished the last control system that needed to be debugged, the powered exoskeleton was born from his hands. In terms of power, there is a 26 kilowatts main power unit, plus 8 1 kilowatt micromotors, with a total power of 34 kilowatts and 46 horsepower. The hydraulic pressure used for transmission ensures high accuracy and sufficient response speed, and the power output is also maximized. The exoskeleton he created can easily carry 600 kilograms of weight, and his maximum lifting weight is 800 kilograms, but this maximum lifting weight cannot be used for a long time. The curb weight of this entire set of exoskeletons reaches 80 kilograms, but it exerts in effect 10 times its own weight. In the virtual laboratory, Lee Jianhua pushed the keyboard that appeared on the front mask forward. Although he didn't feel tired, he still stretched as usual. After stretching, he unplugged the data cable between the computer and the powered exoskeleton, and walked towards the powered exoskeleton hanging in the air. Come closer and open all the locks of the powered exoskeleton. Then he turned around and walked backwards towards the powered exoskeleton until he retreated into it. He felt the powered exoskeleton on his back, knew it was in place, and bent down to put on the equipment starting from his feet. First, I took off my shoes and put my socks into the boots of the powered exoskeleton. Why can't I put on shoes? That's because there are sensors inside the boots, and these sensors can only work when they come into contact with the person's body. Fastening all the buckles on the boots were already quite large, but when he fastened the buckles, they immediately became snug. After the boots are put on, the next step is to put them on up the legs. The calves, knees, and thighs extend all the way up. When the connection to his upper body and chest tightened, he powered on the powered exoskeleton. At this point, most of the parts have been put on, and only 2 arms are left on the whole body. Then he first raised his right arm to the predetermined position, and his left hand began to fix all the buckles on the right arm. Wait until the right hand is fixed before proceeding to the final step. In the end, only his left hand was left, which was not connected to the powered exoskeleton. He raised his left hand. When the hand is raised to the predetermined position, the fixed right hand and the right arm with the powered exoskeleton move towards the left arm, and there is no difficulty in this movement. It is obvious that the powered exoskeleton has come in handy. The signal comes out of the brain and is transmitted through nerves to the muscles that control the movement of the right arm. Sensors on the powered exoskeleton close to the right arm, including muscle pressure sensors, angle sensors, and other sensors, convert them into electronic signals. These electronic signals are sent to the control system located on the back and between the battery pack through the signal lines of the powered exoskeleton. After a series of complex analyses, the electronic control system transmits the analyzed instructions on how the right arm should move to the power unit and outputs the power to move the right arm. This completes the entire process of moving his right arm. Although the description was extremely complicated, there was no delay in his perception. Even if his arm moved, the robotic arm he was wearing also moved immediately. The right arm locks all the locks on the left arm, and the powered exoskeleton is now fully worn. I saw Lee Jianhua put his feet up on the spot and lean forward slightly. The exoskeleton armor detached from the rear bracket. When he got off the bracket, he gained real freedom. As soon as he put on the powered exoskeleton, he started the experiment in the virtual laboratory. He first moved the joints of his hands and feet, then walked in place, and then started walking around. The powered exoskeleton he wears collects data on his behaviors, movements, and other habits. As more and more data is collected, he feels that the powered exoskeleton he is wearing is becoming more and more comfortable. When he couldn't feel anything when walking, he started running, and the faster he ran, the faster and more skillfully he moved. The powered exoskeleton on his body, which was still very unfamiliar with him, has become more and more proficient, and it is still assisting him to start running in the later stages of the movement, making running feel more effortless. After testing all the sports items, he created a set of weightlifting equipment in the laboratory. Next, he had to conduct a weight-bearing test. Although he had made an estimate before, it was only an estimate after all, and everything had to be based on reality. Because he was confident in the powered exoskeleton he had created, he initially increased the weight of the barbell to 100 kilograms. He stretched his hands over the barbell and held the barbell tightly with both hands. The moment he held the barbell, a fixator stretched out from each of the left and right arms of the powered exoskeleton and was fixed on the barbell. Seeing the fixator already fixed on the barbell, he squatted half-crouched and started pulling onions on the spot. This posture actually requires a lot of waist strength. If you are not careful, it will cause waist injury. However, wearing a powered exoskeleton, he did not feel the 100-kilogram barbell being lifted flatly to his chest. There was no sign of exertion on his face, as if there was no weight on his arms. The 100-kilogram barbell was lifted easily, and his face immediately showed an expression of excitement. Then he started to add weight to the barbell. The original weight of 100 kilograms was increased to 200 kilograms. The test again was the same as before, without any feeling. He lifted the 200-kilogram weight with ease. His expression was very relaxed, and his body seemed to be using no force. This kind of load capacity is actually sufficient under normal circumstances. Even for the helicopter he plans to assemble, there are not many parts on it that exceed 200 kilograms. This is 200 kilograms. This kind of power output will be particularly useful if used on the battlefield, especially for troops who need to carry heavy objects. Take the SD-10A medium-range air-to-air missile as an example. The total weight of this bomb is 198 kilograms. Originally, it required at least 3 or 4 people to complete the loading process. However, after wearing its powered exoskeleton, only one person can easily complete the entire loading process. Bombing process. There is no need for help from others at all, which is undoubtedly of great help to the Air Force ground crew. 200 kilograms was just the beginning. As he added barbell pieces to the barbell one by one, even the barbell bar deformed slightly. When he increased his weight to 600 kilograms, the exoskeleton armor on his body began to sound slightly different. Obviously, the motor on the body rotates faster, and the force involved in the movement is also greater. But this is not the end. He also added these barbell plates to the barbell. The original increase of 100 kilograms, now became 5 kilograms, and slowly added upwards. When the weight of the barbell finally reached 845 kilograms, the powered exoskeleton he wore under his control slowly lifted the barbell. Just when the barbell left the ground and was lifted more than 10 centimeters from the ground, he suddenly felt the weight in his hands suddenly increase, and the barbell was still carrying him towards the ground. The barbell hit the ground hard, and although his hands were released, the fixator extending from the mechanical arm was still fixed on the barbell, so he was also hit by the weight. Fortunately, the height from the ground was not high, and fortunately this was in a virtual laboratory, otherwise he would have been injured in reality. And he immediately felt that there was a liquid flowing down his body on his back, with a temperature of almost 40 degrees. At this moment, he finally realized something. It should be that the hydraulic system was leaking due to the high weight and excessive pressure. He just didn't know which part had the problem. With the leakage of hydraulic oil, the main power unit, which was still rotating wildly, rotated faster, but within a second, the motor stopped rotating. This is because the sensor tells the controller that the user is not performing any work, so the power output is stopped. At this time, he really entered a dilemma. As soon as he starts to move, the main power will work and the cylinder will be pressurized. The consequence of the pressurization is that the hydraulic oil will continue to flow outward from the leakage port as the pressure rises. Pump oil. But it's unrealistic for him to not move, because if he doesn't move, it means that he will always maintain his current posture. If it were in reality, he would really have to wait for someone to rescue him, but this was in a virtual laboratory. Following his thoughts, the experimental site immediately became empty. The exoskeleton armor on his body also disappeared, and after he escaped, the scene just now was restored again. Seeing the empty space in front of him, he immediately returned to the scene just now, a barbell made entirely of barbell plates, and a power exoskeleton leaking oil connected to the barbell, showing a half-kneeling posture. There is only a powered exoskeleton there, and there is no wearer inside. Li Jinhua stepped forward and carefully inspected the powered exoskeleton that had problems. He quickly found out where the problem was. It turned out that a hydraulic hose could not withstand the huge pressure inside it and burst. From this burst, oil leaked. Looking at the hose, Li Jinhua couldn't help but feel entangled in how to improve it. Should we continue to develop and upgrade materials, or should we increase the thickness of the hose? But then he no longer struggled because he thought of the final result of the test, which showed that the load capacity reached 845 kilograms. You can have such high data, what else do you need for a bicycle? There is no need to improve it at all, the current data is completely sufficient. Even the entire A100-300mm rocket launcher shell is only 780 kilograms, which is less than 800 kilograms. This thing can allow a single person to load the rocket launcher shells. What else can be improved? Improve it, that's it. Damn it, I'm not building a mecha. This is a powered exoskeleton for single use. The maximum load capacity is more than 800 kilograms. I'm not satisfied yet. I'm really crazy. Got it. He muttered to himself and waved away the scene in front of him. Reappear a new powered exoskeleton and continue with the next test project. As he thought about it, testing of various projects continued. While testing, he was also thinking about the scenarios in which the thing he developed could be used. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the picture he had seen on Kuaishao before, of standing and pressing a PKM light machine gun and using the light machine gun as an assault rifle. That was something only elite soldiers would do. But after that, as long as the powered exoskeleton he developed is equipped on ordinary infantry, everyone can reach that level. Since someone can use a light machine gun as an assault rifle, why can't a heavy machine gun be used as an assault rifle? As long as it can be held and moved, no matter what gun it is, it can be turned into an assault rifle. In his imagination, a group of soldiers held a Type 89 heavy machine gun and started charging with it. Thinking about that scene made him excited. Of course, if such a scene really happened, the logistics would probably scold the combat troops to death. Thinking of these pictures in his mind, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly unconsciously. When he completed all the test items of the powered exoskeleton in the virtual laboratory, he withdrew from the laboratory with satisfaction. The moment he exited the laboratory and opened his eyes, he jumped up from the bed in the workshop lounge. Don't think that the powered exoskeleton passed the test in the virtual laboratory. He had no reaction. He was arguably one of the most excited. After jumping a few times and almost falling off the bed, he calmed down and began to think about the follow-up questions. Now that the powered exoskeleton has passed the test in the virtual laboratory, he should start preparing to build it in reality. The first thing he needs to do is to upgrade his automotive laboratory. In fact, not much has changed. It is just a matter of replanning and adding some equipment to make it have the conditions for both automobile research and development and powered exoskeleton research. He got up and went to his desk in the office area, turned on his computer and started to list the equipment he needed, turned it into a file, and sent it to Lu Xiaodong. After these things were sent to Lu Xiaodong, he began to input the drawings, materials, etc. needed for the powered exoskeleton into the computer. At this moment, while he was drawing the drawings, he was still complaining in his heart. Hey, my golden finger is good everywhere and has no faults. But there is one thing that makes me not so satisfied. It is a technology developed in a virtual laboratory, and everything must be entered into the computer by hand in reality. This is really time-consuming. It would be great if I could transfer the contents of the virtual laboratory directly from my head to my computer. That way I don't have to repeat it again, and most importantly it really saves time. He finished complaining silently in his heart, but he still had to keep working, and then he speeded up the drawing. And he was also thinking about how to solve this problem in the future. He didn't have any clue for a while, so he wrote this topic in a memo, and then started to draw pictures in earnest. The bulletproof commuter car he built was put into use immediately after arriving in Pakistan. This bulletproof commuter vehicle, which is improved on the front of a truck, cannot be driven by ordinary drivers in Pakistan. The 12 forward and 2 reverse gear levers on the vehicle are not something that ordinary small cars can understand. Therefore, compared with Kingyu, this bulletproof commuter car cannot be compared not only in terms of power, but also in terms of ease of operation. Since the last suicide bomb attack, the safety of personnel in BA has been taken very seriously. Not only is Kyushu trying to find a solution, it has also upgraded its security personnel. After the bulletproof commuter car was put in place, the security here did not relax its vigilance. Although the Confucian Academy is not very powerful in Kyushu, it has a great influence abroad. One of the bulletproof commuter buses was arranged for the teachers of the Confucian Academy in Kyushu. It had been 3 or 4 months since the last attack, and everyone had let down their guard. On this day, 4 teachers from the Confucian Academy came downstairs from their apartment as usual. Under the protection of security personnel, he walked towards the bulletproof commuter car parked downstairs. All the teachers were already familiar with this car. They were no longer as surprised as when they first saw him. They came to the car through the hanging ladder that automatically extended from the rear compartment and sat down. The car immediately drove towards its destination. The teachers in the car were also discussing the teaching problems they encountered at work and how to solve them. When they were about to reach the big destination, the car suddenly stopped, which made everyone in the car confused as to what had happened. When the car stopped, the security guards on the car became vigilant. They all felt that it was not easy for the car to stop. At this time, one of the male teachers got up from his seat and walked towards the cab in front, wanting to see what happened. Just as he stood up from his seat and walked a few steps forward, he felt the car shaking, and he was also shaken by the shaking. He immediately held on to the chair next to him and stabilized his body. Just when he stabilized his body, a not-so-big explosion came from outside the car. The scene outside the car was not so good. The originally white car body had a large fire on the right side near the middle, and the white car body was also blackened by the fire. The moment the explosion occurred, the people around him reacted immediately. They were all very experienced and crouched down. Their eyes were searching everywhere to see what happened, and they did not immediately run away into the distance. This series of people's reactions very truly reflects how they deal with this situation. Although everyone in the car did not cause much harm to them, after they reacted, they all fell to the ground in the car. At this time, the people who were lying down all remembered the attack that happened a few months ago. It turned out that they also encountered an attack this time, but compared to the compatriots who were killed last time, they were much luckier. After the excited people regained their consciousness, one of them quickly shouted to the driver, drive quickly, drive towards the embassy, quickly." When the driver heard the exclamation, he immediately reacted, took advantage of the open space on the right, made a big circle, turned around and drove towards the embassy. I saw the car that was still parked, one tire on fire, like a hot wheel, quickly leaving the explosion site. After the car started moving, everyone in the car finally dropped their hearts, and then someone looked through the car window to observe the situation outside the car. The explosion caused no casualties on the vehicle, and the 4 security personnel carrying AKA rifles on the vehicle did not use their strength at all. Just after their car started moving, as soon as they passed a street corner, the Kongbu elements who had been ambushing near the corner opened fire on the bulletproof commuter car with a gun. Ta-ta-ta, ta-ta-ta-ta, click, tap-ta-ta. A series of gunshots, like fried beans, resounded on this long street. Although the sound of gunshots here is particularly dense, the effect achieved by the gunshots is not that gratifying. All the bullets hit the bulletproof commuter car, but they only hit it and did not cause any major damage. If there was any damage, it only knocked off the paint and left a small white pit on the car body. Seeing that all the gunmen present were not so calm, it cannot be said that they were all sluggish, but they were in a similar state. Being attacked at this moment, the driver of the car suddenly didn't know what to do, and the speed of the car also slowed down. At this moment, a woman rushed out among all the gunmen, and as she charged towards the car, the scarf on her head fell down as she ran violently. "For the Holy Land!" she shouted loudly while running. The car was not very fast to begin with. When he spotted the woman rushing towards them, the driver started to speed up, but at this time the speed was not so easy to increase. The car was speeding up, and the woman's running speed was also increasing. Just when the car was about to escape from this dangerous situation, the woman also ran to the rear of the bulletproof commuter car. The woman shouted loudly again, "The Holy Land cannot tolerate dirty people." Boom! As the explosion sounded in this life, the white commuter car was blackened by the explosion again, and the car was not only blackened, but the entire rear of the car was also sprayed with human tissue by the explosion. This car is a live interpretation of what it means to be white with red, red with black, and black is always the same. The driver didn't pay attention to the explosion behind the car, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, almost stepping into the fuel tank. The car left the place quickly, and many gunmen on the scene boldly chased the car a few steps in the direction it left. When they saw that it was impossible to catch up, they broke into pieces and disappeared into the long street. The embassy was not far from the place where the explosion occurred, only 4 blocks away, so the car did not slow down all the way and soon reached the street where the embassy was located. When the car, carrying a tire that was about to burn out, drove quickly and crazily towards the embassy, the soldiers on duty in the embassy immediately became alert. But when they saw the unique car appearance, they all thought of the 10 cars that were shipped to the embassy not long ago, but the image of the car at this moment was obviously not as good as that day. The car was still thinking about the embassy's invasion, and the staff in the compound immediately sounded the alarm. As the alarm sounded, the defense mechanism in the embassy responded. Under the gaze of all the security guards, the bulletproof commuter car stopped in front of the embassy with its hot wheels, tires on fire, and its body covered in smoke. From the moment the car arrived on this street, the crisis had actually been resolved, and all that was left was to deal with the follow-up matters. On the street where the first explosion just occurred, military police rushed to the scene as soon as possible after receiving the call. The area where the car was shot for the second time was also surrounded by military police. Shortly after this attack, an organization announced through Al Jazeera radio that it was responsible for the attack. The Shalaba Liberation Organization is the mastermind this time, an armed force defined as a terrorist organization by Pakistan and other countries. The person who contributed the most in this incident was the bulletproof commuter car CA620FD8*8, and the designer of this car was working hard on the computer to draw pictures on the computer. While he was drawing pictures, Liu Xiaodong was also actively looking for various equipment on the market for him to use. All the materials needed for the powered exoskeleton have been purchased from various confidential units through Wang Yuzhong, and now they are just waiting for the raw materials to arrive. As long as these materials he has developed are not suitable for the civilian market, he has reached technical authorization with various confidential steel plants through Wang Yueshan's channels, and they have all formed national defense patents. He is waiting for the various materials, equipment, and other things he needs to be delivered. As soon as the things arrive, he will directly start manufacturing the powered exoskeleton. It's not like he's not working on things in this area now, such as the motors and cylinders of the main power unit. He's drawing drawings and using a machining center to manufacture these parts. Since he came back from peeping last time, his life has become regular again, and he has also divided his time. He goes to work when he goes to work and leaves when he goes off. And his otaka nature made him unable to keep up with what was happening in society. He also picked up the habit of watching the news at night, listening to education, and watching life in dire straits. When he and Li Yun were at home, they did not insist on having their meals in the restaurant. They were still used to placing the meals on the coffee table in the living room and eating while watching TV. That's how it was that night. There were 4 dishes, 3 steamed buns, and a dozen 28-day beers on the coffee table. I was eating dinner while watching TV. Just as he was feeling happy after watching another protest march taking place at Lao Mo's side, the next piece of news suddenly put an end to his good mood. This news just happened to introduce the attack that happened on the minibus. This made him, who was happily eating melons and eager to eat, immediately lose his appetite. Fortunately, after looking through the news, he didn't hear any news of any compatriots being killed, which made him feel better. After Li Yun saw the news, she was filled with resentment, but she could only be resentful and had no other choice. And he saw the footage from the scene on TV. The vehicle that saved the lives of his compatriots was the bulletproof commuter vehicle he built. When he saw this, he finally felt relieved. Although he did not solve the problem from the source, he still provided help to overseas compatriots, which made him feel a faint sense of pride. There was no incident this night. Just like before, he arrived at the workshop early the next day, planning to continue drawing his drawings and try to get his big toy out as soon as possible. But something happened, and he had to solve it and put down the phone in his hand. After walking out of the workshop, I wandered to the workshop next door that produces J-36 fighter jets, and found the general manager who manages the aircraft manufacturing plant. I found Wu Tianli, who was assigning production tasks in the workshop, came to him and asked him, "What do you want to do with me? Is there something wrong with the equipment here, or are you encountering problems in production?" He had thought about it on the way here. Wu Tianli only had problems in these two directions with him. As for the rest, he really hadn't thought of anything else. Wu Tianli, who was standing opposite him, had a wry smile on his face and started talking to him. "Oh, no, not at all. Mr. Li, please listen to me slowly. This is really not something that can be explained clearly in 1 or 2 sentences. Well, this is not the place to talk. Why don't we talk in the office?" He and Wu Tianli came to the office area of the aircraft manufacturing factory and sat down on the sofa in Wu Tianli's office. After Wu Tianli got him a bottle of mineral water, he sat down and started talking to him. "Boss, didn't you let us run everything by ourselves before? So we have established production, sales, after-sales, procurement and other links in the factory, and I am in charge of it." After Wu Tianli finished speaking, he paused and looked at Li Zhenhua's reaction opposite him. After listening, Li Zhenhua also nodded his head. This is indeed what the other party said. He said this: "At that time, I thought that since it was separated from the civilian industry, it would be okay to manage it separately, so I established the Kyushu Divine Beast Aircraft Manufacturing Company. This company is a wholly owned subsidiary of Jushu Divine Beast Technology Group, while the civilian one is Jushu Divine Beast Technology Co., Limited, managed by Lu Xiaodong. The reintegrated Jushu Divine Beast Group does not only have these 2 subsidiaries. There are also subsidiaries such as Daokang Divine Beast Jifang Automobile Co., Limited, established in Daokang with Changzi Automobile, Jushu Divine Beast Patent Management Office that specializes in managing patent technology licensing, and Kyushu Divine Beast Capital Company, which is responsible for investment. The Jushu Divine Beast Group he founded and reintegrated has now developed into a powerful group company." After seeing Li Zhenhua's response, Wu Tianli organized his thoughts and continued. "Since our independence, everything has been straightened out now, but just this morning, we received an order from the Equipment Development Department. In fact, the order is not that rigorous. It is more appropriate to say that the task is to build a model that is more advanced than the Suzaku 8 but not as powerful as the J-36 on the basis of the Suzaku 3 and the J-36 model. The person who placed the order for us revealed to me that this model is to be exported to minibuses and used as the main unmanned fighter jet. You also know that all our current models are developed by you, and the company only manufactures them, so you have to solve this problem." After listening to Wu Tianli's words, Li Zhenhua himself fell into deep thought, thinking about why there was this order. Combined with recent events, he understood why there was this mission sent from above. Minibus now has a Raptor CE, and the owner of Minibus was also involved in welcoming them. However, this fighter plane is still not enough for their surrounding environment, so drones have become the first choice to enhance their power. When they were exporting the Suzaku 3 and Suzaku 8 to 2 Asian and 3 countries, they secretly wondered why Minibus, which had such a close relationship, had no purchase plan for these 2 fighter jets. It turned out that they were waiting here. Thinking about it this way, everything made sense. Compared with the 2 fighters Suzaku 3 and Suzaku 8, Kyushu has considered it more clearly. If the relationship is tight, it must get fighters from me, not quasi-fighters. Thinking about the cause and effect, Wu Tianli saw that he was thinking about things and did not disturb him again, so he sat quietly and waited for his answer. After thinking about it, Li Zhenhua came back to his senses, looked at Wu Tianli, who was still waiting for a reply, and then gave him the answer. "Don't worry about this matter. Leave it to me. I'll contact the superiors." After talking about this matter, he and Wu Tianli chatted about some company matters before returning to his office. "Oh, why are there so many things to do? Why can't I just have some leisure time? Things are coming one after another. I just finished the bulletproof car thing, but I haven't gotten my big toy yet. This time, it's good. This is another arrangement for me. If it doesn't work, Wu Tianli will have to be told to set up a research and development team of their own. They can't rely on me alone." On the way back, I thought about it as I walked. While he was thinking about it, he had already returned to his office, sitting at his desk, thinking about how to solve this problem. The plan to export to minibus fighters this time is nothing more than to enhance the combat power of the Iron Brothers. Since it is to be enhanced, why can't the J-36 be exported? As for the J-36 being too advanced, Juzhu has only been in service for 2 years, but what if there is a major facelift of the J-36? When the previous J-36 is no longer technically advanced and subsequent models of the J-36 become more powerful, there will no longer be any problems with the export of the J-36. In his opinion, as long as the J-36 he uses is powerful enough and has enough technical advantages, just like the Raptor CE can be exported, the initial model of the J-36 can also be exported. Moreover, it has been more than 2 years since the J-36 came out. It is also time to add letters after the J-36. In fact, it is not that there are no letters on the J-36 now. When it was designed, we had already considered the different use environments in the future and added letters to this fighter. The J-36A is a land-based version, the J-36B is a carrier-based version. This version is an improvement on the land-based version, adding arresting cables, strengthening the landing gear and other special modifications for carrier-based modifications. The J-36C vertical takeoff and landing version is also as an experimental exploration aircraft. It has not been officially put into service. A glance at the clock on the wall showed that the time was just right, so he took out his cell phone from his pocket and called an old acquaintance. Hey, you kid usually goes to the Three Treasures Palace for anything. Every time you come to see me, you get a lot of trouble. You must have something to do with me this time. Tell me what you want. I will have something else to do later. Wang Yuzheng had already known his tricks during his contact with Li Zhenhua, and spoke to him directly without talking nonsense to him. This old man really understands me. After hearing his words, Li Zhenhua also sighed secretly in his heart. Chief, you have something to say. Before he could finish his words, he was immediately interrupted by Wang Yuzheng. If you have anything to say, please tell me quickly. I'm going to be in trouble soon. When the old man said what he said, he knew that the other party must have something serious, and he immediately told him what he meant. Today, General Manager Wu Tianli of our aircraft manufacturing plant called me early in the morning. After I met with him, he directly solved a big problem. He said that he had received a mission-type order from above, saying that it was to be exported to minibuses. Its performance was better than the Suzaku 8, but not better than the J-36. When I thought about it, didn't this just require us to develop a new model? The workload would be overwhelming. So I want to get some information from you. Does this task have to be to build a new aircraft? After hearing what he said, the expression on Wang Yueshen's face was not that of someone who didn't know what was going on. It was as if he was waiting for something to happen. In fact, he had known about this task for a long time, and the order was placed with his aircraft manufacturer only after his approval. But at this moment, he was pretending not to know anything, and his words were full of ignorance. What do you mean? What new model? Why didn't I know about it? Although he said this, Wang Yueshen's face was full of a successful smile. I took the bait. Oh, old man, please stop making fun of me. I know you must know. If you didn't know about this order, you wouldn't place it with us. As soon as Wang Yuzheng heard this, he knew that it would be difficult to pretend anymore. Since he knew that the secret had been exposed, he might as well open up the sky and speak openly and get to the point. I really can't hide it from you, kid. Okay, let me tell the truth. I know this. You also know the current situation on the minibus side. It's not good to tell the truth. If it were good, I wouldn't have asked you to tinker with that bulletproof commuter car before. So as brothers and ferromagnets, we still have to help when we need to. Yeah. When Wang Yuzheng said, he was also responding. This is not your company's best in terms of unmanned fighter jets, and it is not that we have not considered the 2 fighter jets, Suzaku 3 and Suzaku 8. But to be honest, these 2 fighter planes are quasi-fighter planes, and the minibus we want to export is a fighter plane. It's not that I haven't thought about exporting the J-36, but we are also using this model, which is a bit too advanced in terms of advanced features. After thinking about it, there is no suitable model for export, so we have this mission order. When Wang Yuzheng explained the matter in detail, the inside story was indeed similar to what he had imagined, so he had an idea at this time. His idea seemed feasible before, because the upper management also considered exporting the J-36, but in the end they still considered maintaining their advanced nature, so they did not export it. Faced with this situation, as long as he upgrades the J-36 and adds a letter to the J-36, the advanced nature of the J-36 is maintained. I believe that exporting the basic model of the J-36 should not be a problem. I know what you're thinking about. That's what I think, Chief. Please see if I'm right. You say it, and I listen. It's not that the J-36's export leaders have never thought about it, but they have thought that it feels inappropriate because it is too advanced and we cannot maintain its advanced nature. So what if we can maintain our advancement? We will upgrade and improve the J-36, so that its performance will be greatly improved again.